To those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
So I was just saying to this guy to my left, I said, last time I saw you was Friday morning at 10 a.m. and you shoved off. And then I said to him, a lot of stuff happened since last time I saw you, brother. A lot of stuff happened. We are going to recap it all and say good morning to everyone. First of all, welcome back to my jet-setting partner who's going to be jet-setting again after today's show. But first and foremost, shout out the 49ers for getting it done last night, which, of course, we'll talk about. We'll pay tribute. We'll call it in. Niners beat the Cowboys 30-24, not without many twists and turns, just like twists and turns that brought Marcus Boucher back from L.A. and Dodger Stadium. Bro.
Oh, Murph.
Lots happened since last time I saw you, my man.
A lot has happened since Friday. I'm just glad to report that I made it back alive after escaping Dodger Stadium. Game 1 and Game 2 in the books, Murph. And now I'm hopping back on a bird today out to New York post-show. The Waterboy World Tour is in town for 1 day and 1 day only this week.
One day only. Monday. Dude, you are what they call a jet setter.
Ooh.
That's what they call you, a jet setter. They say you're a guy, you live in airports now.
Oh,
you're
yeah.
like George Clooney in Up in the Air.
Yeah, I
See
think-
that one, Young Tone? George Clooney,
No,
Up
I've
in
never
the Air?
seen that, but
It's
I will
a modern
say
movie too, but
you kind of struck a nerve pretty early living in an airport since I was damn near living in an airport all day yesterday. Had some issues getting back to the Bay Area. Actually got delayed and had to miss the Niners-Cowboys game live in person last night. Couldn't get down to Levi Stadium, but landed in Sacramento last night, not San Francisco.
Sac.
Long story short, Waterboy's back this morning. I'm here to talk Niners and here to say blank the Dodgers.
You were dude. Okay, I mean, literally, do we want to go off that road now? Because I'm like, I want to focus on the 49ers. They got a huge win last night over the Dallas Cowboys, which is very important. And like I said, it was not without twists and turns. And at halftime, I was ready pretty much to give up on the season.
Ooh.
Like, not the game, the season.
Wow.
You know what I mean? It was like at halftime, and we'll go down there. We'll get back to the Dodgers in just a second.
Yeah.
So, dude, we're talking Brock Purdy's first half with misfires galore. I mean, he's just like physically misfiring, too, on a lot of passes. The penalties that were negating good plays, the lack of a single touchdown. And then I got to the point where I was like, you know what? I actually was at, it ain't their year. It ain't their year. I mean, there's no McCaffrey. There's no Ayuk. Debo Samuel's out there barely wheezing along on one lung. Every reason they're committing holding penalties on every single play that they need to. I'm like, you know what, bro? A ball hits the ground. They fumble, and it bounces back to them. I'm like, it ain't happening. I was texting my guys, like I said, it's not their year. And out comes Brock in the third quarter to change everything. And that third quarter might have saved the freaking season, dude.
The third quarter 49ers channeling their inner Steph Curry third quarter Warriors. Like, they absolutely blew this game open in the third quarter. 3 straight touchdowns, 21 points. And then we get to the fourth quarter where somehow, some way, they open the door for Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and the Dallas Cowboys to come right back in and give them a chance to actually win the game at the end.
Did you just see CeeDee Lamb rolling down Broadway uncovered?
Yeah, wide open,
see him
Murph.
right there?
Wide the hell open.
Bro.
It's because me and young Tony ran into each other in the backfield.
How many NFL touchdowns do you see twice where a guy is left all alone in the NFL, bro? This is not like a college football breakdown or a high school football breakdown. But yeah, we got rookies running into each other out there.
I mean, it's an issue. And the fact that it's CeeDee Lamb, 88's on the back of his jersey for a reason. He's one of the highest paid wide receivers in the league. Like, you can't let him, of all people, get that wide open multiple times. But luckily, he did not get open on the final drive of the game where the Cowboys went 4 and out.
Total breakdown. That's right. They had the ball 30-24. And I mean, thank God Dak was going to Dak and the Cowboys were going to spiritually kind of be the Cowboys, because the 49ers finally found the one team that didn't want to come back and beat them. Because the Rams said, oh, wait, you want us to go win this game? Cool. And the Cardinals said, wait, you want us to go win this game? Cool. And the Niners said, Cowboys, why don't you guys do that? And the Niners Cowboys like, no, we're good. We're actually sicker from the inside than you are. You know what I mean? It's like, you guys can go take this win.
I mean,
and save your season.
In the moment when Fred Warner drops that would have been the game-ending interception, I'm like, oh no. I just saw this earlier this morning with Kyle Hamilton and the Baltimore Ravens. Dropped an easy interception from Jameis Winston that would have ended the game. And then Jameis has the Hail Mary that wins it at the end for the Cleveland Browns. I'm like, this is going the wrong way. This is in the wrong direction. But as we said, 4 and out, Niners get the job done. Couple mistakes by the Dallas Cowboys on that last drive, but man, oh man, what an ugly back and forth game. In a game, especially to your earlier point in the first half, that did not look like what's going to be next year the 2 highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL.
Oh my gosh. I mean, by the way, somebody pointed out that actually with signing bonuses, Dak made $81 million this year.
Ooh.
And when he threw that first pick, I was like, that's an $81 million weather balloon floating down there,
I've got
too.
81 million reasons to tell you why Dak Prescott should not be the highest paid quarterback in the league.
Oh, man, oh, man. So we should call it in because as bad as that fourth quarter was, and CeeDee Lamb was uncovered, and as terrifying as it was, actually, that's how fast the Cowboys came back, was that when they got the ball back down 30-24, I was actually thinking, well, if they score, which they probably will, there's still plenty of time left. I mean, there was like north of 3 minutes left when they had the ball back. I was like, they're going to score 3 touchdowns. They're going to do to the Niners in the fourth quarter what the Niners did to them in the third quarter. But like you said, 4 and out. The one play, the deep ball down to Turpin down the line that he could have caught. It was kind of off his helmet a little bit, but an NFL receiver, you'd like to see him make that catch. You know, who was it? Renardo Green was on him, I think?
No, it was Demo, I think, actually.
Was it Demo? Yeah. Okay, who had obviously a spectacular interception earlier in the game and who's been playing really, really well and had some good tackles finally in the fourth quarter of Jake Ferguson, who was untackleable in the first half. But anyway, you finally get it. You take it any way you can. Listen, the ones you blew against the Rams and the Cardinals were inexcusable, so the gods gave you one back yesterday. Kind of evens out a little bit. That's how it is. And you know what you want? You wake up, you're 4-4.
Yeah, even out that record also.
So let's call it in. And we got Nick Sorensen calling it in. And Nick, you were looking pretty good in the third quarter, not so much in the fourth. He says, don't worry about it. You empty freaking suit. No, you mannequin. I confused my Goodell rage with my Rob Manfred rage. So Sorensen calls Goodell. Goodell answers the phone. Sorensen says, I'd like to report a score. Goodell says, oh, you guys actually held on in the fourth quarter? He says, why don't you save your lame jokes, you freaking mannequin. Put it in the book. San Francisco 49ers 30, Dallas Cowboys 24.
Beautiful people. Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I love the Niners. This is really fun.
I love that.
Kittle on National Tight End Day. And there was no sound for Bosa's post-game appearance last night. No sound?
Some would say that Nick Bosa had a great game last night, Murph.
Oh, man.
A great game.
Well, some would say not.
Yeah.
But anyway, point is that there was no sound. It was sound free. All right, guys.
It's a visual.
Yes, it was quite a visual. It was pretty funny. So here's the deal. The question we will ask going forward is, did the Niners just set themselves up for a second half surge? Or did they just simply pull one out and they should have lost it and you guys have no faith at all? We'll ask that question all morning long because now you get into the bye. At the point I finally said that on Twitter last night. I was like, it was a loss and then it was a win. And then it was a loss again. And then I said, just get me to the freaking bye week. Just get me to the freaking bye. So are they set up for a second half surge now? Given that McCaffrey may return, and given that Dre Greenlaw may return at some point, given that Juwan Jennings may return at some point, are they set up for a second half surge, or is that fool's gold? So that's what we'll talk about all morning. But before we get out, I got to get one last minute from Dodger Stadium. So just overarching, life-changing experience. Were you able to separate the incredible searing pain from the history of being at a Dodger-Yankee World Series?
There's two ways to look at it. From the perspective of just being a baseball fan, Game 1 was one of the best experiences I've ever had in my life. Now, obviously, I did not like the results with Freddie Freeman with the walk-off grand slam, the first walk-off grand slam ever in World Series history. So I honestly got to witness history on Friday night. Then we get to Saturday, Aaron Boone, a couple bonehead decisions. It was hard going back and forth between trying to be professional with the credential up in the press box and then losing my mind over a couple plays. But overall, man, what an experience to get down to Dodger Stadium, to be able to get on the field pregame and chop it up with a couple legends, say hi to a couple people, say what's up to my boy Derek Jeter on the field. It was an unbelievable experience. Would have liked it if the Dodgers would have lost the damn game, but you know what stat stood out to me, Murph? The last 2 times the Dodgers and Yankees squared off in the World Series, The home team won game 1 and game 2, and then they lost the next 4 straight.
It ain't over. It sucked, but it ain't over. That said, just Dodger Stadium real quick, scale of 1 to 10. Like
Scale to 1 to 10.
visuals, optics, weather, food, fan, like the vibe.
Oh, well, for throwing in the
As a
fan,
ballpark.
For throwing in the fan interaction, I got to call it these damn Dodger fans with their beach balls and balloons and multiple attempts
Welcome to my world.
start the wave.
Are you kidding me?
Bro, there was guys who were facing the crowd with their back to the game, trying to start the wave multiple times, and I'm sitting there like, you're at the Blanken World Series.
my God.
How about you watch the damn game?
Unbelievable.
You paid $1,500 to try to start the wave unsuccessfully, I'll add in also. So, yeah, Dodgers fans pissed me the hell off. Overall, I enjoyed the stadium, though. And I know my stadium standards are actually pretty low because I grew up going to the Oakland Coliseum, so it's going to be hard for me to find a stadium I don't like. But overall, it was a pleasant experience, even though I was surrounded by thousands and thousands of Dodger fans.
Of jabronis.
Bunch of jabronis.
By the way, I do have a sweatshirt that my buddy Timmy made that says he worked at T&B Sports in San Rafael, and he used to make all the gear. And he just made it's a black T-shirt with orange writing. It has a big beach ball on it, and in orange it says, "Beach balls are for the beach." It says, I could wear that hoodie.
Not for the damn World Series.
Exactly.
What are you doing? Watch the game. Stop playing beach volleyball in the crowd.
Exactly. Welcome to my life, buddy. I did that from age 18 to 24. That was my life. All right, buddy. We'll get more of it. We'll celebrate the Niners. Are they set up for a second half surge, or was that fool's gold last night? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest on the morning show. The San Francisco 49ers have a rich history full of defining moments, and this bye week, Levi's is looking to create a special moment for the 49ers faithful. As the official apparel partner of the Red and Gold, Levi's is offering 2 tickets into the Levi's 501 Club and 2 field passes for the November 17th game against Seattle. So how do you qualify for the contest? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets and these field passes away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all courtesy of Levi's, the official style partner of the San Francisco 49ers. Suit up and make game day legendary. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
First and 10, 46-yard line. Going in motion is Devo. Hand up, no play action to Garendo. Brock at a load up. Brock throws over the middle. George Kittle with another reception. And this one is for history. He has passed the great Dwight Clark for the third most receiving yards in 49ers history behind only Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens. Here's Brock under center. Garendo, the long back. The Purdy plunge. He'll take it to the goal line. Is Purdy in? Right up against the goal line. Touchdown! San Francisco!
All right, a little bit of last night. You'll hear a lot more. 49ers 30, Cowboys 24. Brock Purdy's legs, y'all. Brock Purdy's legs. And Brock Purdy's third quarter saving the season. Was it temporary? Or was it, of course, the reset as the 49ers maybe could repeat history from the last... Don't forget, one of the stats we broke out last Friday before we left was, the Niners were 3-4 in 2021 and 2022 and wound up going deep in the playoffs. And one year made the Super Bowl. And, no, actually, they didn't. I'm sorry. They lost 2 NFC championships. My bad. But the 2, 3, and 4 seasons did wind up with playoff runs. Can they repeat that? And we were like, I don't know. And at halftime, you sure weren't thinking it, but something happened with Brock Purdy in that third quarter. And low-key, my Cowboy fan friend, Daryl, who I cannot freaking believe we have Cowboys fans in our midst. Also, by the way, I had an incident with Kid. We'll digress on this. I had a baseball weekend. It was youth sports weekend. This weekend was baseball. Okay. We're doing fall baseball. Mm-hmm. So I went up talking to all these 13-year-old kids before the game. I coached them all when they were all in Little League. Now they're 13. And I was like, hey, boys, you guys ready for the series? I heard from more than one kid. Yeah, go Dodgers.
No.
Dude, I lost my freaking mind.
What's going on here?
Dude, I'm a man of a certain age. I have a job. I have a wife, kids, a mortgage, 2 dogs. I'm out there, I almost swore. I'm out there berating 13-year-olds. I'm like, what are you doing? I was like, don't ever say that in my presence again.
And these are kids that were coached by Coach Bryant?
Yes.
And they're rooting for the Dodgers.
I heard things from varied as, well, it's a California team.
No.
And?
No.
No. I was like, yeah, so are the Lakers, so's USC. All right? And that I hate the Yankees. Like, what did the Yankees ever do to you?
Especially for a 13-year-old kid.
I was like, what did the Yankees ever do to you?
The Yankees haven't won a World Series in their lifetime.
Dude, I had to walk away. I was losing my cool. I was like, you guys are in Giants territory. Okay, you understand. You're going to live here. There's certain rules you got to abide by, all right?
I mean, especially for the kids. It's a conversation I was having with a young Jack Loader the other day, and we were talking about how everybody has always hated the Yankees my entire lifetime. And he goes, well, to me, like, for people my generation, 25 and under, the Yankees aren't the most hated team because they haven't been as successful as they were during the 90s, early 2000s. Yeah. So to hear a 13-year-old kid said he hates the Yankees.
Multiple.
What the hell?
I know.
And these are kids who claim to be Giants fans?
No, they're just like, they're all...
Okay, they're just all over the world.
One kid said I'm a Red Sox fan. I go, I go, why don't you move to Boston? So I said to this kid, I was like, I should probably get away from these kids. I'm getting a little too salty. But anyway, the point is that that was on Saturday after the Friday game, which of course we had experienced. I think we can all come together and say, we hate the Cowboys. Or do you hate the Cowboys at this point? Or do you almost just like see them as sort of a pathetic, sort of like a clown show? Like, I mean, first of all, well wishes to the Jones family. I understand there was a car accident at Levi's Stadium with Jerry's daughter and son. Now, I think they're okay, and they actually did wind up going to the game, but they were hit by a rising barricade. What is a rising barricade? I don't know what that is.
A rising barricade?
They said that there was a car accident. Jerry Jones has a caravan. There's two SUVs or limos coming in, and the second one got hit by a barricade? I don't know. Anyway, we wish them well. That said, I think they're okay. But the Cowboys at this point in time almost don't inspire the kind of hatred they used to inspire because they're almost a joke, right? They're like a joke.
To your point, it's not the 49ers-Cowboys rivalry that you grew up watching, especially when you look at the fact that the Niners have now beaten, 4 straight times, 2 playoff games included. So, like, when you're talking about Dak, a.k.a. Dakota Prescott, coming to Santa Clara, all he's done is lose. So it's hard to look at it as a rivalry when the 49ers have been dominant 4 straight games now.
And can we talk about Dak Prescott? I mean, listen, I understand. So, like, this is, I'm comparing it to Bay Area real estate because there's some insane Bay Area real estate situations where you're like, bro, that guy just paid $1.6 million. It's like an 800 square foot cabin. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like you're up against it though, whether it's because of your family or your job or you just want to live in the Bay Area. You got to do crazy things with real estate. You have to dramatically overpay, and people are like, you're an idiot for paying that, and you're like, yeah, I kind of am. I kind of am an idiot for paying that. Dak Prescott just got $60 million as my comp here, but that's the going rate, right? It's like Bay Area real estate because he ain't a $60 million quarterback, bro.
Absolutely
I mean,
not.
listen, I watch him. You know how much fear I had as a fan and as a /radio host / air quotes journalist. I was like, this guy's not going to beat him.
No,
I really did. I'm like, dude, Mahomes. When Mahomes is in the belt, we're losing. Yeah, that's it. That's an L. Mahomes is out there. Jalen Hurts, even though he's very uneven, there's a slight fear factor. Maybe that's a bad comp. Trying to think of guys I fear. Lamar Jackson, you fear him. There's guys you fear, they're going to beat you.
I fear a guy like Matthew Stafford more than I do Dak Prescott.
Great pull. Great pull.
Matthew Stafford in the fourth quarter.
Dare I say Kyler Murray?
Maybe even more than
again
Dak.
Last night?
Yeah, I mean, he's making plays. May I throw a Jaden Daniels out there after his Hail Mary win yesterday?
But I mean, honestly, I was like, well, Dak's not going to do this. He's not going to lead them down the field. And he didn't.
No, and we can talk about the 2 wide open touchdowns from CeeDee Lamb. The second one, obviously, where you had 2 rookies, Ronaldo Green and Jair Brown, literally running into each other. It did seem like Nick Sorensen took his foot off the gas in the fourth quarter, played a lot more soft coverages and really let them back into the game. But we saw when it was nut-cutting time, when the game was on the line, what did Dak do? Almost throw the interception to Fred Warner. They go 4 and out.
Oh, yeah.
He just doesn't have that clutch gene.
No. And that's the, now the question was, like Brock Purdy last night, they said there was a stat. With signing bonus, Dak made $81 million this year. $81 million. And Brock's making $965,000 or something like that. But I was thinking at halftime, I was like, is Brock the guy? Like Brock was misfiring and looked uncertain and all that. But dude, let me tell you what, his legs in the third, and dude, kid, don't be afraid to make that part of your game every freaking week. He wound up rushing for 56 yards. And if you go back and look at the 3 drives in the third quarter when they scored, many of them feature key scrambles by Brock Purdy.
I'm glad you brought up.
Sorry to interrupt. That improv play when he was supposed to throw that screen, and he's like, "No, it's not there. I'm going to tuck it and curl where the screen was supposed to go."
Yeah, and you look at Brock Purdy using his legs throughout the entire season, Murph. Yesterday, he picked up 5 first downs with his legs. He's tied for first in the NFL with 14 first downs from a scrambling quarterback, tied with Bo Nix, surprisingly, and Jaden Daniels, who we were just talking about. So Brock is using his legs so much so that he matched the entire number of rushing yards from the Dallas Cowboys yesterday. Dallas Cowboys ran for 56 yards. So did Brock Purdy, picking up some first downs with his legs.
Man, oh man. So listen, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Are they poised to make a run? I'll tell you what, this bye week though could not have come at a better time. Just like they've been hanging on for dear life. They've been blowing games. They almost blew last night's game, but they did what they had to do. Purdy, Kittle, and Isaac Guerrero saved the day, as does Demo Lenore, and of course the 49er defense finally getting the stop when they need it. Let's get the guest list from Young Tone on Monday, 10/28/24. So a lot going on. We got Halloween this week. We got Marcus Jett setting out to New York. We got Rod Brooks coming in the rest of the week. Brooksy. We got Marcus at Dodger Stadium with his mind blown. We got him saying what's up to his idol, the captain, on the grass. And we got Young Tony holding it down as always. Young Tone, good morning.
Good morning.
How was the weekend, buddy?
It was fantastic.
How are you feeling about those World Series games?
Oof.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
You're telling me. But I will say one positive is, actually, maybe it's a negative for Young Tony, because maybe the friendship of the year between Young Tony and John Lynch after their pregame conversation is now being pushed out the door for Waterboy and Captain Jeter.
Tell the story.
Yeah, I'll tell the story real quick. It was me on the field watching Aaron Judge take batting practice. And I hear kind of a
pause right there.
Yeah, I mean,
pause right there.
Yeah,
you sure?
He did have a bat, even though it's been invisible for most of the series.
Did he make contact or anything?
No, nothing.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of swings and misses. No,
anyway,
I'm joking.
You're watching Judge
so I'm
BP,
watching Yankees take BP. Aaron Judge is in the cage, and I hear like a couple of cheers going on behind me. And I'm like, "Oh, what's going on? Someone like famous must be walking behind me." And literally, I turn around, and right when I turn around, Derek Jeter is walking by me. Dude, like almost like bumping elbows.
Cue right now, Berlin, Top Gun, take my breath away. Da, da, da,
and just my instant reaction was, I didn't even have time to think. I just turned around and said, "Hey, it's the captain."
Oh, look at you,
and I pointed at him, and he goes, "Hey, what's up, buddy?"
And just take my breath away.
And just keeps on moving, keeps on moving. One of the best moments of my life,
Sky rockets in flight, afternoon. Dude, you were just like blown away. You were carried away to another place. You were carried away to your childhood.
Exactly. I started having like flashbacks of Derek Jeter giving me an autograph during a rain delay at the Coliseum.
I'm glad he didn't blow you off.
No.
Like, get out of my way.
No, it was cool that he acknowledged me.
Yeah.
Acknowledged a few people. I dapped up Magic Johnson coming out of the elevator. I saw Magic. I did not dap up Freddie Freeman. I don't know if we have time for this quick digression real quick.
We'll push it to the other side.
I'll tell you on the other side maybe a funny Freddie Freeman story.
We need to talk about Freddie Freeman. There's a lot there. So what do we got, Tone?
All right, well, coming up early on in the show, we have your hums and bums at 6:50, your total weekend recap for anybody who missed anything. The big hit is going to be Tim Ryan at 7:50, cooler content at 8:30, and then the great Cam Inman at 8:50. He's got a new book out, The Franchise San Francisco 49ers, a curated history of the Niners. We will talk to him at 8:50 this morning.
Okay, so let's get back into the Niners. What they have to say after the game, George Kittle, Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, and of course, hums and bums coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here with O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's time to unlock your engine's maximum performance with Castrol Edge Full Synthetic. It protects for 20,000 miles between oil changes. It's 3 times stronger than the leading full synthetic motor oil. And right now, for a limited time, you can get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge at O'Reilly Auto Parts and receive 3 times O Rewards points plus a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate. And O'Reilly is now celebrating the 25th anniversary of their famous jingle. And O'Reilly wants you to be a part of the celebration, so sing it with me now bright and early because we all know how it goes. Oh, O'Reilly Auto Parts. Yeah, that's my Tim Ryan remix for you, but O'Reilly wants you to submit your own cover of the jingle or a remix of your own, or even throw in a choreographed dance, and you will have a chance to win exclusive merch and prizes, including 3 $5,000 grand prize winners from O'Reilly Auto Parts. Submit your video to O'ReillyJingleContest.com now through October 31st. Terms and conditions apply. No purchase necessary.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Dak out of the shotgun, steps up in the pocket, going to heave one down the left sideline for Turpin. Intercepted by Jair Brown. They get Dak Prescott again on the deep ball.
Well, Nick Bosa got him on an outstanding run.
Dak is back. It's pressured by Bosa and thrown down and sacked by Bosa. Big time sack by Nick Bosa when I'm on the right tackle, Terrence Steele to get to Dak Prescott. The shotgun, they're going to roll Dak to the left, rolling outside the number, sprint left, throws down the sideline, intercepted by Diamador Lenore. Was he in bounds? Yes, he was. Lenore gets Dak again. There's the snap to Dak out of the shotgun. Here comes Bosa around the edge. Dak at a pump. Get out to his right. And now he will throw the ball away into the 49er sideline. He had nowhere to go. Fred Warner was bearing down on him.
There it is. Yeah, Young Tone's playing the music I say was hearing, Waterboy was hearing in his head when he met Derek Jeter on the field at Dodger Stadium. There it is. Very good. But the sounds of the 49ers getting that win, 30-24. It was bad in the first half, man. They looked bad offensively. Anders Carlson was their only offense. They tried to establish the run a couple of times. There were critical holding penalties in the first half. They were down inside the red zone, and they had a big gainer called back on a Kyle Juszczyk hold. There was a touchdown to Deebo Samuel called back on an Eric Saubert holding call. There was a Kittle holding call to the point where I had to tweet out National Tight End Holding Day is what it was, too. By the way, who declared that's entirely invented by George Kittle? Just making sure.
Yeah, that's a George Kittle original. Last time I checked,
it's not in my. You know when you get your Apple, you get your iCal or your phone, your Apple Watch, your MacBook. There's all these holidays already populated into your calendar. You know, and nowhere is my calendar say National Tight End Day.
Wow,
so I don't know when it is.
See, I had no idea either, and I'm saying this as a former tight end myself. So I also want to be celebrated, and I want to celebrate our guy Young Tony. Because after he went to Prize Picks and went on a legendary run of going 0 for 24 with his lineups, my guy Young Tony made the move from Prize Picks to Murph's side of the cage, signed up for Underdog, went full National Tight End Day, picked 4 different tight ends to hit 5 different tight ends yesterday, and he finally won his first bet, and he did it on Underdogs.
Young Tone, what an inspiring story. First of all, welcome to the Underdog family.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And second of all, what inspired this? Was it National Tight End Day?
You got to throw something out. I got to have some, action on all the games. I'm going to be watching them all day.
Who were your tight ends?
So here we go. You ready for this? We got George Kittle over a half rushing or receiving touchdown. Okay. Same thing for Travis Kelce. First touchdown of the year for Kelce. That was kind of a risky play.
You guys covered, and I had you.
Yeah, Raiders covered.
I had you plus 9.5.
They just didn't cover Travis Kelce throughout the game.
Right.
No, they did not. And then Dalton Schultz over 31.5 receiving. Kyle Pitts over 44.5. Nice. Cade Otton over 44.5.
You hit on 5 tight ends?
5 of them hit, boys.
Tight ends.
So is lunch on you today, then?
Pay the man.
We'll see.
Yeah, okay. Wow, nice work.
He's still making up for the past 24 lineups, though. That's the problem.
Wait, his 0 for 24 run on Prize Picks, who's this guy think he is? Aaron Judge? Oh, man. The booty hole is tight on 99.
Dude, I need one lineup to hit for Young Tony. Like, I need one hit from Aaron Judge.
And I don't want to get too off the Niners here. We will, but Rodon.
Yeah. The Rooster got snuffed down in L.A.
And I'll just say this, too, just throwing out quick Yankee. I was first guessing it at my TV. I said, why are you taking Garrett Cole out right now?
Absolutely. I was first guessing it in the stadium.
I was like, what's he doing?
I'm like, your ace has allowed 1 run on 4 hits.
He gives up 1 single.
Pitches.
I was like, he's 1 pitch away.
Why? Get a double play.
Exactly.
And then it ends up biting Boone in the ass because he runs out of bullpen arms, and then Nestor Cortez comes in the game after not pitching for 37 days.
Boone that's going to be a tough landing back in New York for Booney. That's a tough landing back. Well, we'll hang on for that. So anyway, on National Tight End Day, George Kittle just remains the supreme vibe giver of all time. You saw him yesterday do his thing. 6 catches, 128 yards, 72 of them in the third quarter alone. Of course, he catches the touchdown to hit on Young Tone's underdog pick there, too. And then after the game was just kind of Mr. Chipper after the game, Young Tone. So out to the 49ers. I was actually watching this live on my phone while lying in bed, y'all. And in terms of like how he felt about the game. And by the way, I want to make sure I get this exact graphic right. Did you see NBC put this graphic up there? And I was like, that's a damn cool graphic. I put it up on my Twitter. I actually had to pause the darn TV to take the photo because I liked seeing the faces. That Kittle just got his 500th catch yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Thank you very much.
I got it ready to go, Murph.
First of all, I love that they're all wearing the home red. All right. And, dude, that is a freaking cool picture.
Dude, how about
It's
that?
the 5 receiving leaders in Niner history. Number 1. Well, I should probably start from the bottom and go up because the number. George Kittle, 500. Congratulations. There he is. And then, see, I think this is what made the whole graphic for me. At 4 was my man, Dwight Clark, 87. There he is, looking as great as ever, 506. And then there he is, looking as great as ever, Roger Craig, 508. And then next up, man, 592, Terrell Owens. And then there he is, Jerry Rice, 1,281.
Unreal. Unblanking real.
But to repeat, 1,281 for Jerry, 592 for T.O. is second. So Kittle's got a chance to really easily pass Dwight and Roger Craig maybe in the next couple weeks.
Yeah.
And be the 3rd leading receiver in Niner history.
And Murph, that's by catches.
Yeah.
George Kittle, 500 career catches. Last night, he actually passed Dwight Clark in receiving yards. Now has the 3rd most receiving yards in 49er history.
Man, oh man. So Young Tone here. George Kittle on National Tight End Day, Z27. He was in his chipper mood, and he was there when Bosa did his little thing. He had a little chuckle. Bosa after the game. And NBC gave belts, like wrestling champion belts. So Kittle just inspires these good vibes everywhere he goes. Happy National Tight End Day.
That was my idea. You know, we had 4 active tight ends for the first time this year, so I was really excited about that, getting Braden Willis up. You know, it's a holiday. You're trying to, celebrate all tight ends, not just, guys who get a bunch of targets and stuff. Like, tight ends do the gritty stuff, special teams, goal line stuff. So I'm just happy to have them all run out with me. I really do appreciate my tight end room this year. They've been fantastic. Just helped me out as much as I can be. Any other things I do on my holiday? I think I lost the last 2 on the holiday, so getting a win on National Tight Ends Day was very helpful for my confidence. And
again, did he declare it? Is it declared before the season calendar opens? When is that? We got to start getting some heads up.
Yeah, there's
I just found out day of game. They go, it is National Tight Ends Day. I'm like, well, nobody told me.
Right? Is it always October 27th?
Is it? Is that it?
Is it always like week?
The last October?
Is it always week 8 of the NFL
pre-Halloween?
season?
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask Kittle.
Yeah.
Hey, people are saying on the text line it's always the 4th Sunday in October.
Ooh.
Oh, like Thanksgiving.
I like it.
The 4th Thursday.
George Kittle has his holiday, and Murph.
How about people knowing that, by the way?
Yeah, that's fantastic information, and they should know it because George Kittle is the president of the tight end fan club, and he had 6 catches, 128 yards yesterday, 1 touchdown. But how about the impact that he makes week in, week out as a blocker on the Ricky Pearsall 39-yard end around? Go back and watch George Kittle with the chip block, getting up to the 2nd level. Ricky showed some great patience, ripping up the field, but George Kittle, as always, was out in front blocking on that
Guys,
play.
we're looking at a guy go on his way to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, which is incredible for a 6th-round pick out of Iowa who was not at all ticketed to. We were like, who's this guy? Is he going to make the team? And instead he not only makes the team, he's the lifeblood of this era. Like, he's the guy you think about. Yeah, of course, Fred Warner's awesome. Yeah, Bosa's awesome. But Kittle's like the guy, right? He passes Dwight Clark's receiving total to move into 3rd all time. Shout out Dwight. So congrats, George Kittle, Z30, Tone.
An honor. Just thankful that I got to be a part of an organization, with a very high standard of how they play football. Thankful that, they've kept me around for a long time and, just every single day striving to be better than I was the day before and continually prove that, I need to be on the San Francisco 49ers roster. So, be on a list with any of those names. I mean, any list that you're on with Jerry Rice is a good thing. But to be with all those other guys is fantastic. And, it's just an honor. And I think I learned in college was you want to leave your jersey in a better place. And that's all I'm striving to do every single day. And I know all those guys did that.
Well, he's done it. So congrats to George Kittle. He had a huge day yesterday. And oh, by the way, shout out to Kittle Rascals because that's your squad. Did he carry you to a victory?
My team goes as the Kittle Rascals go. George Kittle, leading scorer on my team yesterday, and got the big win over Adam Copeland in the KNBR.
Oh, that's nice. And meanwhile, I got to tip my cap to in a rock fight, bad game. Both teams. This is my 2nd week, and my team's in a little bit of a skid. Last week, I won a terrible game against Raph. This week, I lost a terrible game with Tone. Young Tone, you have a juggernaut, but yesterday was not your banner day, but you had enough.
Yeah. Did enough to win, though.
And you know what's funny? Going into, what the play was that put him past me? He was going to win anyway because he has George Pickens going tonight, but I was up by 4. And then who says? Maybe Pickens has a terrible night. Maybe he only has 3 points or something. Maybe he turns an ankle or something. But you know what? he has Jaden Daniels.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's the last
The
play.
Hail Mary play.
I was like, well, I'm going to go into Monday night up for, who knows, maybe Pickens gets pneumonia or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And instead, Jaden Daniels lets that pass. I'm like, well, there goes that.
Not
That's
so
it.
fast. And just like the 49ers, it doesn't matter if young Tony wins by an inch or wins by a mile. Any racer will tell you a win's a win.
That's it. WWW. All right, buddy, here you go. Wait, yes, sir.
One last thing.
Yes.
Before we get to hums and bums, George Kittle, with another fantastic performance against the Dallas Cowboys, did not show off the F
Did
Dallas
not, no.
t-shirt, but I saw a bunch of screenshots of people seeing a gray undershirt. I think he was wearing it last night.
I wonder if he, would he just think better of it or didn't want to pay the fine or... I don't know.
Good
Would have been kind
question.
of they're so sad right now that even saying blank Dallas is kind of like, it's like picking wings off a fly, you know? All right, guys, hum babies and bum babies, what you live for all weekend. You wonder who makes it. You'll find out next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
Adios, Canucks!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Oh, yeah, here it is, baby. We live it. We breathe it. We become it. It is hum babies and bum babies. Your weekend doesn't end until you hear it. Your work week doesn't start until you hear it. And it's sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. We rotate every week, and it just so happens that on the weekend where Marcus has one of the great life experiences of his life to go down to Dodger Stadium to see his beloved Yankees in the World Series, something might have happened that made him want to do bum babies this week. But we'll see. A lot happened in sports, whether it was college football, whether it was pro football, or whether it was the baseball. I don't know. What you tell me, the forces of the universe that found 3 bum babies, brother.
Yeah, that's the thing, Murph. On Friday, I walked into Dodger Stadium feeling like a hum baby, but I left leaving as a bum baby. So I got the bums on a Monday morning, but instead of starting at Dodger Stadium, I'm going to start down at Levi's last night, where our first bum baby of the day is Dakota Prescott, because Dak is whack. The $60 million man himself did not look like the highest paid quarterback in the league yesterday, as he continues to turn the ball over. 2 interceptions, one by Murph and Marcus 49er Player of the Week, Jair Brown. Shout out to Tig for making the play.
That one was like a freaking lob.
Yeah. Gifted it to him. And then Diamador Lenore also picked off Dak Prescott. Probably should have thrown 3 interceptions if Fred Warner keeps his hands on the ball in the final drive of the game. Did not hurt the 49ers because Dak and the Cowboys go 4 and out, and they lose again for the 4th straight time against Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, and the San Francisco 49ers, and that's why Dak Prescott is bum baby number 1.
Dak out of the shotgun, steps up in the pocket, going to heave one down the left sideline for Turpin. Intercepted by Jair Brown. They get Dak Prescott again on the deep ball.
Well, Nick Bosa got him on an outstanding run.
Dak is back. It's pressured by Bosa and thrown down and sacked by Bosa. Big time sack by Nick Bosa. Went him on the right tackle, Terrence Steele to get to Dak Prescott. The shotgun, they're going to roll Dak to the left, rolling outside the number, sprint left, throws down the sideline, intercepted by Diamador Lenore. Was he in bounds? Yes, he was. Lenore gets Dak again. There's the snap to Dak out of the shotgun. Here comes Bosa around the edge. Dak at a pump. Get out to his right. And now he will throw the ball away into the 49ers sideline. He had nowhere to go. Fred Warner was bearing down on him. Pass rush all over Dak.
As I said, I don't have to be perfect, but I damn sure can't be having the turnovers. As I said, I just got to eat that one, take that sack. And then the second one was as bonehead of an interception as I feel like I've had. Trying to make a play, too much confidence in myself in that moment right there. Probably just should have, obviously should have just thrown it away. Wish I would have put a little bit more like heat on it. And therefore, it would have been CD or out of bounds. So, yeah, and then that one hurt. Starting off the third quarter that way, allowed them to get a touchdown there. Look at the end of the score, touchdown's the difference.
Boneheaded decisions by Dak Prescott. His 2 interceptions extends his streak to now 3 straight games, throwing 2 interceptions. Murph, he's the first Dallas Cowboys quarterback to accomplish that feat in 32 years.
Okay, a couple things. One, and now he has multiple picks in 4 games this year, which is a league high. Mm-hmm. This is a guy who just got paid this huge amount of money. And as my buddy, who's a Cowboy fan, points out, he doesn't scramble either. That's not a weapon. It's not a part of his game.
Ever since that ankle injury, because earlier in his career, he would scramble, he would use his legs. I expected him to use his legs yesterday, but no. You heard Bosa and even Okuwano got a sack yesterday, got him down to the ground twice. But it is surprising the lack of mobility of a Dak Prescott moving forward.
I mean, man, if you're a Cowboy fan and you're tethered to this guy. By the way, there was Trey Lance yesterday. You see him hugging everybody up.
Got a lot of love after the game yesterday.
But I don't know what's going to happen to him in his future. He's just kind of hanging around. And you're the Cowboys. I mean, they had no choice, right? That they had to pay him, though, right? I mean, were they going to let him walk out the door and go with Trey Lance? Nope. Or no? And then that's the going rate. It's the Bay Area real estate rule on quarterbacks. And yeah, if I'm a Cowboy fan, number 4 is not my guy.
Yeah, this is the bed that the Cowboys made, and now they're laying down with a bum baby, Dak Prescott, bum baby number 1. Bum baby number 2. We're going to go up the street, actually up Highway 101, up to San Francisco, down at Chase Center last night where the Warriors had their home opener. Now, they also lost to the Clippers, 112 to 104, first loss of the season, and I guess that alone could be a bum baby. But the bigger bum baby situation is Steph Curry leaving the game with an ankle injury. Now, you're going to hear an update from Steve Kerr about Steph Curry and the MRI that he got last night. But Kendra Andrews reported this morning that the team is bracing for Curry to miss time, possibly several games. So here's a highlight of the play that Steph got hurt, twisting his ankle yesterday, and Steve Kerr giving that post-game update.
That's the cover. Steph turned it again. Steph he's frustrated. He's going to have to go, I believe, into the locker room now, and he will. And he needs some attention and some assistance right there. That took the air out of the building. Watch his left ankle again. Yeah, just rolled it again. Same one. But it's a loss, but then you lost Steph Curry, which that will really determine what the next couple of weeks look like for the Warriors.
He's doing okay. He said it was, I think he used the word mild or moderate. He's obviously sprained that ankle many times before, so he doesn't think it's too bad, but obviously, it's a concern. He's going to get an MRI tonight.
MRI coming in on Steph Curry. Stay tuned for the latest updates. But as I said, Kendra Andrews says the team is expecting him to miss multiple games, Murph.
Yeah, I mean, boy, if we were doing this show Saturday, what would we be saying about the Warriors? I mean, as they say, the vibes were immaculate. I mean, they smoked Utah. They held them to under 90 points. It looked like their defense is incredible. It looked like their depth was the story. I mean, I was just like, this is great. The Warriors are off to this fantastic start, and then they lay an egg last night. And last night they lose to a Clipper team you might want to beat without Kawhi. But it was Big Bad Zubac, who hit him for 17 rebounds last night. Last night, the Warriors looked small. Yeah. They got beaten inside, and that's the one fear you have is, are they big enough, with Looney and Trace Jackson Davis. But yeah, to get beat on the boards like that, Zubac is his name. He had 17 boards last night, 23 points. He beat them up inside. Yeah. And by the way, I'll say this, Andrew Wiggins is off to a great start. He had 29 last night.
Yeah, Wiggins put up some points last night.
But Buddy Hield wasn't magic last night, and the Warriors turned it over a bunch last night. So just a bad game. It happens in the NBA. You hate to see it on the home opener. So if you're talking about he's going to miss several games, they got New Orleans at home Tuesday, Wednesday, back-to-back. Strange. And then at Houston Saturday, and then on the road to Washington, Boston, Cleveland, and OKC. That's a tough road trip after that. So we'll see if he comes in. If Steph can come back by next week when they go on the East Coast road trip, maybe, can they handle 2 New Orleans games and 1 game at Houston? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with Steph Curry. Stay tuned to The Sports Leader all day long for the latest updates on the Dubs and, of course, all your Bay Area teams. But, Murph, for my last and final bum baby, I actually have to go outside of the Bay Area and return to the scene of the crime where I was on Friday and where I was on Saturday, down at Dodger Stadium. After the Dodgers took Game 1 and Game 2, I'm looking at myself in the mirror this morning. I'm saying, who's the bum baby here? Who's the bum baby? And it could just be the entire Yankees team for not showing up down in L.A., even though they had multiple opportunities to win in Game 1 and Game 2. So, for my bum baby number 3, I'm going with Aaron and Aaron. Aaron Boone and Aaron Judge. Where the hell are the Aarons? What are the Aarons doing? Let's start with Aaron Judge, because I got one question. Where the hell is he?
Where is he?
He hasn't showed up at all in the entire postseason. The kid out of Linden, California, should have that Dodger hatred in his blood, should be stepping up in these big post-game moments, these postseason moments. He's now 1 for 9 in the World Series with 6 strikeouts. He's swinging at absolutely everything. Doesn't come up clutch in the 9th inning on Saturday night when the Yankees are trying to start a rally to come back and beat the Dodgers in Game 2. He's been absolutely invisible in this postseason series, which leads to questions about whether or not Aaron Boone maybe should move him out of the 3-hole and shake up the lineup a little bit. But who knows if you can trust Aaron Boone to make any decisions right now, because he's out here pulling Garrett Cole from the game after 88 pitches and 1 earned run. He blows his entire wad on the bullpen early in the game, which leads to him running out of options in extra innings when the Yankees have a 3-2 lead, and he puts in Nestor Cortez into the game. Now, I'm a nasty Nestor guy, but I can tell you that Nestor should not have been out there. I looked up on the scoreboard. It said Nestor Cortez warming up in the bullpen. I said, oh, he's going to be the mop-up guy. This goes to 11, 12, 13. He could be your long relief guy. Nestor Cortez hadn't pitched in 36 days. His first appearance in 37 damn days. His elbow is hanging on by a string. And he goes out there, throws 2 pitches after they chose to intentionally walk Mookie Betts, who doesn't have the greatest postseason record, to bring in Freddie Freeman, and they get the lefty-lefty matchup. Freddie Freeman's hitting over 600 in his career with bases loaded against left-handed pitching. Nestor pipes a 92-mile-per-hour fastball right down the middle. Freddie Freeman creates history. It's a walk-off grand slam. Yankees blow Game 1. They lose Game 2. So Aaron Judge and Aaron Boone, you're my bum babies this morning.
So now Judge will dig back in, awaiting a 1-2 from Treinen. Treinen sets, kicks, delivers. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Aaron Judge down on strikes for the 3rd time tonight.
And Nestor had not pitched since September 18th. Why did you like him in that 10th inning?
Just like the matchup. The reality is he's been throwing the ball really well the last few weeks as he's gotten ready for this. I knew with 1 out there, it'd be tough to double up Shohei if Tim Hill gets him on the ground, and then Mookie behind him is a tough matchup there. So felt convicted with Nestor in that spot.
As hot as Stanton, is there any thought to flip-flopping him and Judge at this point? I mean,
no.
Home runs in a row?
No.
No. Boone denying everything post-game, Game 1 and Game 2. But Murph, back-to-back nights, boneheaded decisions by Aaron Boone, whether it's going with Nestor Cortez in extra innings on Friday or on Saturday. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and you're going to pitch hit with Jose Trevino?
Yeah.
What is Jason Dominguez doing on the roster? He's the top prospect in the organization. Alex Verdugo's out in left field, hitting below the Mendoza line. Put the Martian in the damn lineup. Let him swing the bat in that situation, not Jose Trevino with the bases loaded.
These last 3-4 minutes, I've just enjoyed watching you go off, man. I'm just sitting here studying you. You are on fire.
Oh, come on,
This is from the soul.
Yeah.
This is from the depths of your
soul,
dude. I love it, and I like hearing it. So I know I got to get going on Hums, but I got my own beef with the Yankees. A couple of things. You guys play some sloppy ball. Yeah. That I'll give you the Shohei double in Game 1 where Glaber lazily boots that ball at second base, and he gets to third and winds up scoring. Yep. That hurt. I'd like to see Osvaldo Cabrera make that play in the 9th inning, too, in the World Series. You go to your right.
Yeah, and what are we doing? Boone takes him out because he pinch runs him for Glaber Torres.
And what are we doing walking with 1 out, nobody on in the 9th inning? What are we doing in 10th inning? We're doing walking, who was it? Gavin Lux, I think it was?
Free 90s, Murph. Free 90s.
White Sox
always
out
come
there.
Back to bite you in the ass.
That. So anyway, and also we need to talk about, I know Verdugo's not hitting, but that catch he made was historically great.
Sick,
and that was, you guys got burned by a bad rule.
Yeah, and what the hell? Where's the net down the foul line?
Because then they advanced the runner. That's
second and third.
Low key, the entire thing was set up by that rule that Verdugo going into the stands meant the runners got to advance. When he popped up and made the throw that prevented them from advancing. And I understand somebody said, well, it prevents the defense because if the guy's sprawled out over a seat, that they can't have a merry-go-round around the bases. I'm like, well, to me, the umpire should rule on that. If the umpire thinks he's live, let him play. If the umpire thinks it's a dead ball, the umpire should let, because Verdugo made the play to prevent the runners from going.
Absolutely.
And then you guys got burned by that. Although you could have pitched to Mookie, as Henry Schulman pointed out on Twitter, you could see if you can get Mookie to chase something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So anyway, point is I'm with you, buddy. I'm as big a Yankee fan as you are this week. All right, bud? Hey, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So after all that salt, which was really good, by the way, you got to get into some sugar. The Hum Babies. Yeah, let's go. We got some winners, and Like Marcus says, we look at the landscape. Who out there saved the day? Who was the hero of the weekend? And it starts with the Niners' third quarter that saved the season, and it's a triple-headed monster. It was Brock Purdy's arm and legs. It was George Kittle's hands and getting open, and it was the underrated Isaac Guerendo. These three-headed offensive monsters saved the 49ers with 3 touchdown drives. Did the third quarter save the season? Might be an exaggeration, maybe not. We'll talk about that all week, I'm sure. Down 10-6, missing all those weapons, committing all those bad penalties, no touchdowns in the first half. Purdy missed on a couple of big throws, one where he threw behind Debo on a 4th down. He missed Kittle when he was wide open another time, too. Then, boom, 3 consecutive touchdown drives on the strength of Purdy scrambling, on the strength of George Kittle's national tight end celebration, on the strength of Guerendo's burst. They scored they gained 167 yards in the third quarter to Dallas's 16. Kittle caught 72 yards in the third quarter alone. He looked like a different dude out there, Purdy did. We won't talk about the fourth quarter. We'll only say the hum baby is the third quarter saving the season.
Motion handoff to Guerendo, straight ahead, touchdown! And Conley out wide right, 3 or left. Brock looking right, gonna throw wide open, George Kittle, touchdown! Here's Brock under center, Guerendo the long back, the Purdy plunge. He'll take it to the goal line. Is Purdy in? Right up against the goal line, touchdown! 49ers win it by a score of 30-24.
I think it was a gut check for him. I mean, for all of us, things in the first half, we were close, but it didn't go great. Brock, there's a couple plays I know he'd love to have back, and I thought he came out in the second half, and there's a few plays that weren't there, and he did a hell of a job extending with his feet.
First and foremost, I want to thank God for the opportunity. I was blessed to come out here, and it's obviously amazing to be out here with guys like this, making plays and stuff. But, you talked about playing, complimentary football, with the defense and the offense stepping up, special teams making plays and stuff. That's huge. But, obviously the first one felt great.
Actually, Isaac said it perfect. We're all just out here working together, offense, defense, special teams. We all played off each other tonight. We were a little slow there, in the second half a little bit. But we found our rhythm. Our defense came up big, and then we were able to run the clock out. Nothing like it. And Brock's just throwing up dimes like he always does.
There it is. George Kittle in a good mood. You heard Isaac Guerendo, who it may be playing a larger role. I don't know. Or will Christian McCaffrey come back after the bye? Yeah. But it was 85 yards for that kid. He scored his first NFL touchdown. Congrats to the Niners' third quarter heroes who saved the day on 3 consecutive touchdown drives.
And Ike made sure to make it crystal clear that he slid down on purpose in the fourth quarter to ice out that game yesterday.
Very good call. All right, so that's hum baby number 1. Hum baby number 2, we're going to leave San Francisco, go across the country. Now, at the end of the afternoon games yesterday, just kind of waiting for the 49er game to start. I was watching sort of the end of the red zone, Commanders-Bears. I'm like, this is a pretty bad game. Bears tried to score a touchdown with a lineman. He fumbled. The Bears actually wind up scoring a touchdown with 25 seconds left. They're going to beat the Commanders. They're up 15-12. You're like, those 2 rookie quarterbacks, they didn't really do anything. It wasn't really the Caleb Williams story or the Jaden Daniels story. Jaden Daniels was playing with the hurt ribs, which is news. So they get the ball with 19 seconds left, and they have to go 75 yards. And guess what? We come down to, here it is, it's 25 seconds left. 3 completions, 19 seconds left, ball on the 24-yard line. They get the ball. They get the ball to. Sorry, guys. I lost my thread right here, dude. They get the ball with 2 seconds left, and the ball is on the. Sorry, guys. Why don't we just play the damn highlight, and I'll tell you the exact thing. The Hail Maryland that saved the day. Ooh. I lost my sheet. What a pro I am. Here it is. Take a listen.
Daniels backing up. He's just going to have to let one fly. Goes to the right side. Steps away from the defenders. Gives himself some time. Now steps up, fires, heads towards the end zone. It is
Can you describe that final play?
Nothing but God, man. Nothing but God. Without him, I don't even think I'd be playing this week. But, man, all glory to God.
It looked like your rib was okay with that final pass. But what is it about this Commanders team?
We keep fighting, man. We keep fighting. We got a great locker room, great brotherhood. Man, nobody else I'd rather go to war with.
Okay, so you could easily make the case that the Bears are the bum babies here, which we can get into, and the legendary name Tyreek Stevenson will go down in history. A Bears DB who was caught 20, 30 yards away from the play, taunting Commanders fans, while the ball is snapped, if you go on, the play is going underway, and he's got his back to the play, taunting and then he decides to turn around and run over, and he's the guy who tips it in the air to Noah Brown for the touchdown. Ooh. He actually had to put out an apology to Chicago and teammates. My apologies for my lack of awareness and focus. The game ain't over until zeros hit the clock. Can't take anything for granted. Notes taken. Improvement will happen. # bear down. I don't know how that's going to play. And by the way, it was 1st and 10 at the 24 with 19 seconds to go. Incomplete pass, 2nd and 10. And then no huddle shotgun. Jaden Daniels throws to Zach Ertz. Shout out to Stanford, Monte Vista High. Up to the 35-yard line. They call timeout with 6 seconds to go. And then here's the play. With 6 seconds to go, they throw a 13-yarder to Terry McLaurin out of bounds. And maybe the Bears will be ruining that play that gets him to the 48, which then lets Jaden Daniels throw the ball 65 yards in the air. And maybe you don't want to have your back to the play taunting fans when it's going down.
Probably pay attention to the game,
But
Tyreek.
congrats to Washington. They're calling it the Hail Maryland. Get it?
I like
Hail
that.
Maryland?
I like that.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, there's Hum Baby number 2. It was pretty incredible with an accompanying honorary Bum Baby for Tyreek Stevenson and the Bears. And then finally, so did you guys ever watch The Little Rascals? You didn't watch The Little Rascals. Your team name's the Kittle Rascals.
My team name's the Kittle Rascals,
You know that.
and yes, I watched Little Rascals.
Okay.
Come on.
So in the Little Rascals young tone, there was always a time when the parent whipped the kid in the A, just slapped him, just spanked their A hard.
Different times, Tony.
Corporal punishment was allowed. And what they would always say was, son, this is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. That's what they would say. That was the big thing. Well, this last Hum Baby, it's going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. In fact, why don't we just go right to the audio.
Cortez delivers. Freeman hits the ball to right field. She is gone! Gibby, meet Freddie. Game 1 of the World Series.
What was that moment like with your dad?
He's been throwing me batting practice since I could remember. My swing is because of him. My approach is because of him. I am who I am because of him, and all the batting practice, all the relentless hours we spent together on a baseball field. We still do it in the off seasons together. He still throws me batting practice, I think he was so nervous. If I could talk to him and talk, I bet he couldn't even. He was so nervous in that going into that, and I just wanted to share that with him because he's been there and he's been through a lot in his life too, and to, just to have a moment like that, I just wanted to be a part of it with him in that moment because that's mostly his moment. Because if he didn't throw me batting practice, if he didn't love the game of baseball, I wouldn't be here, playing this game. So that's Fred Freeman's moment right there.
Okay, first of all, incredible. Second of all, who layered the music underneath that
What is
thing?
this, Friday Night Lights? What's up with this montage?
We found something on the web, I guess they use it. But first of all, okay, we need to talk about it. It is obviously unbelievably epic and worthy of a Hum Baby. And like I said, it hurts me more than it's going to hurt you. We need to dissect. We got like a couple minutes here to dissect this thing. Okay, we Yankee lifers, and I'm a Yankee lifer, as you know.
Tell him pinstripe Murph.
We hate to admit this, but this is an epic turn of events. Okay. Nestor Cortez throws a fastball middle in. Okay. Freddie Freeman doesn't miss it. Now, I'm going to say one thing. Joe Davis's call was incredible. He, in the moment, recreated Vin Scully with a "she is gone," and then he says, "Gibby, meet Freddie." I mean, it was an incredible call by Joe Davis. By the way, we have another call where Dave Fleming's on the radio.
Oh, gross.
It's weird to hear Dave Fleming call. We'll play that for you guys later on in the cooler content.
Ugh.
But I'm just going to say the only thing I'm going to, and I'm not trying to be a party pooper here, but it's not Kirk Gibson. Okay, everybody said Kirk Gibson, exact same time, 8:37 p.m.
Wow, was it really?
Yes.
Game 1, too, for Gibby, right?
Game 1, same thing. Dude, same time, same uniform, same spot in the bleachers, same left-handed hitter, same walk-off. All that's incredible coincidence, incredible. But it is, you can't understand. Kirk Gibson, that was his only at-bat the entire series, okay? He literally had like a broken ankle. Freddie Freeman earlier in that game had legged out a triple, all right, guys? So it wasn't exactly Gibby. And Dennis Eckersley was the most unhittable pitcher in baseball. He was Mariano Rivera. So Nestor Cortez and Dennis Eckersley, that comp doesn't hold. And Gibson literally being like, why is he even on the roster, limping up to the box as a pinch hitter? And you're like, he's just trying to pull everything out of the box, and he does it. Gibby will always be above that. That said, There's never been a World Series game that ended on a walk-off grand slam. And I got to tell you this about Freddie Freeman. It's so hard to hate that guy. It's hard to hate that guy because I'm going to tell you a story. You tell me your Freddie story. I'll tell you mine. We're Stefan, shout out Stefan in Vegas. He has those seats right by the visitors on deck circle. Years ago, he's like, bro, take your family, bro. We went to a Giants-Braves game, and little Rory was super cute. He was sitting in his lap, and Freddie Freeman was in the on-deck circle. And he's like, who's that, Daddy? I'm like, that's Freddie Freeman. He goes, can I say hi to him? And I go, sure. He goes, hi, Freddie. And Freddie Freeman's swinging the bat in the on-deck circle. He turns around, he looks at Rory, and he does this, if you're watching on Twitch, he does this little baby wave and a wink at him. And we're like, oh, that guy's great. So for 10 years, we've liked Freddie Freeman because there's a little baby wave to Rory. What he just said about his dad?
Yeah.
Tony said he was in tears listening to that thing. Hey, young Tone, yeah?
Yeah, hard to hear, but really cool moment for he and his dad, man.
And then your story?
Look, that's the thing. It's like, it's bad for me and you, Murph. It's bad for Yankees fans. It's bad for Giants fans. But this was good for the game of baseball. To get Yankees, Dodgers, game 1, walk-off grand slam, and my quick Freddie Freeman story. Because you're right, it's hard to hate somebody like Freddie Freeman, especially what he's gone through this year with his family. So to embrace his dad after was an absolutely fantastic moment. But after the game, I go down to the interview room, and Freddie Freeman's got the biggest smile on his face ever. He talks to the media, blah, blah, blah. After he gets done with his interview, he walks down the aisle in between all the beat reporters.
Yeah, sure.
And next thing you know, dude, beat reporters start like dapping him up. And he's dapping people up. And it just happens to be that the water boy is sitting in an aisle seat. And Freddie goes to dap me, and I iced his ass. I did not dap him up. I didn't say anything, but in my head I was like, keep it moving, Freddie. Keep it moving. Not on my watch. Keep it moving, Freddie.
You left him hanging?
I left him hanging.
You left him on red.
Yeah.
Oh, that is hilarious, dude.
Keep it moving, like, Freddie.
What up, water boy?
No, keep it moving, Freddie.
That is awesome. That's the perfect way to end babies and bum babies. All right. We got Tim Ryan at 7:50, everybody, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, Steve Moskowitz, bright and early on a Monday morning, Halloween week. Steve, you want to talk to us about what to do when you can't pay your taxes?
The horrors of it. And the bottom line is, it's a real common situation. You're not a bad person. You just can't pay your taxes. Don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. There's so much we want to do for you. Whether you qualify for an offer in compromise, you just pay part and they forgive the rest. Or we get the penalties forgiven. You know, sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or we get your monthly payments you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. Or if the problem was caused by your former spouse or business partner, shift it over to them where it belongs. There's so much we want to do for you. We have a free consultation. Think about how it would change your life if you could sit back tonight, watch the games, enjoy your family life, not worried about what's going to happen to you. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone for our free consultation and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this.
Yeah, that's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's Brock under center. Going to hand off to Isaac Garendo. Big hole off the right side. Almost went the whole way. Brock under center on the Dallas 46. They're going to run Garendo again. Straight ahead. Scorch through again. Another big run by Ike. Running all the way to the Dallas 31-yard line. Back-to-back gashes, 19 yards, now 15 yards by the rookie. Hand off to Garendo, straight ahead, touchdown! San Francisco! Isaac Garendo's first touchdown in the NFL.
I love that.
Yeah, that was the immediate blitz in the third quarter. I went into that halftime. I was like, man. First of all, I thought that at halftime I was like, these are two mediocre teams. One of my biggest takeaways from that first half was like, this is not good football. The Cowboys are not good. The Niners are not good. And the third quarter, the Niners looked very good. They attacked. They played like they were desperate. And it started, by the way, low-key, the Cowboy kickoff that was didn't reach the landing zone that got the Niners to start at the 40-yard line was kind of a low-key, kind of a big play. Because then they immediately blitzed for a touchdown. They were back in the game, back in the lead, 13-10, and then built from there.
Some would say it's the best special team moment of the season for the 49ers.
Seriously.
And they had nothing to do with it.
So that was that game. So the third quarter starts here. Thanks, John Joe, walking that in there, buddy.
Yeah, well, real quick, I want to stop you at halftime because I had the same thoughts. Like, this is a 10-6 ball game. Obviously, we know that Dak Prescott's the highest paid quarterback in the league. We talk about it damn near once a week, twice a week about the Brock Purdy contract and how he's going to be the next highest paid quarterback in the league. But I'm sitting here thinking, damn, this does not look like a matchup between the two highest paid, two best quarterbacks in the league. It was kind of a mediocre first half for both of the quarterbacks, to be honest.
Yeah. So in the first quarter, I'm looking back at like stuff I was writing in my notes. I said Purdy, two absolute misses in the first quarter too. I know his first half numbers looked okay. I think he was like 10 of 15 for 160, something like that. But just the eye test was, and he missed a couple of big throws, including, how about that fourth down drop by Debo? That ball was behind him. People are like, Debo's got to catch that. I'm like, no, Purdy's got to throw that in a better spot. So I went into halftime not feeling very good about anything, and then the third quarter starts, and we just played the Garendo touchdown. And like we said, they started that at the 40-yard line, which was a big deal, and I'll take you through that there. So Garendo goes no gain, then Purdy scrambles for 9, then Dallas has 12 on the field. The Niners decline it. It's 3rd and 1, and Purdy sneaks, which, by the way, he's getting pretty good at.
Shout out him sneaking into the end zone 2 yards out.
The next play was the play action to Kittle for 43 when he hit him on that crossing route. And he threw, that was a strike. And he hit him in stride where he could kind of turn the corner. And then the very next play was the Garendo touchdown.
Yeah, and Kittle almost got into the end zone himself, kind of tightrope down the sideline.
Then the next series is the Lenore interception. And that's Demo making, you want to talk about making a play. Like, it seems like Mooney Ward, Lenore is having the year that Mooney Ward had last year. Like, Mooney Ward was he all-pro last year or just
all-pro? Yeah.
Lenore is knocking on the all-pro door, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he's quite there because the Niners are not one of the best teams in the league. Maybe second team, maybe. I don't know, but he's knocking on the door.
It seems like he's trending in that direction. And I've came out on air a couple of times with that take that Demo's been having a better season than Charvarius Ward. I think that's really not even a question.
Not even a question.
And so when you're looking at the future of the 49ers, talking about paying Brock Purdy, Demo's going to get the bag also. Yeah. That's a guy you got to take care of moving forward. So it was nice to see the Hyena capitalize with an interception yesterday, which is obviously going to delegate or maybe impact the contract that he's going to get from the 49ers.
I think, in fact, this might be Mooney Ward's last year as a Niner. That's why they drafted Renardo Green and those guys.
Yeah, and Renardo looked pretty good yesterday, besides, running into Jair Brown on that touchdown.
That rookie moment when those two rookies ran into each other, I was like, bro, this is what happened. Yeah, we love our rookies until that. Yeah. And you don't love your rookies, right?
You get the ups and downs. Mustafa made a couple really good plays. There's actually Renardo Green and Malik Mustafa who actually combined to force the fumble. I don't know how the hell the Cowboys recovered that, but they were hitting guys all over the field.
Little Lenore, just to focus on him, because that play did change the game. 13-10, he makes that pick, and it leads to a short touchdown that the Niners are up 20-10. So here he was on NBC Sports Bay Area, Young Tone Z36, about that pick, which was a hell of an athletic play and a heads-up play.
I'm a big film guy, so I seen the formation that they was in. I noticed they run that formation a lot. Knew it was an indicator, a sprint out, and I just took my chance and baited the quarterback. Inside, open shoulder, then pick the ball.
I mean, right, that's all you need. I'm a big film guy. I recognize the formation. I baited him. That's just high-level stuff.
That's
right
it,
there,
Murph.
man.
Failing to prepare is preparing to fail, and it sounds like Demo was prepared for everything that Dak had yesterday.
Now, that said, he's part of that defense that in the fourth quarter decided to just sort of lay back. Now, is that on Nick Sorensen? Is that on the DBs? Is that on the pass rush? I don't know. So he addressed that, though. Young Tone Z37 this is on NBC Sports Bay, about the captains are like, we can't lose this game.
Really, our captain, he was just expressing to us, this is not going to happen again. We going to win this game on defense. That was a big, testimony to us finishing, what we needed to do this whole season.
Yeah. And he goes on to say about closing out games. And what is it? Maybe that's so a couple of questions come out of this game. One, did they save the season? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Did they save the season, or was this a temporary reprieve? Do you believe that they can make a run like they did in 2021 and 2022? You're maybe getting McCaffrey back, maybe getting Juwan Jennings back, maybe getting Dre Greenlaw back. Although I think it's a big ask to ask Dre Greenlaw to come back and be effective after that insanely serious injury that was just in February, dude. That was only 8 months ago. That's a big ask.
It's a huge ask, but I think even maybe a limited Dre Greenlaw, and of course the idea would be to get him back fully healthy. I think he's going to be an upgrade over a guy like Devondre Campbell because we've seen issues over the middle of the field. As great as Fred Warner has been playing, his buddy, his partner in crime, has not been there the entire season.
By the way, trying to squeeze as many Niner thoughts as possible into this segment before we go to the break. You just said middle of the field. How about Rick Pearsall? Middle of the field last night.
I like it.
Rick in the middle, not Malcolm in the middle. Ricky in the middle. And then the jet sweep.
Yeah. Beautiful jet sweep. And again, I'll give a shout out to George Kittle for the chip block on the edge, then moving up to the second level. Ricky showing off the burners a little bit. Great downfield blocking, too, by Chris Conley. Yeah. And shout out Chris Conley for the pick of the day on the George Kittle touchdown also.
Yeah, well, that was incredible. By the way, we need to talk about that with Tim Ryan because, Chris Collinsworth was just furious up in the booth about that not being offensive because he hates the Niners, first of all. But, it is hard to know what is offensive pass interference or not. Was he just running his route? Or did he happen to run his route right into Debo's man?
He went full Marshawn Lynch, run through a MFer's chest.
But the NFL backed him up on it. They did. One more from Lenore about what is it about closing out games? Why can't they close out a game? Even the Seattle win, right? And so blew the Rams game, blew the Cardinals game, almost blew the Seahawks game, almost blew the Cowboys game. I mean, this is like a thing. It's not a fluke. Niners have trouble closing out games. Demo.
It took a lot, for the team, just to finish. That's what kind of we've been feeling at, this far in the season. That's where we just needed to be better at. And then as you can see, we all got together in that fourth quarter and was preaching we need to finish. Like, we gonna win this on defense if they gave us, if we had 20 chances, so it was just good that we came out with the dub.
Yeah, well, so we'll talk to Tim Ryan about that. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number on the other side. Do you feel like the 49ers saved the season? Did Brock Purdy save the season? Did George Kittle save the season? Or was this a temporary reprieve for a team that can't finish games the way you want them to finish it? Or are you just happy because the Cowboys, they beat the Cowboys and you didn't have to think about the Dodgers? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Tim Ryan is 750 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Underdog Fantasy app, the place to go if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports like young Tony did. Over 5 million happy players and 2 billion won. Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. You can make a play with only $1, or you can go big too. So what you do is you pick higher or lower on players' stats. For example, I'm looking at the World Series right now. I'm looking at Walker Buehler, 0.5 first inning strikeouts. You want to go higher? You want to go lower? You can bet on that. You can wager a little bit on that. Aaron Judge, you can go higher or lower on 0.5 home runs. So these are the things you can do. You piece together a 2-athlete parlay, a 3-athlete parlay. There you go. All right, so here's the deal. This season, Underdog runs a special, a promo, or a bonus almost every single day. Profit boosts, discounts, free picks. So download the app, sign up with the promo code Murphy, and deposit now to get up $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Murphy. And you must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
On second down 6, here's a fake and now a pump, and Brock's just going to run. Huge hole over the middle, and Purdy will dive for a first down. Malik Cook with a safety. So it was a fake toss to Debo. They wanted to toss it out to Debo right, and Dallas took it away. So Brock just tucked it and ran for 15 yards. Brock under center is going to drop 5 steps. He gets hit by Overshown, a blitz off the edge. Never saw him. Dallas call a timeout now, 3:22 to play.
Okay, bro, there's a lot going on in those two highlights. One, Purdy's legs and everything. And just on the positive side, you know what I was going to say? Were you guys getting this, young Tony, Marcus? I was getting heavy playoff Packer-Lions vibes.
Ooh,
because the Niners in both of those games were on the ropes, and Purdy kind of hit a different level, particularly with his legs. I was like, oh, this reminds me, that Lions game, that Packers game, where he almost like, I would say like he kind of played pissed off a little bit. Like enough of the namby-pamby, I'm going to miss a guy here, he's like, just give me the damn ball, let me go make a play. And it reminded me of the Lions game.
Yeah,
really.
That's not a bad call at all, because obviously the 49ers had to come back in both of those games, whether we're talking about the divisional round or the NFC Championship game. But one thing I noticed, too, in addition to the legs yesterday where Brock Purdy scrambling for 56 yards, is him just willing to take the check down target in the second half. The short passing game was back. And you can look, there was a big drop-off in the air numbers or like the target numbers of how deep he was throwing in the first half versus the second half. Second half, he was checking down to Isaac Guerrero out of the backfield.
I said on a tweet, look at Ike Guerrero getting his Roger Craig on out there. You know, he never does that to Mason.
No.
It's like he doesn't trust Mason after the jugs machine and all those catches. And it's like, dude, throw it to him.
Yeah, and so he was willing to go to the check down yesterday. The 49ers were willing to run some screen passes. I know the highlight we just played was a broken screen pass, but entering the game yesterday, 49ers had only ran 11 screen passes the entire season, which was dead last in the NFL. They ran 4 straight screen passes, not straight, but they ran 4 total screen passes to Deebo Samuel alone yesterday. So there it was. You saw it in the second half, whether it was Kittle over the middle, Ricky Pierce all over the middle. They were getting back to some of that bread and butter stuff that's been working so long in this Kyle Shanahan system.
Yep. And by the way, we also played the other highlight you just heard was maybe the play of the game. And that was when the Niners were up 30-24, and the clock, all of a sudden, the Cowboys had 3 timeouts, and they were going to get the ball back. That blitz, Overshown was his name, who drilled Brock Purdy from the blind side. How a human being hangs on to that football, I don't know.
Yeah, credit to Brock for holding on to the ball because it looked like he was beginning to throw, too.
That's the play of the game. Because he actually had a previous one where he did kind of sort of fumble on a back. But that blitz, and by the way, on that, and Kyle, the Cowboys had to burn their timeouts. He threw the ball 3 straight times.
Yeah.
He threw the ball 3 straight times.
On a night where the 49ers had 223 rushing yards.
He just can't help himself.
36 attempts.
He can't freaking help himself.
Run the damn ball,
Now,
Kyle.
it's funny. He did run it a couple times when people got upset. He ran it on a 3rd and 5, and they didn't get it, and they had to kick a field goal. They also ran it on a 3rd and 10 in the first half, too. But I was like, well, just stay with it, and look what happened, too. All right, we asked for some calls. We got some calls at 808 KNBR. 49ers 30, Cowboys 24. Do they save the season, or is it a temporary reprieve? Let's start in the beautiful hometown of Mill Valley, California. Our guy, Dennis. Dennis, what's up, man?
What's up, Dennis?
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
Save our season. I don't know. That's cutting low. We don't need to save our season. We have lost 4 games only, and going undefeated is just too hard. There's too much weird pressure and stuff. This is the break and hammer season. And Lynch and Shanahan have been putting the brake on purpose. So losing 4 is just warming up because the hammer's dropping now. Lynch has thrown the brake out the window. It's going to be the hammer for the rest of the season. So I just don't see, did we save our season?
Okay.
We're coming at you.
Well, the reason, Dennis, I'd say is that if they lost the game, they go to 3-5. How you feeling this morning?
Tremendous. I mean, look at the one man I'd like to talk about, the newest guy. We got some amazing new guys. But Mustafa is a guy I just want to mention because I've been watching him the last few weeks, and I'm looking at him a little sideways, and I'm thinking, is that Ronnie Lott reincarnated? I mean, he's not quite as big, but the man puts some vicious hits on people. His name, if you look closely at the back of his jersey, it actually says Mustafa.Lott. I mean, the guy is Ronnie Lott. It's just wonderful to have him out there.
He is. He's. You're right, though. He's much short. I can tell he's much shorter, and that almost burned him on that touchdown. Almost touchdown the Cowboys had where Mustafa had to tip it out of the tight end's hand. he got burned on height. He was giving away a lot in height there. Ronnie was bigger, but you're right, Dennis. There is a ferocity to their hitting for sure. And thanks for the call, man. Enjoy your morning in beautiful Mill Valley. Yeah, that was where Mustafa and Collinsworth actually was singing his praises. He said, I think you're going to hear a lot about this kid. Number 0.
Yeah, I mean, Mustafa has stepped up big, especially in the absence of Hufanga. But real quick, I want to double down on Dennis's point about the second half of the season. Because you look at the last couple of seasons, I mean, we've mentioned the 3-4, 3-5 starts and the 49ers' success to get back to the NFC Championship game. This is a team that traditionally gets better after the bye week, as all teams should. But over the last 2 seasons, Murph, post-bye week, they have a combined record of 16-2 heading into the postseason. So this is a great time to rest up some guys, get a Jordan Mason healthy, get a Christian McCaffrey healthy, or Dre Greenlaw, and maybe they double down, maybe go make a trade at the deadline and reload for this second half push.
Juwan Jennings, too. And by the way, I said 6. 0 is Ronaldo Green. 6 is Mustafa. Sometimes my eyes, a 6 looks like a 0. Richard in Petaluma is checking in. Richard, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Richard?
I'm doing quite well. I wanted to give out kudos to that defensive secondary, the rookies. They played like a beast. Mustafa, he made a couple hits coming up, playing strong, and he took out, he made some big hits and shut down some plays for Dallas. He was always in the mix. So I want to give flowers to those 2 rookies who played back there with that defensive line, and they played a fabulous game. They made rookie mistakes, but
Richard, to interrupt you here, you could say they cost him a touchdown though. With some, they lost track of CeeDee Lamb twice.
Well, that's why you play the game.
I know, right? Well, that'll be an interesting film session. But no, you're right, Richard. One of the biggest themes this entire season is the rookie class, top to bottom. Whether it's even on the offensive side with Pearsall and Pooney and Garendo, or on the defensive side where you're talking Mustafa and Ronaldo Green.
Yeah, and even after the play we just talked about where Mustafa broke up that touchdown in the back of the end zone to Ferguson, it was Ronaldo Green and Mustafa who stopped Jake Ferguson and caused a fumble. Now Dallas Cowboys recovered, but it led to a field goal instead of a touchdown there.
Good call. Richard, thanks for the call. Appreciate you. Let's squeeze in Matt from San Jose before we get to Tim Ryan's full breakdown of the Niners 4-4 going into the break. They were 5-3 last year. They're 4-4 this year. I mean, it's only 1 game difference. And you could talk, they should be 6-2. But anyway, Matt in San Jose. Good morning, Matt. What you got?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good morning.
What's up, man?
So again, I feel like the Niners kind of don't get a lot of love. I feel like we've always been doubted, or we're always constantly doubted. I mean, the Brock Purdy thing is just ridiculous. But again, even coaching and being a defensive coordinator for various high schools, one thing you want to have is you want to get the injuries out early. And I'd rather have the injuries now and come in with a decent record in that bye week, or a 4-4 record in that bye week, and versus having our injuries late in the season heading into the playoffs. So I feel like, we've been counted out for quite some time, and making the NFC Championship game back-to-back years, like you guys said, then the Super Bowl. I don't know how you can count us out still. But that win definitely, I don't know if it saved our season, but it showed what kind of team we are and, fighting for adversity.
Yeah, Matt, I mean, definitely it was gigantic, and you kind of feel like this team has been a second-half season, and the proof is in the pudding. The numbers are there, and to your point, if you're going to get McCaffrey, if you're going to get Juwan Jennings, if you're going to get Dre Greenlaw, that's only a positive, obviously. Yes.
And you take a look at yourself and the entire team and the entire division heading into the bye week. 49ers are 4-4, Cardinals are 4-4, Seahawks are 4-4, Rams are 3-4.
Yeah.
So the NFC West is wide open.
Matt, we appreciate the call. All right, Tim Ryan at 7:50 is our big hit. A long, leisurely breakdown with T-Rock, Tim Ryan, on the 49ers beating the Cowboys 30-24 on Sunday Night Football at Levi's Stadium. Next on the Sports Leader. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, Halloween week, baby. This is the time when Amici shines because we know the deal. The kids are out. It's crazy. You lose track of that night. So, Amici's can be part of your Halloween festivities by providing the food. Okay, so here's the deal. I want to go over a couple things. One, Amici's been doing this thing for over 35 years. We know what we're doing. We're in Oakland and Hayward, too, by the way. And so we want to go to Amici's.com, choose your favorite thin crust style pizzas, pastas, salads, flame roasted chicken wings. And I would say on Halloween night, get them half baked. That way the mania of the schedule, in which you're like, where is everybody? When are they coming home? You just slide it into your oven. It's out in less than 5. And by the way, low key, the half baked might be the best thing in the whole thing. It comes out fresh and hot. So when you want the perfect, ready when they want it, Halloween meal for the family scattered all over town trick-or-treating, go to Amici's.com, make the order, and I'd recommend the half-baked pizza. It's 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest, ladies and gentlemen. The San Francisco 49ers have a rich history full of defining moments. This bye week, Levi's is looking to create a special moment for the 49ers faithful. Now, as the official apparel partner of the Red and Gold, Levi's is offering 2 tickets into the Levi's 501 Club and 2 field passes for November 17th against Seattle. That game is going to be a big game. You are going to want to get these tickets. So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away and these field passes away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call in the 8 a.m. hour, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR and you will win. This is all courtesy of Levi's, the official style partner of the San Francisco 49ers. Suit up and make game day legendary. You can also find official rules on KNBR.com.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Faithful.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Motion handoff to Garendo, straight ahead, touchdown! And Conley out wide right, 3 or left. Brock looking right, gonna throw wide open. George Kittle, touchdown! Here's Brock under center. Garendo, the long back, the Purdy plunge. He'll take it to the goal line. Is Purdy in? Right up against the goal line, touchdown! 49ers win it by a score of 30-24.
Well, there it is, a tale of two halves. Niners going to halftime down 10-6, not looking good at all. Third quarter explosion, like Marcus said, like the Golden State Warriors a little bit in their vintage days. Third quarter explosion, 21 unanswered, actually 24 unanswered if you count the 3. And by the way, shout out to Anders Carlson making all his field goals yesterday. So the 49ers continue their ownage of the Dallas Cowboys, and Tim Ryan will join us in just a second. He's getting set up down there. But the Niners, did it save the season? I mean, is it an overstatement? If you fall to 3-5 in the West, you're still only one game out. But, it's just a gigantic psychological boost to just sort of get right after that terrible loss to the Chiefs where everything looked just discombobulated and owned by the Chiefs. Niners get back on, and Brock Purdy with a great second half. George Kittle goes off. Isaac Garendo does his thing. Demo Lenore makes a game-winning play. And even though the defense in the fourth quarter lost track of CeeDee Lamb twice, lost track of CeeDee Lamb. Like, where is he? Oh, there he is in the end zone all by himself. Like, I saw the stat. Did you see this? And then we're getting ready to hook up with Tim Ryan here on the UMA guest line. See the stat, Marcus? He had 16.3 yards of separation on the last touchdown. It's the fourth most separation on a pass thrown into the end zone in the entire next generation era since 2016.
Wow.
Only 3 other times in the NFL in the last 8 years has a player been that open.
Wow.
How about that? How about that?
That's embarrassing.
That's going to be a film study.
And that's an issue. Now, the bottom line is 49ers still got the win, and I think that's the biggest takeaway, just to have this positive momentum heading into the bye week, to hopefully get healthy, to hopefully get some reinforcements back. And it's just good to have this momentum when you're taking a week off, and we know that this team has traditionally been a second-half team with Kyle Shanahan over the last couple of years. So to bounce back last night, was it a perfect performance? No, absolutely not. But it was good enough to beat the Cowboys, and that's all that matters.
By the way, let's go through the attrition here. No Christian McCaffrey, obviously. No Brandon Ayuk. All right, that's since the Chiefs game. No Juwan Jennings, brother. And then after the first quarter, no Jordan Mason. And oh, by the way, in the fourth quarter, no Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
So you're out there. I mean, you got Isaac Garendo and Pat Taylor as your running backs. Right then, your receivers were Pearsall and Cowing and Bell and Conley. I mean, bro, it was hanging by a thread, and yet they pulled it off. All right, connection has been made on the UMA guest line and sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium, is our good pal, Tim Ryan. Timmy, it is a Victory Monday. It was a wild one, a tale of two halves, my brother. Good morning. How are you, man?
What's up, Tim?
Yippee-ki-yay, boys. Yippee-ki-yay. How about them 49ers, huh?
Right? 4 straight over the Cowboys, which is so huge. Let's talk about that third quarter, Tim. How you're feeling at halftime. 10-6.
Not great.
Yeah. And then take me through, you know what, low-key, that kickoff biffed by the Cowboys gave the Niners the ball at the 40-yard line, and they capitalized.
They absolutely did. Some complimentary football, certainly in that third quarter, outstanding. I mean, here's what really happened. Went in and made some adjustments. They came out and started playing their best ball on the money down. You think of what happened in the first half, only 6 points, and it was sloppy to start the game, as you guys know, with some of the challenges. Brock seemed to be off, with throws that he typically can make in his sleep. couldn't convert on third down, had the long touchdown, a big yak play by the yak bro, Deebo Samuel. I knew he was going to go off last night, 66-yarder. That was a bad hold by Saubert, get it. And Eric has played very, very well for the 49ers as the number 2 tight end, but that was a bad one. So offensively, they left points out there, and it was some self-inflicted wounds. So 2 field goals. Not feeling great about it, especially against that Dallas defense who has had their challenges, but came out in the second half. The Kittle show started at the end of the first half with that 30-yard drop step. The way George gets the ball and turns and goes, if he's at a standstill, he's going to drop step, he's going to run over people and pull through people, 30-yarder. And then it just kept going in the third quarter. So second half of the game, 6 of 9 on third down for the offense, and defensively absolutely beat the brakes off of them on the money down. 0 for 5 for the Cowboys. And it was a CD Lamb show in the fourth quarter, and certainly some busted coverages, some picks, and that's where Dallas is good. Let's not forget, they were the number 2 pass attack coming in the NFL with Dak and his number 1 target in CD Lamb. And where they're really good is forcing some of those rubs and some of those picks, and we saw it, on the first touchdown by him on the busted coverage. Someone was supposed to get him. I don't know if it was Malik. I don't know who it was, but I think Malik was going to get rubbed off anyway. So good play design by them. And then the second one, just the friendly fire with Jair Brown running into Renardo Green, which freed him up for an easy touchdown. And then it was high drama again with, that 17-point lead evaporating quickly in the fourth quarter. But the third quarter was outstanding.
Yeah, and Tim, I want to circle back to the star of the third quarter, George Kittle, who celebrated national tight end yesterday by catching his 500th pass in a 49er uniform and also passing Dwight Clark for the 3rd most receiving yards all time in 49er franchise history. We know how much of an impact he makes in the game as a receiver and as a blocker. So what can you say about how consistent George Kittle has been this season for the 49ers?
Well, he's been consistent since he put on a 49er uniform as a late pick out of Iowa. I remember the day he got there, and I remember the mini camps, and like yesterday, and the guy was making circus catches all over the place. Clearly a tremendous athlete and a guy that played with the mindset that the 49ers covet, and that culture that the greats have played with that have worn that uniform. He's the best to me, and I've only been watching, remembering 49er football from the late 70s into the 80s, 90s, and ever since. He's the best tight end in 49er history. I don't even think it's close. The numbers certainly reflect that, especially when you're comparing him now with greats and wide receiver numbers, guys that are paid to just catch the football. A big part of George's game, as you know, is go back and look at the rushing numbers, certainly since Kyle's been here, and he has been such a huge part of that with what he does out on the edge, whether he's hooking people or kicking guys, off the edge and opening up running lanes. That's what I said last night in the game. With all those catches and all those numbers, he's eaten more pancakes than every one of those guys combined in terms of the guys ahead of him. So great player, great person, could play in any era, and really fired up for him in the game that he had last night.
I mean, he was pretty much the last guy standing, man. No CMC, no Debo, no Ayuk, no Jawan. You're like, okay.
Oh, man.
It's like George and the kiddos were out there last night doing their thing. I do want to stay a little bit on the offense, and do want to ask you eventually before I let you go about finishing games and what you think it is. But back to the offense in that third quarter, and it's about Brock. Because, as you mentioned, misfired a couple times, the one behind Debo on the fourth down, missed Kittle in the first half. And then we start seeing, and Tim, I was getting vibes of the Lions and Packers playoff games where he, in the second half of those games, just said, screw it. If I need to run it, I run it. If I need to convert a 3rd and 7, I'll convert. Like he almost, I want to say like pissed off or a little extra juice or something. Just tell us what you said.
No, he stops thinking and starts playing. And remember, it's not a grease board game. Getting it from the grease board to the grass it can be tricky because it never really works like it showed up on the board when you're going over the plays. So I think he just lets it go and becomes a player and stops feeling the pressure and stops trying to be perfect. And at times, obviously he's been perfect and going through those reads and getting all the way to 3 and to 4 sometimes on time. That's the beauty of Brock. But if you're going to play man coverage and guys aren't getting open, he's going to take off and run. And obviously he's got the power to get the tough yards with the sneaks and the touchdowns, and that's become a nice forte of his. I've been calling him Baby Bosa also from day one because of really how strong the quads, bro. That, and you'll hear Kyle say it. That was mine. I started that. Like,
I buy it. I'm giving it to you.
Very, very early. You can ask him, but so he's got the power and he's got the short area quickness, and I think he catches guys by surprise. I mean, I think the 16-yarder when he ran away from Eric Kendricks. Kendricks got some juice now, and he was spying Brock on that play, and Brock was able to outflank him and out-leverage him and pick up first down. So his scrambling ability and, extending plays to throw, great, and we love all that. But using those legs, as you said, like in the Lions game last year in the playoffs, to pick up first downs and keep the chains moving. And especially when you're without your weapons on third down. I know going into the game that was a concern for the offensive coaching staff because there is no Juwan Jennings out there. What do we call third and Juwan, right? Chains. It's what he does. He's such a big part of the third down success and keeping those drives and winning the time of possession and everything the 49ers are good at, and they're able to capitalize on seemingly week in and week out. No Debo at the end of that game. No Brandon Ayuk, obviously. And with all those young bucks out there, and for Brock to do that and to keep those drives going, really, really impressive.
Tim, to me in the second half, it looked like the team made an adjustment to maybe embrace the short passing game a little bit more. We've seen Kyle Shanahan have success with those short passes with Brock Purdy over the last couple of seasons. Is that the way you interpreted it too, getting the ball out of the hand quicker in the second half for Brock Purdy?
No, I think Brock just, obviously they drew up some nice plays for Kittle, and I call those on-time dimes from Brock. That 40-yard in cut, ridiculous, and he ran away from Donovan Wilson, who could not get the cloth on the back of his jersey. Then the other, the throw to Kittle on time, that little scissor route, cutting up that defense for the touchdown. The crossing route to Deebo Samuel. That play, we saw the slant in the first half on a big play and, off target. That at times has been a tough throw for Brock. But decisive, put it out in front of him, ended up being a big play for a 16-yarder, I think, to Deebo Samuel. I think a lot of these quarterbacks, and what makes Brock great, as we all know, is how he can process the coverages and process the looks. And at times, when guys aren't open, he will hold it at times and move around and try to extend plays. By the way, I thought the offensive line had a hell of a game last night, too. Anytime you run for those kind of numbers and your quarterback only gets hit a couple of times, it's a pretty damn good job. But I think at times in the second half, it just seemed like, okay, he was just quicker. He was not holding on those reads, the ones where he was getting it out and throwing to some of the checkdowns and just throw it to the open guy. It doesn't need to be harder by just waiting for something to clear open. So I think he kind of simplified his decision-making in the second half.
Love it. Tim Ryan with us. 49ers 30, Cowboys 24. Much-needed bye week, and who knows what the Niners will look like when they come back. Will they have Christian McCaffrey down in Tampa Bay? Talk about that. But, Tim, about finishing games. So we can literally say, it's not just the losses. Obviously, the Rams and Cardinals losses are hanging over them. Like, when you look at the win-loss record, you're like, damn, they should have 2 more wins. But the 2 wins in Seattle and yesterday were also difficult games to close out. So you're in the booth, you're on the practice field, you're around the team. What is it about closing games? What do they have to do to change this in the second half so they can finish off a game?
Well, I think there's no magic wand. I think you got to go execute. I think the plays are there for them. They just, for one reason or another, and you get tight, especially when we know the behavior pattern and how this season has gone. So you gotta execute when the plays are there, whether that's making a play on a ball that's, defensively or making the catch or making the throw when the opportunity's there. And they got to clean up some of the penalties. And again, I think part of that is pressing. Some of that is the officials and some of these calls that they're making. I don't know what the hell's going on with officiating, man. It's almost like you want everything reviewed, and I know you can't do that, but there are just so many errors out there that impact games. And I mean, look at the Thursday night game with Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
How in the hell do you miss that?
Mm-hmm.
So, and again, there was some penalty-fueled plays for the 49ers when you talk about, those games that have allowed teams to kind of keep that momentum and get back in it. So they just got to play better at the end of games, Merv. Again, there's no, as I like to say, no pixie dust you're going to sprinkle. They got the players to do it. It's not like they're getting out-coached. At times, in big moments when the pressure's on, they have not been able to execute. And until they do that, they're really not going to play the kind of ball that's championship ball that's going to get them to where they want to go in New Orleans. And all of that is in front of them, and all of that is doable. I don't think there's any question about that. They just got to link it up and tighten it up, really on both sides of the ball and in some of those big moments at the end of games.
Yeah, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. We got Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line, Marcus.
And Tim, you mentioned those rushing numbers earlier. Got to ask you about Isaac Guerendo, who scored his first career touchdown and also iced out the game yesterday, sliding down at the 1-yard line. The total numbers are ridiculous. 36 total carries, 223 yards. And whether we're talking about Isaac Guerendo or Ricky Pearsall on the end around or even Brock Purdy using his legs, talk about all these young guys stepping up in the absence of both Christian McCaffrey and Jordan Mason.
You like the way Pop's been stealing my line, we like Ike.
Was that you? It's another one of yours.
Well,
Baby Bosa, we like Ike. You got them all.
As I say, once a Raider, always a Raider. He's a pirate. He took another one, and I absolutely love him. And he actually sounds better saying it.
We like Ike. Yeah, we had to teach young Tony that. We got this kid behind the glass, young Tony. He's like 20 years old. He's never heard I like Ike. I had to explain to him the whole thing. We like Ike.
Yeah, well, everyone needs a history lesson now and then, Murph. We love history. Look, Money in the Bank, what a rookie class. And how many times did you guys hear people say, whether it was written or said, it's when they drafted those guys is, he's one of us, basically, the players, in terms of the mentality, the culture, the mindset. Boy, what a great job by personnel and JL, John Lynch, and all the guys, that – RJ and everybody that is the procurers of professional talent. I mean, a hell of a job by them with this class. And, you look at Pooney and the year that he's had, and really from day one with the injuries to Feliciano and Burford. And Pooney steps in, and it's been damn good. Isaac's first 12 runs of the year were at times look like rookie runs.
Mm-hmm.
They were not real decisive. He wasn't really using those skill sets and that big, powerful body that he's got with all that juice. And then he came alive, as we know, in Seattle with the right mindset. Think 4, get 40 or 70. You never know once you get back in the secondary. And then Ricky, who's barely practiced. He is a football player, and the way he gets it and goes, and the more that he plays, the better he's going to get. I call him shake and bake because he's got wiggle that is ridiculous, and at times probably a little too much wiggle that he doesn't need to do, and all that's going to come with just getting reps and practice and getting the timing down of those routes and the synchronicity of the quarterback. When Cowing's had an opportunity, he's gone out there and been able to make some plays. His future is bright. And then the guys on the defensive side of the ball, I think Renardo Green really made the draft because certainly there was a desire for corners at the end of round 1. If you guys remember when that run started on the cover guys back in the secondary, and there was guys on the board, and they decided to go with Ricky, and hoping that Renardo Green would be there in round number 2. And he was. And, the I think the reputation of him coming out and is best in press and can play man coverage, and you look at him and you think, man, is this guy going to really want to force that run? And playing nickel too, is he going to really want to get in the line of scrimmage and make those tackles? He's tough as nails. He's fearless, and most importantly, he is sticky in coverage. When I watch the tape, and I watch every play, and I try to look at every player on every play, he has got a real knack with the ability to stay with people and stay hipped up to them. And, he's been covering some of the best receivers in pro football over the last few games with DK and CeeDee Lamb at times. So, and then Malik Mustafa, he's a young Buda Baker who's he's very, very smart. And the more he sees the game and understands the game and anticipates, wait till you see that speed really come alive. And he's got all of it. Wait till you see him as a blitzer and a blitz package when they get into some of those looks and he'll bring a whole new element to free runner. He is going to finish on people. So I love the contributions of the rookies, and they're having to grow up in a hurry because of the injuries, and damn it, they've been able to get it done, so you love it.
It's been a smash success up to top to bottom. And that, I know we're wrapping up here, Tim, but last couple, I want to ask about Demo Lenore, because that's a guy who, as a rookie, did not perform at the level they want. And I want to go to a comment Nick Bosa made after the game last night. In his Bosa voice, he goes, "Yeah, he was an airhead when he got here." That's what he called him, an airhead. I was like, I haven't heard that since the '80s, man. But he called him an airhead.
That even predated Nick. Nick, what are you doing?
I know. It's like we used to say about in the '80s. Anyway, he said, and now.
Yeah. Save that one.
I know, exactly.
Nice
and
job.
now he's like, you heard him after the game saying, man, I studied film. I knew that play. I sniffed it out. I baited Dak. So you're like, whoa.
He absolutely did.
So maybe you can just, watching what he's doing. He's having, I don't know if it's going to be all pro because there's a lot of good corners out there, but he's in the conversation. And then the comment that he wasn't that way when he got here, Tim.
Well, number one, he was obviously young and coming out of Oregon. And what was he, a fifth rounder, I think, if I remember? And he was pressed into duty early. And it's another one I remember like yesterday, the Packer game with Aaron Rodgers. When he came out, primetime game. And it was a rough game for Diamador. And it was a rough game, covering out on the island, and it was a rough game playing nickel down on the goal line, just with some errors and just indecisiveness and, just not really understanding. Again, it's young, and especially at the nickel. And I remember Saleh had him, and we never saw him again after that game for the rest of the year. I mean, he was on the team and he was on special teams, but he was not a big part of the defense. And I think that absolutely fueled him. Because I love talking to the guy because he's tenacious. He's old school. He's, again, a throwback that could play in any era. Tough as nails, explosive. And as, you talk about these young corners and these young defenders, the more they play, the more they learn how to watch tape, the more they learn how to tap into the resources available in terms of all the scouting reports and all the cut-ups and all the films and, behavior patterns of offense and what they like to do. At some point, the light goes on. And 80% of pro football, in my mind, is from the neck up. The great players know the grid, they know the game, and defensively they know how to anticipate, and then they can play fast. And that play last night is a perfect example of that. And he did bait Dak Prescott into that play. And we've seen him intercept Dak right on that sideline in that same area of the field in big moments. And that was a huge one last night to start the third quarter, and then the offense was able to capitalize off of it. So, I love a guy that bets on himself, and he has done that. And I think, hopefully everything, knock on wood, he stays healthy and keeps playing like he's been playing, and will be rewarded for it. So I'm fired up for him, man. And he is a foxhole guy. I think that's another thing about his personality. Like, win, lose, or draw, Diamador Lenore's got your back. And I remember a couple of years ago, Fred was getting into it with somebody at the end of a game, and Demo just came in there and was like, "Kapow!" I mean, he is one loyal dude, and glad he's wearing a 49er uniform. He is playing great.
He is outstanding. By the way, a little trivia. They got him in the 5th round, like you said, with the pick from the Saints they got in the Quan Alexander Kiko Alonso trade. How about that?
Wow.
How about that? Just goes to show you there's little transactions that make a difference, man. And
You can always connect the dots somewhere.
Somewhere. And then this is our last chance. You have a much-needed bye week coming out, and I know you're going to do your thing, ride your horses, do what you need to do. So we don't get you for 2 weeks. So just leave it at this and say, what do they need to do coming out of the break? And is it all green lights ahead because the health report will get that much better?
Yeah, well, I sure hope so. Much needed rest for these guys. And again, you just think of the emotional draw on this football team and the incumbents and the guys that were left over from last year and the hangover of the Super Bowl loss. And they've been going at it since the end of July, in training camp. And a lot of guys nicked. Training camp had a weird vibe because of the injuries. They were able to push through that. A couple of challenging losses, certainly the Ram game and the Arizona game. They need the rest. They need to refuel emotionally and physically. And if somehow, some way, and sooner, hopefully, sooner than later for Christian McCaffrey. And I do think he's close in watching him rehab. And there's nobody salivating more than him to get back and be part of this team and do his thing. I do believe Juwan will be coming back after the break with his hip injury. Hopefully Debo's going to be okay. Defensively, I think you got to be excited for, Dre Greenlaw coming back. We'll see on that. Caution to him and an Achilles. And what I tell a lot of people that, man, Dre's going to come back, and a couple things about that. I don't think we can all expect Dre to be Dre right out of the box when he steps on the field. Football is a game you got to play, you got to practice, you got to find your reps, you got to find your slot. And maybe he will. Maybe he'll jump right back in after a 10-month Achilles injury and be big play Dre again, hopefully. But I'm not going to put that expectation on him. So hopefully he's coming back. Etor Gross-Matos, I think, is going to be a big comeback, getting him back on the defensive line. We'll see about the Gravedigger, his ability to come back. But, one guy we haven't talked about that is going to continue to get better and better and better, Sam Okawano. He is a different cat, man. He has bursted onto the scene. He is short, he is thick, and he is quick, and he is just going to continue to get better. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the last couple of games, they've been, with the injury to Javon and then Kevin Gibbons, Jordan Elliott can't go out there and play, 60, 70 plays and rush in the passer and chew on those double teams in the run game. So Sam has moved in there to defensive tackle, the 3 technique, and he has really, really played well, and I think the arrow is pointed up for him. So everything's in front of him, Murph, and I'll say it from now until the season ends, and hopefully that's with a party with Lombardi in New Orleans. It's about them, and they got the players, they got the coaches. As we said earlier, go out, execute, make the plays, and they will get the payoff.
Well, it certainly feels a hell of a lot better after a win over the Cowboys on Sunday night. So go forth and enjoy the hell out of that bye week, Tim. Well earned by you, buddy. You're always amazing on the radio. So we'll talk to you in 2 weeks. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
I'm going to play Cowboy for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, you and Justin Smith, right?
Absolutely. All right, fellas, you guys, thank you.
Be good. Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. We can react to that next. We got cooler content coming up, and Cam Inman on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here this morning with Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way for you to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 players' stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. And it's Monday night, which means one thing and one thing only, Monday Night Football. You got the Pittsburgh Steelers taking on the New York Giants. And my pick of the day is George Pickens on Prize Picks. We saw him go off for 111 yards last week when Russell Wilson took over as the starting quarterback. His over-under for today is set at 62.5 yards. I like it more on the total for George Pickens today with Russell Wilson at quarterback. So join me on Prize Pick and add Pickens to your lineup. And make sure you download the Prize Pick app using the code word LEADER, and you will get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest on the morning show. The San Francisco 49ers have a rich history full of defining moments. This bye week, Levi's is looking to create a special moment for the 49ers faithful. As the official apparel partner of the Red and Gold, Levi's is offering 2 tickets into the Levi's 501 Club and 2 field passes for the November 17th game against Seattle. So how do you qualify for the contest? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call in the 8 a.m. hour, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will qualify. You will win. If you're caller 10, you're going to win. It is all courtesy of Levi's, the official style partner of the San Francisco 49ers. Suit up and make game day legendary, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Rando, the lone back. Saubert goes in motion left next to Trent Williams. You got Kittle and Pearsall right. Saubert and Conley left. Brock under center's going to drop 5 steps. He gets hit by Overshown. A blitz off the edge. Never saw him. Dallas call a timeout now. 3:22 to play. Now you got a 3rd down and long. Man, is he fast. DeMarvey and Overshown.
They saw him, but Garendo could never get to him.
Yeah, I was going to say, I that's on film study. I don't know if the Niners could think Garendo could get to him fast enough. Did Garendo blow that pass pro there, or was it just Overshown was too quick? But that was scary. And the Niners ran the ball 3 times, or passed the ball 3 times with a 30-24 lead and 3.5 to go. It did not work out.
Yeah,
they had to punt it away.
Yeah, shout out Brock Purdy holding on to the ball in that sack.
Incredible. Well, listen, great conversation with Tim Ryan. We can talk about any and react to any of the things. The thing I want to get to, and it's like his answer was kind of what I expected, but like it's hard to describe it. How to finish a game. Now, as a youth sports coach, I know it's hilarious to compare 4th grade CYO basketball, B basketball to the NFL. I'm joking here, but I'm just saying in sports in general, there's something to finishing a game. Like, can you salt away a game? Can you run the ball? Can you make these plays? Can you have a mentality? So this is now in 2 of the losses, obviously, Rams, Cardinals, but also in 2 of the wins. The Seattle game and the Cowboys game. They did not finish those games the way they wanted. So what's it going to take? Is it a mentality? Is it an execution? Tim said, he goes, you get tight. He actually said that. He said, you get tight.
Is it
by the way, shout out Aaron Judge.
Yeah, it's all tight. I was going to say, add one more option to the list. Is it Christian McCaffrey? Is he going to help you finish games? Because we know what he can do as a runner. And look, it's not like having any slights against the running performance yesterday because the 49ers ran for over 200 total yards with their 3rd-string running back, but we know Christian McCaffrey as a check-down assassin, how he's able to make plays out of the backfield. I think that could help with closing out games, especially some of the struggles we saw earlier today. But man, oh man, Murph, just circling back to what you brought us in with, the fact that Kyle didn't run the ball once on a day where they had over 200 yards. It's 2nd and 3. What are you doing not running the ball? That's how you close out a game there instead of giving the opportunity to give the ball back to Dak and let the Cowboys have the opportunity to beat you.
2 things I want to do. One, remind you that the excellent Tim Ryan hit was sponsored by Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org. That's one thing. And I want to go over some of these 4th quarter possessions because here's the first one. It's still, at this point in time, it's 27-10. Feeling pretty good. We're just kind of running out clock. 13:34 to go. Niners get it 1st and 10 on their own 17. They run it to Guerrero. 9 yards. 2nd and 1. They run it to Guerrero. He gets stuffed. 3rd and 1. And then this, if you remember this play, it was a play action bootleg rollout, and Purdy rolled to his right, and the 2 Cowboys defenders converged on him, and Ronnie Bell looked to be the guy who was supposed to be intended, and Bell wasn't doing what Purdy wanted, and Purdy wound up throwing the ball into the leaping defender, and it almost got picked. Do you remember that play?
That could have been bad, yeah.
Yeah, we talk about Fred Warner dropping a pick.
Good point.
This is how these things happen. Like, it all trades. So that's one failed possession there. On 3rd and 1, they could have run it. They tried to run it. The question is, why should Ron Bell be your target there? Well, Debo's out. Really, it's that. It's Cowing. It's Pearsall. It's him. Then the Cowboys go down and score, so it's 27-17. The next possession, the Niners do get a field goal. So it's 30-17, but it's still only a 2-score game. And in that one, they went, they had 1st and 10 on the 26, but they had on the Dallas 26 after the Ricky Pearsall jet sweep, they gained 39, so they're feeling pretty good. They're up 27-17. There's 6:23 to go. They have the ball in the Dallas 26, but then they had an illegal formation. It was the play where Conley and the other guy were moving. Remember that? They were talking to each other. And so now it's 1st and 15 on the 31. They run Pat Taylor for 4. They run Pat Taylor for 5. It's 3rd and 6. And Purdy threw an incomplete pass. Now Carlson kicks a field goal. It's 30-17. Then, dude, the Cowboys went 70 yards in 4 plays, 53 seconds.
Fast.
What's that? Like, what's that? Like, that's he got Lamb for 21. He goes Lamb for 29, and then Lamb for 20 touchdown.
That's a lot of lamb.
In all too much lamb. Yeah. Like the lamb tacos at Barbacoa Ramirez and the Arleta parking lot, the DMV from Pop Culture Showdown.
Yeah, I don't need that much lamb.
So now it's 30-24. Okay? Then that's the one you go pass. Purdy scrambled for 7 on a pass play, timeout Dallas. Purdy sacked by Overshown, timeout Dallas. Purdy dumps it to Juszczyk for 6, timeout Dallas. And then you have to hold on for dear life.
Yeah, and then
but
Dallas
they do.
has a chance. Yeah.
Dallas goes 0 for 4. Warner drops the pick. Yeah. Dak throws incomplete short right. Then the play to Turpin down the left sideline, which could have been caught.
Definitely could have been caught.
Could have been caught. And then finally they get pressure on him and he throws an incompletion on the final play. Niners get the win. So how do you finish these games? They're not doing it, man. What's it going to take? Maybe it's just a mental refresh. Like you said, maybe it's getting McCaffrey back. Simple as that. But it's going to be a thing. This is not, I mean, I was saying in the first half, like, it's just not their year. Like when the ball that they forced that Ferguson fumble, and it was just lying there on the grass, and I'm like, that's their ball. Oh, they recovered. I'm like, oh. Yeah. I was like, when the oblong doesn't bounce your way, when you're getting all these injuries, when you can't convert on third down, when Purdy's throwing behind Debo on fourth down, and when Purdy's missing Kittle on earlier in the first half when he was wide open, I was like, it's just, it's just not their year. They're tired. They've lost their spirit. They've lost their fight. And yet, look what happens in the second half. So they rise up, they do their thing, but you got to finish. So going forward, at Tampa Bay, at Green Bay, at Buffalo, these are all games where they're going to have to find something that they haven't shown us yet.
Yeah, and Murph, you asked the question earlier this morning. Was last night's game the game that saved their season? Well, I think people would definitely be smashing the panic button if they would have lost to the Dallas Cowboys and dropped to 3-5. But I wasn't panicking too much after the loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. Hell, it's why I made the 49ers Bobby Boucher's best bet for the first time this season. They were able to win and cover the spread. But you look at this team now entering the bye, 4-4, right in the middle of the NFC West standings, where essentially everybody else has the same record. I know the Rams are 3-4, but everybody else is 4-4. And then you look at the success that this team has had after the bye week. The last 2 seasons combined post-bye week, this team has gone 16-2. So they get stronger as the season goes on, and with the potential reinforcements, it seems like they're gearing up for another run.
Well, that's the scenario.
Yeah.
The NBC had a graphic last night using the San Jose Rose Garden, which I did not. Shout out the San Jose Rose Garden. I know the Berkeley Rose Garden.
Bro, the San Jose Rose Garden is probably the #1 spot for prom pictures.
Nice.
I took prom pictures there.
Nice.
Everybody goes down to the Rose
buddy.
Garden.
All right. Well, I would have loved when they were doing the graphic to see you there in your tux. But anyway, they were talking about late bloomers and the Niners, and they used this graphic as the camera went through the Rose Garden of the Niners blooming late in the season. So
clever.
That's what's in front of them. Like you said, they're quote unquote tied for first. Actually, Arizona has the tiebreaker.
Yeah, they have the tiebreaker.
I've been looking at the schedule, and you know what? I just looking at the final game of the year is at Arizona. I have a feeling that's going to be everything. That's going to be like for the West. I'm just making that call right now. I'd probably if they win that game, they go. If they lose that game, they're out. I know it's way early to make that call. And my kid was saying, I would say brutal schedule, and the teenager was saying, he goes, they can win at Green Bay. Green Bay just barely beat the Jags, which we lost on. You and I lost on that game. That was my triple pick game too. Which was very frustrating.
Yeah, they went with the no Moss strategy when the Jags were trying to let them score a touchdown at the end of the game. Would have got the cover for both of us, man.
Yeah, I needed it too. But in terms of college, a little life there from Saturday Murph.
Saturday Murph.
One pick
Back
at a
in
time.
action,
One
baby.
pick at a time. All right, guys. So we've been teasing this contest. It's pretty incredible. 2 tickets to the 501 Club Niners Seattle game on November 17th and field passes. And this is all provided by Levi's. Suit up in Levi's and make game day legendary, courtesy of Levi's, the official style partner of the San Francisco 49ers. Call John Joe Curley right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets, 501 Club, Niners Seattle, November 17th, and field passes prize furnished by Levi's. Cooler content next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I started this program 3 months ago, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the Cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, let's dive into the Cooler of content. So much stuff to get to. Let's start with the baseball. Let's start with the baseball Friday night. So much reaction. We got to get to it. It starts with the call. Let's go. It's Joe Davis. Or actually, let's go with Dave Fleming. Sorry,
Yeah.
Dave Fleming. So weird to hear this. Dave Fleming doing ESPN radio or MLB International. So you want to have a surreal moment. It's our guy in Dodger Stadium Friday night.
Freeman drives one. Deep right field. It is gone! A World Series walk-off grand slam for Freddie Freeman. Wow. And his ankle may not quite be Kirk Gibson injury level, but there's some shades of that all-time at bat from the 1988 MVP in Freddie Freeman's swing to win Game 1 6-3. An all-time moment.
All right. Well, how was my guy? How was MBWB, Marcus Boucher, the water boy, Yankee lifer at Dodger Stadium, living your dream, World Series? You're up 3-2, 2 outs. How was your reaction?
Silent. Just standing there with my jaw on the floor, hands over my head.
Were there jabronis going nuts all around you?
I mean, Dodger fans lost their mind, as they should.
Yeah, I
it's
know.
the first time ever. It's a walk-off grand slam in the World Series. Like, it's an absolute moment
Pit in
that's
your
going to go
stomach?
down in baseball history. But yeah, I felt my heart drop from the moment I heard the crack of the bat. I go, oh no, it's gone. And I just stood up, put my hands over my head, and I just had to sit there and embrace it and take it all, Murph.
Just watch it. Just hang on the dugout rail and just watch it. Joe Davis getting a lot of love because he actually called back to Vin Scully's 1988 call of Kirk Gibson when Vin Scully said, "She is gone." That's like a famous moment. Got to give Joe Davis credit. Had the presence of mind on that moment here.
Cortez delivers. Freeman hits the ball to right field. She is gone! Gibby, meet Freddie. Game 1 of the World Series.
Oh, man. He says, Gibby, meet Freddie. Now, I do want to make sure yes, there's a comp, but on a scale of 1 to 10, it's not a 10. It's about a 7. Left-handed hitter, white Dodger uni, Game 1, walk-off, same place, same pavilion.
Same exact time?
But same exact time.
Oh, what the hell?
But there's no way to overstate. Gibson was a dead man. Gibson had no foot. Freeman had legged out a triple earlier in the game. And Dennis Eckersley was Mariano Rivera. He was unhittable. It was over. The game was over when Eckersley came in. I mean, Nestor Cortez, bro. So anyway, and by the way, how'd you hear? Could you hear Randy Newman just
Bro, before Freddie Freeman even reached second base, he was running first and they cued the music.
By the way, what'd you think about Freddie's holding up the bat high? It was pretty cold.
Yeah, it was ice cold. It was cold. But yeah, shout out Joe Davis and Dave Fleming, professionals on the call. Props to our boy Dave. But Murph, I really would have liked it if Dave Fleming would have went the Greg Papa route. You know, like when the other team scores a touchdown, he gives like a sad call. Touchdown, Dallas Cowboys.
How great would have been Freeman swings. That's a home run.
Game over.
That would have been hilarious. How are you going to hate Freddie Freeman now? So he ran over to the net. Somebody's like, what are you doing? He's like jumping up and he's like screaming at this guy. You're like, what's he doing? Turns out it was his dad. And then Freddie, like, he's always been a really good guy.
Yeah.
Like, he's always been a really good guy. He's had his son has been battling a severe health situation. So here he is now just making it impossible to hate him, talking about why he ran over to the net to see, as it turns out, his dad.
What was that moment like with your dad?
Yeah, he's been throwing me batting practice since I could remember. My swing is because of him. My approach is because of him. I am who I am because of him, and all the batting practice, all the relentless hours we spent together on a baseball field. We still do it in the off seasons together. He still throws me batting practice, I think he was so nervous. If I could talk to him and talk, I bet he couldn't even. He was so nervous in that going into that, and I just wanted to share that with him because he's been there and he's been through a lot in his life too, and to just to have a moment like that, I just wanted to be a part of it with him in that moment because that's mostly his moment. Because if he didn't throw me batting practice, if he didn't love the game of baseball, I wouldn't be here, playing this game. So that's Fred Freeman's moment right there.
I mean, first of all, somebody layered like the Friday Night Lights music underneath.
What the hell is this?
I know. From Young Tone, though, you said you were moved.
Yeah, that hit home, man.
Yeah.
You said that, about all your dads out there. I'm sure everybody listening can relate to that. And it's a special moment for Freddie. Obviously, his dad's dealing with something, it sounds like. But yeah, just a really cool moment they got to share together.
Are you a Dodger fan now?
No, but I will say, Freeman was a Brave for a long, long time. And it sounds like his agent kind of screwed him over, and that's how he ended up in L.A.
Okay, so here's the thing. We go from that sentiment to just the profane rage of our buddy Nicky T. Yeah, he blew us off for 2 interviews. Who cares? He's still funny. He's lying at home with his glasses on. He couldn't afford the ticket that Marcus could.
Damn, that's surprising because he's an LA guy now.
But he was pissed. Nick Turturro.
Yeah, that walking that number 8 hitter. That's always the kiss of death. When what's his name? Hit the home run Gibson. They walked this other guy. Forget his name, Michael something. And so that walk was a killer, and then a ball that should have been handled, and then one bad move after the next. The guy has not pitched. The other guy's tough on lefties. That's why we have Timmy Hill. This guy was just added to the roster. Just does not make any sense.
Preach, Nicky. Preach.
Well, he's talking about the things that lead up to it. The walking of Gavin Lux with 1 out, nobody on.
No free 90s,
Then the ground ball. Osvaldo Cabrera's right. You'd like to see him make that play.
Yes, you would. Yes,
and then you would have seen Timmy Hill's tough on lefties?
Yeah, I would have gone Tim Hill in that situation. Nestor Cortez hasn't thrown in 36 straight days. His elbow's barely hanging on by a ligament. He's a starting pitcher, not a reliever, and you put him in that situation, it seemed like the Yankees were doomed once Boone made that move.
You got even the captain saying it goes back prior to that. My guy Garrett Cole was pitching well.
Bro, Cole.
6 innings, 1 run.
He earned some pinstripes. That's for damn sure.
They went and got him after 1 base hit in the 6th inning.
Why?
Well, that's what Derek Jeter, your new BFF, is what he said.
I know we talk about this all the time, and I don't want to be one of these guys that say back in the day when we played. But we were talking about when we were playing the Mets in 2000, Al Leiter pitched Game 6. He threw 140-something pitches. 140-something pitches. Garrett Cole was dominating this game. He was dominating the game. Yeah. And if you take him out after 88 pitches for I don't know what reason, it's a domino effect on not only this game tonight, tomorrow's game, and the rest of the series. So I just think when you have someone that's dealing like Garrett Cole was dealing tonight, you leave him out there as long as you can.
Yeah. I was surprised. I was in my living room. I was like, really? You're going to get him right now?
Dude, ride him until the wheels fall off.
I was like, do you know something I don't know? Because he's pitching pretty damn well. In the Dodger dugout, they were happy. They're like, cool, he's out.
Of course. Yeah. And it's something that actually happened not only in game 1, but game 2. And it didn't come back to bite the Dodgers in the ass like it did with the Yankees.
They took Yamamoto.
But with Yamamoto out after he threw a one-hitter, one-earned run, 86 pitches.
Was that an IL thing?
Well, he had been working back from the IL and hasn't worked as deep traditionally as we've seen Garrett Cole before. But still, I thought it was a quick trigger. But yeah, Friday night is going to have a long-lasting kind of effect because you saw Boone have to go to his bullpen early, and then next thing you know, Nestor Cortez is in the game with a 3-2 lead in the 10th inning.
All right, we got to change the topic. Football. Jameis Winston takes over for the woeful Browns and awful Deshaun Watson and beats the Ravens. But he's getting love for his pregame interview with the golf reporter, Amanda Balionis. She's usually on the golf course, but here she was with Winston before the game. This is getting some traction here.
Jameis, I can tell you're taking it all in right now. You're about to make your first start since 2022. Ken Dorsey said that he's been preaching to you to play smart but not conservative. What do you expect from yourself?
This is the day that the Lord has made. I will be glad and rejoice in it.
You're looking really focused right now. You told us this week that everyone inside this building believes that this is the time you guys can turn it around. What's been the message?
Unwavering faith, ultimate belief, depending on the Lord. That's all we got.
You told me no nerves, just excitement and butterflies. Still feel that way?
Unwavering faith, ultimate belief, dependence on the Lord.
The message is clear, guys. Thank you, Jameis.
Damn, Jameis got a message.
Jameis is a soundbite machine.
It was Sunday morning. When did he quote Eminem? I heard he quoted Eminem. Was that after the game?
Wow.
There was a post game too.
Wow.
With Jameis Winston here.
How about the fact that the Cleveland Browns gave all that guaranteed money to Deshaun Watson just to watch Jameis Winston go out there and put on a better performance than we've seen all season long from Deshaun Watson?
Totally. So here's Jameis after the win over the Ravens.
Jameis Winston making your first start since 2022. The word you used before the game was unwavering. How do you describe this victory?
Unwavering faith, ultimate belief, depending on the Lord. And depending on the Lord should have been first. He gets all the glory. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you for this win.
Talk to me about your team and the way they showed up today, coming off 5 consecutive losses. No one would have blamed you guys if you gave up. How did your guys show up this week in practice to get it done today against the Baltimore Ravens?
One play at a time. We fought. We gave everything that we could possibly give. Thank you for the offensive line. Thank you for the defensive line of winning the trenches. And thank you for the Browns fans for coming up and standing up and helping us get a victory here at home.
It's not often that you get another opportunity like you have just received in the NFL. What does it mean to lead these guys, and what could be the start of what you said is something special moving forward?
Man, there's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got to quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that the Lord provided me with this opportunity. I'm grateful for my teammates, my coaches, and these amazing fans.
Unbelievable performance today. Congratulations, Jameis.
Jameis is unbelievable, man. By the way, number 1, God. Number 2, Jesus. Number 3, Eminem. There's a white boy up the road.
Dude, I love that description. Yeah, there's a white guy from Detroit. You might know him, Eminem.
All right. Well, listen, we got more to get to maybe later in the show. So there's a stacked cooler today, but we had to hit some of that baseball and some of that Nicky T and Freddie Freeman and Jameis Winston. All right, back to the Niners. Into the locker room we go with Cam Inman of the Bay Area News Group. Niners get the win. What did he see after the game on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader?
There's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem.
All right, Provident Credit Union helping you score big with your savings. Check out Pick a Term certificates from Provident Credit Union. Yeah, you can lock in a fantastic 4.25% annual percentage yield with a pick-a-term certificate. So, whether you choose a 3-month or a 6-month term, this limited time offer is ideal for hitting your short-term savings goals. Grow your savings and earn a guaranteed rate for the term of the certificate. Earn 4.25% today with a Provident Credit Union pick-a-term certificate. And you need help getting started? The Provident team can walk you through the process and make your savings journey simple and successful. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch. Don't sit on the sidelines. Maximize your savings now and watch your money grow. This rate is effective as of October 7, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. We always like to talk to a beat writer on a Monday. One of the best, Cam Inman, who, of course, has been doing it for a long time for the Bay Area News Group. Plus, he's written a book. Hey, Christmas is coming up. Get the book, The Franchise, San Francisco 49ers, a curated history of the Niners. Forwards by Frank Gore and George Kittle, which is our perfect way to say good morning to Cam as we welcome him on the UMA guest line. And we'll start there with your forward mate, Cam. National Tight End Day, which I guess I should know is the fourth Sunday in October. I didn't know that. And he showed up and showed out. You know what's funny, Cam? We had Tim Ryan on last hour, and he said, he's the best tight end in Niner history, and it's not close. And I was like, shots fired at Brent Jones. But I was telling Marcus, I looked at the stats. Kittle is well ahead of Jones in catches, touchdowns, yards. Cam, he's like on his way to Canton, Ohio. Good morning.
Absolutely. Yeah, good morning. I mean, and the big thing was yesterday he hit milestone marks he has 500 receptions now. And, you're in a club now with Jerry and T.O. and Roger and Dwight Clark, and then he's the number 3 all-time 49er in receiving yards. And it's like, how did that just happen? The guy's in his 8th year, and it's because of games like last night where the 49ers need a trusted target and a guy that's going to seize the stage. And George does that not just on National Tight Ends Days. He does it against the Cowboys, and he always has great timing for it, and he's always kind of battling through injuries, and just he has a ball playing football, and I think that's why everybody falls in love with it. And, the other guy, Vernon Davis, was a big tight end in 49er history, too. They've had some big ones, and George is up. He's the most prolific one easily.
Yeah, and that's just talking about George as a receiver, and then you throw in the element of him as a blocker, and last night the 49ers ran the ball 36 times for 223 yards. So talk to us about the performance of George Kittle, that offensive line, and Isaac Guerrero stepping up after Jordan Mason goes down.
Well, everybody knows how much George loves to block, and it seemed like the blocking kind of got back on track yesterday, and Guerrero, there's been some frustrating runs with him this rookie year where he kind of runs right into people rather than see the lane. And last night there were some pretty good lanes for him to go through and to showcase that speed. And so a lot of the talk after the game is, and it's kind of been continuous after a lot of their victories this year, is, hey, this rookie class is doing really well. And George got asked that question also. And as prideful as he can be about his blocking and other blocking, you do have to give credit to these rookies for stepping up. And what was supposed to essentially be, hey, you guys are just kind of our reserves in case the big studs go down. And we're not quite halfway through the season, and a lot of the big studs have gone down, and the rookies have come through and shined really well.
Cam Inman is a voice you hear, longtime Niner beat writer for the Bay Area News Group. So, Cam, you covered the team a long time, and you know rhythms of games and personnel and coaches and all that. Why is it so hard for these guys to finish a game? So the losses, obviously Rams, Cardinals, but even in wins, Cam, Seattle, and now this. Why, for you, what are the 1, 2, or 3 biggest reasons why they can't finish a game cleanly?
You can pick to anything. You can pick play calling. You can pick offensive guys just kind of, getting a little tight. You can look at defense, giving up too many yards. There's mistakes. It's a sign of a team that's not all clicking. And fortunately, they've survived to the point where they've won 4 of their 8 games. But Murr, you remember this as a beat writer. Your story is pretty much done. And then all of a sudden it's like, CeeDee Lamb caught another touchdown. Great. I guess it's time to start working on the Niners blew another double-digit lead, and then they pull it out. So we don't root in the press box, but you do want to see really good football, and you'd like to see a team put somebody away. One way or the other. And the fact that they keep battling, these last 2 wins, like when they won in Seattle and then they held on last night against Dallas, we asked the players, hey, so what are you thinking there as the lead's falling apart? And they said, well, Fred Warner huddled us up and said, it's not happening again. We're not going to do this again. And they find a way to make a stop. So you do need to give them credit for making the stop at the very end like they did. And they did that in Seattle, too.
Cam, we got to ask you about Brock Purdy's performance last night. Seemed like he struggled a little bit in the first half. And then the second half kind of embraced the short yardage passing game. What was your breakdown on his performance?
It was a great bounce-back game for Brock because, coming out of Kansas City with the 3 interceptions, and then you open up the first half here against the Cowboys with just 2 field goals in the first half. That was the same as Kansas City. You're like, oh, what's going on here? And And then he said, and Brock, the cool thing about Brock is very self-aware, and so he kind of just checked himself at halftime and said he's got to get better and simplify things, and they pretty much did that offensively. And next thing you know, that third quarter was it's picture perfect, right? Because you get a touchdown, you get an interception with a great pick by Dalmit or Lenore, you get another touchdown, and then another, and then you're like, okay, let's salt away this game. It's 27-10. So I guess the 17-point lead is what Brock Purdy needs to protect, because it is a weird offense right now. But you know what? And I tell people this before the game yesterday. I go, as long as Brock Purdy's your starting quarterback, you got a great chance to keep going, keep winning, make it to the playoffs. You got Trent Williams, Kittle, Debo, Bosa, Warner. This team is still stocked. So anybody that starts using the injury excuse, we're only halfway through. There's going to be more injuries. But if you keep Brock Purdy upright, and he's more mobile than he's been ever, just very self-aware, very aware of what the defense is doing, that bodes well for the Niners.
Cam Im is the voice you hear. He was at Levi's last night as the 49ers pull it off 30-24 over the Cowboys, get that win they need. Yeah, we can nitpick at the end, but as he pointed out, they did get the stop they needed when they had to. And, of course, we talked about Brock. We talked about Kittle. And I don't know how realistic this is, Cam, looking forward about this return of McCaffrey. I mean, I guess one of the things is we just don't know, right? You don't know. We don't know. McCaffrey doesn't know. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical that he can just come back and be the offensive player of the year with that injury. Do you have any vibe on that?
I think the vibe picked up a little bit last week. We saw him in the locker room, and we haven't interviewed him yet. It's been a couple months, but he seemed in a good place, good spirits. And then yesterday at the game, I was down on the field, and he walked by, and he seems just tormented, like he wants to be playing. It's like he seems guilty that he's not part of this, but he knows he has to work through this, and he's getting better. I don't sense any setback there. Everything we've heard from Kyle and John has been, hey, everything's on track. He should be coming back after the bye. He's going to play this season. But any work he's doing, Murph, is behind the scenes. We don't see him on the practice field running on the side like a lot of rehab guys do. Maybe that changes after the bye. I would assume it does, because that's what everybody's pointed to. And at the same time, Mason and Garendo have really held their own, running the ball very well. And they need him if they're going to make that push, because I don't know how much more they can get out of Mason, and you don't really know what Garendo can do. But, I mean, this offense is still I think they're second-ranked offense in the NFL. And if you add McCaffrey to that mix, then, I mean, if you look at their 4 wins, they've had to score 30 points in each of those 4 wins to offset whatever falls apart on defense. So I think that's their strategy. They got to keep it going, and they can't turn the ball over.
Yeah, last night the 49ers offense put up 30 points without Christian McCaffrey, without Brandon Ayuk, without Jawan Jennings. Jordan Mason goes down with an injury. Deebo Samuel leaves the game with an injury. So I'd love to get your thoughts on the overall performance of the wide receiver room, Ricky Pearsall, and whether or not you think there's enough depth there ahead of the NFL trade deadline.
I don't see them trading for somebody. Not a wide receiver. I think they need help on the defensive line. I think they need another, whether it's edge rushing. I know they're going to get Yetur Gross-Matos back, but I'm concerned about the run defense on the interior. Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott are doing okay, but they're going to face some teams here that are going to run the ball, and I think they need help defensively more than they need a wide receiver, because Pearsall looks like he's going to round into a pretty nice receiver. He had that 39-yard run, which kind of showed everybody the speed that he's got in the open field, which was good to see. And they can use Debo and Kittle to get the receptions down the field, and Jennings is going to come back. So that's all positive. If they add another veteran wide receiver, great. Chris Conley didn't have a catch last night, but he was a starter because the guy played Ayuk's spot all offseason while Brandon was holding out. So I don't see them going after a receiver. I see them going after somebody on the defensive line. Maybe, there's other little spots here and there, but I think that's what you're looking at. And I do think that they would trade. I mean, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan know that they're a championship contending team. The NFC West is wide open. If they can improve their team and sacrifice a draft pick or two, they should do it.
Diana Rossini reported this weekend that the 49ers could be one of the teams interested in DeForest Buckner. Do you think that's a realistic possibility that they bring Defo back to the Bay?
I don't, and as much as everybody loves DeForest Buckner on the 49ers and really enjoyed his time here, it comes down to cap economics, and you look at the money it's going to cost the Colts, and it's going to be like a $30 million hit if they part with him. So, yeah, you can look at the sentimental lines of like, hey, they can bring back Defo, but that would cost the Colts way too much money on their cap because they just kind of extended him. So I don't think that's an option. I know DJ Jones, a nose tackle, right? He used to play with the Niners, plays in Denver. Denver's winning, and so they might not want to get rid of him, but I think that's something they should look into because he was on the Niners too, and he knows the system, and they liked him.
So just because they won't play before the trade deadline.
Yeah.
So just make a call just for fun. Throw a dart. John Lynch can only trade for one position: D-line, wide receiver, or even running back, which you get to choose one. You get to choose one. What's most likely? Just for fun.
Well, John Lynch knows more about Christian McCaffrey than I do, so if they trade for a running back, that's the alarm bells are going to go off. I would say defensive line.
Yeah. So if they don't get a receiver, they would be going in with just Debo. I guess Juwan coming back makes a difference. Debo, Juwan, Ricky, and the crew.
Yeah, well, and Kittle and Conley. I mean, don't forget about that too. I mean, and they we talk about it as if their offense is struggling. They're the number 2 offense in the league. I mean, they're putting up 400 yards a game, scoring 26 points a game. And I'll tell you what, though. I mean, the next 4 games, that's a brutal block because they got to go to Tampa, then they host Seattle, then they're at Green Bay and at Buffalo.
Yeah.
And it's just like every team's in first place except Green Bay is like they're 6-2, they're second place, but and then Seattle and Buffalo are going to be coming off of byes like Dallas and Kansas City, where the Niners are a bye magnet, so they got to figure out a way to make sure that doesn't work against them because those teams come in rested.
Yeah, and the 49ers will be coming off the bye with a 4-4 record, and you take a look at the standings in the NFC West, and it's not the worst place in the world to be. So, Cam, what are your projections for the second half of the season and whether or not they will be reloaded, rested, and ready to go?
Yeah, I think that. I mean, look, 2 years ago they were 3-4, and then they had the bye, and then they went 9-0 to finish the regular season. Last year they had the Week 9 bye again. They went 7-2, rolled into the playoffs. It's not going to be as easy this year. Those 3 of the next 4 are on the road. That's going to be tough. And that Arizona game now at the regular season finale after the Detroit game, the end of that regular season, that's daunting too. So I think they're going to win the NFC West. I just think the NFC West, it cannibalizes itself because the Niners will play each of those teams 3 more times, and I think they're better than all 3 of the teams, better than the Cardinals, the Rams, the Seahawks. I think the Cardinals are kind of a fun team to watch for now. But I think the Niners will win the NFC West. They'll host a playoff game, and then once you're in the tournament, we'll see what happens.
Hey, last one. I know you're not a rules official, but that quote-unquote offensive pass interference that was not called on Chris Conley, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we forgot to ask Tim Ryan about that, by the way.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, for me, what's a pick? What's not a pick? When can you obliterate a guy? When can you not obliterate a guy? I mean, it's inside baseball, I know. But did you have the refs give you guys any insight on that?
You know what's funny is that's the only play I went back and looked at today, this morning, because I wanted to get to look at it closer. And it's like Conley comes off the line and he kind of runs into a guy. And it seems like the last couple of games, we talk about the Niners wide receivers need to get separation. And a lot of times these cornerbacks are blocking their routes. And it's just like if you're the Niners, well, then kind of just, I don't want to say act, but just like they're impeding your progress. They're interfering in your route. So sell it, and then we'll see what happens. And it just was a strange look when you see 2 flags immediately down, right? Mm-hmm. And they both pick them up, and all the Niners fans are just going, well, hey, this is the same official that refereed against them in the Super Bowls against the Chiefs and didn't call a holding penalty on the offensive line of the Chiefs in either Super Bowl. They were the referees against the Ravens, but they were also the referees when the 49ers beat the Cowboys a couple of years ago in the playoffs. So there was a lot of officiating questions yesterday, and that pick play at the goal line was one of them, but it worked out for George Kittle's national tight ends night, and they lived to talk about it.
Maybe Shanahan will say something about it today. I don't know, but
Shanahan about the officiating, especially if the play went his way. Remember when Murph? It was the Niners beat the Giants in the playoffs, and the NFL came back and said
legendary.
It was the wrong call.
Yes,
and Murph's one-liner.
Yes.
Remember the one word?
Bummer.
Yeah.
We said, right. Mooch, the NFL ruled that they made a mistake, that the New York Giants should have gotten a penalty called on you guys on that last play. And Mooch looked at us. I remember him looking at all of us with his big blue eyes. He's got those bright blue eyes. He kind of looked like a deer in the headlight. Looked at us. He goes, bummer. It was.
He had that little smirk, that little smile. It's like nothing. I'm not going to complain about it.
It was a great line. Just kind of shrugged his shoulders. Just bummer. Yeah.
Well, and that's how the Cowboys are off. The Cowboys they're a bummer now. They got the 3 and 4 saddle to ride home on.
Oh man, very good. All right, Cam, always good stuff. Everybody go get the book, The Franchise, San Francisco 49ers, A Curated History of the Niners by Cam Inman. Enjoy your bye week, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Cam.
Thank you, guys. Have a good morning.
Yeah, Cam Inman from Bay Area News Group. Let's react to all that on the other side. The offensive pick that went their way. Brock Purdy's second half. Why can't they finish a game? They won the darn game. Be happy. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brent Jones, someone who knows a little bit about winning, he joins Tobin and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon to recap the Niners matchup with the Cowboys and to share his key takeaways. Also, Matt Mayoko joins the show at 3:50. And oh, by the way, Steve Kerr joins the show at 5:30. Rip off the knob. Keep it locked on KNBR. You can hear it all on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
They have Conley out wide right, 3 or left. Brock looking right, going to throw wide open. George Kittle, a flag is down. They're going to get a pick play on Conley.
Yes, they are.
Wow. Is it National Flag Day or National Tight End Day?
Let's see. They're having a conference. Maybe they picked this up. I don't know.
Conley, was he blocking before the ball went to Kittle? He was running a route as he ran into Donovan Wilson inadvertently.
Yeah, he was trying to run a route and got pushed into him.
No foul. Touchdown! George Kittle!
In the corner.
A little delayed, Papa, there. So, yeah, okay, so can Chris Conley run into, and I mean set an Andrew Bogut level pick on a DB because he's, quote-unquote, running his route? I mean, listen, the pick/rub play is as old as time itself in the NFL, right? Isn't that what the Cowboys were running late that confused the young DBs of the Niners, right?
Yeah, and it turned out 2 DBs, Jair Brown and Ronaldo Green, actually picked each other off on that second CeeDee Lamb touchdown.
Yeah, so you know what's fun is, so Chris Collinsworth, he's, by the way, now currently like the longest, he's had like the longest run as a color commentator in NFL history.
Really?
Did you know that? Yeah,
Wow.
in one spot.
Oh.
How about that?
Oh, okay.
But you know, his beef is, the belief is he'll always rag on the Niners because they beat him twice in the Super Bowl. And so sometimes you listen to games, you can kind of hear his, I don't think it's totally true. I mean, I'm sure he does dislike the fact that the Niners beat him twice in the Super Bowl. I think he's pretty good. Does he annoy you in any way, or?
No, to be honest with you. Like, I know some people will call him out for hating on the Niners. Even his breakdown of Ricky Pearsall yesterday, like, he's fast, but not that fast. Yeah. I was like, what are you trying to say? He's a white wide receiver just like you.
There's a white boy from Detroit who I admire. But anyway, here's how it sounded last night on the broadcast. And Collinsworth was not buying that Conley was running his route. And so here's how it happened. And then you hear Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth. And then Terry McCauley, the former NFL official who's now the NBC, sort of the Mike Pereira for NBC to explain the rules, explains it. Here it is.
That was a knockdown pick right there on the outside, just drilling Donovan Wilson. Wisconsin.
There was no foul for offensive pass interference.
And George Kittle, on his day, gets a touchdown. Let's go back to why here. This is not offensive pass interference. We'll bring in Terry. Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, Mike, it looks like the defender, one, steps in front of the receiver trying to run a route, and second, the other defender engages him and kind of rides him into him right here. So this is not offensive pass interference. This was correctly picked up.
Thanks for the clarification. It was Amani Oruwariye, who was the corner over there.
Okay. If that's going to be legal from here on out, we're going to have a lot of people taking acting classes here, saying they were pushed into the other guy. So I believe you. I definitely believe you. But I'm just saying, we're going to see a lot of that going forward.
Okay, first of all, I said Al Michaels. I meant Mike Tirico, everybody. Sorry about that. Second of all, man, Collinsworth, that little chuckle, that snort.
Okay.
You got that, young tone? Here it is.
Okay.
You might want to keep that around, that's
good.
for all-purpose sound.
Okay.
Anytime you're like, somebody's trying to sell you a bill of goods, the Giants don't need to make a trade at the trade deadline.
Okay.
The Warriors are going to be fine without Steph Curry.
Okay.
I like it. It's very all-purpose. Very, very good. Again, somebody points out here, 925, didn't Clemson do that play in the national championship a few years back? Exactly. Do you remember Clemson, Alabama to win the game? And it was in that end zone. It was in that end zone. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't the Levi's game. It was the one maybe at the Sugar Bowl. But yeah, okay. I mean, it's a play as old as time itself, right?
I mean, pick plays have always been a part of football. It's just confusing when you don't know if it's a block or the guy running his route. And I think that's the fine line you're walking here. Because without question, Chris Conley ran over that defensive back. But because he didn't extend his arms, did look like he threw like a little elbow. But because he was technically just running his route, it's not pass interference.
Niners got away with it. And by the way, it was Cam Inman who was talking to us about Bill Vinovich. That fate. I tell you, I get PTSD, man. There's something about the way he signals first down, too, with his pinky. You guys notice that? Where, like, the pinky is sort of, like, squished. It's, like, almost like a pinky ring. He's like the foul, the holding on the offense, repeat first down. He does that little pinky thing like that. Annoys me. And believe me, he had some holding. Niners had some critical calls, including one that brought back a touchdown to Deebo Samuel. A big one that took them out of a possible touchdown and made them end up kicking a field goal. So there were penalties that were annoying. The 3 particular holding calls, Juszczyk, Saubert, and Kittle all had holding.
And I have a theory, Murph, because we were wondering on National Tight End Day / night after George Kittle got into the end zone whether or not he was wearing the F Dallas t-shirt. Now, I saw some screenshots after the game, and it looked like he was wearing a gray undershirt, which would lead me to believe that he was wearing the F Dallas t-shirt. But because of the flags originally being thrown, I think that stopped the celebration, and I think that stopped George Kittle from pulling up his jersey and showing off the F Dallas star again.
That's interesting. We'll have to ask George. Nobody asked him about the shirt.
Yeah, I was surprised.
It would have been a reasonable question post-game to say to him, hey, man, no shirt this year. And he might have said, oh, really? I have a shirt. I watched his post-game. By the way, we just talked about Kittle all morning. 6 catches, 128 yards, National Tight End Day, and a day talk about, like, that thing took off, too. It's not like he invented it and it flopped. It's like everybody was talking about it. Yeah. It's like talking about like it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah, what the hell? You can just create your own holidays now?
In fact,
when's the Murph and Marcus Day?
Let's invent one. What do you want to do? We want to do National Bob's Donut. I mean, National Bring Us Bob's Donuts Day.
Yeah, we'll do it the day after Flag Day.
National Richard Bring Us Some Amichis Day.
Yeah, right.
Just create something and make it happen. You know what I mean? National We're Knocking Off at 8:15 Day. I don't know.
National F the Dodgers Day.
Well, I got to tell you, brother. On a quick digression here, do I have something else going on in my life? Is there some other stressor in my life? Because I'm reacting way too emotionally about this series. I do not want to see the Dodgers win. I told you I snapped on some 13-year-old kids. I should not be snapping on 13-year-old kids.
If they're rooting for the Dodgers, it's fair game.
At this stage in my life, I shouldn't be snapping on 13-year-old kids.
But here we are.
But there we were. We were hanging out at a fall baseball game waiting to take the field, and I'm not even the coach. I don't coach anymore because I'm letting the kids go, right? But I'm the game changer, the guy who tracks. You have an app now. You can track every pitch. So grandmas in Florida are watching and all that. So I'm just doing the game changer, and I'm sitting there. I was like, hey, what'd you guys think of that game last night? It was game 1, I thought it was just kibitzing with the kids. So what'd you guys think of that game last night? I got not 1, not 2, but 3 different kids goes, yeah, go Dodgers.
Oh, come on, kids.
And I snapped. Like, what do you mean, go Dodgers? What are you talking about? Like, wait, don't say that here. Don't say that in my presence. Oh. The kids were like, whoa, old man snapping.
Yeah, what's going on? We're in California. We're in Northern California. First, I got the PA announcer at a water polo game. Now I got these kids rooting for a Dodger.
Exactly.
What the hell?
By the way, that Miramani PA rant apparently resonated over in Orinda. I've heard from a number of people. They're like, man, there's a ripple effect. You call. Some people supported me. They're like, no, keep going, dude. Other people are like, no, let him do what he wants, man. I'm like, no, how do you grow up in this area and say, go Dodgers? I mean, we dealt with this. So anyway, I had it. And I'm emotional about it, and I don't like it. So
I'm here with you, Murph.
I was with you every step of the way, buddy.
Every pitch.
And you got to go get me some wins in New York.
Every 92-mile-per-hour fastball.
We got to wish this guy well, everybody. See this guy on the YouTube and the Twitch, Marcus?
That's it.
Wish him well. He's wheels up to New York.
Taking off tonight.
It's exciting.
And the stat that I'm just clinging onto for dear life. The last 2 times the Yankees and Dodgers faced off in the World Series, the home team won game 1 and 2, and then lost the next 4 straight games.
I'm in. Let's go.
Let's follow the trends. Let's follow the trends, Murph.
I want that. Where's that Yankee kid who recited all those retired jerseys? I'm like, Yanks in 5.
By the way, we never even talked about the idiot who caught the ball, Gleyber Torres, fan interference.
Okay, so that's...
How have we gone 3.5 hours of the show without bringing that up?
So you want me to snap again?
Yeah. Bring it. I need a snap. I need a Murph rant.
I tell you what, dude, okay. Number 1, hey, douche. Stay out of the game, all right? I did not freaking pay $1,500 of Marcus's money to go sit in SRO to watch you make a catch. I'm not there to watch you, douche. So stay out of the game forever, okay? Then came this wave from the... But, dude, great play. Great catch.
Great play.
I mean, great play.
Get the hell out of here.
Get off of my screen, douche. Don't bring your freaking mitt. Dude... Wait for the ball to travel over the fence and knock yourself out. Have a ball. dude, you leaning up, and then people are like, oh, Jeffrey Mayer. Well, dude, that's a whole other story.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Mayer, you guys should still be apologizing for that.
Yeah, that one helped out
And
the
then
Yankees.
that kid turned into
this
a
one did
freaking
not.
celebrity. I know it did not.
Well, that's the thing is like, how do you help the Dodgers in that situation when it's a dumb, blanking Dodger fan that interferes? Look, it was probably going to be a double regardless and off the top of the wall.
Know, though.
But still, who knows if it takes a weird bounce.
Kicked away and tripled.
What if the center fielder pulled a Jose Canseco? The ball bounces off his head, goes over the fence. Stay the hell out of the game.
Douche.
And because it was a Dodger fan, it should have counted as a home run. That's my take.
So annoying. So annoying. And then I got 13-year-old kids saying, go Dodgers. So anyway.
I'm about to go full Michael Jordan, blank them kids.
You and I, we're stressed out.
Yeah.
We're stressed out. Let's shout out 21 Pilots. Young Tone, you know 21 Pilots, right? Stressed out?
Yeah.
Okay, good man. Anyway.
I'm glad we got that off our chest.
I was going to make a point about George Kittle and Brent Jones. Maybe we should save it for the other segment.
Yeah.
Let's get into the Niners to finish up. An interesting comp on George Kittle and Brent Jones from Tim Ryan. And we'll get into that too, and some more reaction to the Niners. And I'm just going to try to chill out because I'm definitely stressed out. You may have to come back with 21 Pilots. I'm not taking this well at all. All right?
I am not well.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here with O'Reilly Auto Parts. And if you're looking for a Dodger fan to stay the hell out of the play, don't go down to Dodger Stadium. But if you're looking for longer-lasting fog lights for your drive, upgrade to the Sylvania LED fog bulb. Easy to install LED fog light bulbs will get you out of the driveway and back onto the road in no time. Sylvania is the guiding light for your power sport and fog bulb needs. For a limited time, get a limited $20 O'Reilly gift card after rebate with purchase of select Sylvania LED fog bulbs plus 2 times O reward points. And right now, O'Reilly Auto Parts is celebrating the 25th anniversary of their world famous jingle, folks. And we all know how it goes, so sing it with me. Oh, 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 O'Reilly Auto Parts. You like that? That's my Tim Ryan remix for you. And now O'Reilly wants you to create a remix, a cover of the jingle, or even your own choreographed dance, and you'll have a chance to win exclusive merch and prizes, including 3 $5,000 grand prize winners from O'Reilly Auto Parts. Submit your video to O'ReillyJingleContest.com now through October 31st. Terms and conditions apply. No purchase necessary.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Devo, first and 10, 46-yard line. Going in motion is Devo. Hand up, no play action to Guerrero. Brock at a load up. Brock throws over the middle. George Kittle with another reception, and this one is for history. He has passed the great Dwight Clark for the third most receiving yards in 49ers history, behind only Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens.
Oh, there it is. Thank you, Young Tone. I am a little too stressed out about this Dodger situation. Not stressed out when the Niners finally won that game. Stressed out a little bit when Dak had that ball. I have to say, when it was 30-24 and the Niners had that ball, or the Cowboys had the ball, I was like, I'm just going to sit back and just see what happens. I was like, whatever. Just see what happens, man. And sure enough, they forced 4 straight incompletions from Dak Prescott. But that highlight you just heard was about George Kittle, who National Tight End Day was a smash success. 6 catches, 128 yards, and a touchdown on the pick play from Chris Conley that we just talked about. And by the way, a listener wrote in and said that there is an IG going around where Kittle confirms that he had the shirt. Is that right?
Ooh.
So that's what I'm just going on a listener, but sometimes listeners are right, sometimes they're wrong.
Ooh.
But I'm just going to go ahead and throw that out there. Maybe somebody can do some research on that. So, Kittle, incredible. He's on Marcus's fantasy team.
Shout out to
Did he
Kittle
take you to a
Rascals.
dub?
Take me to a dub this week. Big win over Adam Copeland. A nice little matchup on the Fantasize This podcast.
By the way, I got the L from Young Tone, who now owns our show. Because he beat you too, didn't he?
That's it. Yeah, I think young Tony took us both down. So, Tony, take over the mic. The
Tony,
show's
all we
yours
can do
now.
is tip our cap and call you our daddy?
Yeah, welcome to the Young Tony Show.
Listen, boys, it is what it is. It's fantasy football.
How about you and I each having monster bench days that we left? You left Bo Nix and Ramondre Stevenson on the bench. They were gigantic. And I left Isaac Guerrero and the new Cedric Tillman, who I'll start playing more from the Browns, on the bench. He was my pickup last week. I was like, let's see what he does this week. I was like, I better get him in the lineup because Jameis and him made some
I don't
music.
know. I felt like you took it easy on young Tony this week. Because when me and you faced off, you put up the highest score in the entire league.
That was satisfying.
Now you put up one of the worst performances of the season against young Tony.
You know what they say? As you wrote on your social media, that's baseball.
That's it.
And that's fantasy.
That's fantasy.
That's fantasy.
Fantasize this.
Sometimes you look at your bench, you're like, I have more points on my bench than I do on my team. What's going on here? Okay, so anyway, Tim Ryan came on today. Great conversation. You know, we talked about finishing games, and he's like, yeah, maybe they get a little tight. Maybe they got to execute, all that stuff. But getting the win was a huge deal. And the second half surge, which was the hum baby, the third quarter triumvirate of Purdy, Guerrero, and George Kittle was hum baby number 1 today. And you know, I think Marcus asked Tim about National Tight End Day and Kittle going off, and here's what he said.
You know, he's the best to me, and I've only been watching, you know, remembering 49er football from the late 70s into the 80s, 90s, and ever since. He's the best tight end in 49er history. I don't even think it's close. You know, the numbers certainly reflect that, especially when you're comparing him now with greats and wide receiver numbers, you know, guys that are paid to just catch the football. A big part of George's game, as you know, is, you know, go back and look at the rushing numbers, certainly since Kyle's been here, and he has been such a huge part of that with what he does out on the edge, whether he's hooking people or kicking guys, you know, off the edge and opening up running lanes. That's what I said last night in the game. You know, with all those catches and all those numbers, he's eaten more pancakes than every one of those guys combined in terms of the guys ahead of him. So great player, great person, could play in any era, and really fired up for him in the game that he had last night.
Okay, so when he said that, I was like, oh. And my immediate thought was the afternoon guest with Tolbert and Copes, Brent Jones. It's like, oh, I'm going to go look it up. And then Marcus said, whoa. What about the newer generation? What about Vernon Davis?
Yeah, what about Vern?
So, did a little write down here. So, George Kittle has 43 touchdowns. Brent Jones had 33. So, he's got him beat by 10. However, in his 10 years as a Niner, and don't forget, he went on to play 4 more in Washington and 1 in Denver. In his 10 years as a Niner, Vernon Davis had 55 touchdowns, more than George Kittle, 12 more than George Kittle.
Yes, he did.
That's 10 years versus Kittle has not played 10 years yet. Okay.
More games for Vern.
Touchdown, pure catches. George Kittle has 500 now. Congratulations. He hit that milestone. Brent Jones had 417, so he's got Jones beat on catches too. Vernon Davis, 441.
How about that?
So he's got him beat. Interestingly, Vernon got to the end zone more on fewer catches. I guess he was a red zone lunatic, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he was a monster over there.
Then you get to yards, and George Kittle is at 6,777 yards. Brent Jones finished with 5,195, over 1,600 behind him. So Brent Jones, as much as I love Brent Jones, and he's my guy, and he's a super, he can't measure up to Kittle on any of those categories. Now, Vernon Davis, 5,640 yards, 1,000 behind Kittle. So the only thing Vernon has him on, surprisingly, is 55 touchdowns in his 10 years, but he has fewer catches and fewer yards. So it looks like you can make a case. And Kittle's, by the way, still going.
Yeah, Kittle's 31. And look at a guy like Travis Kelce, who I know is not putting up crazy numbers this year, just had a really good game against the Raiders, but he's 36 now. So I'm looking at George Kittle still having 4 to 5 years of his prime left, and you can look at the numbers and the touchdown passes that he's caught from Brock Purdy, which has now eclipsed the total number of touchdown passes that he caught from Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, this Iowa State connection, this chemistry is real. And we're talking about the future of Brock Purdy. As long as George Kittle's out there, that's the security blanket right there. And you can look at him as one of the best red zone options in the entire NFL this year. And on a night where you're missing Chris McCaffrey, Jordan Mason, Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, Brandon Ayuk, it's George Kittle there to save the day once again.
By the way, we have in the soundbite on National Tight End Day, I guess he invented it with Jimmy Garoppolo. Is that right?
Ooh, Jimmy's vice president, huh?
Is that right? Well, they asked him about it because after the game, they said, that's you and Jimmy's thing. Did you guys talk? Yeah, we have it in the folder. Yeah, it's in the folder there, buddy. Oh, you want to come on here? You can hop on Young Tone.
Yeah, it was a quick 7-8 second cut saying that Jimmy is still hard to reach, Young Tony.
There it is. Here it is.
No, he's still the hardest person to ever get a hold of. That's same story. I haven't tried in a little bit, but yes.
So he can't get a hold of him. Prior to that, though, he talked about celebrating national. He did it typical Kittle when he was introduced before the game. And everybody's out cheering. They go, George, and the crowd says, Kittle. He ran out with 3 other tight ends, with Braden Willis and with Eric Saubert, the whole crew. Typical Kittle, he had 4 guys go out. So he talked about that.
Ooh. That was my idea. We had 4 active tight ends for the first time this year, so I was really excited about that, getting Braden Willis up. It's a holiday. You're trying to, celebrate all tight ends, not just, guys who get a bunch of targets and stuff. Like, tight ends do the gritty stuff, special teams, goal line stuff. So I'm just happy to have them all run out with me. I really do appreciate my tight end room this year. They've been fantastic. Just helped me out as much as I can be. Any other things I do on my holiday? I think I lost the last 2 on the holiday. So getting a win on National Tight Ends Day was very helpful for my confidence. And
it's been mentioned that he could be a cap casualty next year. It has been mentioned.
I don't want to go.
He has one more year next year. It's $14 million base. He's a $21 million cap hit. So I don't know the numbers here. Somebody smarter than me is going to have to figure this out. But I at this point in time, you can't really see the Niners moving on without him.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Because you can look at the receiving numbers, but you can also look at the rushing numbers. And there's a direct correlation to when George Kittle is on the field. Yeah. We've seen games where Kittle hasn't been out there and the running system has not been the same system. So he's just too important. And what I just talked about, that chemistry with Brock Purdy, that's irreplaceable. George Kittle needs to retire a 49er.
Yeah, and more this year, if they're going to be the team they need to be the last 8 games, and here they are, 4-4 at the break, 5-3 last year, only 1 game back at last year's pace, is without Brandon Ayuk and with Deebo in and out of the injury tent, bro, this guy becomes vital to everything, and you saw it last night. It was the 43-yard crossing route that changed the energy of the game. It was when the Niners got the ball at the 40-yard line after the really underrated blown kickoff by the Cowboys that gave the Niners the ball at the 40. Then he hit Kittle on that 43-yarder where Kittle ran up the seam and cut hard to his left, and Purdy hit him in stride for 43 yards. He almost scored. He got out at the 4. The very next play, Garendo ran it in. Yeah. And then it was 13-10 Niners, and you kind of felt like everything. So he's making game-changing plays, like you point out, blocking for a rushing offense that had 226 yards on the ground last night.
One of my favorite plays was the Ricky Pearsall end around 39 yards, and you can watch George Kittle set the edge on the outside and then move up to the second level. He's the lead blocker. Hell, you could probably pick out any rushing touchdown over the last 4 or 5 years, and you're going to see George Kittle involved in that play.
Yeah, so, Niners cap hit next year, Purdy's contract, the whole deal. It's going to be, I don't know, man. That stuff gets so in the weeds. I'm not even sure what to get here.
Yeah, got to keep Kittle, and I do want to mention that we do have confirmation that George Kittle told Jake Ferguson after the game that he was wearing his F Dallas t-shirt. He wore it for good luck, but he didn't want to show it off. Probably didn't want to pay that fine again.
Interesting. All right. We have a couple of the Brent Jones defenders coming in, and believe me, I'll defend Brent Ferber. 831 says, what about the Super Bowls?
Yeah. That's a big part.
415 says there's too many variables on those stats. Maybe Brent did not get the ball as much because there were better receivers, guys named Jerry Rice.
Yeah, and also different styles of game. We talk about passing numbers and how they've skyrocketed through the roof.
Well,
no disrespect to Brent. We're just giving George Kittle his flowers.
Well, then for fun, who's the best tight end? Is it Brent Jones? Is it George Kittle? Or is it Vernon Davis?
808 KNBR is the number.
808 KNBR is the number. It's like ice cream flavors. You walk in. You know, one day you want the Rocky Road. One day you want the strawberry. The other day you want the mint chip.
Yeah.
You know?
That's why Baskin-Robbins has 31 flavors.
31 flavors. Sometimes I've seen hotly disputed opinions be solved by somebody saying, well, that's why we have menus. And, you know, like maybe opinions, maybe even in post-game interviews on the Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, Everybody's got their opinions, Murph.
707 says, I thought it was Greg Olson that made Tight End University. Is that right?
Might be involved in it.
Or National Tight End Day,
Well,
too?
Tight End University is the offseason camp, including both Greg Olson and George Kittle down in Nashville. But this is different. This is National Tight End Day.
209. Yeah, but get people checking in again on that T-shirt, too, about the Kittle. It's on the 49ers IG thing, too. All right, guys. Well, listen. Niners get the win that they need to get. They hang on for dear life. The third quarter changes everything. They go into the break 4-4. We'll spend the next 2 weeks talking about it because they don't play again, guys, until 2 weeks from yesterday. They're at Tampa Bay, who was looking a little better. They've stumbled a little bit, but Baker's still putting up big numbers.
He is.
He's on my fantasy team, and he's still putting up big numbers. He really is. He'll throw a pick, but he'll also throw a touchdown. And he's never out of it. And you know what's scary about that game already? I'm just kind of looking ahead 13 days. Is that the Niners are the team that can't finish. I've watched Baker a lot because I haven't. He doesn't stop. He still slings it in the fourth quarter. That's right now a fearful matchup for me. That even if the Niners are feeling okay, Baker's going to be going to the fourth quarter just pistols flying, man. He's going to be like, let's go. So Niners, you better be ready to close out the Tampa Bay Bucks. Will Christian McCaffrey be on the field?
That's the key.
And will the Yankees be World Series champions by then?
Oh, that's a great question because it's not only a bye week for the 49ers. I'm saying bye-bye and taking my bye week, flying out to New York today. I'll be there for Game 4 tomorrow, and I'll see you all next Tuesday.
Which is exciting for you, and we're thrilled for you. Now just change some freaking results.
Yeah, that's it.
All right,
I need some W's.
Change some freaking results. Speaking of bye, it was did not hit our 90s Friday, right? We did not play that on our 90s Friday, and you're going to miss the OOs Friday coming up.
Oh, bummer.
What would you nominate for the OOs Friday? Nelly, Hot in Here?
Oh, that's a classic.
I mean, that's kind of that decade of that sort of like it was more like sort of a, I don't want to say dance, but like sort of like more viral hits kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Bro, if I had the quarters for the jukebox on Friday, I'm playing nothing but hyphy music. Early 2000s was the hyphy movement, so make sure you play some Mac Dre, make sure you play some 40, some Too Short, all the classics.
There it is, Young Tone. You have the marching orders. All right, guys. We'll finish up strong on the other side. What did Young Tony do? We have anything today? We'll figure something out. What do you got,
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. All right.
What a tease.
Stay tuned. Also, stay tuned all week long. We're giving away tickets to the Niners-Seahawks game, Levi's 501 Club, and field passes. So stay tuned for the rest of the week. And in comes Brooksy from the bullpen. I was going to say like Nestor Cortez, but that wouldn't be.
No.
That's not a good analogy.
Hopefully it's better than Nestor's performance.
All right. Well, listen, we'll say one last segment for Waterbury. We'll send them off to New York. Go get that pizza and some Yankee wins on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Bigelow Tea. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. We're having a sports equinox day. Football, baseball, hockey, and basketball all played today. So that means it's Bigelow Tea equinox too. So celebrate all four by having a mug full of Bigelow Tea. We have it here at the Leader. Chamomile, English breakfast, cran apple. What do you want? I love all the different options, and it keeps us nice and soothed and calm and relaxed, padding around the office with our Bigelow tea. So join us. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
Unwavering faith.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cortez delivers. Freeman hits the ball to right field. She is gone! Gibby, meet Freddie. Game 1 of the World Series.
Daniels backing up. He's just going to have to let one fly. Goes to the right side. Steps away from the defenders. Gives himself some time. Now steps up, fires. Heads towards the end zone. It is...
Oh, so that was pretty fun rejoin there. Young Tone playing the Joe Davis granny call on Friday night, and then the Bram, Weinstein, and London Fletcher WBIG 100.3 FM call of the Washington Commanders Hail Mary. So we had one on Friday night, one on Sunday. Those are two of the crazier calls you're going to get in any sports calendar year, and they happened in the same weekend. One I enjoyed more than the other. All right, but I got to give Joe Davis credit. The she is gone. It's like, man, oh man. And then Gibby meet Freddie. I was like, damn, he's crossing all the T's. I got to be honest, man. If I'm a Dodger fan, I'm probably like, I don't know. What am I doing? I haven't probably stopped freaking running around with my shirt off. Like still, 2 days later, I'm probably just still screaming.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, you saw it.
Mm-hmm.
I have video, so I told you that the kid I coached, Oscar, who's a great baseball player, his dad's a New Yorker, and his uncle is wacky, crazy Uncle Emmett. I told you guys, this guy's out of his mind. And they said, we're not missing this. So they flew from Mill Valley down to Dodger Stadium as Yankee fans. Mm-hmm. They went to rep. Mm-hmm. And he showed me a picture for the first inning. Already Uncle Emmett had befriended a Dodger fan in front of him, arms around each other with big, tall boys. And I was looking at Emmett making his presence. I got a picture of Emmett later on shirtless, like sticking his gut out and doing some dance mid-inning. I'm like, Emmett. And then he was rolling tape during the granny.
No.
It was insane. And that Dodger fan who Emmett had befriended in the mania, in the camera shaking, turns around and just buries his head into Uncle Emmett's chest and hugs him in like a moment of peace. Like, can you? And even Emmett was like patting him on the head, like, "All right, dude, you got this one."
Yeah.
But the kid, the scene is just jostling camera mania. I mean, you were there, buddy.
I mean, it was absolutely insane. And even as I sat there in silence with my jaw on the floor and my hands over the head, watching Freddie Freeman round those bases, seeing the reaction from the crowd. Again, as a Yankee fan, I was mad. As a Giants fan, I'm sure it pissed you off. But if you're a fan of baseball, that moment, the first ever walk-off grand slam in World Series history, like this is what baseball wanted. Mm-hmm. When we talk about the matchup between the Yankees and Dodgers, the lead changes, the back and forth. I know we went on our rants earlier about Nestor Cortez and the fan interference with the Dodger fan. But in that moment alone, what a moment for baseball. What a moment for the Dodgers. But still, anyways, blank the Dodgers. That's what I got to say about all that.
Hey, Kershaw.
Anyways, the Dodgers.
Yeah, one for you too, Kershaw.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
I hate to say this, but I've seen it like in sports, like 1988, Gibby and Eck. And by the way, I want to go on record. I'm not dogging Freddie Freeman. It's one of the great moments in World Series history. It's not comparable to Gibby and Eck. Gibson was a dead man. He shouldn't have been on the roster. And then they sort of sent him up there. It's like, what are you doing, dude? This is not Hollywood. This guy's limping up there. You're like, come on. Eckersley's going to blow him away. And if you go watch the swing, it's like a one-legged swing. He just golfs it out of there off of Eck. And it's crazy.
Fist pumping everything, Murph.
Freddie Freeman had legged out a triple earlier in the game on the bum ankle. Now, let me ask you, in real time, the walk of Mookie, did you hate it? Were you?
Well, I didn't like the move, but I guess it made sense theoretically because you had an open base.
Lefty, righty, lefty.
After Verdugo made a fantastic catch.
And got penalized for it by tumbling into the crowd. They advanced the runners because they say that protects the defense. Because if he's sprawled out and he can't get up, the runners could run forever. But I'm like, I let the ump make that call. If he pops up and makes a throw in, you should be able to let that. Because he did. He popped up and held the runners. It was incredible.
Made a great play, but then the runners advanced to second and third.
So you pitched to Mookie.
I would have pitched to Mookie because Mookie has not had the greatest postseason success, if you're being honest.
Was saying you could try to get him to chase maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have a base to work with. So pitch outside the zone instead of not throwing a single pitch and just throwing up 4 fingers. And then you get into the analytics, a lefty-lefty matchup against Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman has an over 600 career batting average against left-handed pitchers with the bases loaded. Where are those analytics, Boone? Where are those analytics?
And if you're on the mound, are you throwing a middle-in fastball first pitch?
Absolutely not. Especially when Nestor's elbow was hanging on by a string and he's only hitting at 92 miles per hour.
Salvi Perez, you just elevate. Get him to chase. Now, you can't walk him up. But if you walk him, the game's not over. No. It's only a tie. You actually have to think like that. You have to think like, okay, I don't want to walk him, but if I walk him, we're still playing.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world.
It is. I mean, you have to think like that. Like, don't throw a cookie.
No, you can't give in. You got to battle. And yeah, Nestor Cortez threw 2 pitches on the night. One fly out to Ohtani, and then the one that is going to go down in history.
By the way, shout out the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I want to tell you guys, I did read all your texts. Many of you say Kittle not close ahead of Vernon and Brent Jones. So just want to say, I read your text. Young Tone, here you go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Okay, so today was kind of a light day on our deep historical polls and movies and all that stuff that we do. So young Tone, we think the only thing we found was like the phrase airhead, which was really more like 80s. Not really part of your lexicon, is it? You ever call anybody an airhead?
I've never called somebody an airhead, but the candy itself loved airheads, not only as a kid, but still now.
Okay, so you like the candy, but you've never used it in slang.
No.
Well, Nick Bosa describing Demo Lenore as a rookie, maybe not getting it done mentally. Here it is.
Unbelievable. He came in as a rookie, and he was a bit of an airhead, but he has just gotten so much better, and he's one of my favorite players that I've ever played with.
Kind of a bit of that's unusual. I didn't expect him to call him an airhead.
Real quick, where do you check in with the movie Airhead?
Wait,
Adam Sandler, Brendan Fraser, and Steve Buscemi.
Is it a dog?
No, it's like a rock and roll spoof.
I don't know it.
Adam Sandler.
Oh, I'm thinking of Air Bud.
No, yeah, you're thinking Air Bud.
Old OG Murph learned about Airhead today then.
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
What year?
1994.
Did you see it?
How about this? Adam Sandler, Brendan Fraser, and Steve Buscemi. Always heard about the film, never saw it though. Yeah.
Pretty good cast. All right, buddy, off you go. John's on Bleecker. All right, bud. And Yankee wins.
That's it, baby.
Start spreading the news.
That's it. Series doesn't start till the road team wins the game. Dodgers took care of business. Today. It's time for the Yankees to bounce back.
He wants to be a part. I'm doing Joe Piscopo. All right, guys. That was all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Time for a change. Sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, get yours at Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service and help fight breast cancer now through October. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Unwavering faith, ultimate belief, dependence on the Lord. There's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem.
Okay. He's a bit of an airhead.
Yippee-ki-yay, boys. How about them 49ers, huh?
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Stack out of the shotgun, steps up in the pocket, gonna heave one down the left sideline for Turpin. Intercepted by Jair Brown. They get Dak Prescott again on the deep ball.
Well, Nick Bosa got him on an outstanding run.
Dak is back. It's pressured by Bosa and thrown down and sacked by Bosa. Big time sack by Nick Bosa when I'm on the right tackle, Terrence Steele to get to Dak Prescott. The shotgun, they're going to roll Dak to the left, rolling outside the number, sprint left, throws down the sideline, intercepted by Diamador Lenore. Was he in bounds? Yes, he was. Lenore gets Dak again. Here's the snap to Dak out of the shotgun. Here comes Bosa around the edge. Dak at a pump. Get out to his right. And now he will throw the ball away into the 49ers sideline. He had nowhere to go. Fred Warner was bearing down on him. Pass rush all over Dak.
Yes, a W is a W is a W, and now it's a bye week. We'll get into all things 49ers. Great guest list today. Amazing guest list. Plus, you can ask Papa anything at all. Got a ton going on. We got to worry about Steph's ankle again. We got more World Series to play. We got Hail Marys to talk about. What are the NFC West? It is absolutely, positively crazy after your Bills took care of the Seahawks and the Cardinals come back against Tua, who returns from Miami, but it makes no difference for Mike McDaniel. So we got a ton of stuff to go over. Obviously, the Rams win on Thursday. So a ton to get to. We want to get your thoughts as well. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line for your convenience is all one and the same. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. If you have thoughts about the game, apparently it only takes one quarter, and that being the third quarter, to beat the Cowboys last night, but it does not matter. The 49ers are going to win, and they are even at 4-4. Looking good, my friend. How are you?
Good morning, John. I wish I knew you were going to wear the Yak Bros hat. I was all set to pull out. What am I going to open the show with? Will I pull out a Yak Bros in honor? I know it's National Tight End Day.
Yeah,
George
but
Kittle,
man, Ricky.
Actually, George was a charter member of the Yak Bros.
He was the man.
Brandon Ayuk and obviously Deebo Samuel. But I
George
didn't
had a
go
nice
that way
rumble down the
'cause
sidelines on the 43-yarder. So, yeah, you get a little yak going, right?
Yeah, but George played great. And but I think it's this. I'm going to dub this the Moses Malone division right now. Everybody's full. We're going more fours. Everybody's 4-4. Rams are 3-4. We'll see if they can get to 4-4. But Arizona, I told you they're going to be an improved team this year, and they beat Miami. Chad Ryland another game-winning field goal, and Seattle did lose to Buffalo, so they're 4-4. The Niners, Arizona's in first, Niners are in second, and the Seahawks third, and then Rams playing one less game, 3-4 in last place. But there's so many ways to look at the game last night, and I know we saw you at halftime, and you came up in the booth to do the halftime update. Just going into halftime, Brock was not playing well. He had a couple of throws he wanted back. Obviously, the 4th and 3 to Deebo was behind him. But he had several throws where he just missed. Garendo a couple of times in the right flat. The ball that just slipped out of his hand. Could have been a fumble. Could have been an incomplete pass. Where they go tuck you on me on that one. Weird play. The one on the third down that he bounced to Conley. It was a tight window. Conley was on the ground, but he could have rifled that ball in there, and it just bounced. So I was thinking at halftime, Brock has got to play better, and he did. But the story of the game, to me, was Isaac Garendo and his running late in the first half. The Niners, John, had 8 carries for 23 yards to open the game, with J.P. Mason as the lead back. It just wasn't going well. And we knew off the bye, Mike Zimmer's going to do something. What is he going to do? Well, he jumped into a 5-man front. He jumped into a 6-man front. Whenever the Niners went into a shotgun, he automatic blitzed, and they got some speed with that number 13 Overshone coming in the middle. He's just so fast. And they were stuffing the Niner run game. He stayed with a 5-man front, which is interesting, and that's when Isaac Garendo turned the game around. He was just so much quicker getting off the ball, and Bobby Turner's been coaching him hard, and obviously Kyle, you play for the Niners, in a running back or a wide receiver or a quarterback, you're going to get an earful, and Garendo was just slow to come off the ball initially, but last night just firing off the ball. He's better when he presses and keeps it play side. J.P. Mason is so good cutting back to the backside, but Garendo just hits it so damn hard. I thought the 19-yard run, the 15-yard run, right before halftime changed the tenor of the game. There was a hold going out the other way, which negated another explosive run for him, John. But I thought he flipped the game, and then his energy, obviously, in the second half. Kittle over the middle on the 43-yarder, taking advantage of Donovan Wilson. Then Garendo does get a touchdown. No need to slide down there. And then Demo Lenore, is he going to be a Pro Bowler, an All-Pro, first or second team? I mean, outside of Nick and Fred that are staples, and I may even include those guys, anybody playing better on the defense than Diamondor Lenore? What an interception that was. They get right back into the end zone immediately. What we call for around the goal line in the red zone is more pick plays, rub plays, whatever you want to call it. And I know you were talking about it on the postgame show, and I think Donovan Wilson ran into him. And the initial flag was OPI, and they went back to New York and looked at it, and Terry McCauley jumped in on NBC's broadcast, and we're going to get Mike Tirico to join us at 10:50 to talk about the game and the broadcast last night. Mike did a great job with Chris Collinsworth. But and that's how Denver, when Peyton Manning threw his 55 touchdown passes, I think like 40 of them in the low red zone were on pick plays, just like that. They did it over and over and over again, and you get away with it a lot. Or they view the defender kind of leaned into him, and Donovan Wilson did run into Conley, whatever it was. That's a combination route on the goal line, and George able to pop it out. Obviously, the way the fourth quarter went, and Kyle made some errors. On a 3rd and 1, he throws the ball.
That was crazy.
On a roll out to the right, the ball got tipped and almost intercepted. And then, after the bust on CD, I don't know what the hell they were playing, a box and none on the first touchdown. They had 4 on one side, which they manned, and I guess they zoned him on the other side. I have no idea. They're going to have to tell me in film study what the hell that was because nobody guarded them. And then the other one, safety comes down and picks off Renardo Green. So all of a sudden you're like, whoa. They're going to get the ball back. It's dicey. And then this Kyle, again, this is where having the head coach also be the play caller, sometimes he just looks at Mike Zimmer's defense and he thinks, we can't run the ball. We can't make a yard in this. Well, maybe you can't make a yard, but make them use their timeouts and play situational football. He dropped back to pass on 1st and 10, and then Brock scrambled to get out of it and picked up 7. But then on the 2nd and 3, he drops back to pass again, and Ricky was open on the play, but maybe the one error Garendo made, John, was the inside blitz pickup on Overshone. And that guy, whoa.
Well, that's the play of the game, too, was that he hung onto the ball. I mean, right there, it was like...
Yeah, when he got hit in the back. But that's a 2nd and 3 there, Coach.
Yeah, right.
Run the ball. And they wound up, I think, 17 seconds expired, so the 3rd and 1, when the half roll, the ball got tipped. Run the ball there. Pick up a first down, chew on the clock. That's what the Niners are so great at, the clock suckers. Just every time you snap the ball is 40 seconds. Just take it down. All of a sudden, they got time. And then they didn't target CD on the very last drive, which was interesting, and the Niners were able to slam him there. But got a little dicey in the end. But they should be 6-2 going into the bye. But they're not. They kicked the Ram game. They kicked the Arizona game. So you're not in first place in the NFC West, but you're there with a 3 group of 4-4. Your season will be decided on what you do coming out of the bye, and we're going to talk to Matt Barrows. I had a long talk with him yesterday. I think all systems are go. 1 week from today, they're going to get together today and tomorrow. Then Kyle's going to give them the weekend off starting on Wednesday, I think, and then go into the bye weekend. He'll have a bonus practice on Monday. I think Christian McCaffrey will be cleared to come back and practice that day. That'll be the day before the trade deadline, Election Day, on Monday, November the 4th. So we'll take 4-4. It could be 6-2. But really, and this may decide, if you do win the West and you got a home game and you may have to go to Detroit, and we'll get Mike Tirico's thoughts. He's seen the Lions this year and just how good they are, obviously, and winning their home opener against the LA Rams. He's seen all the teams. He's seen KC and Baltimore. He's seen them all. And we'll get a look at kind of halfway through the season where the league is and where the Niners are, John. But I think 4-4 with all the injuries, and we'll go through it. They're going to get a lot of players back next week off the bye. I think 4-4 is good enough now to define what your season is going to be is the last 9 games of the regular season. And then obviously you may have to play 4 this year. You may have to play on Wild Card Weekend to get to the Super Bowl. But these last 9 games coming out of the bye will define you. So I feel good at 4-4. It's not been perfect. The injuries have been a problem. You got to clean a lot of things up, but sure, a lot better than 3-5. Could be 6-2, but we'll take 4-4.
All right, let's get into it. Talk to us about what you saw last night from the 49ers and how you feel moving forward, especially hearing that Christian McCaffrey looks like he could be a go after the bye week at Tampa. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line wide open. I'll check it. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is also the call-in line, so whichever way you want to go, we'll tell you about the guest list, which is awesome, coming up next. Plus, it is a Victory Monday, So we're putting together a recap, an audio recap for a Victory Monday. All those things, we'll tell you about them next on a Monday. It's Pop and London here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tim Ryan, love that. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning. Did you know? Did you know? Gave his thoughts on the Niners season heading into the bye. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Bang, baby!
They're Papa and Lund, or Greg and John if you want to get personal.
If you're not into the whole brevity thing.
Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts on last night's game and how you feel about the Niners and what they'll do after the bye, especially with Christian McCaffrey potentially, maybe even probably back for the Tampa game right after the break. Golden State Lumber and Builder Materials text line and call-in line is 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Before I ask you what changed when I went into the booth and things were not going so great at 10-6 and Brock struggling and everything else, I got a quick story for you. So last week it was Richard Sherman that came in. This week it was Delaney Walker, the old H-back for the 49ers, who, by the way, looks
tight end, was a wide receiver in college. Good
awesome
player. Hall of Fame nominee this year. He was on the list.
Southern California guy and just an awesome guy, right? So I creeped him out a little bit because I keep these folders in a cloud of mine, and I never really get rid of them. I'm not a pack rat, but in this case I am. I have just tons of stuff from the old days and working, and I have them all in different folders. And so when we were at a different life in a different place, you and I, they did this thing where they were trying to find talk show hosts in I don't know, it was like an American Idol kind of a thing. And so Madison Bumgarner came out to one of them.
What was that called?
I can't even remember. But like David Lee came out, Madison Bumgarner came out. Like we had celebrity judges every week. We had some Raiders. I think Jacoby Ford came out one week.
That's how Guru got hired.
Yeah, exactly.
Years ago.
So I know I had it in the cloud. So when I heard he was coming in, I go back and I look and I find it, and this is a Delaney.
He was one of the judges for one of those events?
So this is a Delaney Walker picture. So I have it.
Who was the guy I was backing with the Italians?
You like the Italian
meatball,
guy.
the Italian meatball or something? What was the guy's name?
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
He didn't get hired, but he's delicious.
Yeah. So look at this. This is a picture. I don't know if you can see that. That's a picture from let me see. I got to get closer.
Is that you, John?
Yeah, that's me.
How many years ago is that?
Like 13 years. And that's Delaney Walker. And so he comes
in.
A
chambray shirt there? You got
the
chambray look on?
That's not good. Something's going on with my face, too. That's bad. But anyway.
Where was that, over at Pete's or Pedro?
Yeah, right there. I think it was one or the other. But
one of those bars.
So he pulls up, and I go, hey, bro, I got to show you something. And I thought he'd be impressed, and he kind of looked at me like, boy, you are creepy. You got a 13-year-old picture of me and you in your phone? What is wrong with you? And I tried to explain to him, like, no, I have this cloud of old pictures, and I just always, if I take a picture, I probably have 1,000 pictures of me and you at different various places throughout the world.
Sure you do.
Super Bowls, but I just keep them in a cloud.
We've been together a while.
And so
we got to get hats that say the Yap Bros.
That's exactly.
Why don't we get that? Yak Bros is one thing. We're not going to be in the Yak Bros.
No, we are not.
Yap, we're the Yap Bros. When Delaney Walker was nominated for the Hall of Fame, I went, really?
Oh,
he was he was a wide receiver in college who had some speed.
From
Pomona. But when he went to Tennessee, is where they targeted him. One year they targeted him 133 times. He had 4 straight years.
Yeah, he was good.
Where he was targeted over 100 times. He had a 94 catch season with over 1,000 yards, a 63, a 65, a 60. The guy's got over 500 career receptions. I never would have thought that.
Yeah, he was amazing. So one last thing, and then we'll get on to the rest of this whole thing, and I know people want to talk about it.
And it was National Tight End Day.
And it was National, so he came in, and it was really cool, and we talked about it and everything. But now, so you ask what these guys are doing. Now, obviously, Richard Sherman came in the week before. He's doing Prime on Thursday nights. We asked him about it, whatever. But you would have never guessed it. Delaney Walker, who's an L.A. guy, he's from Pomona. He's lived in the city his whole life, comes up here, lives in the city, goes down to Tennessee and decides, I'm going to buy a 62-acre farm. And he talked about bushwhacking. I couldn't even keep it straight, but he's got like cattle and pigs.
He likes to whack bushes.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. And he was talking John Deere lawnmowers, like that are wider than your, a semi truck. And he goes out there
even
and does
more
it.
Than Brock Purdy.
Yeah, he does it himself, and he lives like one exit down from Kittle, and so they're buddies. And he helps out at Tight End University and everything. But he's like a farmer now. And I was like, what in the hell? Like a guy from L.A. But he said he fell in love with the life. He likes, the solitude of it all, and it's a 62-acre farm, and he's got like cameras up, and like deer come by, and at night you get, and he hunts and does all this stuff, and I'm like, oh my God. But anyway, he was one of the most interesting guys I've talked to in a long time.
Oh, he was a smart guy. I remember he was a wide receiver in college. What college did he play at? Missouri something?
Missouri, because that's where he said he was.
Missouri Western or something?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And then they converted him to tight end, which a lot of people do in the NFL. But I remember his first, he wore 46, right?
46, absolutely.
But I think he wore a different number in his first preseason game. But I remember him playing on special teams. I'm like, who's this guy? He's fast. So he became a pretty good player. And nice to see him back in the Bay Area, and especially on National Tight Ends Day. How about George Kittle's day yesterday to get his 500th career reception? And also, he came into the game behind the very underrated Gene Washington, and the guy who, when you think of 49ers Cowboys, it's Dwight Clark. George came into the game with 6,649 yards, so he needed just a few to get 16 yards to get Gene Washington, who, by the way, underrated career. I love John Brody. I bring him up all the time. And he was there for the tail end of Brody's career. But the deep shot to Gene Washington, number 18, down the right sideline over and over and over again. His second year in the NFL, he averaged over 20 yards a reception and a couple of 20s and a 1,100 yards when they were predominantly running it. And I think Dave Newhouse was the first ever host of Sports Phone 68 here on KNBR. When I first moved here in the late 80s, maybe early, I moved in the mid-80s, but Gene Washington, I don't know if he replaced Dave Newhouse or they moved Dave to a different slot, but Gene Washington did the Tolbert and Cope slot. And we didn't do talk radio all day long, 24 hours a day. It was just, 4 in the afternoon or something till 7, the afternoon drive time. It wasn't even the morning drive time. It was Frank and Dale. Well, Frank and Mike, but they did Frank Dale. They did sports, but they did all kinds. Anyway, Gene Washington, and I moved to the Bay Area. I'm like, Gene Washington hosts a talk show on KNBR. Who's that? He was a really good player. Not such a great talk show host, but he's not a yap boy. He's more of a yak brother, John. But then he got Dwight Clark, George Kittle. So he is now number 3 on National Tight Ends Day, the day that he gets to exactly 500 catches in the history of the franchise. And when you look at the guys, JR's over 1,200. He'll never get him. But Dwight Clark has 506 catches, so we could easily get him maybe in Tampa Bay. Roger Craig, high knees, Mr. 1,000, 508. So George can go by both of those guys very soon. Maybe Tampa Bay, maybe the big showdown game with Seattle at home. And T.O. had 592 before he moved on. He could get him. And then yardage, he's number 3 all-time behind J.R. and T.O. in the history of the franchise. I mean, where is George going to wind up when his career is over? Number 2 in this franchise in receptions and number 2 in yards behind the GOAT. Is it going to be Jerry Rice 1 and George Kittle, the best inline blocking tight end in football in this generation? And really, tell me anybody in the history of the game as a blocking tight end blocks like George. He's going to put up those kind of numbers and be the second best pass catcher in the history of the franchise to Jerry Rice?
That's
seriously?
Incredible. Yeah, that's incredible. And like you said, I mean, you throw in the blocking element of what he does in the run game and the run after catch, the yak yards that he put up. Well, he wanted that one, didn't he, on the 43-yarder? He wanted to get that thing into the end zone, and then later on he did on the right side. Grendel got the 4-yard touchdown run, and then on the next drive he got that touchdown. But, man, he was on National Tight Ends Day, he was fired up. And what was it, 16 touchdowns? And I think it was 177 receptions and 16 touchdowns for tight ends, which was the most since 2022, which is only a couple years ago. But still, man, tight ends yesterday were on fire.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was awesome. So let's get into it. All right, I wasted that whole segment. I apologize. Let's get into this whole thing.
Right.
So I visited you
Hello,
at halftime.
Delaney Walker.
Yeah.
You got us talking about
that was
George,
cool, man. That was cool.
Bro.
All right, at halftime I walked in. Everybody, they weren't too happy. It was 10-6. 49ers were down to the Cowboys, but then the third quarter, everything flipped. How did it do that? We'll tell you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Why here? This is not offensive pass interference. We'll bring it, Terry. Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, Mike, it looks like the defender, one, steps in front of the receiver trying to run a route, and second, the other defender engages him and kind of rides him into him right here. So this is not offensive pass interference. This was correctly picked up.
Thanks for the clarification. It was Amani Oruwariye, who was the corner over there.
Okay. If that's going to be legal from here on out, we're going to have a lot of people taking acting classes here, saying they were pushed into the other guy. So I believe you. I definitely believe you. But I'm just saying, we're going to see a lot of that going forward.
All right, there you go. There's Mike Tirico, Collinsworth, Terry
Say it slow,
McCauley.
John. O-Ru-War-E-A.
Boy, he nailed
You noticed
it, too.
last night I did not say his name one time.
And we need that for
He was
Tirico
going to
at
have to have a
10:50.
scoop and score. He was going to have a
Yeah,
pick
right,
six.
exactly.
O-Ru-War-E-A. Al Michaels called him one time. It was just
like you Scooby-Doo.
Tim, yeah, he did. Okay. Tim attempted it. I stayed away from
I
it.
would
He
have
got
done it.
hurt. He had a back injury. I felt bad.
Oh, my God. We got to play that for...
Oruwariye. He was involved in that play, but really it was Donovan Wilson who was the guy that Conley
just
ran
showing
into.
off.
I think Wilson ran into him. Either way, that's what we've been talking about to solve the dead zone issues in the low red zone. Pick plays,
Those
rub
picks.
plays, pick guys off, combination routes. They did it. And Georgia was inside and Conley was outside. Just a combination scissors routes. They crossed each other. And that's where guys bust, like when they motioned the tight end, Jake Ferguson, in motion, and got him out to the left. And
When he
they
fumbled.
safety came screaming down, and Renardo Green got picked off. When you have late motion, moving motion, and put a receiver stacked on a receiver, that's why you have clusters, you have bunches, you have stack formations. It creates confusion in the secondary, and guys sometimes get picked off.
All right, we'll talk to Mike Tirico about him showing off with that name at 10:50, so do not miss that. Mike Tirico joins us.
Well, he's like the voice of the Cowboys.
He loves
Tom
it.
Brady, so he can say, O-Ru-War-E-A.
So when I come in at half, they're down 10-6. A Debo 66-yarder down the right sideline on a break gets called back. A 19-yard run gets called back. I didn't have an issue with either of those calls. I think they were legit. So going into half, man, Brock's missing a few. Like you said, he missed the fourth down behind Debo. Probably could have had it, but that's a really tough catch. Had a few others. Missed Kittle, missed another one on Debo. Just was kind of off in the first half. I heard Tim Ryan this morning, and Tim said, he just needed to relax and Brock being Brock. So I want to ask you about that in a second. But how did we go from frustration in the first half, coulda, shoulda, wouldas in the first half, to then coming out, scoring on the opening drive, which goes back to Mike McCarthy taking the ball despite winning the toss. He takes the ball. So then the 49ers get the opening possession. They score. They get a Dak pick. They score. So the Guerrero one, then the Kittle one, and then they finish that off. So they go 21-0 in the third quarter, and then we come back. And I don't know about you, but I thought the crowd started to leave. The juice starts to come out. The air is out of the balloon, whatever. I think everybody thought this game was over at 27-10, and then all of a sudden Dallas scores in 53 seconds, and they got the ball with 3:05 left, and we're biting our fingernails again. But let's just go back to the third quarter. What changed, do you think, from a frustrating first half to some penalties, especially taking the 66-yarder for Debo off the board? It's 10-6, you're frustrated, and all of a sudden the Niners come out, boom, 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 scoring three straight possessions, get a turnover, and score 21 in the third to take it to 27-10.
Yeah, and Mike McCarthy's decision to take the ball, he did that against Baltimore early in the year. I think it was week 3 after they lost to New Orleans and they were 1-1. He's an offensive play caller. Kyle is as well, but he'll never do that. He'll always defer. So I knew that was a possibility for them. Plus, they've got Kevontae Turpin. It did give the Niners the wind in the first quarter to kick off to him, but Carlson teed it up. So I'm not sure why he did that, but I know the Niners were glad. Had they, lost the toss, the Niners would have deferred. So in any event, it did give the Niners a chance to get the ball to start the second half. I think, as I said earlier, the change in the game began to occur late in the first half, and it was Isaac Guerrero and the way he ran the ball. And I talked to JP this week. I was a little surprised. I thought I was completely over the shoulder, but he still got pain in there. Has to take a painkiller. Maybe it wore off. I'm not sure, but he had it back in college. But he just was not running as well. He had 8 carries for 23 yards. It's at halftime, JP had 6 carries for 18 yards, and they had 8 total and for 23 yards to open the game. And Mike Zimmer, when you come off a bye week, he just said, "You're not running on us. I'm going to play a 5 and a 6-man line, and I'm going to put Overshone and Kendricks in the A gaps. I'm going to fill it all, and I'm going to slam your run." And that was the check. And then they just couldn't run it. He stayed into a 5-man line, not a 6-man, right before halftime. And in a 5-man line, they can't 2-gap as much. It's more a hat and a hat. And Garendo just got off the ball. We talk about GTFO, get the F off with Kasarik. I think it was Garendo. Just coming out of that 2-point stance, 8 yards behind Brock, he was shot out of a cannon. It's not just the 4.3, 340 time we talk with him. It's the 1.54, 10 yards. He just explodes. And he is decisive now. And he thought 19-yard run, the 15-yard run. It's like, let's go. Then he got a holding call, and the half didn't end as well as you wanted to. But he got the ball to start the second half, and it was still, Carlson made a field goal there, and it was 10-6. And then obviously, picking on Dallas and their inability to cover over the middle. Their safety plays not great. Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson. Eric Kendricks does flash a little bit, but they obviously wanted to target him when they lined up Debo in the offensive backfield, ran a wheel route on him. And it's just Kittle over the middle. I mean, Kittle devours Dallas. And that in cut against Donovan Wilson, the catch and run. He ran right through their defense, got out the left side. 43 yards, Garendo a touchdown, then Demo with the pick. That was just a great play. And then I think it was 3 things really on offense. It was Garendo and the way he ran the ball. And when Larry Kruger joins us, because Larry, I heard you guys in the postgame show, he's like a scout or a talent evaluator. Garendo, just everything he does, the decisive runs, the way he the high and tight when he runs with the ball, the way he holds it up high, the way Tiki did. Tiki Barber had a terrible problem fumbling early in his career. And Tom Coughlin got all over him about, 8 points of contact, whatever it is, and holding it high. When Garendo comes through there, he is securing the ball, and he's not pumping his arms like a running back. He can still run fast and secure that ball. He also catches the ball out of the backfield. Brock missed him on a couple of checkdowns, and he still was able to make the catch and get something out of it. The blitz pickup is something Bobby Turner right now is probably giving him an ear hole about, but that guy looks like a player. Now, we'll talk to Matt Barrows, and I think McCaffrey will come back a week from today to practice. So what a thunder and lightning, and then you got J.P. Mason as well. But I think Garendo and just how hard he ran, obviously going to Kittle over and over again, over the middle, the combination routes, and then Brock's legs. It reminded me a lot of the NFC title game against the Lions. But I felt that way last week against Kansas City, John, the way the Niners flipped that game early in the third quarter, and then Brock threw a bad pick off the page with Ronnie Bell, and everything just deflated. He did not turn the ball over. He missed some throws early, but then in the second half, he just started to run. I mean, everything we talked about with Garendo, Brock Purdy, for a while, was the Niners' leading rusher in the game, and he wound up the second leading rusher. And I think this is a career high for him, John. The NFC title game, I think he got to like 49 yards, and he took a couple of kneel downs at the end, but Brock had 56 yards rushing last night. The 16-yarder. How about the play where they were throwing a screen out to Debo, and they jumped out? KJ Henry, the defensive end, read it, jumped out, took it away. So Brock couldn't tell if it was a design run, the way Jake Brendel, the center, just got out in space, immediately began to block, and he wound up scrambling for 13 yards. The quarterback sneaks. The Purdy plunges around the goal line. He got another touchdown. So I think it was Garendo and how forceful, fiercely, and just getting off the ball. I mean, he was hitting the hole so damn hard late second quarter throughout the game, working Kittle over the middle, and then Brock's legs, and then the defense just snapped out of it. They had some major busts late in the game, which are somewhat explainable. This defense does remind me of D'Amico Ryan's defense a few years ago when they would just bust once or twice a game. It's like, what are you doing here? And a lot of it is they got young guys. I mean, they got, Renardo Green's played a lot of snaps. He's a rookie. Malik Mustafa's playing a lot of snaps. He's a rookie. Jair Brown's playing a lot of snaps. He's essentially a rookie. Played last year, but didn't start playing until after Talanoa tore his ACL. So first full year starting. Diamador's young. There was one point of the game, John, where they took Charvarius Ward off the field, and it looked like he was healthy. He came back in the game when Green rolled his ankle. So they took a Ward off, and they were playing Ike Yadam, and on the outside, Renardo Green and Demo inside. So I think it was a mindset to just run the ball against them and to run the ball at their 5, and then they went back to a 4-man front. But they got to 36 runs in this game for 223 yards, and it was a variety of runs. Obviously, we talked about Guerrero and Brock scrambling. How about Ricky on the end around for 39 yards? John, at halftime, they had 11 carries for 70 yards, which is not bad because Brock had a 13-yarder and Guerrero had that 19-yarder and the 15-yarder. But again, the first 8 carries of the game, they only had 23 yards rushing, and they wound up with a typical Kyle rushing game. 36 rushes for 223 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Conversely, the 56 yards, Purdy had 8 for 56. All of Dallas had 19 for 56. They completely shut him down in the second half, and it didn't matter if they went to Dalvin Cook. Cook, for the first time, had action this year, 6 for 12, so that's nice to see because Dallas just hadn't stuck with the run. Then they fall behind 27-10, and they couldn't stick with the run. So you're right. And, we talk about this every single week, and because out of necessity, because of injuries, they've had to play these young guys. But, we're starting to see Pearsall now, like you said, with the 39-yarder. He had 2 catches on the opening drive that produced that first field goal. Guerrero hasn't even scratched the surface because sometimes you see him and there's a crease inside and he'll just go back to his college days, I think, and pop it outside. Now, the one near the goal line where he slid down, that was a beautiful move to pop outside. But sometimes he's going to have to find those little creases in the middle and get good with it. But, he gets in the open field he's one of those guys where you hold your breath because every time in the open field, if he gets past the linebacker level, he's a threat to go every single time. He's so fast. So he had those runs. I don't even think he knows what he's doing. I think he's getting by in athleticism, and I think he's going to be really good. And to your point of Mason, he just didn't have the fire through the hole. I mean, he's obviously hurt, whatever's going on with him with the shoulder. And when Guerrero came on, it just seemed like it was a different speed. And Dallas was kind of shocked by the fact that he was getting through the hole so fast. Sometimes he pops it outside when there's still some meat on the inside, and then he can pop it outside from there. But it's a compliment that I'm giving. I mean, he went 85 yards, had 1 called back, so he probably could have had a 100-yard day. Had a 100-yard day in Seattle, but the next play after his long run, he lost a yard and lost that. So here's a guy who's essentially, your 4th-string running back, right? Because Mason or Elijah's your 3rd, and McCaffrey's your 1st, and the Cowboys don't even have a runner as good as Guerrero. I mean, he's like the 4th guy in the depth chart, and he's pushing 100 yards every week now, and he hardly knows what he's doing. So think about the future when he figures it out.
I love the fact that twice he has given himself up. And you can say, score the touchdown. Trent Williams said, I would have scored. You don't want to kick the ball off again to that returner and do all that. You just go down. And for him to slide down, I thought he was going to score when he turned the corner. I'm like, where's he going? And then he slid down just in time. So Brian Westbrook did that years ago with the Philadelphia Eagles to give himself up. And he thought, what was that? Just a genius play. When Harbaugh was coaching Stanford, he had a young back do it. And it was like, wow, that is next-level stuff to not score. I hadn't seen that before. For him to do it, and the first time in Seattle was debatable, but I think he did the right thing, and they couldn't quite run the clock out. This time they could. He's just he didn't play a lot in college, so he's still he's like a, he can still refine him a lot. So what does the running back room look like when you get Christian McCaffrey back? Think about the skill sets of McCaffrey, J.P. Mason, Isaac Guerrero, and then Patrick Taylor will be up because he runs back kicks, although that may change a little bit. How many do you want up on game day along with Kyle Juszczyk? But when McCaffrey comes back, Kyle's going to have a lot of options, and I think you'll see a lot of rocket or pony, whatever they call it, where you put 2 halfbacks on the field simultaneously. Hell, they may put 3. When I first saw Guerrero, I wanted to make him a fullback. I thought, who is this guy? And he's a little raw as a runner. Make him a fullback. I mean, can you imagine Brock in the shotgun, Christian McCaffrey to one side, J.P. Mason to the other side, and in the fullback up position is Isaac Guerrero? Let's run the wishbone.
I was just going to say, that sounds like you're going back to Oklahoma or Nebraska in the 70s. You're running wishbone with those guys. You could, I guess. I mean, you could, it's kind of a gadgety kind of thing, but you could. No, but
J.C. Watts or I Am Hip.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Tommy Frazier. You can go back to some of that stuff. But, you're starting to see now, and this is where I think the optimism comes in. And look, was the game last night perfect? No. They basically played a quarter and beat Dallas, at least offensively. But, you got the win. A win is a win. Now you licked your wounds, and all of a sudden you're saying, okay, McCaffrey's going to come back. And don't you think, as great as McCaffrey is, but I don't want to push it. I don't know if that thing is on the edge of bursting or whatever, but I don't want to push it too much. I think Mason and Guerrero have earned roles. I'm not saying they're major roles, but I'm saying when McCaffrey comes back, you want to see him playing as many snaps as he was playing before and push that thing?
No, I mean, I don't know. He looks good. He's starting to look like McCaffrey. And we'll see. Kyle's going to talk in the 3 o'clock hour. I mean, it's a whole week between now and Monday. And we'll talk to Matt Barrows. I think everybody expects him to be activated for practice, to open his window, whatever it is, on a week from today. And he looks like McCaffrey. And the thing is, he's able to go at it, back-to-back days and get over that. He had to get his speed back up. He looks fast. So he's still the best player running back in the league. And Derrick Henry's doing amazing things. And JP's been good. And Guerrero is impressive. But he's still McCaffrey. So, I mean, when do you take him off the field? I mean, he's a 3-down back, whether it's picking up a blitz like Guerrero did not do. He's not going to fumble like Mason has earlier. And he's the best running back that I think we've ever had in the NFL, and one of the top 2 or 3. So we'll see. And you got to probably have to limit him a little bit coming back after being out so long. But this will be a dream. What do we call it? It's not even $1 million backfield because Christian makes $19 million. What is it, the $24 million back? Actually, Brock doesn't make much. J.C. Mason doesn't make much. It's Guerrero. It's the CMC back. What do we call this? Not the $1 million backfield. No. We got to kind of come up with a nickname for this.
Christian's it makes the money and nobody else does. He's buying dinner on the road. All right, let's get to it. Mike Tirico's going to join us coming up next. He called the game, as you heard, expertly. We'll talk to him next, only here on the Sports Leader.
There's Amani Oruwariye, who was the corner.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Victory Monday. We can't think of anybody that we'd rather talk to than a good friend of yours. Oh, and you got the Paris 2024 shirt on. Look at that. Well done by you. It is the great Mike Tirico from NBC Sports, and, of course, had a great call last night with Chris Collinsworth and the whole crew. On Sunday Night Football, the 49ers get the win over the Cowboys, 30-24. The 21-zip third quarter, struggled in the first half, hung on in the fourth. And Mike Tirico joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, Mike.
Guys, good morning. I feel like I should go put on some peacock garb here. I don't have any Olympic swag on my person at the moment, but it's all right. I'm well represented in the booth.
I'm sure you've got a little bit since you were there and you expertly hosted the Olympics again, Mike. Didn't get a chance to see you last night. Just going into this NFL season after all the work that you put in to get ready for Paris and all the names you have to pronounce and everything, all the sports you have to cover. And then you come home and you're right into the middle of the NFL season. You've got the number one platform in all of American sport as far as Sunday Night Football. Is it more challenging to start the football year this year after the 2024 Paris Olympics?
I think it probably is in retrospect, but we just knew coming in, you're going to keep going. So we got home from Paris on Monday. Our friends had a wedding, and we were hosting some guests that weekend. And then the next weekend, we had the Hall of Fame, the preseason game, our last preseason game. And you're just sitting there. It was with the Commanders, ironically enough. And we're sitting there in Washington 10 days, 12 days, whatever it is after the Olympics. Like, all right, man, here we go. Like, let's get to twists up front and third guards and practice squad construction. And like, your mind is just going. But we dove right into the season. And the great part was our first game. It just felt like it was Kansas City, Baltimore, where Isaiah Likely, the tight end, had a toe on the end line. Oh. Otherwise, the result may have changed. And just right from the jump, we had a good game, and our whole booth and our whole production crew was clicking. So we just kind of hit the road rolling, and it's been a fun start to the season. Guys, I don't know what you think, and you all have done a bunch of football seasons too. There's just more. I have no idea who's really good than there ever has been in the league. I don't know if it's attrition. I don't know if it's paying quarterbacks $50 million. But it just feels like you don't have a great grasp of the league even halfway through the season.
Boy, that's a great point. Mike Tirico has joined us, of course, expertly handled the call last night, Cowboys and 49ers at Levi's Stadium. Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Other than your Lions, I think we're confused because that's the only team. Like, they took apart the Titans.
Lions. He is the TV.
My Lions. Yeah.
Well, he is. He's a Michigander, and you know what? As bad as the Lions have been for a while, I think that anybody who has lived through that. I guess you call them but they're not. I know you're impartial, but the Detroit Lions in a state where you live are pretty good, and then everybody else, even the Chiefs, I don't know.
Yeah, the Chiefs haven't looked dominant, right? What you've seen, what your eyes tell you, and what the record tells you, are two different things. But as we know, that's the beauty of sports. You are what your record says you are, and that those excuses get left at the side of the road. So. Detroit was interesting. If you go back and look at the stats and watch a little bit of the Lions game yesterday, they weren't dominant. They won turnover margin and were 5 for 5 in the red zone and had some great special teams. Just destroyed Tennessee's special teams. That was the worst special teams effort we've seen from a team all year in the league. And you guys know it's been a tough special teams year for the Niners, but this was terrible what the Titans put out there yesterday. But you're right. You're starting to figure it out a little bit. I think the team we saw last night with the 49ers, you just see where the pieces are that if the right people can come back, you may not have the same role that there has been in the other 2 years recently where it's a 3-4 start, may not run the table, may not win 9 or 10 games down the stretch here. But you can see the pieces where this can be the best team in the division for the long haul. But that's a key if. It's a very key if. Having McCaffrey changes so much. And if he comes back, even at 80% of what you're used to for the last half of the season, this team's going to be a really tough out.
Yeah, and I think Christian will start practicing, Michael, in a week's time, so we'll be able to get him back in Tampa off the bye. So as you reminded America last night, and we know the Niners were the number 1 seed, Dallas was the number 2 seed last year in the NFC. They won the NFC East. They won 12 games. They've won 12 games 3 years in a row with Mike McCarthy as the head coach, but he's going into a lame duck year, in the middle of a lame duck year. I'm sure you watched the Lion-Cowboy game a few weeks ago that Fox had, and man, they took them apart. And they went goal line trickiness, trying to get Penei Sewell in, and Van Johnson, to me, was just auditioning for the Cowboy head coaching job in that game. So just being around the Cowboys this week and having the access you have, and Collinsworth said it, they wanted to be physical and not get punched in the mouth by the Niners again. For a while they resisted, but in the end the Niners ran all over them. They're 3-4. Jerry has not made a coaching change since Wade Phillips in 2010, and I think he regrets doing that. How do you think the Cowboys, the balance of the season plays out, and what do you think Jerry does?
I think you're right. I think they're resistant to making the in-season change because exactly what you said. Because Jerry pointed out even last week, I was in Dallas for a separate event, not Cowboy-related, on Tuesday, and just listening to Jerry's whole interview on the radio, he pointed out that the year that they let Wade go, like the next year, he had a great defense. And he said, maybe I made a mistake. I still regret that we let him go. We let him go and go off and run the number 1 defense. So you just feel like it's a hard time. It's not the time to make an in-season change with them, or it doesn't feel like that's coming. There are a couple of things. I'll start with this. When you start paying guys at the top of the food chain at their positions, and those positions are wide receiver, quarterback, and edge rusher, or whatever you want to call Micah Parsons, some unique position he plays, it does not leave a lot of money for the rest of your team. And that starts to impact you. Let's start with that. They are missing their 2 edge rushers. They're missing their best corner. Any team that you take away those guys, you're not going to be as good defensively. But it just feels like, Greg, and you've done the Cowboys here every year, the last 3 or 4 years, the depth of quality on offense is not there. The O-line has 2 rookies. They're not the same. The running back position has very limited sizzle and juice. I mean, I know Dalvin Cook was back in there, but again, they still haven't they don't have a 15-yard rush the entire year. And we're going to be in November here the next time they play. The other receivers outside of CeeDee Lamb don't feel like they are threatening. They don't feel like there's a number 2 guy who could just crush you. While Ferguson's a very good tight end, he doesn't do the things that Kittle does. Like, you watched that game last night, Kittle was the number 1 target, and he became a dynamic guy in a couple of spots in that third quarter that changed the game. Dallas doesn't have that. So their personnel is not there commensurate with where it was the last couple of years. And I don't know, in a division where Washington and Philly are playing well, if they're going to have enough to make a climb in that division. And then, as you said, it's a lame duck year for Mike. I don't know where Dallas goes. But I just don't feel it right now from those guys. And their schedule's hard. Next 4 games, 3 division leaders, and Philadelphia. That's a really tough road the next month.
Well, that's well described. Mike Tirico is joining us talking about the plight of Dallas. Conversely, while the 49ers are top-heavy, what they're starting to see, and it's because of these injuries, these guys have to play. So Ricky Pearson now, after the whole shooting incidents here, he had that end around for 39 yards in Green and Pooney and Garendo and Mustafa. These guys are forced to play, but they're stepping up and playing. And like you said, they bring Dalvin Cook in. Hell, Garendo's their 4th string running back, and he's doing what he did last night to Dallas. So they've just done, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, their front office has done a good job in bringing these guys in who can play. Conversely, like I said, Dallas has just fallen off the cliff.
Yeah, and it is drafting. It's drafting guys who can come in and make an impact. And, the Niners obviously have that big question of, are you going to pay Brock? What are you going to pay him when his window opens for an extension after this season? These other teams who have faced it face the reality of, we have to play young people, and they have to play well. And if you need to look at an observation that shows you the way it can get done, go look at Kansas City's roster. Those defensive players, the bulk of the key players in their defense, not Chris Jones, but a lot of the other guys are 2nd year, 3rd year. They played a bunch of rookies in the Super Bowl, and they played, obviously, as you all know, well enough. That's what you need. You cannot afford to miss in the draft when you are a good team, And while you're not paying the quarterback in San Francisco at the moment, obviously with the money you're paying Trent and McCaffrey and Ayuk, who's obviously out the rest of the year, and the high numbers of Bosa as well, you have to hit on these draft picks, and they need to come in and contribute in that first year, and they are. I was glad there was that stretch there where we started talking about Pooney and Pearsall had the end around because it gave us a chance. I mentioned to our producer on our talkback, hey, we should show John here, just give John Lynch the credit for a heck of a draft for guys who are coming in and impacting this team in a positive way right away.
Yeah, I know John Lynch jumped on the Peacock post-game show with Tony Dungy. I saw Tony pregame, Michael, and he obviously are very close from their Tampa days. So Election Day is coming up a week from tomorrow, and it's also trade deadline around the NFL, and we're all wondering what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are going to elect to do. How big was the win last night for the Niners? If they lost, they went to 3-5. Going into the bye, and they're not going to play a game before the deadline, but now they're 4-4 with a couple of others in the NFC West, a very winnable division. What do you see the 49ers doing a week from tomorrow, and how active do you think we'll have the overall league be at the trade deadline, Michael?
I think, and it's funny, I'll be curious what you guys think. I think it's become more active at the trade deadline than ever before. It almost feels like we've arrived at, the NFL trade deadline used to be, one guy, maybe another guy here and there. But now it feels like very similar to the NBA and to Major League Baseball, where big names can move because of salary. Teams eating a bunch of salary to try to clear the decks for a reset and a restart. We didn't have that before, but now the salary cap has gotten so high, and there's cap space talked about with so many of these teams. I think there is the ability to kind of make some more moves. And there are two places where the moves have been pretty obvious: wide receiver and edge pass rusher. We just had another edge pass rusher move with Josh Uche of the Patriots, who was inactive yesterday and got traded to Kansas City. And so we've seen Kansas City add veteran players here way before the trade deadline to throw those first markers out there. I guarantee you Detroit is going to be out there for an edge pass rusher after losing Aiden Hutchinson. I don't know who it's going to be, but they can't sit still. And that's what you have to do. It's a great time to get your bye because all the coaches go back and look at what they have. To self-scout. Say, okay, where are we thin? Where are we weak? Do we need another edge rusher if you're the 49ers? Do we feel comfortable with the guys who are going to come back? How confident are we that they will come back? When you lose Ayuk, is there a receiver out there? Is that the end of the deal who you can bring in, who could add a veteran to the room? So you could put somebody else out there with Debo and Pearsall and Cowing and Conley and Ronnie Bell don't play as much of a pass role in this offense. So those would be the areas I would look at, the obvious areas of concern going forward. But, yeah, if you feel like you can add a piece and not mortgage the future, maybe trade one draft pick, why not add at this point? Because you're a team that can win this division, get a home playoff game, and I don't care if it's 4 seed, 2 seed, 1 seed. You get this team healthy with Christian, Purdy, Debo, Kittle, get this group in the playoffs, you feel like they're going to be a tough out.
The best there is. Mike Tirico joins us now. We're going to play something for you that you did last night. It's just showing off is all you were doing here. Can we roll this?
Okay.
Can we roll this?
It's Amani Oruwariye, who's the corner.
Come on.
I can't.
Greg couldn't even say it. He wouldn't even say it.
He was going to have a pick six last night, Michael. I wasn't doing it. Oh, Ru-Wariye. Oh, I got it.
He said it was like a
Is that one of the harder ones?
Michaels did it a couple of weeks ago and went, It's like,
sound like Scooby-Doo.
If Al's going to kick that name, I'm not going near it.
So you know what? Sometimes you get lucky, right? Here's my get lucky with that. A couple of years ago, he had 5 picks, I think, 5 or 6, with Detroit. And
the Lions
weren't as good a team. And I'm listening. Dan Miller does the Lions on the radio, and I'm like, wow, that might be the hardest name to say because you got to move your mouth in a whole bunch of different directions to say Oruwariye. so at least I had like 3 years of hearing it, so I felt really comfortable. But the funny part was he's starting for them. So on our talking lineup, so the players introduce themselves, he says his own name, and he has to say his own name slow. So I'm like, okay, I feel a lot better now. This guy's careful when he says his own name. But
Collinsworth
of
said
course,
it? Has he said it ever? No. Has Collinsworth said it?
Chris booted it.
He stays away
he
from
booted it. We had them in Pittsburgh a couple of weeks ago, and Chris said it like he was on like half speed. You know how you can take a video and go to or a podcast and go to 1.5 or 0.5? He said it like it was on 0.5. He was so proud of himself that he got really damn close. It was great.
So doing the Olympics, you say the most incredibly difficult name. What's the most difficult name you've ever had to pronounce? Where you broke it? I was in a cold sweat. Anytime 27, the ball went his way. Don't intercept the ball, 27.
Avoid him at all costs. Right? God, I don't even.
Poor guy got.
I don't even know the
too.
hardest one I've ever had. That hardest name I've ever had. I don't know. That's a tough one. I will say that and hey, shout out to the 49ers PR staff. Let me tell you what they do that other teams don't do. Every player, when you go to the media site, every player pronounces their own name. That is a godsend for us. I can look at it 100 times, but if you hear it, and you've done this, we'll play a guy's name over and over and over, so it's ingrained in our head. And we had the Cowboys week 1 last year, and Noah Igbenogany got traded from the Dolphins to the Cowboys, and son of a gun on a block field goal, where you don't have any time to get anything out. It fell to Noah Igbenogany, and I'm like, thank God I spent 20 minutes in my room going, Igbenogany. So,
you got to make it a song.
There you go, something.
This is the one that you wouldn't pronounce either, Pop. What about this one? We have this one?
Alberto.
Michael Hoamanawanui.
Yeah. There's Ted Robinson. Sounds like he sneezed.
The old tight end for the Patriots, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How about Alberto?
The great thing was,
Alberto.
He changed a little bit of the way it's pronounced. Michael Hoamanawanui. Yeah, it's like it sticks in your mind forever.
Oh, now you're showing off, Tirico. Go back to the Olympics. You're showing off.
Well, here's what you want to know what I was really concerned about. Both Dallas games I've done the last 3 weeks was that Osa Odigizua and Amani Oruwariye would make a tackle together.
Oh, man.
I'm like, God, just please line up 27 on the other side of 99. Just help us.
Oh, you're the best. Speaking of the Olympics, and we're worried about Steph Curry's left ankle again.
I know.
Why is it always the left ankle with him? But the show that he put on against Serbia and then the gold medal game against France, and I know it's great to have you back in the NBA next year, Michael. You did it for years, and you're one of the best at it. But was that the best? We've seen him win 4 titles.
It was so cool.
Finals MVP. How great was what he did in Paris?
It was so cool. It was awesome to watch. Steve Kerr came to do a studio hit with us during the Olympics, and they came by the Eiffel Tower. And Steve brought his family. It was great to reconnect with Steve. I hadn't seen him in years and be able to interview him. And, it's so funny. Like, you get older in the business, right? And you just are the benefit of the time spent in the chair. And one of the terrific things for me was we were doing interviews from the studio with the star of the game during our live afternoon show. And we had Steph earlier and then had Steph obviously after the gold medal game. And because of the years of covering the NBA, golf events, being around Steph and the relationship, you don't feel this imaginary connection where you're apart. You know the guy, they know who you are, they know who you're talking to. And Steph, after the gold medal game and his honesty and just how he reflected as the heart's still beating fast for the athlete of what the moment was like, was just so cool. It was one of my favorite interviews and emotions of the Olympics, was just Steph talking about this is probably his one chance. This was as big as anything he's been a part of, and how really special it was to wear the USA uniform. And man, he's one of the best. And to see the best in the biggest moments, have those guys on that team, many of whom could close and take the big shot, but all kind of watch Steph take the moment over and feed him. That was great. That will stick with me for a long time. I loved being a very small part of the TV portion of that. That was cool.
Really cool. Mike, it is always our pleasure. Thank you so much. Well done again. And I know we'll do it soon, but thank you so much.
Yeah, we got you guys the Sunday after Thanksgiving in Buffalo. So I'm sure we'll talk around there. Anytime for you guys. You're the best.
Tirico back to Western New York State. Yeah. Can't wait for that one, Mike.
That is the great, and I do mean great, Mike Tirico. Nobody does it better. Goes straight from the Olympics, goes right into the NFL. Got a preseason game where it's like, you're trying to find 4 stringers and all this kind of stuff, and then he's nailing the names, baby. I mean, he just did Halloween Like, just, like, off top of his head, like nothing.
Oruwariye. I think I'm ready, John. What time's kickoff? I'm ready for Oruwariye.
It's Amani Oruwariye.
Just right.
Why is that so hard to say?
I don't know.
Because of the
head,
ru
right?
in the middle of it? Oruwar. It's the ruwar.
Yeah.
The ruwar.
Well, when
The
he says,
back-to-back.
too, like, when he says the guys whose name it is slows his own name down to, like, 3/4 speed, my God.
I think I'd change my name if I was.
It's unbelievable.
Oh,
we should have played that for him. We should have played that for him.
I knew that was
He would have
coming.
died laughing.
When the Niners signed him, I did a cold sweat. I'm like,
That was
Samson
funny.
Abakum?
And I was
say
trying
that
to put the different names into your head. That's the worst. You've never mispronounced that name, ever.
Which one? Samson?
Yeah,
Abakum?
Abakum. Yeah, you nailed that one every time. That was very well done. All right, thanks to the great Mike Tirico. If you missed any of that conversation, he is tremendous. Go to KNBR.com to take a listen. We are open for a while. Matt Barrows is going to join us at 11:50 from The Athletic, so we got some time. Bottom of the hour, we will do this on Fridays and Mondays. It has become so popular. Ask Papa anything at all. So we'll do that at 11:30 today to recap the game. If you've got any questions for Pop, in fact, there's a really good one on the text line already. So we'll kick off with that. 11:30, we'll make it official. Jump on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You can either call the show at 11:30 or you can hit us up on the text line, Twitter as well. I got my Twitter open right now, so any of those questions, just hashtag it with Ask Papa. We'll get to that at the bottom of the hour, and already a really good one off the text line. We'll ask this question of Pop next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our friend, Cam Inman, Air News Group. He's got a new book out. Join Murph and Marcus this morning to break down George Kittle's big night against the Cowboys. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. It is always a great Monday. We can talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz, who has all the answers to all your tax issues, including, Steve, a tough one, when you can't pay your taxes. What do people do?
It is a tough one because people get frustrated, they get scared, they say there's no way in the world they could pay this. They feel like they're drowning under 1,000 feet of water. They just don't know what to do. So sometimes they stick their head in the sand. But that's bad, especially now with all these newly hired IRS agents. You don't want some guy knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. It doesn't have to be. There's so many good solutions. If you qualify to just pay part and the government forgives the rest, or pay in monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or you get the penalties forgiven. And sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or if the problem was because of your former spouse or business partner, shift the problem from them to you where it belongs, or a lot of other good solutions. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. All you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me, and let's get started.
All right, there you go. All you have to do is say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me. That's my favorite part, by the way, when Steve and I talk, is I don't know what he's going to say to draw you in. So he said, Steve, just take care of me. So it's real simple. You call 888-TAX-DEAL, and that's what you say. 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
There's Amani Oruwariye.
Uh-oh.
That's
what I thought. I thought Scooby. If I drop a Oruwariye, it's going to be Rutro.
Oh,
what
man.
Do? Tim tried it. I got to give him credit.
He did?
He did try.
How'd it work out?
Well, he hurt his back. The poor guy they had to carry him off the field. I was like,
just use the number.
Cowboy.
I just used the number. Sorry, Mom, if you're listening. I just,
Amani. I could just go Amani.
Yeah.
Could be Tumor from
I'm paying him respect. We're using his first name here. Jeez.
Tarico's the best, isn't he?
He is. That was awesome. All right, the last Papa Anything at the bottom of the hour in about 10 minutes. You can start lining them up now at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You can do that both on the text line or on the call-in line, your choice. One already that's really good, just because I'm sure you just heard us talking about Tirico and got a little nervous. So if Dallas can't pay Dak and CD and field a good team, this person is worried about when they pay Brock next year. How much are they going to lose? I mean, to me, I don't think Ward is coming back. You're going to lose him. I think you can get Lenore back. I think you can get a lot of these guys. The 49ers do a great job of this. But there's no question whatsoever that Brock's money, and especially he's going to get the biggest raise in NFL history. Well, maybe. He's probably going to get the biggest raise in NFL history, but it's going to have to affect some guys. That's just the bottom line of everything.
That's why you need to nail a draft. I mean, and Dak, they paid him a 4-year deal for $160 million, and then it expired. And they restructured it where they couldn't franchise tag him and they couldn't trade him. It was no tag, no trade. And they were boxed in to give him this deal for 4 years and $240 million. And it's not just the overall value, it's the amount of it that's guaranteed. And Kyle was saying this week, he's like a CEO of a corporation, and that's kind of what it is with the Dallas Cowboys. And we got into the full business side of the Cowboys and everything they do this week with the story that Jerry loved about, the tours at Frisco. And he is a businessman. He is a marketer, a promoter, and he's in charge of the football team. And since Jimmy Johnson left, maybe it's too much for him. I don't know how much Stephen Jones does, but he's always looking out for money. So it's just different. And, to his credit, the valuation of that franchise since he bought it 35 years ago, what are they worth now? The Yankees and the Cowboys are right there at the top, and the Warriors have ascended really high. But what the Cowboys are worth and what they generate it's beyond football. But can they win? They've not won a Super Bowl since the 95 year. The Niners haven't won one since 94. I think the obvious thing to do is they didn't draft a running back that's any good. Rico Dowdle's a good player, but he was an undrafted player. And really, he is at best a 2 and maybe a 3. They let Tony Pollard walk. They just let so many people walk in free agency in the offseason, John, and they just have not been able to replace them. To have Ezekiel Elliott at age 29 and Dalvin Cook at age 29 be your 1 and 2 running backs, and I know Dowdle got sick yesterday morning, but they just have not replenished with enough good young players. I think Tyler Guyton at left tackle is going to be a good player in Cooper Beebe, and they've got Zach Martin there, and right guard, arguably a future Hall of Famer, and Tyler Smith is a good left guard, and he was a first-round pick, so they have invested there. I mean, the one thing with them, I think they will get off the deck when they get Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence back and Deron Bland back, but as Mike Tirico pointed out, their schedule's tough. They got Atlanta on the road next week, then they got the showdown with Philadelphia, then a Monday night football game against Houston, which in-state's going to be huge. Then they got to go play at Washington. I mean, what are they 3-4 right now? What are they good? What's their record going to be when they have the annual Thanksgiving Day game against the New York Giants at AT&T Stadium? I don't know. But to spin it to the Niners, the way you overcome that is the draft that John Lynch just nailed. I mean, we saw a little bit of Ricky Pearsall's skill set, and he was much better last night. Caught all of his targets, that 39-yard, jet sweep. And I think Ricky can run faster than he did on that play. Obviously, Renardo Green, what he's doing starting. Dominic Pooney's been a plug-and-play player
as a round 3 pick. Malik Mustafa, a round 4 pick. Isaac Garendo, it's a round 4 pick. It goes on and on. When D. Winters got hurt on special teams last night, they brought in Tatum Bethune. He was playing snaps as a round 7 pick. I mean, obviously, the 81 draft with Ronnie Lott and Eric Wright and Carlton Williamson, Dwight Hicks, and the Hot Licks, one of the best in history, and Cam Inman wrote the book on it. The 86 draft was also really good, John. But, how do you overcome having to go from, playing Brock $1 million to $60 million maybe, or 55, whatever the number it is? You got to have cheap labor, and cheap labor in the NFL is the draft, especially the later rounds. And this draft class, we'll see. They're all contributing, or just about all of them right now, John. This could go, it's undeniably, and you got Brock Purdy in the 7th round, and Fred Warner was the 70th, the overall pick, and George Kittle was a round 5. So they've had some good draft selections. But as far as quantity and the quality they have, I mean, is there any question this is John Lynch's best draft class? And it's interesting because it's the very first year after Adam Peters left and went to be the GM in Washington.
Absolutely. All right, there you go. That is when Brock gets paid. I'm sure we'll talk about that only about 5 million more times. Do we have time to do the Monday recap? No, we're still fine. Okay. It is time. Now, we'll do this a couple of times throughout the show because it is a fine product that Walter puts together, and it is Victory Monday. And we haven't played one of these in seemingly forever, have we? The Victory
Monday
recap?
John. I think the Friday we got back from Seattle on the Thursday night. The Niners have not won back-to-back games all year, so we've not done it back-to-back Monday or Fridays all year.
Jeez. All right. We do have Ask Papa at the bottom of the hour. You can hit us up, Golden State Lumber and Build Materials text line and call in line at 415-808-5627. So while you're dialing those up, taking a listen to another edition of Victory Monday Recap.
Stack out of the shotgun, steps up in the pocket, going to heave one down the left sideline for Turpin. Intercepted by Jair Brown. They get Dak Prescott again on the deep ball.
Well, Nick Bosa got him on an outstanding rush, and Dak Prescott just put that up. He was in no position to be able to drive that ball deep.
So are the Niners playing man now? Dak is back. It's pressured by Bosa and thrown down and sacked by Bosa. Big time sack by Nick Bosa. Went him on the right tackle, Terrence Steele to get to Dak Prescott.
I'm telling you, Bosa doesn't have the numbers, but he is playing the best football of his career.
Of course, we need to improve, like you were talking about, the rookies showing up and doing their part, and adding to an already really good lineup of guys is huge. But yeah, we're going to keep getting better, and I think getting this win is obviously huge, and resting up, maybe getting a couple guys back and hit the ground running.
In motion, handoff to Garendo, straight ahead, touchdown! San Francisco! Isaac Garendo's first touchdown in the NFL.
I love that, and it was just tough yards inside. A great down block by Colton McKivitz. Just washed the entire right side down. Got a hold of it, Diggy Zuitt. That's the kind of play you run against that double eagle bear. Get those guys knocked down. Garendo does the rest.
Man, it honestly felt amazing. First and foremost, I want to thank God for the opportunity. I was blessed to come out here, and it's honestly amazing to be out here with guys like this, making plays and stuff. But, you talked about playing, complimentary football, with the defense and the offense stepping up, special teams making plays and stuff. That's huge. But, obviously the first one felt great.
There's a shotgun. They're going to roll Dak to the left, rolling outside the numbers, sprint left, throws down the sideline, intercepted by Diamador Lenore. Was he in bounds? Yes, he was. Lenore gets Dak again.
We've seen this movie before with Diamador Lenore on the Dallas Cowboys sideline. What a play by him.
I'm a big film guy, so I seen the formation that they was in. I noticed they run that formation a lot. Knew it was an indicator, a sprint out, and I just took my chance and baited the quarterback. Inside, open shoulder, then picked the ball.
They have Conley out wide right, 3 or left. Brock looking right, going to throw wide open. George Kittle, a flag is down. They're going to get a pick play on Conley.
Yes, they are. Got pushed into it.
No foul. Touchdown! George Kittle
in the corner.
Small, consistent steps in the right direction lead to great results, and this was just one step. It's a long season. Being able to we were 5-3 last year going into the bye, 4-4 this time. I think we all wish our record was a little bit better, but that's just where it is. That's our reality, and getting a win tonight was huge. And it just gives you confidence. I think there's a lot of things that we're going to try to clean up, myself included. But I think we're taking steps in the right direction.
The Debo, 1st and 10, 46-yard line. Going in motion is Debo. Hand up, no play action to Garendo. Brock at a load up. Brock throws over the middle. George Kittle with another reception. And this one is for history. He has passed the great Dwight Clark for the third most receiving yards in 49ers history, behind only Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens.
Yeah, no, he did a great job, man. Just doing his job, creating some separation. Man, you get the ball in their hands 5-6 yards, and they make one guy miss, man. It could be a big gain, and that's what he does really great. So definitely blessed to have George on my team.
Here's Brock under center. Garendo, the long back to Purdy. Plunge! He'll take it to the goal line. Is Purdy in? Right up against the goal line. Touchdown! San Francisco! Needed only one. The Brock Purdy plunge.
And Brock has obviously been very good at these quarterback sneaks.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's 4 quarters for a reason in the sport. It's the NFL. You can come out hot and stall, or vice versa. And it takes everybody, man. Offense, defense, special teams. So I saw the rest of our team was clicking, man. It's like, all right, I have to do my job. And so third quarter came out and just, like I said, kept it simple, but also played aggressive. And, just try to do what coach called and hit guys when they were open and keep it simple, move the ball, not try to hurt ourselves. That first half, man, that was the main thing, is we had plenty of opportunities, but we just kept hurting ourselves. And so that was the mindset, and we were able to put up some points. So
going in motion, Pearsall. They give Ricky a jet sweep coming left, cuts back inside. Ricky Pearsall, 40 of the Cowboys, 35, 30 down the sideline. Donovan Wilson will knock him out of bounds. The rookie, Ricky, on a jet sweep, takes it around the left end for a long run there. What a play by the rookie.
It was amazing. Obviously, having the lights off like that, or the lights on, and the sun down like that was really awesome for me. Good scenery, good environment. A lot of energy from the fans, and that was my first one. So I was excited to be out there and enjoy the moment with everybody.
Here's Brock handing off to Garendo. Garendo gets wide off the left side. Go down, Knight. He's going to go. He's going to slide down with the game. Nicely done by Isaac Garendo. Smart rookie right there. This time I did what you told me to do, and it worked out. Game over. Niners will kneel it out and run the victory play. They'll beat the Cowboys to get to 4-4.
Yeah, we can be whoever we want, honestly. I think it's after the bye, it's 0-0. We're at 500 right now. I think we're a game back from being first in the division, whatever that means. But we have everything ahead of us. We can be whoever we want. We have everybody that we need. In terms of players, obviously we're banged up, but we'll get healthy after the week. Hopefully get some guys back, and it's about just getting better at this point. We can't keep getting up for a game and then dropping one and then, let's try and figure out a way to win another one. Let's just get better, right? Let's just get better. That's why those little errors at the end of the game were so frustrating, because the good teams, they don't make those. We got to find ways to just play 4 quarters of just straight execution.
There you go. Victory Monday audio recap with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan. Give us your thoughts on that. Nice job, Walter. Anyway, KNBR, any questions you have about the game, we'll ask Papa coming up next. Any questions about the game, Brock Purdy, the rookies, where they stand, Christian McCaffrey coming back, trade deadline. I know a lot of people want to get into that conversation as well. Hit us up, 415-808-5627. What did you think? Like to recap?
Bye-bye, Dallas. Nicely done. Nicely done.
Very nice. Very nice.
In the third quarter, they were in sync. 167 yards of offense for the Niners in that third quarter. Dallas had 16 yards. 21-0.
Brock was 7 for 7 for $110 and a touchdown in the third quarter as well, so they're absolutely on fire. Give us your thoughts. Any questions, comments, thoughts, whether it be last night's game, trade deadline related, or coming back from the bye with Christian McCaffrey. Hit us up now. Text line and call-in line is the same at 415-808-5627. We'll take them next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's time to ask Papa anything. Anything. Anything.
Come to Papa. That's right. All right, Ask Papa anything at all. We'll do this on Mondays and Fridays. Ask Papa anything at all. The 49ers win 30-24. Lots of Brock talk. Lots of trade discussion talk. That's fine. Get into any of those things. Anything you saw from the game and the Niners after the break. How you feeling about that? Especially knowing that it sounds like Christian McCaffrey is going to be back. Let's start on the lines, and we'll hit the text as well. Fillmore Mike. Hi, Fillmore Mike. Welcome. Go right ahead.
What's up, Lon?
Hey, what's going on, man?
I be seeing you on TV, bro. You be your eyebrows. I mean, your eyelashes be looking on point. I like that.
Yeah, that's just the eyelashes are what God gave me. I swear, I don't use anything. People ask me that.
See, I don't have any Fillmore, Mike.
He has no I got these big, thick ones with these big old eyelashes. People think I use stuff, but I don't. Anyway,
it's all love. It's all love.
Thank you, man.
Hey, Papa,
What's up, Mike?
Good hearing from you, Papa. Now, my question was about. I think Debo. It's unfortunate that like a lot of the plays that has been happening for Debo that like they've been called back. So I just want Debo. He's one of my favorite players. And my last question is, finally, DeAndre Campbell showed up. I didn't even know he was an All-Pro, Papa, but he played his butt off yesterday.
Especially in the first quarter, Mike. I love Fillmore, Mike.
Me too.
Which leads to, and I think with Debo. And he had the big one in Seattle over Julian Love, the safety. And he had a touchdown last night, but Saubert committed the hold. That was a hold.
Oh, yeah.
But they wanted to get Debo the ball in a lot of different ways to turn it, hand it to him a little bit. He had 4 carries. Better numbers overall with 15 yards. Not great. And then out of the backfield, they were keying on a lot of those. He had the 47-yarder where he got free, where they motioned him against Kendrick. So they're trying to get the matchup. We'll see how they use him when McCaffrey does come back. As far as Devondre Campbell, that's the best I have seen him play in a long time. And I think I watched getting ready for the divisional against the Packers last year, John. I watched just about every damn game the Packers played last year, and my constant question was, what's wrong with Devondre Campbell? I know he had an ankle, he had a knee injury, and a neck injury, and did not look like he was completely over. We'll talk to Larry Krueger. I heard you guys talking after the game about it. I think he just fired quickly last night. He was decisive. And they were targeting him. That first out to CeeDee Lamb, the one that was behind him that he juggled with his left hand and then caught. But after that, he blew up some plays. He got one forceful tackle around the shoulder pads, which almost was a horse collar. I thought he played great the whole game. In particular, the first quarter, that looked like Devondre Campbell that I saw when he was a first-team All-Pro in 2021 with Green Bay. Which leads to Niners are not going to play a game between now and a week from tomorrow, trading deadline day. So have you seen enough from Devondre Campbell in last night's game that you don't go out and get a linebacker? You are mixing in D Winters a little bit more. We'll see what happened with him with the head trauma last night on the special teams play. But it's thin beyond that. Flanagan Fowles, Curtis Robinson. You are going to get big play Dre back, but when is that going to be? Maybe after Thanksgiving, maybe into December. Do you think, John, as you look at needs on this team, is linebacker still one of the top areas, even after the way Campbell played last night?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question because he's going to get targeted, and I think he's proven that even though last night he was better, that's still a target area, and it sounds like, as you just pointed out, Dre's a little bit longer off than we thought. We thought maybe passed by him too, but sounds like McCaffrey and Greenlaw's further out. And then Tim said something that you and I have been talking about. It's not like Dre's going to come back from Achilles and be Dre right away. That's going to take time, if ever he's going to be who he was before. So I think that's huge. But I keep looking. I think they're going to be fine at receiver. They're going to get more chemistry with Brock. Defensive tackle, too. I mean, it's hard because they're playing Sam Okawanu, who, and I like Sam, and he's rushing the passer, but what's he, 270, like 6'1", 270.
He only comes in the turbo, the pass rush group.
So he's a smaller guy, and Kevin Givens is a smaller guy. They need somebody to help shore up the run. Dallas can't run, and Dallas doesn't stay dedicated to the run. But they're going to play a lot of tough teams in the second half of the season, as we well know. You know, Buffalo's going to play, and Green Bay, and all these teams are going to come. You got Seattle again. They're going to try to run the football. All of them are going to try to run the football on you. And I keep looking at defensive tackle, and, Denver's winning games, though. Like, everybody's saying, DJ Jones. Well, that makes sense if Denver's not going to win, but Denver's winning games. And so you've got to get teams that are out of it. Well, they're not out of it. Heard over the weekend that Tennessee doesn't want to move Jeffrey Simmons. That would take a lot to get him, but he's really good. And then, the Colts did lose to, Houston yesterday, right? That was a close game down the stretch. So, are you really going to make – you wouldn't give DeForest Buckner that money when he was in the – at the height of his powers. You're going to give DeForest Buckner money now that he's on the downside of that contract. Those are pretty big moves, but I don't know what defensive tackle other than Silver told us a few, and I just threw in Jeffrey Simmons
from New England.
Oh yeah, he talked about him. Maybe that's not a bad fit if that doesn't cost you too much, but. Yeah, defensive tackle is another place where teams are going to just run right up the gut on them and keep challenging them there.
Well, he didn't have Kevin Givens yesterday, so that's a bit of a lingering injury. Gross Matos. He tore Gross Matos, so we've hardly seen, honestly. He got hurt in that last preseason game in Vegas against the Raiders. Then I think it impacted him early in the year. He wasn't the same guy. He's a forceful guy. Gross Matos can be like Okawanu, where you use him at end in a base defense, then move him inside over a guard, and he did do that effectively in his career at Carolina. I think we'll talk to Matt Barrows. Obviously we've talked about McCaffrey coming back. I think Jawan Jennings will come back for Tampa Bay. Jake Moody will come back for Tampa Bay. Yetur Gross-Matos, I think he has a chance to come back for Tampa Bay. And they're in meetings today, tomorrow, then they're off. Then they'll have a bonus practice a week from today. It's very possible, with the headliner being McCaffrey. Am I missing anybody else that could come back? Trey's not quite ready. I think those four guys mainly are the guys you're going to get back. Christian, Jennings, Moody, and Gross-Matos possibly. If Gross-Matos is back, Okawanu's playing great, where you can move him inside. You've always got your alphas, your bravos, and we'll have Barrows break it all down. And the turbo could be really interesting, which is, back in the day, Mike Waffle and Spagnuolo in New York when the Giants beat Brady, they ran that called the NASCAR package when they would bring the ends inside, and basically they would have four defensive ends. And if you put Okawanu inside with Gross-Matos, with Floyd and Bosa, and then not use Malik Collins as much or Jordan Elliott, and minus the Gravedigger, he was in it all. He was in alpha and turbo. You could go to a speed pass rush group, but I know your concern would be then, as far as run defense, Kalia Davis, they've given a roster spot for the year to Evan Anderson. I think that's an area John will upgrade anyway, whether it's D tackle or D end. I still think they need a little more just pure juice off the end. Gross-Matos is a strong take-on guy like Cleve Ferrell was. He doesn't give you that bendability. Leonard Floyd does, but you got to watch his snaps. Last year in Buffalo, especially as the year went on, he played like half the game, and he would come in third down. So I think to be a really good run defense, you want Floyd, not in the alpha group, in the Bravo and in the Turbo, as a pass rushing group. So I could see John adding a D tackle and a D end, or a couple of D ends with the ability to move in Gross-Matos and Okawanu inside. Look at what he did last October. October the 5th, he traded for Randy Gregory. Mm-hmm. And then Halloween, right the day of the deadline, he went to get Chase Young. Then later, they got Sebastian Joseph Day. They want to come at you in waves. And you've always got the injury factor. How do you overcome the loss of the Gravedigger, Javon Hargrave? So I could see John, just based on what he's done between now and a week from Tuesday, going out and getting a couple of defensive linemen, whether they're ends or tackles.
By the way, lots of good stuff. I'm going to surmise about 3 or 4 questions into one, which is one guy says, and I'm, of course, not familiar with this product, but it says maybe the 49ers need to get sponsored by Blue Chew so their defense can stay hard all game. They're saying it's the defense becomes soft. Point is, thank you very much for that one. But there's about 4 questions.
3 different people offered that to us,
No,
John?
not that exact one, but that was just the one that probably would hit home with us the most. But point is that what's the deal? We've talked about finishing games, Rams, Cardinals, even the Seahawks game. It was 30-24, 3:05 left, and Dak had the football. We all went from we're blowing the Cowboys out to how the hell did this happen? So it's a great win, and believe me, everybody's happy about the win. But yeah, down the stretch, all of a sudden it was like, how did this just happen? What do you think?
Well, when they
End of
outscored them in the third quarter, 21-0, and it was 167 yards to 16, they were playing complementary football.
They were.
I think where it started was I did not like the play calls with the head coach. He, on 3rd and 1, he elects to throw the ball. I know I went back and watched the play over and over, and Dallas loaded the box, and Kyle, when he looks at a loaded front, and maybe Brock, can, or Oscar, he got out of one play and went to the other, but they didn't run the ball on 3rd and 1. They had a half roll, and the ball got tipped, and it was almost intercepted. And then the next time they got the ball back, and it was a one-score game at that point in the game, they threw on 1st down, dropped back to throw. Brock wound up scrambling for 7, and then you went into that 2nd and 3, and Kyle liked the matchup with Pearsall. He broke open, but you did not block Overshone. Ike Arendo missed a block, and you wind up, getting a kill shot on the blind side of the quarterback. Luckily, he didn't fumble. And then you drop back on 3rd and long and check it down to Juszczyk, and they use all 3 timeouts. I think at that point of the game, you've got to be clock suckers. Make them extinguish all their timeouts and run the clock all the way down. So the offense gave the ball back to them, and then you just got bust. I don't know what coverage they were playing. Dante will join us later in the week on CeeDee's first touchdown when it was a 4-by-1. They had 4 left. CeeDee right. He runs a crossing route. Everybody's playing man. On the other side, what was that, a box and none? Just didn't guard CeeDee Lamb. What the hell? And then the other one, they moved Ferguson, the tight end, in motion, and Renardo Green got picked off, and CeeDee was wide open, so you had a couple of busts. So you can't have those, obviously. But when you look back on it, I'd like to see him run the ball in the 3rd and 1, run the ball in the 1st and 10, and certainly run the ball in the 2nd and 3. They dropped back to throw all 3 times.
Great stuff still on the text lines. We're going to take a break to talk to Matt Barrows from The Athletic. He will give us great insight into the game as well. If you're on the line for Ask Papa, stay right there. We'll get to your calls. We'll get to more text. Very good questions on the text line, on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, and in the call-in line. Great questions. I can see them in front of me. We'll get to it after we speak with our good friend, Matt Barrows. What was his viewpoint on the win over Dallas and looking ahead to the second half of the season? We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Debo, first and 10, 46-yard line. Going in motion is Debo. Hand up, no play action to Garendo. Brock at a load up. Brock throws over the middle. George Kittle with another reception. And this one is for history. He has passed the great Dwight Clark for the third most receiving yards in 49ers history, behind only Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens.
On National Tight End Day, that was appropriate. The 49ers outscored the Cowboys 21-0 after a disappointing first half in which they were down 10-6, and then they almost give it back. They kind of do that. They've done that a couple of times, but they hang on. They beat the Cowboys, and we're at the bye week. Will they get Christian McCaffrey back? Lots of questions around the 49ers. What kind of moves will they make before they get back with the trade deadline? To sort it all out, our good friend Matt Barrows, who does a tremendous job, as does the entire crew at The Athletic, at Matt Barrows. Make sure that you are reading him and listening to him right now as he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm well. How are you guys? How are you recovering from the night game?
Yeah, man, that takes a minute, right?
It's like for a while, John. What time you get off the air last night?
About 11-ish kind of a time. But it was a nice drive home. It wasn't too bad. So
no traffic?
No, not when it's in the night game. Usually if it's a day game, you guys know it's a day game, then you get all the, the weekend traffic, all those people who had a fun weekend. We're like, get out of our way. We should have a lane of our own. Anyway, I digress. Give us your thoughts. Just before we get into anything deep, how big was it to get this win before the break?
Big. I mean, I felt like it was just one quarter, the third quarter, but that was the closest that this team has looked to their, 2023 selves. When they were dominant at times, and they got the number one seed in the NFC and got that valuable playoff bye, and they did it without Christian McCaffrey, without Juwan Jennings, and without Brandon Ayuk, and it wasn't consistent. They didn't play like that the full game, and that's problematic, but they showed that it's inside them, that they can be that team. And I think that's a nice confidence boost going into this bye. This bye is promises to be very, what's the word? Rejuvenative? Is that a word? I don't know, but it's about healing injuries, and there's a bunch of guys. George Kittle, you just mentioned him. Fred Warner, Juwan Jennings. I think some of those defensive tackles really could use a week off. And it's about getting guys back like Christian McCaffrey and perhaps adding to the roster, which is something that John Lynch has done every year he's been with the 49ers except one, 2018. So I'm expecting something to happen either this week or early next. And I think that just sort of adds to the idea that this is going to be a different team, a better team coming out of the bye.
They should be 6-2. You know, they kicked the Rams game and the Arizona game, but it is what it is, and they're 4-4. So I like the Week 9 bye, which they're getting now for a third straight year. It's right in the middle of this season, and it gives us a chance to do the mid-season awards. I don't know if that's going to be a Matt Barrows column coming up, but let's pick one here on each side of the ball. George Kittle, another touchdown last night. He's got 6 touchdowns on the year. He has caught 40 passes already and 49 targets. He's over 500 yards. He has missed a game this year, and he's played through injury a lot. Would you pick as the offensive MVP the tight end, George Kittle, and on the defensive side, I'm going to nominate Deommodore Lenoir, Matt. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you on the defense. I mean, Deommodore Lenoir just he looked like he was going to be the defensive MVP as far back as the offseason and training camp, and he's really continued that momentum into the season and, added the interceptions in these last 2 games to sort of boost that. I might have given him that award even if he hadn't had those. He's just been all over the field, physical, full of energy, rarely beaten. He's just been Mr. Consistency, really the best, most consistent player on that defense. Offense, yeah, I like your Kittle pick. I mean, he's I don't know if it's recency bias to give him that award. I think a couple of weeks ago you would have given it to Jordan Mason. Without Jordan Mason, I don't know where this team is. I mean, he's just been a rock as far as the running game, and he's been banged up in recent weeks, and he might have fallen off a bit in these last 2 games, but certainly the first 6, I think you could make the argument for him as the offensive MVP.
Matt Barrows is joining us. It's Pop and Lund recapping the 49ers 30-24 win over the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football, and they are off this week before they take on Tampa the week after. In terms of Brock Purdy, we can't have a conversation without talking about Brock. It was interesting. Missed some throws that you would think you would normally make in the first half, and it was 10-6. It's all 7 of his passes in the third quarter and throws a touchdown. The 49ers roll. So as you look at him, because all these columns are coming out, I know Sandoz pick 6 last week, addressed it. I think Jason Lockenfora had a piece in the Washington Post where they're talking to anonymous GMs who are saying, I'm not giving Brock Purdy $50 million. I think one even said, I think he's a high-end backup. So I don't think that. But, I mean, where are they with Brock Purdy? Is there even a question that they're going to give him the money? And what do you make of his season so far? That's a lot of questions. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say that the second half of the season goes like the first half of the season. If that's the case, I don't think there's any question that they pay him because he would be one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. Is he the best quarterback in the NFL? No, he's not the best quarterback in the NFL. But that's not how this works. He's going to be the next guy up at that position. And the 49ers would not have an alternative there. So, it was a bounce-back game. You expected that from Brock Purdy. He doesn't usually have 2 stinkers in a row. And like I said, during that third quarter, you just mentioned it, 7 for 7, he was in that rhythm that we saw last year. And that'll be the big question mark in the second half of this season. Can he be more consistent? Can he be the chess master who, when the defense throws something at him that he's not comfortable with, which has been a theme in the first half of the season, can he then make a move that makes that team pay? And I think that he's starting to kind of figure that out and know what teams are doing against him. This is what good quarterbacks do. This is why you pay somebody a huge amount of money. It's hard to think of a quarterback, even the great ones, who haven't had bad games. That's going to happen. And I think in this kind of week-to-week cycle that we're in with social media and people doing stories like that, et cetera, you're going to get that. And it's never going to be perfect. But if you're asking me what the 49ers are thinking and are the 49ers happy with Brock Purdy, I'd have to say the answer is yes.
All right, 1 week from today, they're going to come back off the bye. They got a couple of things they got to do today and tomorrow. Then Kyle's got to give them the rest of the week off, and then they get that bonus practice off the bye week before Tampa. The expectation I'm feeling in the building and from the media is that Christian McCaffrey is going to practice a week from today. Matt, do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I think that's what they've been ramping up for all along. I think this ramp-up period has gone according to plan without a hitch, no setbacks. He does a little bit more each week, and, coming out of the bye, it'll be sort of a practice routine. He'll be at that level of rigor as far as his program. So that's something could happen. It's been all about things moving in the right direction and then going backwards with him. He hasn't had that because he did get the rest to begin his IR stint. And that may have been the missing element all along. Like I think I've said it before, Christian McCaffrey is not a great rester. He fails when it comes to resting. So he was forced to do that when his 4-week stint, at least 4-week stint on IR began. And it sounds like that's been, just what the doctor ordered.
Matt Barrows joining us, talking about the Niners win over the Cowboys on Sunday night. So Pop just asked me this, and I'll ask you the same thing. Of the positions in need that the 49ers have, and maybe they address more than one. I mean, the 49ers are aggressive. What are your positions of need in order? Where would you put at the top spot that they may need to trade for and look into it?
Yeah, I put defensive end number one, maybe defensive tackle number two. And if you get a defensive end, maybe that means that Yetur Gross-Matos, when he comes back, plays a little bit more defensive tackle. We saw Sam Okawanu getting some really good defensive tackle snaps in obvious passing situations. So I feel like if it's a question between those two positions, you can do more Band-Aid work at defensive tackle. I just think that the drop-off after Nick Bosa and Leonard Floyd is so great that, the 49ers really need the depth more than anything there. You need to be prepared if Leonard Floyd, like he did in the preseason, has a knee injury that keeps him out a couple of weeks. It also happens to be a position. We just saw this with the Chiefs and the Patriots, where there are guys available. Cleveland Browns have a good defensive end in Zadarius Smith. I think that would be sort of a perfect solution, a perfect addition, I think, at the midseason. And I bet Zadarius Smith would be eager to leave Cleveland, too, for a team that has a shot at the playoffs. So, I mean, and it's not just him. There are more guys on bad teams. It seems like every team that's struggling right now has an edge rusher that they may be willing to part with. So it seems like there's an abundance there and also a need from the 49ers.
How about linebacker, Matt? Devondre Campbell, I think by far, especially in the opening quarter when he was flying around, making all kinds of tackles, looked like the young Devondre. He played well last night, but he's been a guy they've been targeting all year. I think Trey, we're hopeful McCaffrey comes back next week and Trey around this time, but I think Trey Greenlaw is going to be late November, early December. D. Winters is playing well. He had to leave the game with a head injury last night. They're a little light with Flanagan, Fowles, and Bethune. As they wait for Dre, do they just ride out Devondre Campbell, or are they also in the linebacker market?
Well, ride out Devondre Campbell, who I think, to his credit, has gotten a little bit better as the year's gone on. I think he's just getting more and more used to the defense. And you're right. I thought that last night was probably his best game. And then the week before that, I thought D. Winters had his best game. We'll have to see with the concussion, but good chance that he's back for the Week 10 game in Tampa. The MO to this point has been to kind of use those two guys as the Dre replacement until they get Dre back, and I imagine that's what they do. I just don't think that there's as many linebackers available, or that it's a position. It's taken Devondre Campbell half the season to really get up to speed. Can a linebacker really come in at midseason and play to the level that the 49ers want him to? I think that's another question mark. I think it's easier for a defensive end to do that than a linebacker.
Good stuff. Maddie, thank you so much. We always appreciate your time. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Take care.
Enjoy the bye.
Yeah, no kidding. That's I needed to ask him what he was going to do. At Matt Barrows, make sure you're following him in The Athletic, reading him in The Athletic. And by the way, Mike Silver, who I saw outside the Cowboys locker room, and he's reporting on D's nuts. So, he's reporting on Trevon Diggs and that whole thing. I walked by and that was going on.
What happened there exactly?
I didn't think it was anything.
What happened?
There was a reporter in Dallas, a TV personality in Dallas, who had, during the game, this is what I would be concerned about if I was Jerry Jones. I have a Jerry Jones story for you later, but they were outside the locker room. Trevon Diggs went out and basically confronted him on something he tweeted out during the game about him, and the reporter kept saying back to him, well, Trevon, if you want to talk about it more, we can. And then Trevon would go in, he'd come back out and kind of scold the guy a little bit more, and then finally at the end, he'd said something like, well, we can talk more about it. And then as Diggs was walking into the locker room, you can faintly hear, talk about, and that's when he said,
Got it.
So
what was he critical? I think teams run at him a lot. Seems like they run the run action at Trevon Diggs a lot. Not sure what kind of run player he is.
His name is Mike Leslie, so he's at Mike Leslie, WFAA. So I'll have to go back. He's actually got the video up right there. So anyway, oh, okay. So he said, I've been asked by my bosses at WFAA to provide a little context for this tweet because they don't want people thinking I just randomly tweet things like this. That's fair. By the way, and then he explains why he was why they were going back at it. So anyway, you can check him out.
Yeah.
At Mike Leslie.
Trevon Diggs was the whole talk after the game.
Yeah.
And Nick Bosa's hat on the post-game interview.
Yep, that was the other thing.
Not all that legible. Interesting color combination.
That's
yellow lettering and a white. I couldn't read it. But we know what he said. So what's the reaction in the Bay Area over that one?
Not great. Not great.
I wouldn't
As
think
you could
so.
imagine. Not great. Yeah.
I wouldn't think. I saw John Bosa. He got mad at me.
He did?
So I walked by, and I was going to talk to Nick, and Nick was so excited after the game. He was so amped up.
Right.
But I get a, hey, Greg, and a very young-looking man with long hair and a beautiful woman next to him, and I said, hey, and then I kept walking.
Oh,
and
you
then I
didn't.
I took like 5 steps, and I went, wait a minute, is that John Bosa? So then I went back, and he's giving me, oh, you're big time in me. You had to walk by. I'm like, I honestly... And then Tim came over and we had the flow going with the hair.
Right.
John Bosa looks like he's 20 years younger than I thought he should look. He looks unbelievable. So I do apologize to John.
Well, at least you went back. If you had not gone back,
I did go back.
He wouldn't even take our
But then it
calls
was too
anymore.
late. He gave me, oh, you're big time in me. He's walking up. I'm like, I didn't think it was you. Let me just see. You're Benjamin Button. The last time I saw you looked a little old and a broken down D end.
Man.
Now you look like a young guy. And he looked good last night.
Yeah, he's a good-looking guy. So, by the way, for everybody tweeting in and having us want to talk about that thing, I learned, especially over the last number of years, that politics and sports don't mix in our world, and people get so pissed about it, and nobody can have a civil conversation that if you want to go to a certain place that they love those kind of debates and scream and yell and hate each other, you can do that. But I've learned long ago that if people, especially during the pandemic, I think we learned this, if people want to indulge in those conversations, they know where to indulge. We're kind of the toy box of the talk world, and I kind of try to keep it that way best I can. So I get it, and I understand people's wanting us to have an opinion on it. I get it, but that spurs a lot of hate and a lot of stuff, and I don't particularly like to go down that road. What you asked is perfect, which is what was the reaction? I think most people can figure what the reaction would be around here. Yeah.
Yeah, I will agree with Nick. We have a huge day coming up.
Yeah.
Not just NFL trading deadline day, but a week from tomorrow is going to be a huge day in our country's history. I agree with him on that.
Yeah, go vote.
And I do have a dueling hat that would. I have a hat that, and let me see, 4 letters. And then a last name.
Right.
That would be the response to Nick's hat. So everybody's got an opinion on this. But I remember when Nick first got here, some of the things he was listening to got out there. So he played a great game yesterday. He was a force. But that was an interesting time to do it, right when Melissa Stark is interviewing George Kittle and Brock Purdy and Isaac Guerrero. Nick shows up with that hat on.
Yeah. Wasn't well received in these parts. So anyway. We'll leave it at that. All right, because we have gotten a lot of text on that, as you can imagine. All right, we'll finish a couple more in the text. I know were very good questions in Ask Papa, which we do every Monday and Friday, so you can get your thoughts in there. Ask Papa anything at all. Bottom of the hour, Larry Krueger is going to join us from the Krug Show, and, of course, Niners Nightly. So we'll preview what he's got going on tonight. And I know he's got a ton of thoughts because I talked to him before, during, and after the game. I sat right by him. So I think we have some good stuff. So we'll do that at about 12:30. Plus later, I do have, you were just talking about who you ran into. I ran into one owner of the Cowboys. He was actually very nice to me. At some point, I'll try to get to that, but we've got a lot to do.
Did you ask him about the automobile accident with his family?
I didn't. I heard about that afterwards. I'm sure you know what was running through my mind as I rode the elevator alone with him.
Just you and Jerry were on the elevator all by yourself?
Yeah, I got to tell you about it at some point. Yeah, it was interesting.
Whoa, what was the conversation there?
It was short, but I was surprised. Let's just put it that way. He was very nice.
I'm surprised he lets anybody on the elevator with him.
Me
I thought it'd be a security guard on each side and Jerry all by himself. How'd you sneak in?
Me too. That's what I was thinking. I'll tell you how it happened. We got that. So we got a ton to go. Larry Krueger at the bottom. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's Amani Oruwariye.
That's him, the great, and I do mean great. Mike Tirico joined the show earlier this morning to recap the 49ers win over the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Lund Show now continues. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thank you so much for joining us on a Monday, reviewing 30-24 victory over the Cowboys in a gotta-have-it game. They get a break, and then sounds like Christian McCaffrey's going to come back. And a lot of the questions on the Ask Papas, we're taking a few more remnants from Ask Papa, which we'll do every Monday and Friday, but have to do with Christian McCaffrey and how much he can fix. He can't fix the defense, but having Brandon Ayuk out and Debo's banged up again, and Juwan Jennings is going to return after the break as well, so a lot of these guys are going to be coming back. But how much does he help? And then let me just throw this in. I think he helps a ton against a man coverage. You want to do man coverage and man up Christian McCaffrey, go right ahead with like a safety or a linebacker. That'll work out well.
Yeah, they can't do it. It'll get him on a man. And they could play, man and then zone him or box him. They could do different things. Like the Niners on that one side of the field, I'll be anxious to ask Larry what the hell that defense was. They were playing man on the bunch side to the left, and I don't know what they were playing with CeeDee Lamb. They just dropped him. So you can do, halves of field on the coverage, but he'll change. The bottom line is they need, and it was jarring to me when I was getting ready for the game, Dallas led the NFL in points per game last year. They were at 29.9 points a game. I mean, they're averaging 21 points a game this year. They're way down. 49ers were right there for points per game. It was 30 for Purdy. And the games that they've won this year, they scored 32 against the Jets, 30 against New England, 36 against Seattle, and they got to 30 last night. So if they're going to be a defense that gives up more, Rams got 27 on them, Minnesota got 23, Arizona got 24, Seattle got 24, Kansas City 28, and last night with their fourth quarter rally, Dallas made it close last night, and they made it a 30-24 final. So he'll definitely help the offense in every regard. Running the ball, obviously third down conversions, and they were much better third down. I think that was the story of the game, was how they converted on third downs in the third quarter as opposed to the first two quarters. But the red zone, it's been better. The Seattle game, not as good against Kansas City, but overall, way down. So McCaffrey helps in all regard. I just think, does this team need... I mean, last year when they got off to the 5-0 start, they were winning 30-10, and sometimes bigger. Dallas, it was 42-10. Now you're giving up 20, 25, high 20s. So are you going to have to win more shootouts? So I think the defense will tighten up. The one thing that I do worry about, and we'll see if they trade Charvarius a week from tomorrow, John. He got off the field for a handful of snaps yesterday. Then Renardo Green hurt his ankle, and for a while they had Ike Adam at one corner, and on the other side, it was Renardo Green and Demo in the slot. And I don't know if Ward was hurt or not. I didn't hear any injury report on him. He just came off the field. He got called for a couple of penalties. The youth in the secondary, overall, they cover really well. And they got the play that Malik Mustafa made at the end of the first half on that big tight end, Brevin Spann-Ford. That guy goes 6'6". And for Malik to go up, and we know he's Mustafa, and he's coming down to the box, and he's lighting you up. But he does cover well as a middle field safety when they ask him to do it. And as an undersized guy, John, he went up and ripped through that guy's hands twice to knock that ball out. If he doesn't come up with that play and they score a touchdown late in the first half and take a 14-3 lead and not a 10-3 lead, that could flip the whole game. I thought that was one of the most understated big plays of the game. He's a good player. Renardo Green's a good player. J.R. Brown's a good player, but they're young. You just can't have these busts in the secondary. So when I look at it, Christian McCaffrey, you got to score more. You're going to get back to 30 for Purdy with CMC, Dynamite. Let's go. Do you need to score 30-plus every single game to win because the defense is young and they got some areas they got to, and they're not getting the pass rush consistently? Okawano inside did last night, and Nick was all over the place. But, they'll chip Nick and double him and try to take him a roll away from him. I think what McCaffrey does is just, you score more points, and you may need to outscore teams this year, get in the shootouts and win that way.
Yeah, I would agree. Sorry, I got distracted because I just saw a picture that Nick posted of his dad. He looks like a rock star. I would have never guessed that was him.
Is that the Nick Bosa we saw last year?
What's that?
Or John Bosa?
Yeah.
I mean, is that?
This is from the game.
Like anything like John Bosa.
This is from the game. He has like long salt and pepper hair, nice pair of jeans, jacket there. He looks great.
How old does he look?
I mean,
John, he looks in his 40s.
I don't know if I can get that close enough, but that was him, right?
So would you?
There we go.
If you walked by him
I wouldn't know it was
a hi
him.
Greg or a hi John,
no, I wouldn't know.
Would you just say, hey, and then keep walking, and then a moment later I went, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Is that Nick's dad?
He looks like a rock singer from a classic rock band. So he looks great. I wouldn't know.
I'm not saying he didn't look good last year, but he looks different. His hair's longer. I don't know. He looks thinner.
He has a black sunglasses
He looks great.
Looks good.
So he was like, oh, you're big time in me. I felt, no, honestly, what the hell have you been doing, Benjamin Button? Ponce de Leon? You look much younger than I remember you when you were an old broken down former #1 draft pick.
Yeah.
You look like a young man.
He looks good.
What are you into?
Yeah.
What's doing that? That testosterone that you're on, John?
Yeah,
is that what does it?
Maybe it does, man. I gotta get sculpted like he is, man. I mean, he's not like
good?
When he was playing at like 260 or something. He's much smaller than that, but I mean, he's got the nice head of hair there. He's looking
That's
good.
why.
Man.
I took like 5 steps past him and I went, wait a minute. is that Nick's dad?
Yeah.
Because it was all the family section. I thought, I think that's Bosa's father. I got to go back and hey, John.
And he's like, too late.
You just walked right by me like you don't even know who I am. I'm like, I didn't recognize him.
Man, that's funny.
He looks great.
All right, let's talk to Krug, get his viewpoint on what he saw and what's ahead for the 49ers after the bye. We'll do it next on the Esports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Pop here. I got a question for you. What if you could be debt-free by this January? I'm talking about all that high-interest debt, pay off all your credit cards, your car loans, consolidate everything into one lower payment. If you are ready to stop stressing over bills, you need to call Loan Pronto. Pronto! Call them right now with rates at their lowest in 2 years. This is the perfect chance to use your home's equity and save big going into the new year. Loan Pronto's got rates with APRs in the low 5s, and they're getting homeowners hundreds of thousands out of their home's equity. Homeowners who do this with Loan Pronto can save on average, or are saving on average, $150 a month. So Loan Pronto offers a ton of options, including total refis or their express equity lines of credit. So call now. Get a free rate quote in just minutes. No hard credit pull and no upfront fees. Call today, and you won't have to make a house payment until 2025. LoanPronto.com. 415-808-5721. That's LoanPronto.com. Free rate quote now. 415-808-5721.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Samani Oruwariye.
Showing off. We had Mike Tirico earlier on in the show. If you want to hear that interview, go to KNBR.com, where all of our interviews are housed. But this is our guy, man. This is Krug. Sat by him during the game. Had a great time pre- and post-game with Krug yesterday. Check out the Krug Show, which I believe just went over 50,000 subscribers. Way to go, Krug. Congratulations on that. And, of course, you hear him here and see him on YouTube. And make sure that you're checking it out when he does Niners Nightly, which is every night at 6 o'clock, or weeknights at 6 o'clock. So make sure you tune in for Krug with that. He's all over. And he's with us right now, courtesy of the Uma Gas Line. And if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Krug in the flesh. What's happening?
Man, just finishing watching the rewatch after a late night. And, it's funny. You watch a game the first time, you get one impression. You watch it a second time, you get a different impression. I was somewhat disappointed in a lot of the struggles to finish out the game last night. And upon the rewatch, I'm very, very impressed by Brock Purdy's mobility in this game. I thought Purdy ran expertly in this game a number of times. Sometimes because he had to, because the play broke down or wasn't the right play. He did that one time. Sometimes it was just they gave him an avenue and he took it. Sometimes they're playing man and they turned their head and he took off. But I thought they wouldn't have won this game the way they won it last night without Brock's legs.
And all year, Brock Purdy has 15 first downs on quarterback scrambles this season, tied with Jaden Daniels for the most in the NFL. So he has more than Lamar. He has more than Patrick Mahomes or Jalen Hurts. I mean, it's incredible. I think in his Brock's legs, the use of Kittle over the middle to attack them, and Isaac Guerendo, Larry. And I want to get your scouts' eyes on Guerendo. I thought the runs he had late in the first half, the 19-yarder, the 15-yarder, he was just coming off the ball much quicker than J.P. Mason. He was hitting it. I love his ball security, high and tight. He caught a few balls where Brock was a little wide on checkdowns to him, that he went out of the framework of his body. He's learning, I think he's better pressing it play side than cutting it back. So what do you see from Guerendo? Kyle did say Mason could come back into the game. I'm not sure about that. And I think we're going to get McCaffrey back in practice a week from today. So as you look at the running back room, and I know you guys were talking before the year started, you got to back off the carries for McCaffrey. You got to get J.P. Mason more involved. What can Guerendo give us? So now, with CMC missing the first half of the year, coming off a terrible injury, how do you want to see them divvy up RB 1, 2, and 3?
It's a very interesting question, because last year Kyle wanted to start with McCaffrey and finish with Mitchell. And he really liked finishing with Mitchell. And I talked to him about it once, and he's like, Mitchell doesn't fumble. Mitchell gets every yard he can possibly get. There are no negative runs. He really loves finishing with Mitchell. I think they're going to love finishing with Guerendo because guys take bad angles. And one thing that Kyle commented on in the post game is that this player continues to get better and better and better. He says he feels like he learns from every single carry. And we're seeing it. I mean, like giving you an example. In the first half, there was a run where he looked like a classic Guerendo raw running back. He ran up on his own player, bumped into him, got knocked to the ground, and that was it, right? And you're looking at that going, whoa, there's no feel, there's no instincts. Okay, but you know what? Then you see him get to that second level, as you said, hit the hole hard. The one thing about he hits the hole much harder than Mason. So he's going full tilt. What I love about him is that he's got that kind of athleticism where he is 2 steps at full speed. So he's got a great jetpack on him right now, and he's a guy that if you can spring him through to the second level, guys will take bad angles, and if you can get him into that third level, nobody wants to get in front of this guy as he's running at that rate of speed at that weight. So he's a force. I do think he's still kind of raw, but I think he's an ideal finishing second half back because you're thinking one speed, and here comes a faster guy who's bigger, and all it takes is one bad angle or one bad angle, one poor breakdown, and suddenly you've got a gigantic play. I thought he gave this team a huge lift. Where was it? Second quarter where he went 30-yard run, like 18-yard run, and then they tossed it to him on the halfback toss.
Back-to-back.
Yeah, 15-19.
Yeah.
Right before halftime.
He also had a nice catch right after that little series. So, yeah, there was a nice little run there for Garendo. He gave them a huge shot in the arm.
Larry Kruger joining us. Remember, Niners Nightly tonight at 6 o'clock at Sports Larry K. The Krug Show as well. Make sure that you're checking everything out. The Krug pumping out a bunch of great stuff on the Niners and other things as well. In regards to McCaffrey and how big of a boost he'll give, we were just talking about Garendo, and I think that regardless of bringing McCaffrey back, these guys have earned roles, and plus you don't want to overuse McCaffrey, especially coming back from this injury. But does he solve all offensive woes if and when he returns against Tampa after the bye?
I think he helps them quite a bit in the red zone, obviously. I don't know that he solves all of their offensive woes because they still really could use another receiver that could replace Ayuk on some of those downfield patterns that Ayuk runs that the Niners don't have lots of options. I mean, you could lean on Cowing, and Cowing gets separation vertically, but he is a smaller guy. He is a rookie. He's a receiver. Rookie receivers often struggle. I think if John could find, I'm not saying a star receiver, but if he could find a Darius Slayton, if he could find somebody who would complement the rest of this receiving core, I think and it wouldn't cost him a lot. I think he would consider doing that.
All right, the bust in the second half on CD, and the second touchdown, the safety, Jair Brown just ran into Renardo and picked him off. What the hell happened on the first touchdown where they had 3 or 4 receivers left, and it looked like the Niners manned those guys, and then CD was singled up right. He just runs a shallow cross. No one follows him at all. No one widens it out. Was that a man that Malik Mustafa, I think, may have gotten picked off? What happened on CeeDee Lamb's first touchdown?
I thought it was first of all, it was a busted play, obviously. I mean, that's not Nick Sorensen's intent to have the Cowboys' number one receiver literally within 25 yards of him in the end zone. I thought it was a man play and there was a pick. Now, he started on the defensive left and caught it all the way on the defensive right. But he ran unimpeded and unaccompanied for most of his route. So there was a pick early, obviously, that freed him up, and then it was just he was beyond wide open. I mean, there was nobody in the television screen, and it was one of the worst busts I've seen in the red zone from any team all year. As far as space creation, I haven't seen that much wide open space in the red zone for any team all year.
Well, the second one, he was even more open. Both of them, he was wide open on.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Johnny.
No, go ahead. I'll ask.
No, I was just going to say that it almost felt like 2 games. It almost felt like the Niners won the game, and then that kind of felt like almost the aftermath of the win. But yeah, they got to finish. Again, against better teams, the margins will be tighter. They're going to have to finish in a more efficient manner than on both sides of the ball than they did in this game.
Yeah, that's what I want to talk about because they basically played one great quarter of football, outscored the Cowboys 21-0, and then that was kind of it. And you and I were talking about this when we were up in the booth. People started leaving the game. Energy just kind of deflated out of the stadium, and all of a sudden it was like, oh my God, the Cowboys have the ball. There's 3:05 left, and they're only down 6. And we're kind of like, man, we've seen this defense do this so many times, but I don't think the Cowboys just had the horses to get it done. But it is a concern. You obviously lost to the Rams and the Cardinals. You let up a little bit against Seattle. You let up in this game. Is there a finishing problem on this team?
I mean, John Lynch said at the end of last year, we need finishers. And it's kind of what is a finisher? I don't know. It's somebody that finishes games and wins big games. I mean, to me, the one play that we're not talking about today that I think about when I did the rewatch is the Purdy pass/fumble that Aaron Banks fell on. That was a huge play. That was an absolutely huge play. He also had a pass that was nearly deflected and could have been a pick six in the fourth quarter.
That was on him, by the way. You gotta get that ball out of your hand. If it's not there, he held on to that ball too long. That's on him.
Why didn't he run it? It was 3rd and 1. Run the ball in that
exactly.
situation.
Run the ball first, but
Yeah, I would have run it there.
I agree with you.
Well, he got stuffed on 2nd and 1. That's why he threw it.
Mooney had a rough game, I thought, against Tolbert. He had the PI against Tolbert. That was painful. He also had a PI, I believe, earlier in the game. Mooney made some really good. I would say one thing that really stood out upon the rewatch is that Renardo Green, Malik Mustafa, the Niners, Darrell Luter on special teams made a nice play. Some of those Niner young DBs are really coming of age. I mean, you're seeing these. We're watching these guys grow up right before our eyes. I mean, if you look at the leading tacklers, you had Fred and Campbell, but you also had Ward, Lenore, Brown, Mustafa, Green. I mean, these guys were all right there among the league leaders or among the Niners leaders and tackles last night. So the young defensive backs are starting to play. I also, upon the rewatch, thought Jordan Elliott played well in the middle. It seemed like Jordan Elliott made a number of big plays in the middle. And Sam Aquinu, I asked Bosa about it. In their pass rush, they're going to the NASCAR package, and they're using Sam as an interior defensive tackle, and they're not even putting him with his hand in the ground. They're letting him stand up in the hole, and they're playing games off of it. And I thought that bothered Dallas's offensive line in the second half.
You mentioned Charvarius. He was off the field, interestingly, in the fourth quarter for 4 snaps. And they brought in Ike Adam to play his side, and Renardo Green was playing the other side and Demo in the slot. And I was watching Charvarius. He was not being checked by the performance staff. He was not under the blue tent. He looked fine. Maybe he needed a playoff or not. You mentioned they went at him a little bit. He had a couple of calls against him. Mike Silver and a few of the other writers think it's possible that the Niners trade Charvarius Ward between now and a week from tomorrow. His contract is up. Are you going to re-sign him? If you do that, are you confident enough in Renardo Green, Ike Adam, Diamador Lenore, then the backups would be Darrell Luter Jr., Rock Yassin. Do you see them, and we've been talking about them adding, and I think they will on the D-line for sure, or try to. Do you think just because as you look at the cap next year, they would be open to trading Charvarius?
Yeah, I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. And this name's been mentioned a few times. I just think that they're looking very realistically at their roster, Greg, and we all know they weren't going to be able to retain Lenore and Mooney. Lenore has officially won that battle, right? So they're going to try to retain Lenore long term. So I think they look at Mooney as a guy that, with Purdy's contract looming, he's going to be a cap casualty. And I think they also feel like they've got guys in-house that can do maybe not as good, but close. There's probably also guys that they could acquire via trade that they could probably acquire pretty cheaply. And I think they're looking at Mooney and saying, wait a second, there's a team out there that will give us a day 2 pick. I think there's a chance there might be a team that would give them a 3rd-round pick for Mooney Ward. I mean, you got to remember, corners, when you run out of corners, you're cooked. And you really have to. They're not just hanging around. It's like left tackles or right tackles. They're not just hanging around on the street. So if you're a contender and you're down a corner, and there's a couple of them that are, Mooney would look very attractive. And for the 49ers, you're just moving away from a player a couple weeks early and gaining draft pick compensation for a player that that you're going to have to offload in the offseason for sure, and that you won't be able to resign. So I think it makes sense. But it also kind of speaks to his regression and also the quality of their depth at that spot. I think they feel good about the guys they have. Like, I think they feel like Rock Ya-Sin could play for them if they needed him to.
What do you got going tonight, Krug?
The first game, 49er show, Niner Nightly on a Monday after some of these games. I like to let the fans, tonight we're not going to go, no guests. We're just going to go calls. I'm going to come out and talk a little bit about what I saw upon the rewatch and some of the points I'm going to make. And then we'll open up the lines and let people have their say tonight and get their feel of, hey, give us your review. And then also, point us ahead, because I think Lynch is probably going to make an addition. So we'll kind of do those two things, kind of a look back and a look ahead to the trade deadline.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, man. We appreciate it. Plus, the Krug Show, make sure you're checking that. Larry is always on there giving you great information and great content, and at Sports Larry K. You're the best, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Greg.
You got it.
Thanks, Krug.
Larry Kruger, I sat next to last night, and we're always shooting the stuff. And next to JD John Dickinson. I was the sandwich between the John and the Larry bread. It was very
You
nice.
have yet to tell me about your elevator ride.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'll tell you that next.
With the owner and GM of the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, let's do that next. And I was as surprised as you were. I wouldn't invite me into an elevator alone, but this man decided to, so we'll tell you about that. And then we got foreplay. We got the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear, including one piece that is not 49ers related, that is very important, that if it wasn't a Monday, we might be talking all about. We'll do it all the next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tim Ryan, love that. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning. Did you know? Did you know? Gave his thoughts on the Niners season heading into the bye. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
I am absolutely jacked out of my mind, bro.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, the 4 chunks in the foreplay you would probably be able to guess. George Kittle on National Tight End Day. Brock Purdy on, even though there's lots of injuries, a certain mentality the 49ers have, and a little Fred Warner on closing out the Cowboys. A little nervous at the end, but since you asked, it was really weird because I always go up late. I stay in the studio down there where you and I do the show a couple of days a week, and I write notes and I write this grid and board for tracking the game, and I'll watch the early games down there and finish up and watch Red Zone and all this different stuff, and I got a bunch of iPads. So I don't go up until really late, and then I usually stop by your guys and say hello, and then I go to my seat. So it was kind of late. I kind of stayed a little bit longer than I normally would. It might have been, let's see, the game starts at, 5:15, 5:20, whatever it is. And I think I didn't get walking up there till maybe 5 after, maybe 10 after. And so I don't know if Jerry forgot something or whatever. So I go walking into this elevator area, and there's no one, which that's never the case right before the game, but it was just me and him standing there, and I kind of stood back from him because I thought, exactly like you said, like he's not going to want to ride up with me. So I just kind of backed off a little bit, and it's him and I standing there, and the thing finally dings, ding, and he looks at me and he says, "You going up?" And I thought to myself, we're on the first floor, but I didn't want to be a smart aleck, so I said, "Yeah, I'm going up to 8 to meet you." And he goes, "Well, hop on in." And so I walk in, and he was kind of staring at me the whole time. So I go into the elevator with him, and we're going up a little bit, and I said, because I did used to work with him, so I said, I started to say to him, "Hey, I don't know if you remember," and that's all I could get out of my mouth, and he looked at me and goes, "I remember you." Right, so that was kind of cool. I thought that was
that a good
cool.
way to remember you, or a bad way to remember you?
He, many a times, Mark Cuban did this, Jerry just did this. I don't know if it's a Dallas thing. They would just come walking into the studios, and they'd walk right into the studio. So we paid him to come on the station. We paid Cuban to come on the station. We were the Mavericks flagship, not the Cowboys flagship, but he didn't care. He wanted to be on every show. So it's not like we had tons of interactions, but I knew him, and he knew who I was. And so he just said, yeah, exactly. That's how it happened. And he said, I know who you are. And I said, well, how's things going? And he said, "We'll see." And he walked down the elevator, and that's it. "How's it going?" He said. He looked at me.
How's it going now?
Smiled and said, "We'll see." But he was very nice, very cordial. I would have thought somebody of his stature would not want to ride up with riffraff like me in the elevator, but
Did
it was
he have
very
security
nice.
with him?
When he got off the elevator, he did. I got off at 8. He got off at 6, which I think is the suite level for the
security was waiting for him.
Yeah, and they had people waiting for him.
So he went from the Cowboys locker room up to his suite.
Yeah, he must have just walked over there one last minute and then walked up and no one was with him, and then they were waiting.
How did he look? He doesn't look as good as this picture. This is
He
like
does
the way John
not.
Bosa looks now.
Yeah, that's how John. Yeah,
This is a good picture of Jared.
Yeah.
He just had his 82nd birthday. How did he look?
I gotta say that I used to see him back in the day in Dallas, and I'm not being rude when I say this. I think he just had some work that might have been just done or overdone, and it wasn't a good look. And then when I saw him yesterday, he looked much more natural. So he's 82. So, but he was. I base, and I'm like you in this way. I base things not on what people say, but how people treat me. And it was very, he's very nice. He was very cordial. And if I was in his position, I wouldn't have rode up with me in the elevator. So I thought it was nice that he didn't make me wait for another elevator. So that was it.
He wouldn't do that.
And what did he say? 2 words? I remember you, and we'll see.
We'll see.
So he was very nice.
I wonder if it was not 5:05 and more like 8:30, and they were going on the elevator down to his team and to address the media, what his mood
might have been. I don't believe he held court yesterday like he often does. I don't think he did.
He does it for home games. Does he always do it for road games?
It depends on how bad the loss. Like if it's a really bad one, he feels like he needs to address media, he will. I don't believe he did. And you know what? He was with family, and as we said before the game, that was a weird story about. I mean, they hit a barrier, but I mean, was it like a metal barrier? Like it sounded like it did some damage there. So That was kind
to
of
his
weird.
family car.
Yeah.
He was not in that car.
Right, he was not. He was in the car behind them. But that was a little weird there. But anyway,
I remember you.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, he didn't sneer. I would definitely not call it a sneer, but he kind of gave me the eye, like, yeah, you said.
So
some
did you
things.
give him? And you are who, sir? First time I ever met Al Davis. I'm doing a Warriors-Pistons game in the old arena, and it's halftime. And I got to go to the bathroom. I got a few minutes, so I'm running up the tunnel to go to the bathroom, and I walk by, and there's this guy in this black jumpsuit. And he says, Greg Papa. And I said, and you are, sir? He looked like that. The first time I ever met him. He was tight with the Pistons. Remember when Al was getting Isaiah Thomas over his ankle injury when they were the L.A. Raiders? And you always go to Warrior. You should have pulled a Jerry. I remember you. And you should have. I vaguely remember you. What do you do again, sir?
What do you do?
Do you know Jerry Jones?
That would have been the end of that. That would have been the end of that. Believe me, I was tempted to walk off on the thing and keep talking to him because it was like, I guarantee he was going to a real nice owner suite with some good food in there. Probably some nice lobster, things like that. Not a big lobster guy, though, we'll say. But, yeah, it was pretty cool because I was standing there and I was looking around going, there's no one here. There's no way. And he stopped and because it opened up and he stopped and looked at me and he just said, hey, want to go up? And I'm like, oh, yeah. I think, yeah, he did say, are you going up? And I felt like saying, there's nowhere else to go, but I didn't.
There isn't a basement at Levi's? You couldn't go down?
It wasn't being my smart alecky self. I was just like, wow, he's offering you a spot in the
maybe you were
elevator.
just waiting for the next elevator.
Yeah, could be. But you know how it gets because like coaches and all, they look at you like, you're not getting on this elevator, pal. You have to wait for the next one. So that was
What's he going to do? He won't fire Mike McCarthy in this season.
He's not that way.
The guy's won 12 games the last 3 years, but he does not have a contract beyond this year.
No.
So
that's why everybody's speculating Belichick. I don't think it's going to be, but maybe.
How about Ben Johnson, the GOC in Detroit?
Yeah, he's going to be another hot name.
I thought he auditioned for the Cowboys head coaching job in that game.
Right, when they beat him up.
He tried everything in the low red zone. He lined up, tackle eligible. He looked like Hugh Jackson in Cincinnati. Remember when he put Andrew Whitworth out in a bunch formation? I'm like, what's he doing? He had Penei Sewell out, tried to flip him the ball, and he did score, actually, but a penalty nullified it. I'm like, whoa. You want that cowboy, John Ben?
Yeah,
job, Ben.
He did. That wasn't
it up on that
because I know that people said he didn't interview well. So I mean, I wouldn't care if he interviewed well if he had offense like that. I mean, my gosh,
Eric Bieniemy didn't interview well.
Yeah,
he didn't get a job until Washington. And then was he one and done in Washington?
Yeah, he's at UCLA, isn't he? He's the OC for Deshaun Foster at UCLA. That's not going well. So. All right, let's get to it. It is Pop and Lund on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. For playtime, we already played the Fancy Open, so let's skip that. Here is George Kittle explaining how National Tight End Day went for him.
That was my idea. You know, we had 4 active tight ends for the first time this year, so I was really excited about that, getting Braden Willis up. You know, it's a holiday. You're trying to, celebrate all tight ends, not just, guys who get a bunch of targets and stuff. Like, tight ends do the gritty stuff, special teams, goal line stuff. So I'm just happy to have them all run out with me. I really do appreciate my tight end room this year. They've been fantastic. Just helped me out as much as I can be. Any other things I do on my holiday? I think I lost the last 2 on the holiday. So getting a win on National Tight Ends Day was very helpful for my confidence. And
I don't know that he ever lacks confidence, but it was a big
My
day.
tight end room, my holiday.
Exactly. I created this.
October's a busy month for him. He's got George Kittle's birthday, and George Kittle created National Tight End. Although Jimmy Garoppolo came up with that, didn't he? With Garrett Selleck years ago. What is this, National Tight Ends Day? And they had him mic'd up, and then after that,
then it went crazy.
Right?
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Plus, he was asked a question about Jimmy G in the post game, and this was pretty funny, where he said he's still the worst guy ever on text messages, and he hasn't spoken to him since he left the Niners, not through lack of trying, just because Jimmy just doesn't text anybody back. So, if you needed that information,
what a day for George, though.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, to move past. So he went into the day yesterday behind Gene Washington and Dwight Clark for most receiving yards in Niners history. Now he's behind J.R. and T.O.
That's it.
Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens. I mean, think about that. 2 of the greatest wide receivers in history in the whole league, not just the Niners. He could wind up, and I think he'll get T.O., number 2 all time in catches and yards. And to pass Dwight Clark, in a game against the Cowboys is big. But let's not forget the great Gene Washington from Stanford and the deep threat that he was. McMillan and Wife. You ever see that old show?
Yeah, I remember.
Remember Susan St. James? She slept every night with Gene Washington. That's Gene Washington's jersey. Vern Glenn sent this to me. Remember Susan St. James?
Wasn't she like she was like a smoke show back in the day, right?
She is, and she's wearing Gene Washington's 18.
Boy, that's pretty cool.
Wow,
I like that. Yeah, I mean, there's been some great receivers here. I mean, for him to be like clearly, I mean, all due respect to Brent Jones, who is going to join the guys this afternoon at 4:50. Even he would say, I mean, Kittle's the best there's ever been here, and when all's said and done, he's going to be one of the best ever. I mean, he's probably a top 5.
And when you look at the blocking,
right, exactly.
And Mike Ditka had one of the greatest rookie years ever in '63. He was a great inline blocker. Dave Casper played tackle at Notre Dame, and Al made him a tight end, and he had sweet hands. I mean, but the combination of the numbers he's going to put up as a pass catcher and a route running wide receiver, and he's gotten so much better at it with his inline blocking. He's a Hall of Famer right now, isn't he?
No doubt.
I mean, is George Kittle, if he retired right now, would he be in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah. Because the way I see it, the modern tight end, everybody says Gronk is the best one. I got to look at Gronk's numbers versus George's, and Gronk was a good blocker too. Kelsey's more of a pass catcher, but I mean, Tony Gonzalez, who we see every day, but it's tough to be better than what George has been in both sides of it, the run game and the receiving game.
Yeah, and he's going to be a far better broadcaster if he chooses to be than Gronk. It's still, when Gronk is talking, it's white knuckle time. It's kind of like a throw to 27 side in the Dallas secondary, and I got to say, Oru Warrior. I'm like, Gronk? Like, every word is Oru Warrior.
How's
he going to get through this?
They were doing an interview, and I only know this because we played the night game. I'm trying to think who it was. Somebody had a great game. Oh, it was Amon-Ra St. Brown. So everybody asks a question on the Fox panel. Terry asks a question, Howie asks a question, and I don't know. Everybody has to identify themselves, right? Hey, this is Terry, this is Howie. And it's like, well, yeah, we know. But anyway, they all ask a question. Then it comes to Gronk, and Gronk says, Amon-Ra, this is Gronk. Don't have a question for you. I'm just saying, man, keep balling out, bro.
At least he got that part right.
I was like, I'm like, all right, man. That's, this is Gronk. No question. Just keep balling out, bro. And I was just like, that's Gronk. So I found that to be comical based on what you said there. Oh, here's let's continue because we're doing a foreplay.
Yes,
I forgot.
Yes.
Here,
one or two.
Yeah, we're through one. That's what we do.
I got tripped up on.
I got tripped up on
Suzanne
one.
St. James.
Yeah, that's keys.
Gracias.
Here is Brock Purdy. Despite all the injuries, talking about the young guys all stepping up because they all have the 49ers mentality.
Yeah, I think just going back to the guys that, Kyle and John and our organization brings in, like they bring in guys that are gritty, have a standard for themselves. They come in and they're willing to do, what the coaches ask, and they see other guys practicing and stuff, and they want to be great. And that's the standard here. So when you got some guys that go down, the next guy that comes in, man, has the right mentality. Jordan Mason, Isaac, and all these young guys, Ricky Pearsall, like you got guys that come in with the right mindset of continuing to chase greatness within our standard of our team. And so it doesn't surprise me at all, and we see how he works every day, and I'm really happy for him.
The two reasons I wanted to play that was, we all look at the draft, and then Mel Kiper and all these different people do these mock drafts, and I love all that stuff, but you don't know who fits. You don't know personality-wise and who's tough and who's not, and they go through these interviews. And they seem to have nailed it this year on this whole thing. And then the second thing is, and we talk about this every week, but it happens every week, this rookie class is really good and has a bright future ahead of it because every single week, because we've talked about it without Ricky, and then Ricky has the 39-yard run and on the first possession gets a couple of catches and they leads to a field goal. He's starting to get more comfortable. Mustafa, we've talked about a ton. Garendo had a great game last night. Dominic Pooney, I just saw the PFF numbers. He had a great game last night. It's just every single week. And if you start building on this, you get a couple of drafts in a row. I understand that they're pretty top-heavy, but, man, these rookies have saved the day with all these injuries.
Without a doubt. And it's one of John's greatest draft classes, certainly probably his best one, and right up there with the 81 and 86 drafts in Niners history. But Brock's got to just settle in a little bit. After the game he had against Kansas City, that first half was disturbing. The 4th and 3 when he threw behind Debo. For some reason on those crossing routes, he does not lead the receiver. He throws to where the receiver is, and it's typically behind him. He does that. He's done that a lot this year with Ayuk on slants and Debo on that one. You know, the misses to Guerrero, and Guerrero had to make great catches. The one he bounced to Conley on 3rd down. Tough throw, but I think he could have fit it in there, and then the ball slipping out of his hand. I don't know, John. I always believe in Brock, and he's Brock steady, and I never worry about him. But I just dismiss it all to the system, and they choke off the middle of the field and all the in-breaking routes. But he's got to settle in a little bit. Sometimes you think Brock is immune to the pressures that mere mortals fall under. I don't know. There are times where there was a look in his face last night when he missed. I think it was a throw out to Guerrero on the right flat. He just had that dark eyes look in his eyes, like, whoa. There's a lot of pressure. I mean, you don't realize. You start, the Christmas night game against Lamar. You're playing in championship games. I think when he just runs and he just becomes a football player, almost like he needs to get hit right away or just run and just get it out. The Super Bowl, the big stages, balls getting tipped, the Kansas City game. I mean, you got so many of them. But he flipped it, and he played great in the 3rd quarter. But at halftime, I was thinking, whoa, the Brock of Gibraltar, Brock's steady. Is he feel like he's a human being? We think he's unflappable because the guy doesn't even blink. But is he blinking a little bit this year? He's sitting on a huge payday. We've talked about him going from 0 to 16. It's not 0. It's $1 million, but to $60 million, I mean, who's ever done that? That's a lot of pressure on someone.
Yeah, I was thinking that last night. It's funny you say that because when he was missing those throws, and heck, I don't know, he seems like a really steady guy. I don't know what's going on in his life, but lots of people have succumbed to that where you're on the verge of this and then you're just trying too hard. You're trying to do too much. And I think we were talking about this in the pregame show is Brock needs to go back to the guy that we've said this a million times where it's complementary football. You're running the ball. His thought process, at least when he first started, I remember I don't want to turn the football over. I don't want to, and I know that he's got that a little bit of Brett Favre or a little bit of gunslinger in him, and that's fine. But trying to make every play, complementary defense is trusting your defense, trusting your special teams. And I know at times the 49ers fans don't want to trust those two entities, but you have to. And it was emblematic to me when he was on the sideline on, like you said, that 3rd and 1. And there's two guys in his face, and it's like, dude, just you're out of the pocket. Throw it away. You don't make a mistake here, and he almost did. And then those throws that he would normally easily make, the Debo throw, there was nobody in his face. There was no pressure. You lead him there. That's a 4th down. It's a 1st down. He missed Debo on another one. He missed Kittle on one in the first half. It's just he's making mistakes that are not they're unforced errors. If we were talking tennis here, they're unforced errors. They're not guys in his face. It's not the rush. It's not you can't see. These are just errors that Brock normally just does not make, and decisions Brock just doesn't make.
Yeah, I mean, they're 4-4, and we feel like they should be 6-2, and they easily could be. But when you look at this year's team versus last year's team, they were 5-3 going into the bye last year. It was not a whole lot better on the 3-game losing streak, but Brock overall is not playing nearly as well as last year. Brandon Ayuk is MIA, obviously. He just didn't play well. He had one big game other than that. And you haven't had Christian McCaffrey. So, and those were your 3 best players on offense last year as far as the skill guys. Kittle had a good year, but it was Brock and it was CMC and it's Ayuk. So, to some respects, John, is it amazing they got to the bye at 4-4?
Yeah, I think so. And then McCaffrey hopefully solves a lot of the offensive issues. And then I think at the deadline, and we'll talk about this as the week progresses, at the deadline, it's determining what you can acquire, what it's going to cost you. And I think they got to help the defense, whether that's a linebacker until Dre gets back, whether that's a defensive tackle with a little bit of juice to get to the quarterback and help stop the run. I think there's those, one or the other or both have to be addressed, I think. And maybe you're cooking with gas at that point. You get hot again like you have under Kyle Shanahan. Let's play this last one, and it has to do with closing, kind of what we just talked about. Here's Fred Warner feeling good about the win, but not about the ending.
Yeah, I mean, that's the expectation. Honestly, I'm sitting there thinking that we put ourselves in that situation. We should have never been in that situation to begin with, right? We dropped 2 series where, like I mentioned, miscues and errors that we gave them, and it's only right that we go out there and stop them, because we put ourselves in that position.
It was just concerning that they gave up a touchdown in 53 seconds, and then they're quickly out. And then I'm looking up at the clock going, man, there's 3:05 left, and they're only down 6. And I felt like the energy had left the building, that everybody thought that they had won. And in the media area, people were packing up, their laptops, and people were leaving the stadium. I don't know if you felt that in your booth, but I felt like, God, it's going to be hard to get the intensity back here because everybody thought this game was over.
Yeah, but the players can't feel that. You cannot do that in the NFL. And CeeDee Lamb just went right down the field on him. By the way, what a game CeeDee Lamb had last night. I mean, they just fed him the ball over and over and over again. He was targeted 17 times. You were talking about how his targets are down this year from last year when he had 185 targets last year and he came into the game with 55. I mean, 17 in one game, 13 catches for 146 and 2 touchdowns where he was completely dropped. The one thing that does concern me, in the youth in the secondary, the skill is there. Green's a player. Mustafa's a player. I even wonder, and I know Talanoa wants to come back and wants to cast up the broken wrist and play. Is he even better than Malik Mustafa or Jair Brown? They're very different. Get him on the field maybe in 3 safety looks, I don't know, but Mustafa is a player. And obviously Renardo Green's a player, and Jair with the interception. Diamador Lenore, I think, has got to be Pro Bowl or All-Pro. And how much are you going to have to pay that guy? We're talking about Brock. The one thing with him, John, we'll have to look at his overall snaps because he's a nickel corner more than an outside corner. I mean, how's that going to impact him when it comes time to pay him? I think guys that can do both are of more value. How many guys in the NFL, McDuffie does it for Kansas City, Chris Jones in Denver was great at it for years during their no-fly zone Super Bowl team. I mean, how many guys even do what he does, where he's an outside corner in the base and he goes inside in the nickel, and he's great at both, and he's a great run player and blitzer? I mean, how much money are you looking at paying Diamador Lenore?
You got to bring him back. That's the one thing is, you and I talked about this in the Brandon Ayuk negotiations. What is that plus Brock's contract going to cost the 49ers? To this point, I think that Ward, and I don't know what it is, whether it's injuries, something in his head, whatever's going on off the field. I have no idea what's going on, but he hasn't been as good. But you got to bring back Demo Lenore. You can't lose them both, right? I mean, you got to bring back Lenore. You got Renardo Green. Hopefully he can be a long-term solution on one side. But the way Demo's playing right now, what's he, 27? I mean, he's on the upward trend, too. He's getting better. You got to keep him.
I think, Nick's had a good year, a great year, and Fred hasn't been as good with the ankle injury, but still, he was, Defensive Player of the Year candidate the first 5 games of the year. Demo's a great player. I mean, he's definitely the best player in that secondary, and you got a lot of good young ones. So, I don't know. Does it bring the value down in paying him that he does go inside and play nickel? Nickels don't make as much. They don't make as much as safeties, typically. But when you can do both, and you're an outside corner and a nickel corner, I mean, what's the number we're looking at for Diamador Lenore?
I think he's definitely. I think he'll be paid as an outside corner. Absolutely. I think he's going to.
He's probably got more snaps as an inside corner. How does that work?
I'm going to go check that. Yeah, if that's the deal, he's going to be out for a while because he's not. I mean, I think Michael Carter of the Jets just got a deal, and he's one of the better nickel corners.
He got it right before the year started.
Right. What was it?
Made him the highest paid nickelback in history.
Yeah, I think it was 3 and 24, 3 and 21, something in that range. I'll have to double check.
But he's strictly a nickelback. Yeah. He does not go outside.
But that's a huge difference between obviously the outside guy and the inside guy. So yeah, they're going to have to pay him top dollar, I think. Anyway, all right, there you go. We had one more, but let's save that to coming up next so we can have a conversation about it. Something that we would definitely be talking about more if it wasn't a recap Victory Monday day for the 49ers, but we will discuss next only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our friend, Cam Inman, Bear News Group. He's got a new book out. Join Murph and Marcus this morning to break down George Kittle's big night against the Cowboys. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
That's the coverage. Steph got targeted again. Steph he's frustrated. He's going to have to go, I believe, into the locker room now, and he will. He needs some attention and some assistance right there. That took the air out of the building. Watch his left ankle again. Yeah, just rolled it again. Same one.
He's doing okay. He said it was, I think he used the word mild or moderate. He's obviously sprained that ankle many times before, so he doesn't think it's too bad, but obviously, it's a concern. He's going to get an MRI tonight.
All right, so we'd be talking about that a lot more if it wasn't a victory Monday for the 49ers over the Cowboys. But early in the season, after getting a couple of wins over some bottom feeders in Portland and Utah, the Warriors come home and they lose to the LA Clippers. And to add on to that, now it has been called a left peroneal strain, and he's going to be reevaluated on Friday. So Curry is going to miss the next 2 games. The Warriors play both games against the Pelicans. So at least 2 games for Curry with that sprained left ankle, which is never good.
Yeah, it was not good, and he did it a couple of different times. Just once make it a split cut from up top and trying to cut through the lane, and the ankle, as he rocked from right to left on that left leg, just gave out, and he went into a hop, and Drew Yoder took him over to the side. But it was the one when he was setting a screen for Moses Moody in the baseline where it rolled over on the left, and that left one, he has sprained them both, but the left one has been the one. And the way, Mike Dunleavy ran down the tunnel to see him right away, and the fact that he had to hop off. So he's going to be reevaluated on Friday. He's going to miss at least a couple of games. The MRI results show no structural damage in the left ankle, and he does have all the bracing. It's almost like he plays in a ski boot to try to brace that. So they did lose the game last night. He left early in the fourth quarter. They were down at that point. So right away, strength in numbers, obviously. We've been talking about how deep they are. I think the obvious thing would be to move DeAnthony Melton into the starting lineup. You could move Pajemski in, but I think it would be to move DeAnthony Melton, who's a veteran player. Now, it changes things with this starting lineup as well. Without Steph Curry, John, you don't have a lot of shooting when you start games. You have Steph, the greatest shooter of all time, but you got Wiggs at 2 and Jonathan Kuminga at 3, and they can shoot the ball. Wiggins shot the ball really well last night. He was 5 of 8, but Kuminga was 1 of 6 just on the 3 ball. And then you basically have 2, and Draymond can shoot it, and actually was better last year. But, teams are going to sag off of him, and it's Trayce Jackson-Davis. The good thing is they don't have Steph to sag off other guys to go load up on Steph. So, if you want to start DeAnthony Melton, that's fine. But then do you have to change the other parts of the starting lineup? Everything's changed now. That Steph Curry's not going to play, at least until Friday. When they say reevaluate, they're going to look at it and just see where it's at, and then they'll reevaluate it. So, I don't know. It's not good, obviously. You got New Orleans coming back in back-to-back home games this week. DeJounte Murray fractured his wrist, so they're not going to have him. But it's just always that left ankle. The right ankle he's done a number of times, but the left ankle is the one that is problematic with him. And the fact that he did it twice in the game on the split cut and then getting wide to set that screen for Moody in the baseline right in front of the Warrior bench, and he clearly rolled that one. The good thing is he didn't roll it or step on anybody's foot or anything. It was just done on his own. But we'll see, if he has to miss more. But, we'll see on Friday. But not a horrible one. We've seen him do worse. There was a jumper that he took early in the game that he landed. It looked like it may have been a little awkward on that, where it may have been the first time. But, it's always that damn left ankle for Steph Curry.
Yeah, so they end up losing 112-104. Steph, as you pointed out, only played less than 27 minutes, 6 of 11, 4 of 7 before he finally, like you said, had to do it the second time. He scored 18. Andrew Wiggins has been great to start the season. He was 11 of 15, 5 of 8 for 29. And then this was our first Buddy Hield clunker. Buddy went 3 of 14 and 1 of 9 from 3. So other guys are going to have to step up. As Steve did say after the game, he's going to stay with that heavy rotation. So obviously without Steph, they're going to continue to do that. And hopefully some guys can step up in his absence. New Orleans is a good team, but like you said, Murray is out. So they're not at full strength at this early point. And then just one last one of your points, which is it's going to be reevaluated. So it doesn't mean he's going to be back. It just means it's going to be reevaluated. And, the Warriors want him back, but they also want him back for the long haul. So they're going to be conservative, I'd imagine, and make sure that this thing is 100% before they put him back on the court.
Totally. Obviously. And they'll look at it with Celebrini, and we'll see where he's at. I mean, the one thing is you have a lot of guys that can handle. Nobody's like Steph Curry, and it's Steph's ability to play 1 and 2 that makes them so lethal. And I think with this group, even playing 2 is better because you got guys that can handle. Melton can play on the ball. Podziemski can play on the ball. Gary Payton II, he's not really a point guard. But you've also got guys on the front line. Wiggins can run the team some. Obviously, Draymond can run it. He's your leading assist guy for a number of years here at point forward or point center. And then Kyle Anderson. And he hardly played last night. Mm-hmm. What happened to Kyle Anderson? Played 3 minutes and 46 seconds last night. What's up with that?
Yeah, that's an odd one.
He's already paring down the rotation. Melton only played 17 minutes. Buddy Hield played 27. I mean, right away, he's a different player. He can play 3, 4, and 5, and he can guard. But you want to get Kyle Anderson to play more than 3.5 minutes in the game.
Yeah, so... All right, so they've got New Orleans. We'll keep you updated on what's going on with Steph. If you missed the Victory Monday audio recap, you were in luck. Played a couple of times during the show, then we'll post it at KNBR.com. But we played in the 11 o'clock hour. If you missed it, we'll play it for you coming up next. Walter put together a good one. 49ers beat the Cowboys 30-24. That is all good, and you'll hear the audio recap of it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, guys. Injuries from last night. Jordan Mason he aggravated his same shoulder. We'll evaluate here after the bye. D. Winters is in the concussion protocol. Debo had a rib and an oblique strain. We'll evaluate next week after the bye. Renardo Green, ankle sprain, just day to day. Chris Conley, hamstring week to week.
Kyle, is it also trending for Christian to be back after the bye and potentially play against the Buccaneers?
It depends how this week goes. I mean, he's had no setbacks, so it looks like we're on track. But he's going to hit it hard this week while we're gone and kind of simulate some practice stuff for himself. And as long as it all goes good, hopefully we'll get him back in practice next week.
All right, that's what you needed to hear from the Kyle Shanahan teleconference this morning. Again, on Christian McCaffrey, going to hit it hard this week, simulated practice workouts. Well, the team's on the bye, aiming to get him back to the practice, so open up the window next week if all goes well, and hopefully play him against Tampa after that. I heard the other injuries, the biggest one being Debo has rib and oblique strains. Jordan Mason, as we thought, continuing that injury to his shoulder, re-aggravated that. Renardo Green, ankle injury. Juwan Jennings expected with that hip back after the bye. So there we go.
Yeah, I don't know if the ribs and the oblique, the love handles for Debo, are related, but they were working on the left side of his core during the game last night, and he stepped out the last 8 minutes. Debo's just had a lot of different injuries this year, and obviously the strange one where he got the pneumonia. Did you hear Jake Lazer's report on how that happened?
Mm-mm.
He got it from inhaling dust via a electrical fan. Did you hear that?
No.
That's in the category of
Seriously?
What? Inhaling dust via an electrical fan. So if it's hot in your house and you get a fan swirling around and it's too dusty, you can get pneumonia from that. So I whatever it was, and his was a different form of pneumonia. That's what Jake Lazer reported. Anyway, been a lot of things with Debo. He's in great shape. So we'll see, where it goes. Obviously, you're not going to make a move with Ayuk out for the year. And, you may even think about adding wide receivers. But it's been a strange year for Debo. And McCaffrey is hitting it hard. He's starting to work out really hard. And then it's just going to be how his body recovers. Does he have any soreness at all? And I know Adam Schefter had a report this morning on the McAfee show that he's not had any setbacks. He's trying to ramp up his speed to get back and explode and look like Christian and simulating all the on-field work. And it's just a question of if he has any discomfort at all, if that, tendonitis comes back and either Achilles and one's worse than the other. But it sounds like that he was able to, get the pain and the inflammation down, and he's just ramping up his speed. So this will be a key week for him. I don't know if he's at the point now, John, where he's going every day. John was talking about every other day with the workouts, but he's going to push it a little bit this week, and let's just hope we get news that there's no setback or he's not feeling anything, and then a week from the day, McCaffrey is a complete green light to practice. And they'll probably do it like Ricky Pearsall with that bonus practice when he came back. Just give him a little taste. It'll be a short practice, probably 40 minutes or so, and then get him back for installation day on Wednesday, the day after the trade deadline, or the day after Election Day, to get ready for Tampa Bay. That'd be the goal.
All right, that is the latest on 49ers injuries. We told you we'd replay this by popular demand. People love it. So it is a Victory Monday, 30-24 over the Cowboys. And now the 49ers, as you know, have a break. So let's relive last night's game. Here is today's Victory Monday audio recap with Greg Pompa and Tim Ryan.
Stack out of the shotgun, steps up in the pocket, going to heave one down the left sideline for Turpin. Intercepted by Jair Brown. They get Dak Prescott again on the deep ball.
Well, Nick Bosa got him on an outstanding rush, and Dak Prescott just put that up. He was in no position to be able to drive that ball deep.
So are the Niners playing man now? Dak is back. It's pressured by Bosa and thrown down and sacked by Bosa. Big-time sack by Nick Bosa when I'm on the right tackle, Terrence Steele to get to Dak Prescott.
I'm telling you, Bosa doesn't have the numbers, but he is playing the best football of his career.
Of course, we need to improve, like you were talking about, the rookies showing up and doing their part and adding to an already really good lineup of guys is huge. But yeah, we're going to keep getting better, and I think getting this win is obviously huge, and resting up, maybe getting a couple guys back and hit the ground running.
In motion, handoff to Garendo, straight ahead, touchdown! San Francisco! Isaac Garendo's first touchdown in the NFL.
I love that, and it was just tough yards inside. A great down block by Colton McKivitz. Just washed the entire right side down. Got a hold of it, Diggy Zuit. That's the kind of play you run against that double eagle bear. Get those guys knocked down. Garendo does the rest.
Man, it honestly felt amazing. First and foremost, I want to thank God for the opportunity. I was blessed to come out here, and it's honestly amazing to be out here with guys like this, making plays and stuff. But, you talked about playing, complimentary football, with the defense and the offense stepping up, special teams making plays and stuff. That's huge. But, obviously the first one felt great.
There's a shotgun. They're going to roll Dak to the left, rolling outside the numbers, sprint left, throws down the sideline, intercepted by Diamador Lenore. Was he in bounds? Yes, he was. Lenore gets Dak again.
We've seen this movie before with Diamador Lenore on the Dallas Cowboys sideline. What a play by him.
I'm a big film guy, so I seen the formation that they was in. I noticed they run that formation a lot. Knew it was an indicator of sprint out, and I just took my chance and baited the quarterback. Inside, open shoulder, then picked the ball.
They have Conley out wide right, 3 or left. Brock looking right, going to throw wide open. George Kittle, a flag is down. They're going to get a pick play on Conley.
Yes, they are. Got pushed into it.
No foul. Touchdown! George Kittle!
In the corner.
Small, consistent steps in the right direction lead to great results, and this was just one step. It's a long season. Being able to we were 5-3 last year going into the bye, 4-4 this time. I think we all wish our record was a little bit better, but that's just where it is. That's our reality, and getting a win tonight was huge. And it just gives you confidence. I think there's a lot of things that we're going to try to clean up, myself included. But I think we're taking steps in the right direction.
The Debo, 1st and 10, 46-yard line. Going in motion is Debo. Hand up, no play action to Garendo. Brock going to load up. Brock throws over the middle. George Kittle with another reception, and this one is for history. He has passed the great Dwight Clark for the 3rd most receiving yards in 49ers history, behind only Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens.
Yeah, no, he did a great job, man. Just doing his job, creating some separation. Man, you get the ball in their hands 5-6 yards, and they make one guy miss, man. It could be a big gain, and that's what he does really great. So definitely blessed to have George on my team.
Here's Brock under center. Garendo, the long back to Purdy. Plunge! He'll take it to the goal line. Is Purdy in? Right up against the goal line. Touchdown! San Francisco! Needed only one. The Brock Purdy plunge.
And Brock has obviously been very good at these quarterback sneaks.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's 4 quarters for a reason in the sport. It's the NFL. You can come out hot and stall, or vice versa, and it takes everybody, man. Offense, defense, special teams. So I saw the rest of our team was clicking, man. It's like, all right, I have to do my job. And so 3rd quarter came out and just, like I said, kept it simple, but also played aggressive, and just try to do what coach called and hit guys when they're open, and keep it simple, move the ball, not try to hurt ourselves. That first half, man, that was the main thing, is we had plenty of opportunities, but we just kept hurting ourselves. And so that was the mindset, and we were able to put up some points. So
going in motion, Pearsall. They give Ricky a jet sweep coming left, cuts back inside. Ricky Pearsall, 40 of the Cowboys, 35, 30 down the sideline. Donovan Wilson will knock him out of bounds. The rookie, Ricky, on a jet sweep, takes it around the left end for a long run there. What a play by the rookie.
It was amazing. Obviously, having the lights off like that, or the lights on, and the sun down like that was really awesome for me. Good scenery, good environment, a lot of energy from the fans. And that was my first one, so I was excited to be out there and enjoy the moment with everybody.
Here's Brock handing off to Guerrero. Guerrero gets wide off the left side. Go down, right. He's going to go. He's going to slide down with the game. Nicely done by Isaac Guerrero. Smart rookie right there. This time I did what you told me to do, and it worked out. Game over. Niners will kneel it out and run the victory play. They'll beat the Cowboys to get to 4-4.
Yeah, we can be whoever we want, honestly. You know, I think it's after the bye, it's 0-0. You know, we're at 500 right now. I think we're a game back from being first in the division, whatever that means. But we have everything ahead of us. We can be whoever we want. We have everybody that we need. In terms of players, obviously we're banged up, but you know we'll get healthy after the week. Hopefully get some guys back, and it's about just getting better at this point. You know, we can't keep getting up for a game and then dropping one and then, let's try and figure out a way to win another one. Like, let's just get better, right? Let's just get better. That's why those little errors at the end of the game were so frustrating, because the good teams, they don't make those. You know, we got to find ways to just play 4 quarters of just straight execution.
All right, there you go. 30-24. The 49ers beat the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football, get a week off, and then they're at Tampa Bay. We'll come back. We got a couple of remnants, big remnants, by the way. It is a sports, is it Equinox or Equinox? Equinox? Equinox. Yeah, Equinox. It's a sports equinox, and congratulations are in order. We'll tell you next, only here on the Sports Center.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I know we talk about this all the time, and I don't want to be one of these guys that say back in the day when we played. But we were talking about when we were playing the Mets in 2000, Al Leiter pitched Game 6. He threw 140-something pitches. 140-something pitches. Garrett Cole was dominating this game. He was dominating the game. Yeah. And if you take him out after 88 pitches for I don't know what reason, it's a domino effect on not only this game tonight, tomorrow's game, and the rest of the series. So I just think when you have someone that's dealing like Garrett Cole was dealing tonight, you leave him out there as long as you can.
There's Jeets. Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
We have our IC. You have your baseball on. We have our sports equinox, which is Monday Night Football, World Series Game 3, 11 NBA games, 8 NHL games, and apparently there's 2 MLS playoff games as well.
That's
so
all
it's
great.
The sports
and
equinox.
I love the NBA and the NHL and MLS and all that. I love Monday Night Football. But this is Game 3 of the World Series, and the Yankees are down 2-0 after what happened on Friday night. And what a call by Joe Davis to immediately go to there she goes. Wow. I mean, I guess if you were in the moment and it felt like Gibby against Eck in 88 all over again, but what Freddie Freeman did against Nasty Nestor, why was he in the game? How long has it been since he pitched? You bring him into that situation and you'd issue an intentional walk, and I'm all for going after Freddie. He looked crippled. Not maybe as badly as Gibby. He wasn't even in the lineup, but that one swing of the bat, wow. And then to win Game 2, and Aaron Judge has just got to come out of it. He is just chasing, breaking balls. Blake Treinen's eating him alive. And now it goes back to New York, and it will be Walker Buehler on the mound for the Dodgers, and Clark Schmidt will go for the Yankees. And looking at the numbers against Clark Schmidt, Jazz Chisholm does hit him 3 for 5 with an extra base hit, and Rizzo's 2 for 9. Soto's the one guy 4 for 15, but we've seen the Yankees do it in 56. They lost the first 2 games. Then Don Larson threw a perfecto in 58. The one in 78 when Greg Nettles put on the defensive clinic to turn that series around. And Jeter's teams in 96, they were down 2-0 to the Braves, and Jim Leyritz went off. So let's just see how this turns, John. Walker Buehler's been good in the playoffs. He's been not good. This is a World Series start in the big ballpark in the Bronx. So with all due respect to the NBA and the NHL and Major League Soccer and even Monday Night Football, this is Game 3 of the World Series tonight. Let's go Yankees!
Man, I was watching that thing on Friday night. We were having dinner at a bar when Freeman hit that home run. Man, I know everybody's anti-Dodgers, but it's hard if your team's not involved and you see a great baseball moment. It's like, that was pretty cool, even though you hate the Dodgers. But it was pretty cool.
Still, come on. I mean, I was watching it with a group of Yankee fans, a couple of tables.
Oh, man, really?
It was just, I mean, I did not see Freddie Freeman hitting a ball like that, but to hold the bat the way he did and to have a walk-off grand slam in the World Series, and for Joe Davis to immediately pay homage to Vin with There She Goes, I mean, wow. Well, that was one of the great moments. Hopefully it'll be a footnote and the Dodgers will not win this World Series. But the next 3 games are in New York. And I mean, Aaron Judge is just pressing right now. He is swinging and missing at everything. He's not spitting on any sliders or, the pitch away. He's just striking out every time. And the Yankees just don't have enough offense. So we'll see what Walker Buehler has to bring. But this will be a huge sports night, obviously, with Monday Night Football. We got a Manning cast tonight. I'm not watching any of that. It is Game 3 of the World Series, and the Yankees are down 2-0.
He's more arson judge, and they need other guys to step up. By the way, is Shohei playing? Is he in the lineup?
He's leading off.
Okay.
And that was awkward. That was a bad slide when he reached back like that, and he partially dislocated the left shoulder. So it's more like what Ricky Pearsall did than what Jung-Hoo Lee did. Jung-Hoo Lee's was a complete dislocation. It was hanging down, and they hard to pop these back in. I don't know if it makes him more vulnerable for a further partial dislocation. The thing with him is, how does he get on a high fastball? I mean, it's got to be sore. He's huge. He wears the big arm guard on the front arm. He looks like Bonds. But can he handle a high fastball with that left shoulder the way it is? And he gets on the high fastball as well as anybody. He just pulls out the tee and he keeps raising it up and up and up because they, try to get him out that way. But he had a home run in the playoffs that was incredible in a high fastball when they were going up there. So the one thing, and he'll lead the game off tonight with the Dodgers being the road team. They're going to go Ohtani and Betts, Freeman, Teoscar, Muncy, Smith, Lux, Kike, and Tommy Edman bat ninth, and the Yankees got their lineup. They're not. I thought for a while there, do you flip Giancarlo and Aaron Judge and put Giancarlo ahead of him and protect Soto more? I mean, Soto is just incredible. The way he tracks pitches, he looks like Pete Rose meets Ricky Henderson. The way he just tracks it right in the glove, and then he gives you the look after he takes a ball and the Soto shuffle, and he's just taunting you to throw me a strike. But they're not going to walk Soto to pitch to Judge, I don't think, although they have in the past. But if you're Aaron Boone, do you think about flipping Giancarlo and how clutch he's been, especially with 2 strikes, and to move Judge, so it's not Judge protecting Soto?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll find out tonight. Again, Game 3 of the World Series between the Yankees and Dodgers. Dodgers lead 2-0. And one quick thing before we get out of here. Congratulations to Giselle, Tom Brady's ex-wife, is having her 3rd child, her first with her boyfriend, the jiu-jitsu instructor, Joaquim Valentin. So there you go. Valente. So she's having a child. They've been dating just over a year. Congratulations.
Should we have another roast on Netflix to update the new material?
That's probably
We got fresh material.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's it. All right, I think that is it. We got you through the Victory Monday. We'll have more tomorrow upon further review and much more. Great guests today. Great job by Walter and Danny, as always. Mike Tirico, of course, he called the game last night for NBC. Our good friend Matt Barrows was great from The Athletic, at Matt Barrows. Follow all his great stuff in The Athletic. And Krug for his Monday hit. And he'll be back tonight at 6 for Niners Nightly. For any of those interviews, just go to KNBR.com. Best of luck to you, Paul. I know that you're hoping for a long series. Let's put it that way. I know that.
And I want a 3-2 Yankees going to Dodgers.
Because you're going to be going back to 6 and 7.
That could be Dodgers win the World. So, I mean, the Yankee fans are so above that all. It is let's go Yankees. Would they even chant beat L.A., beat L.A.? They don't care who the hell you are. You're Brooklyn. You're still the bums. We don't care. It's about the Yankees.
I think they would. Why not? Everybody else does. Do they not chant it ever?
Let's go Yankees.
All right, the boys
Let's go Aaron Judge.
He's got to get going, man. All right, let's get to it. It is Tolbert and Copes. They'll review the game and the such. They are ready to roll on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Samani Oruwariye.
Okay.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking?
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you on this chilly Monday. Starting to fall, starting to reach the fingers down and say hello, or just tap you on the shoulder, or whatever, as we steam toward the worst day of the year, the winter solstice. Sucks. Anyway, on a brighter note, Brent Jones joined us today. 450, Matt Mayoko 350, and then Stephen Douglas Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, at 530. So that's the first thing I got to look at. I got to come on the show, and I got to look at a Yankee shirt, a Yankee hat, and a giant shirt.
That's right.
Oh, the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy.
Yeah, dude, by the way, I'm like as pissed at the Yankees I'm as pissed at the Yankees as I ever have been, you know? I'm like after game 2, I was like, you gotta be blanking me. I was like, this is what I'm rooting for? Is this dog-esque? This team I already didn't like and didn't want to have to deal with? Like this is you gotta be man. I forgot, dude, you know what's so funny is after going through everything yesterday with the Niners and having the whole day down at Levi's, like I'm coming in and I thought to myself for a minute right before the show, I went, oh dude, that was on Friday. I was like, we still have to talk about that. That stuff went down. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
I know.
I really ruined my Friday evening. I was really pissed. Yeah.
I wasn't pissed, but I wasn't happy. Because, look, I think people should know by now. I want the Dodgers to win, but it's not so much I want the Dodgers to win. I want the Yankees to lose.
That's how I feel,
It just happens that the Dodgers have to win for the Yankees to lose. So I'm not happy about any of it, trust me. But they have been great games. They've been wildly entertaining. Drama in both of them, and we'll get into them at some point. But
whatever.
So far,
I don't care, dude. That's because I was so conflicted as a.
It has been a good series. You got to admit the games have been really, really entertaining.
Game 1 was absolutely insane. Game 1 was out of this world,
all timer.
But like I was so conflicted that as a like baseball fan and a sports fan, when it happened, I went, and then I went, oh no. Oh no! And then I looked at Twitter and I was like, I got to get off Twitter. I can't do this. I can't be on Twitter. I can't do it. It's too painful. It's too much to watch. All that. And then the stupid yank. Yeah, whatever. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it later. Look at me bringing us down, just like Tom did. He's like, I hate the winter solstice. I was like, well, I hate the effing Dodgers, dude. I hate them.
Here we go.
I hate them. But yeah, Greg wearing the Yankee hat with a giant shirt. Papa has a tough look. Tough look.
It's a really tough look.
It's a really tough look. The navy on black and orange wasn't my favorite.
No, nor should it be. Nor should it be.
Oh man! So the good news is 49ers beat the Cowboys.
Yes.
And as I said 2 weeks ago before the Chiefs game, I said I could see them losing the Chiefs game and then winning the Cowboys game, and I said it would be palatable. And the way they lost the Chiefs game was not good. It was a low watermark.
The good news is
low watermark for the season. I think probably to that point we're 3-4. Yep. You're looking at 3-4 going into the bye week and. Things were not going well at all. Injuries are piling up. Now all of a sudden there's like a glimmer of hope. You hear an update from Kyle Shanahan today that Christian McCaffrey, if all goes well, is going to have his practice window opened next Monday, and then you could see him back for that Buccaneers game. The negative is Deebo Samuel, right? And he goes down with the injury, the oblique and the rib, and they're going to reevaluate that after the bye week. And the other positive is this draft class looks awesome. They look like contributors, and that's what you wanted to see, I think, to give yourself a little bit of hope or maybe change some perspective on what can happen at the back part of the season.
No doubt about it. Young guys look great.
Yeah, I think they've been fantastic. Defensive and offensive. I mean, Mustafa, Renardo Green, when he's been out there. Even Jair Brown in a second year. You know what I mean? He's made an impact, had a pick yesterday.
Pearsall looked good.
Pearsall looked good.
Pooney. What kind of name is Pooney anyway? Comanche Indian. So I'm sorry, I got to do it.
I know.
I feel like I'm obligated to do that. For those people that did watch Fletch, you should, but I know you won't.
I want to spite now. Yeah, I Garendo.
Garendo looked really good. I'm beginning to think that Shanahan running game's pretty good. It's been so for about 30 years. You plug it back into the Shanahan running system, running game, and they generally spit out pretty good games. But really good. I thought Purdy was awesome. I thought him using his legs last night was at the perfect time, and it didn't seem like he was just kind of running around.
It was different than the last few times he's run a lot. Absolutely, he was more decisive with it after going through certain progressions, and he took what they gave him. Is what it felt like. Yeah.
Absolutely, and got some big first downs with his legs. Made some really nice throws. So I thought he was really good. give a little bit of love to the offensive line, too. The offensive line was really, really good last night. And I know it's not like a monster defensive front. Like, the Cowboys can't stop the run. Like, they have trouble stopping the run. And the guys that get to the quarterback, none of those guys are really playing. And so, I mean, I understand that. But I thought they played really, really well last night. I thought they protected Purdy for the most part. Yep. They opened up holes for the running game. So, I mean, look, it was all good. It was all good until the fourth quarter. Then it kind of became dicey.
They don't close games well, do they?
Well, we're gonna have Brent,
just don't. Yeah,
we're gonna have Brent Jones on later on. So I talked to him earlier on because he had a charity thing he was doing today. So I told him my analogy was, if it was baseball, the Niners would have been up like 6-1 going into the ninth, and they would have had to bring their closer in before they won the game.
And the closer probably gave up a couple still.
You know? Probably, and
like
probably won 6-5. 6-4, 6-5.
With a run around third, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or if it was basketball, you're up 20 in the fourth quarter, and you got to bring your starters back in to close it out.
I don't like that.
It was just like it was a good victory, and then every victory is a good victory. At the pro level, like any victory is a good victory. So that's first and foremost. But God, it would have been just nice to like just shut it down. Let's go home, dirk it, and it's over. Like, you don't even have to. Thank you. You don't. It's like just one of those like clean, like dominant victories where there's never like a moment where you're thinking, "Oh, damn, this isn't going to get away from us, is it?" And they had that moment. Now they made the stops when they had to, which was good. It would have been nice if someone at the end of the game would have covered CeeDee Lamb. I mean, he's their weapon. Not one of the best weapons in the game, which he is. He's like their weapon, period. It's like dude's just like running free out in a pasture somewhere.
Well, dude, the first touchdown, I thought to myself, well, that can't happen again, where he's just totally uncovered on a cross. And dude, then it did, like 5 minutes later.
You were wrong.
It was like 8 minutes in real time, 5 minutes in game time. I was like, what the hell happened? How'd you do that again?
Yeah, so that wasn't good.
No.
Like it, and we'll get into it a little bit more, but I think that's really where the second half's going to hinge.
Yep.
I'm not worried about the offense so much. It's the defense. Even if they get, once they get McCaffrey back, if they get him back, I'm still not certain he's going to be back until I see him out on the field. But I think the offense will be fine. Even without him, the offense has been fine. I mean, it had a couple hiccups here and there, no doubt. But the defense is really where this season is going to get to where they want it to, or it's going to fall short.
Yeah.
And like we'll find out, because the second half is rough. It's rough out there in them streets. It's rough out there in them second halves of the NFL. They got some tough games coming up. So, but they're 4-4. They're right in the middle of it. The NFC West is there to be had. Like here, we're here for who wants it. Who wants it? They got the Cardinals and them that are tied at 4-4. And I'm sorry, I just can't. And I'm starting to really dislike the Cardinals now. I'm starting to build up a nice little hatred.
Dude, they're a
for
problem.
The Cardinals.
I don't like them flaring up either. It's like when the Rockies were kind of decent. You know what I mean? They're like, why are they winning games? What are they doing over here making noise? Yeah.
Yeah, and I've never been a Kyler Murray fan. I'm sorry. I just can't get over.
Is Call of Duty out yet? Is that tomorrow? It comes out, the new one? Seriously. Is it out
this Friday?
It comes out Friday. Thank you, Derek. Yeah, dude, it's out this Friday.
No, this past Friday.
This
so
past
Kyler
Friday?
Murray passed the test.
Well, dude, he maybe hadn't started yet, but wait, you know what I mean? We got a week now. Now it's Monday. I can log in when I get home. Just let the iPad run. They think I'm watching film, and I can get my game on. Yeah.
Well, they're a bet against this week if they play. I'm not sure when they're buying.
I don't care who they are. I'm hammering whoever it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Call of Duty came out last Friday.
Let's get on him.
He made some throws yesterday, too, by the way.
He did.
And Marvin Harrison looked good yesterday.
Yeah, you got to give him his due. I mean, he looked really good yesterday, and I thought the Dolphins would come out slinging it, and they did, and they looked pretty good. But at the end, they just couldn't stop Kyler Murray, and Marvin Harrison Jr. had a really big game for them, nice game for him. So, yeah, I mean, give them their due. For 4-4, the Niners are 4-4, and they have the tiebreak over the Niners. So, but it's right there. Like, this division is there for somebody.
Yeah.
Like, it's saying, "Come take me." Who wants to take control of this division? And the Niners are gonna have a rough road, but when healthy, I still think they're gonna have the edge. But they got to go do it. And we've said that all year, and sometimes they've done it, sometimes they haven't done it.
So after we gave you the bad news on the Dodgers being up 2-0, then we went with some good news there. We'll make it a good news sandwich with a second piece of bad news bread. You come up for air after the Niner game, you're like, wait, Steph Curry rolled his ankle? Now Steph Curry's out, dude?
Yeah,
Steph Curry out with a
exactly.
sprained ankle. He'll be reevaluated Friday.
Yay.
Steve Kerr joins us at his usual time at 5:30 this evening, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. And by the way, we'll be at Harmonic Brewing
You got a
tomorrow.
belly full of white dog crap in me. And now you laid this on me?
That's exactly it. That's exactly what happened. We'll be at Harmonic Brewing tomorrow outside of Chase Center at Thrive City. So come on out, say what's up. We'll be doing the show out there before the Warriors take on the Pelicans on the front end of a back-to-back against the Pelicans at home. Sort of some funny and weird scheduling to start the NBA season.
People are going to think we like to drink. We keep showing up in public at all the breweries around the Bay Area.
No, people are going to know. People are going to know we do like to drink. Yeah, people are going to know we do like to drink. We're at a different brewery like every 3 days. It is wild. Yeah.
Doesn't sound like us.
Yeah, good. No, good problem to have.
Yeah.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We are going to get into your thoughts and your calls at Cheers, Jeers, and Beers coming up at 2:50. But 808 KNBR, what'd you like? What'd you hate? And what did you drink during the 49ers win over the Cowboys last night? 4-4, their second place into the bye week. We'll talk more about how they held on to that fourth quarter lead just barely and beat Dallas last night. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. The 49ers beat the Cowboys again last night, 30-24, to put them at 4-4 and into the bye week. Call now at 415-808-KNBR to give us what you liked, didn't like, and what you were drinking during last night's win.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
Back out of the shotgun, steps up in the pocket, gonna heave one down the left sideline for Turpin. Intercepted by Jair Brown. They get Dak Prescott again on the deep ball. Dak is back. It's pressured by Bosa and thrown down and sacked by Bosa. Handoff to Garendo straight ahead. Touchdown! San Francisco! There's a shotgun. They're going to roll Dak to the left, rolling outside the number. Sprint left, throws down the sideline. Intercepted by Diamador Lenore. Brock looking right to the throw. Wide open, George Kittle. A flag is down. They're going to get a pick play on Conley.
Yes, they are.
What? No foul. Touchdown! George Kittle!
In the corner.
49ers win it by a score of 30-24.
That's how it all went down last night at Levi Stadium on Sunday Night Football. Niners win it 30-24. They led by 17 points there, and you were comparing it like if it was a baseball game or a basketball game, Tom, how you had to put your starters back in. Hell, if it was a basketball game, they look like the third quarter Warriors scoring 3 touchdowns on their first 3 drives and 24 unanswered points before the Cowboys come on back and make it a ball game at the end. Cowboys also kind of have a knack for doing that. They've done that a few times this year where they've made blowouts look like a little bit closer at the end of a game. Yeah, the Baltimore game's the one that comes to mind. They didn't do that in the Lions game.
The Cowboys are finished. You understand me?
They didn't do that in the Detroit game, 47-9. But they've got problems. They've got big problems. They still couldn't run the ball yesterday. And the Niners, I wouldn't say in every facet of the game and for the entirety of the game, looked good. But they got to win when they needed to win into the bye week. And I will say this. I don't know that I feel much different about this team after yesterday's game because I don't think the Cowboys are a very good team, and you saw that. What I do think is that I believe that they have more potential than I thought heading into the game because of what we saw from the rookies and because of the hope and now actual tangible, actual day of when they're going to open a Christian McCaffrey practice window. It gives me more hope. I want to hear when Drake Greenlaw's coming back. I think that's as important. We'll see if they make a trade for like a defensive lineman, see if they go after like a DJ Jones or something like that to try to get him back here. That would be, I think, a huge move. I think that's really where they need to go. But it's the most potential or the most positive I feel their potential is in the last few weeks.
First off, congrats to Derek for putting a little tool under that Niner soundbite with Pop and Tim. Very nice. Very, very nice.
Some guy told Derek to eat S, by the way, at Almanac. Remember that? on Friday. He's like, yes, Derek.
Oh, and then the tombstone drop. Always appreciated.
The Cowboys are finished. You understand me?
Oh, yeah.
Just acknowledge ourselves here. Let's pat ourselves on the back, for what we've done.
That's good stuff. Well
Right,
done.
right. Well done, boys. Yeah.
Very much appreciated. Yeah, I don't know. Look, again, I'll go back to the win's the main thing. I mean, it wasn't pretty in the fourth quarter, but it's hard to win. And they put themselves in a position now to really kind of be in the mix in the second half. Now, can they get that first win out of the gate in Tampa to get themselves above 500? Because the Ram game was the one that started this whole thing. It really did.
Yep.
You win the first game against the Jets, then you go lose to the Vikings, and the Vikings are one of the best teams in the league. So you go to 1-1. You're good. Rams are completely banged up. Niners were too, but I mean that Niners should have won that game by all rights. And in the fourth quarter, it looked like you're going to win that game. At that point, you go 2-1, and then you got the Patriots. You don't, so now you're scrambling to get back to 500. So you get back to 500, and then you blow another one against the Cardinals. Now you need to get back to 500 again. You do. And I might have had the Patriots game mixed up with somebody else. But anyway, they got back to 500, and here come the Chiefs. Then you lose that one. Then you got to scramble again to get back to 5. So they've spent like the whole first half kind of catching up after that Rams game. That was the one that kind of did them in. Because at that point, you win that one. Now you're a game above 500 instead of below 500. And it's just, again, it's just been kind of catch-up mode the whole first half. Like, okay, we're 500, you drop below. You're 500, you drop below. So to me, that Tampa game is like massive. And all these games, I've said it, when you put yourself in this spot, every game becomes increasingly more important. It just does. You don't have the margin for error. The Chiefs could lose 2 or 3 in a row. They're fine. They had no problems whatsoever. They're good. The Niners have not put themselves in that type of position. So every game's going to feel like it's important, especially if you don't give yourself a little bit of cushion. Like, it'd be nice if they gave themselves, win a couple games out of the gate, go a couple games above 500, then you have at least feel like you have a little bit of wiggle room. You don't feel like every game's a playoff game, which it isn't because they're not eliminated from anything. But again, you kind of walk in that tightrope, and it gets narrower and narrower the further into the season you get. As far as how I feel about him, yeah, probably about the same. Probably about the same. I mean, I know the offense is capable. The defense I didn't learn a ton about last night because I still question whether they're going to have the ability to shut teams down at the end of the game when they need to, get off the field, stop the run. And then, look, I don't care what they did against Dallas. I didn't even look at the stats as far as what Dallas ran for. I know they didn't run the ball great, but that's a worst running team, not only in the NFL this year, maybe the worst running team I've seen in a while in the NFL.
Dallas ran for I'll get you their total team rushing numbers here.
It wasn't good. I know that. But I expected it not to be good. Like, if you can't shut down the Cowboys, and it's just like time to go home.
56 yards.
Yeah. It's time to say, okay.
2.9 a carry.
Yeah, we're not stopping anybody if we can't stop the Cowboys. So you stop the Cowboys. Okay, look, you did what you needed to do. I don't want to discount that. But everybody stops the Cowboys' run game because they have no run game. So those are the areas I'm still, concerned about. Concerned's not the right word, but curious about going forward. Like, how are they going to get better at this? Are they going to add anybody? I know we talk about all the players that are coming back. We haven't talked about Yetur Gross-Matos, who should be coming back, hopefully, through 2-3 weeks, somewhere around there maybe. Yeah. He can add some depth to that front. So they need some more bodies up there and to have the ability. I mean, Greenlaw, when he comes back, it is obviously a run stuffer. I mean, he does it all. So that's really where I'm kind of like, okay, how's this going to play itself out? Not sure how it's going to play itself out. I really don't know. Again, McCaffrey coming back is great, but if McCaffrey was as good as he is on defense, then I'd be even more excited. Like, oh, they got an impact defender coming up, or a defensive tackle, impact defensive tackle. Like, that would be really exciting. Because, again, the offense has not been the main culprit in these losses. The defense has been the main culprit. So, but I feel about how I felt. Like, I know it's in this team. We've talked about how tough it is for whatever reason. I wish I could offer some sort of explanation. I can't. I don't know why it's so tough to get back to Super Bowls after you've lost a Super Bowl. It must take something out of you. Maybe the schedule's tougher. It is tougher. You weren't good enough to win the Super Bowl, so maybe you're not a dominant team, and now you got to face a dominant schedule. That becomes tough. But
yeah, but also
that really hasn't. Yeah. I was going to say that really hasn't played into it so much this year because it's not the schedule that's bit them; it's a division that's bit them. And it's not even a good division, and they're kind of part of that.
And they're all beating up on each other, and they still get a game against everybody in the division. So they're still that's what I mean is about the hope and the potential for what we've seen now. And it's not. You're right. It's not just about McCaffrey, and that's why really what we saw yesterday from the youngsters and what we have seen this year is kind of what makes me think it gives you hope because you go, okay, maybe they're rounding into form.
I would agree
You've
with
got
that.
enough vets, and you can win with some young guys. And we just didn't know, and it's been the question about Pearsall and even a guy like Jacob Cowling, like what impact can they have? And I think. From what we saw yesterday, I think Pearsall can be impactful. You also got to hope and expect Juwan Jennings will come back at some point if this hip injury is not too serious. So again, there's hopefully light at the end of the injury tunnel. But because of what we saw yesterday paired with that, I don't feel much different about the team, but I do think they've got more potential or as much as we've thought they could have all season long. 808 KNBR, 9 or 10 Salinas. We'll get to your call momentarily. Cheers, jeers, and beers coming up at 2:50. What did you like? What did you hate about last night's game? Because I'm sure there's some stuff that people are upset about. And we want to know what you were drinking for cheers, jeers, and beers. When we come on back, are you giving Kyle Shanahan kudos for the way they called this game, or are people as upset as they were about the other games that were almost lost or were lost because of giving it away at the end? 808 KNBR, and we'll talk about Kyle and the kudos next on the Sports Leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Niners over the Cowboys 30-24 on Sunday Night Football. They're in second place. The Cardinals had won yesterday, and they did because Kyler Murray's a problem. Come back and win it on a field goal that wins the game over Miami by a point. And by the way, how different does Miami look with Tua back? I mean, it's incredible how different that team is, just having a quarterback and somebody who can move the ball. Run game looked good as well. Anyway, the Cardinals come back and win that one after being down And so they're in first place because they own the tiebreak over the Niners. And by the way, the Rams, all of a sudden, I would almost be surprised at this point if they do trade Cooper Kupp after their win because of what's up, Derek?
Not happening anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. After their win over was that Minnesota on Thursday night they beat?
Yep, but I think Sean McVay came out and said already that he's not going to move Cooper Kupp.
Oh, is that what he said? Did he say it like this? I don't think we're going to trade him. I don't think we're going to move Cooper Kupp. I don't think it's happening. I think we're going to hold on to him after that win against Minnesota. We feel pretty good about where we are, even in fourth. Thank you. You know what? That's it for me. I'll see you guys. That's good. Have a good week. That's so stupid. Niners beat the Cowboys. What'd you think of the game that Kyle Shanahan called? Because last week there was so predictable. I could have called this game from my couch, and I knew every play they were going to run, and we knew what he was going to do, and just ran all over the Cowboys. Or do people just think Cowboys thing? I don't know what play calls are supposed to be. I thought, considering being down the weapons you were down, I know they didn't have Micah Parsons, but you built you put up 3 consecutive touchdowns to start the second half. That's like what we were used to Kyle doing last year when they would get rolling, and it was like every time they touched the ball, you figured they were putting together a scoring drive.
Yeah. Well, I would say this. Anytime you put up 470 yards of offense, 469 to be precise, then I think you're calling pretty good plays. What was it? I'm adding it up real quick. 40, 49, 59, 62. So what's 62? 480. Club, that's probably about almost 8 yards of play. Probably 7.8, 7.7, somewhere around there. So, yeah, I'm okay with the plays that were called. I have no problem with the plays that were called. And I didn't even really – I'll have to go back and watch it. But nothing really jumped out at me in the fourth quarter as to, like, could they have bled more time off the clock? Were they calling too much of this, too much of that, too little of this?
What people would say is, they stopped scoring. That's always the criticism, is Kyle gets up and then he stops scoring. He gets too conservative. They went 3 plays, 9 yards, punt after the touchdown. 6 plays, 47, and a field goal. 3 plays, 6, and a punt, and then they won the game. It's really about the 2 70-yard drives they allowed defensively that I've got a problem with.
I don't know. Guard CeeDee Lamb, and maybe you don't have those issues.
It's not like they weren't trying to score, you know? Do they say he gets too conservative at the end? I think that's where criticisms come in. I don't know that I would say, like, again, they won the game, and they put up points. They scored 30, and they, to your point, put up 400-plus yards.
Well, here's the problem, and I'll use a basketball analogy for this, and even basketball players fall into this one. When they get up 20, like in the second quarter, and they end up losing, or maybe even winning by, let's say, less than 5, becomes a really close game, what do they always use? They always say, we had a chance to step on their necks, and we didn't. How many times you've seen an NBA game that team's up 20 in the first half, and it goes to 30, and then to 40, and then to 50? It just doesn't. Like, at some point, you're going to have success, and then at another point, the other team's going to have some success. That's the way these things go. Like, just because you're up 20 in the third quarter doesn't mean you should win by 30 or 40. Like, you don't just keep going. Like, he doesn't stop trying to score. Now, there are times in the past, before Purdy, BP we'll call it, that I did think he got a little conservative. Like, a little bit too much running and not enough throwing the ball down the field.
He still is very conservative. He still doesn't go for 2 sometimes when you think other coaches around the league would go for 2. There was I think it was their first field goal drive yesterday. It was a 3rd and 9 or a 3rd and 10. Before they kicked that field goal, and he just kind of called a little run play up the middle. And it was almost like, so are they settling for the field goal on 3rd down right now? That's kind of what it felt like. And I feel like early in the game.
I thought he thought he could get the first down out of that play. I thought they have. He thought in the defense they were in, I thought he could pop one up the middle and get the first down. And I think there's part of that. Like, hey, I think we can get the first down out of this, but if we don't, let's put ourselves in a position to at least get some points out of this drive and get on the board. That's what I thought.
Let's ask him. We're going to talk to him tomorrow. He's going to join us for 4:50. We're going to talk to him. We can ask him about that play tomorrow.
Yeah.
Go ahead. But sorry, that's where I would look and say, man, is he playing conservatively here? And I think even last week when we talked to him about in the I can't remember which game it was. Maybe it was the Chiefs game where they decided not to go for 2 in the first half, and he said, well, I thought, you think at that point in the game, there's a lot of game left. You'll have more opportunities to do this. You don't have to be this aggressive right now. And while people don't like that, that is conservative thinking, and I agree with that thought process. I'm okay. I don't totally always agree with it. I'm okay with that logic because it makes sense. You go, okay, we've gotten down here twice already. We're going to have more opportunities to do this. But would you say that, like, running it with Brock at the 2 yesterday was aggressive? Because it felt that way. Felt like, Ben, they don't do this a lot. I thought that was great. Yeah. Like, sort of just calling a QB keeper. I think that's aggressive play in a way that we haven't seen him do that as of late.
And I'm okay with the not going for 2. I used to be a firm believer in you don't go for 2 until the fourth quarter. You just don't. You don't throw your chart away and then go for 2 in the fourth quarter if you need to. I've kind of thought, maybe I can slide that to like early or late third quarter, something like that. Now, I would if weather dictated. If it was like a low-scoring, like windy, rainy,
it's going to be tough anyway, right?
Yeah, it's like, okay, we might not even get a chance to score again. So we better take our chance if we're down 8. Even if it's the first half, we better try to tie it up because I don't know how many opportunities we're going to get. But, yeah, if it's the beginning of the game, I just don't like chasing points. I mean, you start chasing points, and all of a sudden you look up at the end of the game, and you've thrown away a field goal. And you're like, well, damn, we could be tied right now, but we're down 3 because we were chasing points and we didn't get any of them. So I don't believe in you go for 2 down 8 in the first half. I just don't. And I think there's a little bit of a momentum thing that goes with it too. I think getting the touchdown and capping it off with the field goal or the extra point just kind of carries the momentum along. I always think when you go for 2 and miss it, the other team gets a little momentum, but that's like a momentum thing, and that's not quantifiable. But again, I'll just point to the 470 yards. Like at 470 yards, I think he called a pretty good game. I don't have any problem with the way. And again, I'll go back and look at the fourth quarter again to see what plays he called. But I don't remember anything like popping into my head as to like, oh, this is like way too conservative. Dallas did not look primed to score at all.
No, almost
at
never.
That point.
Yeah.
Like they looked like they were dead. So yeah, I didn't mind it. The defense I minded. The defense I definitely minded at the end of the game, but the offense I can't say that I did. But no, that'd be interesting if you asked him about that call, because that was my kind of interpretation. I thought he saw something maybe he could pop against that defense and thought he could get a first down off of it, and then as a kind of as a fallback, you put yourself in better field goal range, because I don't know what kind of leg Andrews has. Like he can't get into the end zone on kickoff, so I don't know if he's like a 53, 54-yard guy. He certainly doesn't have the leg Moody does. Or maybe he could have been kicking it there anyway. But so that's kind of the way I read it. But I absolutely could be wrong on that. You could be right.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call. Yeah, Kyle Shanahan will join us tomorrow at 4:50 for the weekly conversation of with the 49ers head coach. Let's go out to the phone lines. We're going to do cheers, jeers, and beers. Start lining up the calls. 808-KNBR. What did you like about yesterday's game? What did you hate? And what were you drinking when you watched the 49ers beat the Cowboys 30-24 right here on KNBR? Let's go to Niner Ted, who's out in Salinas. Niner Ted, you're on the Sports Leader. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
What's up?
For my beers, I was downing some Michelob Ultras because I had to watch my figure. But I tell you what, man, what I didn't like, and for the love of Jesus Cristo, what the heck's happening with our defense in the fourth quarter? After the game, I swear to God, I was pounding some shots on the parking lot, bro, after that game. I didn't know what I drank, but I had to. What I did like about this game, and I had to give ye old George Kittle kudos for his outstanding performance on his national holiday. Homeboy balled out last night, and I think that was the best performance out of any tight end yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. But those are my 3 points, man. Michelob Ultra during the game, shots after because I needed it.
There you go.
Attaboy. Yeah.
I'm about to do a cigar right now for my celebratory celebration. But, man, the defense, I didn't like that part. It's still a factor. All our losses have been on that defense. I don't know if you guys are aware. I'm sure the whole world is by now. But George Kittle, man, on his national holiday, he really showed his mettle. Proud of the man.
No, he was
Thanks
fantastic.
for the call, Ted.
Appreciate the
calling.
Bye-bye, Salinas.
Yeah, Kate Otten would like to have a word.
Yeah, Kate Otten had a pretty damn good day, dude.
What tight end had the best day? Because there was a bunch to choose from yesterday.
Pitts had a big one too, yeah.
Smokes.
What did they say, 177 catches for tight ends or something?
Yeah, like 15 touchdowns. I mean, tight ends went berserk.
It was bananas. And by the way,
tight
George
ends
Kittle,
gone wild.
and not just what he did in the game, but it was pretty incredible to find out that he picked up his 500th career catch yesterday.
Yep.
And also moved into third all-time in franchise receiving yards behind Terrell Owens and Jerry Rice.
Wow.
Like, I know he's been here a while, but that's alarming to me. That's pretty incredible. He passed Dwight Clark, by the way, to move into third all-time.
Holy smokes.
That's pretty cool, right?
That is super
and
cool.
on National Tight End Day, a day he created and invented, was pretty sweet, dude. What a day for him, man. Pretty cool. Yeah, we had Delaney Walker was in studio with us for he was the honorary captain yesterday, pregame show. What a fun dude Delaney Walker is. And he's like gone to Tight End U and hung out with all the tight ends when they do that stuff in the offseason and big get together. But he's like, it's like guys who used to be tight ends are like, no, I want to be a part of that now. Like now that they're getting the recognition and getting the love they deserve. I mean, it's J.J. Watt tweeted it yesterday. He said, I don't know that any position in any sport has ever promoted itself better than today's tight ends in the NFL. And he said, I've heard National Tight End Day like 35,000 times while watching football. Props to those. He said, props to those guys. I was like, that is pretty incredible. Kittle just made something up and started going with it. Pretty sweet.
They have Tight End University and guys get together each year. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think we used to have a show with Delaney Walker, like a weekly show way back in the day.
He's entertaining.
Really cool dude. Yeah, fun to talk to. Like I liked him a lot, and he was a really good tight end.
And fullback. He played both. He moved back and forth.
Yeah, he was there with Vernon, right?
Yeah, he was there with Vernon. He was there. I think I want to say he went to the Super Bowl with the Niners and lost, and then he left that year. I don't think he was there for the third NFC Championship appearance.
And then went to Tennessee, correct?
That's right. Yeah, he still lives down there. He moved down. He's from Pomona, but he said he bought a big ranch down there. It's so funny. He said he bought a big ranch down there. He lives I live like 3 exits from George Kittle. He's like, I have all these acres.
Really?
Wow. He's loving it. He's a good dude. It was a lot of fun talking to him.
From Pomona?
From Pomona, yeah. Yeah, we were joking with him. I was like, I don't think they have like ranches like that by the Kellogg's mansion. I don't think they're cutting bales of hay like that down off of the 10. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Cheers, jeers, and beers. We want to hear from you. Feel good win, or are you kind of where we are, where we're going, yeah, this is a positive, it's palatable, it's where you want to be considering the circumstances for the Niners in the first half. But do you have some hope about where they can go because of what you saw yesterday? What'd you like? What'd you hate? And what were you drinking during yesterday's game? More to come. Cheers, jeers, and beers. And your call's next on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan told reporters that Deebo Samuel will be reevaluated after the bye week for an oblique and rib injury. He also added if things go well, Christian McCaffrey will have his practice window open next Monday. For all 49ers news, keep it locked on your home of 49er football. For the last 20 seasons, KNBR, the sports leader.
Colbert, Copes, and your calls.
Oh, what? Hello?
It's time for Cheers.
Hell yeah.
Cheers.
Oh, no!
And Beers.
Hooray, beer!
Todd Modelo.
415-808 KNBR 808-5627 is the number to get involved in the conversation. We do it every week. Cheers, jeers, and beers. It's nice to actually do cheers, jeers, and beers. I think last week we just did what's pissing you guys off. Like what?
We did cheers,
what
cheers,
did you,
and jeers.
What did you hate the most about the Chiefs game? Was it all of it? Now you got a win against the Dallas Cowboys, 4-4 in second place heading into the bye. What did you like? What did you hate? What did you drink in yesterday's game or throughout yesterday's game or because of yesterday's game?
Didn't yesterday, real quick, I don't want to get to the phone calls, but didn't yesterday's game feel totally different than last year's game? Like last
You mean when they
year's
won
game
42-10 last year and Kittle got three touchdowns and Purdy just shredded them? Yeah.
That and prior to the game.
Well, sure.
Prior to the game, it was about two top teams, two teams competing for, kind of NFC supremacy. It just felt bigger, and it felt like we talked a lot more about like the historical, like kind of ramifications of the game, the history, the rivalry, all that.
They just met in the playoffs.
Yeah, and this week we didn't talk about it. We didn't talk about the playoffs. We didn't even talk about last year. It was like just about this game because it was like two teams fighting for survival. It really felt that way, and it just it kind of hit me Saturday, like when I was kind of like thinking about the week, and I was like, God, we didn't talk much about like the history of the rivalry. We didn't talk about the the championship games. We didn't talk about Aikman and Young and the catch and I mean all that stuff. It was just about like this game.
Didn't hear the catch once last week, by the way.
No,
not one time
because this game felt like this is like serious. This is like a time of the season where it's like, man, kind of feel like we're teetering a little bit here. So I don't know. That observation kind of hit me this weekend that it was a much different discussion leading up to the game this year than it was last year.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Cheers, jeers, beers. Let's go to Dave Hood in Santa Cruz. Dave, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I wanted to reiterate your point about the cheers. The cheers definitely that George Kittle invented this holiday, blew up on it, made blocking cool again, and the fact that it set a record with tight ends, catches, yards, receiving, everything today shows that the offensive coordinators are all on board too, which is awesome. My jeers, I'm sure, the same as Kyle Shanahan's frustration, aggravation, like my children, the undisciplined, 3 holding calls that robbed a touchdown and 80 some odd offensive yards. Like, come on, clean it up. We're supposed to be professionals. This is the terrible stuff. And I was drinking some red and gold mocktails and was thinking about drinking again when I started that quarter to fourth quarter. Like, oh no, we've seen this movie before. I hope this isn't a rerun.
Stay on, Dave. Stay on that. You're good, man. Stay on. You don't need that.
Hey, throw it on the neck. Let's drive it home. Let's finish games. I know he doesn't not want to score, but like I'll leave you with this. I love Brock thirsty, bloodthirsty mindset in his own words. Let's run with that. Finish it. You guys have a great day. Thank you.
You too, Dave. Appreciate the call, man. Good stuff from Dave. Yeah, I mean, you said just like my kids, the undisciplined. I like that. I mean,
well, that's on you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Kyle Shanahan's frustrations are the same. When people blame Kyle for the way games go down or leads aren't as big at the end of a game, I don't totally put that on the offense. Again, I think he'd like to score in those situations, but you also have to play call a little bit differently in those situations, I do think, when you want to put a game away. It's the defense over and over. Our caller earlier, Niner Ted, said that. He goes, these losses are on the defense, and I would agree. Last week against the Chiefs, a little bit different. I think every phase of the game was awful, and the Chiefs' defense has been insane. I mean, again, they scored 30 yesterday against this Cowboys defense without Micah Parsons, but the Chiefs aren't even, again, their offense is still not fantastic. It's not great, and their defense is carrying them. So I don't want to put all of that on the defense last week because they just got run on. And you're going to see a team, by the way, in the Buccaneers after the bye who run it at 5.1 yards per attempt. That's sixth best in the league. The difference is that they only run it 26 times a game, and that's down in like 25th in the league or something like that. So they don't do it a whole lot.
Bucky ball, baby.
Yeah, no, it's going to be Bucky ball.
Bucky ball.
And who's the other guy? Sean something or other. Sean
Tucker.
Tucker, there you go.
Sean Tucker must die.
That's right. 808 KNBR. Cheers, jeers, and beers. What'd you like? What'd you hate? What did you drink? Let's go to Bray Bray in Richmond. Bray Bray, you're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah. So the one thing that I like, the couple things I like the way Kittle balled out yesterday. I like Dorindo and that boy Lenore. Oh my God, that interception, that was incredible, man. That was straight incredible. That reminded me in high school. But then what I didn't like,
hell yeah.
But anyway, what I didn't like is the simple fact that Brock came out looking rusty in the first half. I don't know what the heck that was about. That's sort of kind of making me wonder. Do you guys think that he's pressuring and putting pressure on himself because you know he's about to get a fat contract? Is he trying to do too much or what? But then he did settle down and started moving the ball with his legs. So that was pretty cool too. But then another thing I couldn't stand and don't understand is how in the heck did CeeDee Lamb get wide open for 2 touchdowns like that?
Dude, I wish I knew.
And then, I was drinking that good old Bud Light Platinum.
Attaboy.
That seems to be a big drink, doesn't it? We've had a few Bud Light Platinums.
Well, it's got higher alcohol content, right?
Is that what it is?
Yeah. I mean, that's all I mess with is that Bud Light Platinum, man.
Okay, does Bud Light Platinum taste different than Bud Light?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
You ain't never had one? You need to get one.
No, I'm good.
trying to tell you, I'm telling you, you'll like it, man.
I'm with you, Bray. I've had it, and you can put a few of them away, and get a little bit more of a heat on. Appreciate the call, bro. Thanks for coming by.
I'll tell you something. There's not a chance in hell I'll like it.
I know that you wouldn't like it. By the way, best thing he said wasn't about the Bud Light Platinum. Was when he said, "Man, that boy Lenore caught that interception. That was incredible, man. Reminded me of me in high school."
That boy Lenore. Oh my God, that interception. That was incredible, man. That reminded me in high school.
My boy could ball too. Attaboy, Bray. We appreciate the call, man. He's called before. Call anytime, man. He's right though. That's a shout out we haven't gotten into yet. We can talk more about Garendo and stuff too. But I thought Timo Lenore for the year that Ward is having, that seems to be a down year for him. And admittedly, he's not playing up to where he wants to be playing, and the defense has struggled. And again, Dante Whitner said to us last week, and this is interesting. He said, I wonder if. Because you asked, what is it with Ward? Why is he having a down year? And he said, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's that he's not as confident in the pass rush, so he has to apply more pressure to what it is that he's doing on defense. I thought Devondre Campbell played a really good game yesterday, especially in the first half. In some of his coverage, he made some really good hits and laid some good tackles in coverage and was able to shut down a couple of drives early. I thought he played maybe his best game of the season, did Campbell. But in terms of what Lenore has been doing this year, I mean, you talk about guys you're going to have to pay. That guy is fantastic. I mean, he's been really, really good, and that pick yesterday was incredible.
Oh, it was great. I mean, it just the body control to be able to go up, kind of twist your body, and that was really nice. I mean, ill-advised throw by Dak Prescott, to be sure.
That's not my problem,
but, not your problem at all.
Nor his, yeah.
No, not your problem
at all. Nor Timo's.
Like you don't throw that type of ball to a guy like Lenore or our last caller. They're going to reach up and catch that ball.
Or Bray Bray. You don't come in Bray Bray's kitchen, dude. Yeah.
They're going to get it. They're going to make you pay.
You had Namdi Island. You got Bray Bray Island, too, dude. You got to deal with that, dude. You're out there on Bray Bray Island shutting down a whole side of the field.
Lock it down.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627.
No-fly zone.
No fly zone. What'd you like? What did you hate? And what did you drink during yesterday's game? Let's go to Kareem in Vallejo. What's up, Kareem? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's going on, fellas, man? Thanks for taking the call.
What's up, Kareem?
So, I'm going to get to what I had to drink because it wasn't really nothing special. I know when I called before, I tell you I did the Heem and the Coors.
Yep.
This time I just stuck with the Coors, no Heem, for yesterday. So get that out the way. Now, what I did like is that, third quarter. After the first half being down 10-6, Purdy was all over the place. I just felt that they left some points on the board in that first half. I thought the Niners should have been up, but coming out in that third quarter, it looked like the Niners that we are accustomed to seeing. The defense is what concerns me the most. I think, we are very opportunistic as far as making plays. Warner earlier in the year knocking the ball out with the fist pump, things of that nature. Lenore, as you guys just touched on, he's been a ball hawker. Jimmy Ward, to me, he's a liability. I know in previous years he's been, not I want to say a shutdown corner, but a solid corner. But I think Lenore is a guy that you have to keep moving forward. And, the 3 games that I'm worried about on this remaining schedule is the back-to-back that we got with Green Bay later on and Buffalo, 2 road games. I think we got to get a split out of that one. And then Detroit, coming to Frisco, Levi on the 30th. That's going to be a tough game as well. I think Detroit is probably playing the best football in the league right now. So this division is really, locked in right now. 3 teams at 4-4, 1 team at 3-4. I think the Niners can win this division easily, going 11-6 and 10-7, and they either have to go 7-2 or 6-3 down the stretch. So we got to get healthy. McCaffrey is the key to that red zone offense. Getting him back is a must. And Juwan Jennings, I know a lot of people not talking about him, but I think the injury that he had has caused us not to be able to have some more flexibility. And we have to run more packages for Kittle. I think you have to take the blueprint that they do in KC with, Mahomes and Kelsey, man. Get Kittle more active because this guy is just,
Kittle's more active than Kelsey right now. I'll tell you that, Kurt. We got to run. I appreciate the call, man. Dude, he's more active than Kelsey right now. I mean, Kelsey got a couple of balls yesterday I saw, but.
Yeah, he got going yesterday.
Yeah. He looked better yesterday.
He was good.
He makes a good point. So, I mean, again, a lot of the stuff with the injuries coming back. That's why I think that the positivity is there, or the hope for the potential, again, based on what we saw from some of the youngsters yesterday. By the way, does it feel like in Cheers, Jeers, and Beers with some people who are regular listeners, and we appreciate when you guys call and when you guys are regular callers. But like Kareem said, I know last time I told you guys I had Hennessy, like Heem and Coors. This time it was just the Coors. Does it feel like people are using us to keep them accountable? Like they're being honest about what it is that they had? I was like, the tone of this thing has kind of changed a little bit on what this has become.
Todd Modelo.
No, is that what Heen is? Hennessy?
Heem. Do you remember Jordan? Or what's his name?
That was Jordan Bell.
Jordan Bell, yeah.
Jordan Bell.
What's that pool? Jordan Bell. Heem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what that is. Heem.
Yeah, I don't. Now that I don't mess.
Nobody's trying to convince Tom to drink Hennessy. No.
No, they're not. Nor should they.
Cognac.
Nor should they? You can't. You can literally. You can't convince me. You have to. If you threaten me, then I might do it. But convincing Ditch is not going to do it.
I just have to acknowledge this because I forgot to earlier when Niner Ted and Salinas called. He was like about to spark up a cigar at 2:45 to celebrate the win yesterday.
How long's he celebrating?
Dude, don't forget also he said when he was in the parking lot after the game, he said, I had to drink. I don't know what it was, but I had to do it. I was taking shots and I didn't know.
Hennessy. Now I don't know what champagne is. I'm on
Jordan Bell, dude.
Yep, and then out of the league.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Cheers, Jeers, and Beers. What'd you like? What did you hate? And what did you drink during yesterday's game? Let's go to Diana and Gustine. Derek, did you ask her how to spell Gustine? Did you know how? Props to you, Derek. Good on you. Diana, how are you? You're on the sports leader.
Awesome. I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing well.
Good. My voice is a little rusty, so forgive me. But cheers. I mean, you got to shout out to our rookies. I just, you can't stress that enough. I think that's the brightest spot of our team right now is how those guys are performing. And then Lenore, I mean, he's the star right now. He's every game. It's just, I say he's going to have a pick, and I call it, and he gets one. So, just, really excited for him. Jeers, I gotta go with Shanahan's play calls sometimes, man. They just kill me. It was, what was that, 2nd and 11? And it was 3rd and 11. I don't remember what happened, but we lost a yard. So we went in 3rd and 11, running up the middle. It's like, come on. It was just so infuriating. And then, what was I drinking? Well, I kind of.
I think we lost Diana. I think she cut out there. I'm sorry, Diana. We appreciate the call. She was like, my voice a little rusty. She was clearly there and having a good time yelling at the game. So good on Diana. I think the second 11 play she's calling is when they kicked the field goal. They ran into Patrick Taylor, which, by the way, just kind of surprised me. I was like, oh, Patrick Taylor's in the game right after what we've seen Garendo do. Got him out there. I think she's right. Second 11 the Dallas 27. They pick up 5. Then it's a 3rd and 6. Purdy throws an incomplete pass. There was a couple of plays, though, and I didn't acknowledge this earlier. We should go back to what one of the callers said about the first half play of Brock Purdy. And he was a little bit rusty in the first half. At one point, he had 3 or 4 incomplete passes, and every one that I thought of was inaccurate or a little bit off. And early in the season, I remember thinking he had a lot of high throws and high completions to Debo and to Kittle. And some of them looked great, but on 4th down specifically, the one to Debo that he threw right behind Debo where he's crossing right over the middle, that was an easy first down, it felt like, to pick up, and he threw it behind him. The one play where Debo got tripped up where he was streaking from right to left, he kind of had a little post or a crossing pattern there, and people wanted a pass interference call. I thought the reason the flag wasn't thrown is because the ball wasn't catchable. I thought the ball was too far out in front of him anyway. And I think that's probably part of why maybe they didn't throw a flag. So I did think Brock was inaccurate in the first half, and I know his average depth of target was 5 or 6 yards lower than what it was in the first half when they moved to the second half.
Yeah, I mean, it took him a little while to get going, and sometimes that happens. I mean, I know it'd be nice to hit the ground running every single game. It doesn't work that way. And I just look at an entire game. I don't look at the first 5 minutes of either half. I don't look at the second quarter or the fourth. I just look at what did he do for the game. 26 attempts, 260 yards, and I think ran for 56, 57, somewhere around there. I thought overall, I mean, I think you could probably take apart, you want to go through every quarterback in the league, you could probably take every one of them apart if you wanted to pick out sections of the game. If you wanted to pick every coach, you could probably pick out calls from every game. And guess what? There are calls they'd like to have back, too.
Sure.
I don't think they go through every game and go, yeah, every call I made was great. No, they don't believe that. But with the information they have, that's what they go with. So, again, if you're doing that over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and then you score 13 points and you end up with 250 yards, then, yeah, I would say it's a big problem. And I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying you guys are valid and not feeling that frustration with some of those calls. It's just hard for me to start nitpicking certain calls or certain segments of the game when you score 30 points and put up 470 yards. That's all I'm saying. It's damn hard to put up 400 yards in an NFL game, let alone close to 500 yards in an NFL game. So overall, when you look at the totality of the game, I have no problem with it whatsoever, with Brock Purdy, with Shanahan. But, I mean, yeah. I mean, if you wanted to go through, you could do that with everybody if you wanted to. You really could.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. So we got this great caller, Dwayne. He calls weekly. And if you recall, last week, Dwayne proclaimed, like Lynn's sanity came to an end, that Brock's sanity was over. And he said he wanted to see the Pastronaut. He wanted to see Josh Dobbs in there. Josh Dobbs, one of the few inactive players for the 49ers yesterday, mind you. Let's go out to the phone lines. Dwayne is in Stockton. Dwayne, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
That's pretty good, Coach. That's pretty good, man. You got me on that one. I didn't know he's inactive, man. It's getting worse. It's getting worse.
Dude, I thought of you. Listen. I swear to God, I thought of you yesterday, dude, when we were doing the pregame and the actives and inactives came out. And I was reading them, and I was like, Josh Dobbs. And I was like, my guy, Dwayne, tough. Got to take another L today, bro. Tough one.
Hey, I'm in there, man. I'm in there. So Brock Sanity lives. Brock Sanity lives at least for another 2 weeks. But realize that second half of the schedule is tough, man. That second half of the schedule is hideous.
Yep.
So I had a problem with this first half. It was supposed to be the easy part. But just to, stick to the program, man, no beers because I'm over at Mancini Sleep World in Modesto selling mattresses, so I can't be.
Attaboy. Way to get it in, bro.
Way to get in, right? A little fun.
That's my guy. Ask for Dwayne. Ask for Dwayne if you're in there.
Man, I'm a hustler, man. Supreme hustle over here. Look, let me tell you. So the cheers obviously go to Kittle, man. He was knocking down Dallas Cowboys like bowling pins. You know what I'm talking about? He was playing hard last night, man. He was running hard, bro. He's running through Cowboys. But the jeers is always going to be the same. It's that fourth quarter for the 49ers. It doesn't matter if they're up 10 or 14 points. It was 27-10. And they just always have a way of letting a team back in. So they got to fix that, man. You can't be doing that in the fourth quarter. of games. You just can't be letting teams back in like that because, honestly, Dak had a chance. There was 3 minutes left. They had the ball back. I was like, they're really about to blow this. He didn't get a single yard. And also the Jeers got to go to that. It looks like they went to a prevent. And in all my years of watching football, bro, I'll never understand the prevent, right? Because it doesn't prevent anything.
It doesn't work on Madden either. Just gives big chunk yards if you have time, yeah.
Did you see CeeDee Lamb start to go crazy once then in the prevent? They just started blowing coverages, and he was actually wide open in the end zone.
He ruined fantasy games.
Jeers,
Yeah, he did.
Yep. Kittles, the cheers, and definitely the fourth quarter 49ers is still a problem. You got to learn how to keep the lead and maybe just blow teams out. But anyway, man, it's good to talk to you guys on a Monday, man, and hope you guys have a good day.
Appreciate you, Dwayne. Thanks as always for the call, man.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, Dwayne, one of our good callers. Yeah, pretty measured takes from Dwayne there. I think. I mean, again, the defense at the end of the game is got to be the Jeers. I don't know if people looked to Kyle Shanahan. I know that Diana, our caller, said that she didn't like some of the play calling there late in the game, and I get it. I mean, again, I don't know. We'll talk to him tomorrow. Again, Kyle Shanahan joins us at 4:50. There were some plays early in the game I thought were conservative. I don't understand sometimes the logic of what you change when you get a big lead at the end of a game and how you play call or how you try to manage protecting that lead because you have to believe in your defense. And again, the Cowboys hadn't shown you anything all day to make you believe that they were going to be able to get back in this game, but they just busted coverage on CeeDee Lamb the entire fourth quarter. And because it's happened and because Fred Warner himself had said it, which game was it that they had to hold on to and win most recently? What was the game before I'm blanking on the game 2 weeks ago. It was Chiefs or Seahawks. It was a Seahawks game in Seattle that Thursday night after they lost to Arizona, and they held on at the end. Remember, Fred Warner, when asked after the game, they said, was that thought kind of creeping back in the same way it had happened to the Cardinals, same way it happened with the Rams? And he said, yeah, it's inevitable to feel that way, but you have to take solace in the fact that you were able to overcome that and able to learn from the mistakes. Yesterday, a 17-point lead was a big one, winning by 6. I don't think anybody's happy about in the way it ended up, but you take the win and move on. It's hard to win games. It just didn't feel as much like they closed out yesterday's game, and I think that's the one thing that kind of hangs in your craw.
No doubt. Hey, trust me, if they win it this year, like win it all, they'll go back and say, the beginning of the season was so beneficial for us.
Yeah, so we had to learn how to win.
Forged that fire. We finally learned how to win. We had to stick together. That's what resiliency. I love the word resiliency. I'll throw this out there for a cheers because nobody's mentioned it yet.
Okay.
And I'm glad no one's mentioned it yet because they shouldn't mention this. But we talked about it last week, so I'll say cheers for me, and the last time it'll ever be a cheers. Special teams. There was nothing of note last night that caused anybody any consternation. Kick it, cover it. Punt it, cover it. Field goal, good.
Bop it.
Extra point, good.
Beat it.
It was like, hey,
Kick
whoa. Don't even
Punt
what? Exactly. It was like an umpire doing his job. Just did his job. You don't have to talk about it. The game was played. So there you go. It's the last time I will mention special teams in cheers, but they get special note because last night was going against the number one special teams in the league, and I'm not going to say they won the battle. They may have. I know they didn't lose the battle, and I know they didn't do anything that you say contributed to a loss or a closer game than it needed to be. Special teams was what you hope the special teams are. Invisible. They're just kind of there.
Yeah, Tim said
and
they played well.
The game goes on.
I said I didn't notice them. That means they played well. Yeah, they're like referees. Yeah, if I don't notice, you probably did pretty good. Yeah.
Absolutely. So there's my cheer.
Yeah, shout out the punting and the kicking and the covering. Yeah, all that good stuff yesterday. Tolbert & Copes with you on a Monday.
Like a country song.
Yeah, I was punting, I was kicking. And a covering.
She's a covering.
Kavander Turpin. I don't think Turpin is going to show up in a country
probably
tune.
Not.
No.
Never know, though.
A little bit later, we'll catch
Never
up.
know. He could be the new day. He could be the new Shabuzi.
Shabuzi will not join us today. Matt Mayoko will at 3:50. Brent Jones at 4:50. By the way, Brent Jones yesterday was part of like an on-field. He wasn't on the field, but he was the answer to a trivia question. Yesterday, they do a trivia question series with a fan on the field, during a timeout. And the answer was on National Tight End Day, who played the most regular season games at tight end for the Niners? The options were Vernon Davis, Delaney Walker, Brent Jones, and Eric Johnson. It was Brent. He was got to give a big applause too. It was the one that won the award for the contestant. So pretty cool. And then the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr.
But Steve Kerr, that's some straight bull.
Steve Kerr's going to join us right here on KNBR at 5:30. We'll talk about the Steph injury yesterday as the Warriors take on the Pelicans tomorrow out at Chase. All right, coming up next, We'll get into what Kyle Shanahan's update was today, a positive, tangible update on Christian McCaffrey, and maybe a negative update on Deebo Samuel. We'll talk about it next on these Sports.
I'm on Hennessy now. I don't know what champagne is. I'm on
The Warriors lost their home opener to the Clippers last night, 112-104. The bigger loss could be Steph Curry as he left the game with an ankle injury and will be evaluated again on Friday. Get the latest from Steve Kerr as he joins us at 5:30 today on The Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kyle, is it also trending for Christian to be back after the bye and potentially play against the Buccaneers?
It depends how this week goes. I mean, he's had no setbacks, so it looks like we're on track. But he's going to hit it hard this week while we're gone and kind of simulate some practice stuff for himself. And as long as it all goes good, hopefully we'll get him back in practice next week.
Kyle Shanahan did say that the practice window could open next Monday for Christian McCaffrey if all does go well this week. And you heard there him saying, I believe that was Tracy Sandler who asked the question, Fangirl Sports Network, saying that Kyle Shanahan, or saying that he has had no setbacks, which is a positive considering when they were ramping him up before he went to Germany to get those plasma-rich platelets injected into his Achilles before he found out it was like bilateral Achilles tendonitis. He had told he had said to the media it was like the liquid hot magma. Liquid hot plasma. I don't know why that's funny. He never said that, but that's funny. That he'd had the most pain that he'd experienced to that point in trying to ramp up for the season. Kyle Shanahan, the head coach of the Niners, will join us tomorrow at 4:50, and we'll catch up with Matt Mayoko at 3:50 in about a half hour and see what his opinion is and what he's heard about what's going on with McCaffrey. The negative yesterday, Deebo Samuel left yesterday's game, and he was having a pretty good game, I thought. I mean, he did have a drop or two there, but they were feeding him. It was like him and Kittle, and he was explosive, and he stretched the field for them, and they got the ball into his hands, and he made some stuff happen out of the backfield. He was a change of pace guy a little bit early on as well, but he leaves in the fourth quarter with a rib injury. Kyle says today it's a rib and an oblique injury. I mean, they just can't catch a break on some of these injuries, man. I mean, George Kittle had the sprained foot, but that was as fast as I think I've ever seen him run when he was moving up the left sideline yesterday for that big game. He was trying hard to pick up that touchdown.
He was like, I'm going, baby.
That was maybe the fastest I feel like I'd ever seen him run. I was like, man, he is moving against these corners and safeties. But Deebo going out with an oblique and a rib. Kyle says they'll reevaluate after the bye. You got to hope that, again, just for the bye week, this stuff is going to get more positive, and it's nothing, I don't believe, serious. So hopefully this is just a rest thing, getting some extra time. Hopefully you'll have him back out there. It'd be great if you had McCaffrey, Deebo, Juwan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall all there for that game against Tampa.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully their injury luck can kind of turn a little bit, because it's been horrible this year. And I don't know if it's law of averages after coming off a year where they were relatively injury-free last year. I don't really remember guys getting injured last year, at least certainly not severely. But for the most part, is there anybody you can think of that, like, I mean, Super Bowl guys got hurt, right? I mean, Greenlaw got hurt in the Super Bowl. Deebo got hurt in the Super Bowl. They had guys miss some games. That was during that 3-game losing streak. They were missing Trent at one point, I think, against the Browns and against the Vikings. Deebo, McCaffrey got banged up, I think, in that Vikings game. So there was guys who missed a handful of games, but again, nothing to the severity of this year where we're talking half a season for your best player in McCaffrey. We're talking guys who held out. Trent Williams. Hargrave done for the year. You know what I mean? The second year of his contract. Hufanga comes back for like a game and a half, and then not even, and then he goes out again with an extensive injury. So it's Ayuk for the season. I mean, there's been some. You sprinkle in the stuff like you have to. When we say there's always injuries and nobody feels bad. You got to account for stuff like Deebo with a rib and an oblique, or Juwan with a hip. Those are the injuries I just kind of anticipate and expect to happen throughout a season. It's the season enders are the devastating ones to key positions that you can't account for a guy just having a season-ending injury. You don't walk into every year assuming it's going to happen to big-time players, and sometimes it does because that's the nature of the sport. But you're right in the way that it's happened, the rate that it's happened this year. You pair that with the lack of success. I won't say lack of talent. I'd just say execution for a lot of where they've had problems in the first part of the season. You pair those together, and being 4-4, that's why I said a couple weeks ago, it's palatable based on where they are. And over the last 3 games, what's Mason missed? Like a game and a half when you add up all the time he's missed against Seattle and
a rookie running back.
And then last night, So it's been on kind of on the struggle bus when it comes to injuries. So hopefully that turns a little bit in the second half, and they'll get guys back and they'll stay back. They'll be able to be back for a while. And so you come back, you stay back. I was like, what was I thinking that line? The line in Pulp Fiction. You be gone.
You be gone. You stay gone. Yeah.
All your LA privileges are revoked. That scene, boy, that scene was like wild. I still think about that scene like, God dang, Tarantino's kind of messed up in the head. Like that was. I was just like, bro, this is what you came up with this?
You wrote this?
Like, yeah, and then come to find out, I was like, oh, okay, now I get it. Like, with the more films you watch, like, oh, yeah, I get it. Okay.
The boys behind the scene buzzer, Zed's dead, baby.
Yeah, because the whole Reservoir Dogs ear thing it seemed pretty tame compared to that
relative to that, yeah.
Pretty tame.
You wrote this? Yeah, years ago. I wrote this years ago. Yeah, it's been on the shelf.
Yeah, the Gimp sleeping. I'll wake him up then. It's like, he's like, what? Yeah. Let's get the Gimp in this. Oh, God. And then the dude with the beard, the way his like mouth was moving when the other guy was going to work. Oh, just anyway, moving on.
To work,
yeah.
dude.
Oh, he was working.
Gimp. I think the Gimp's sleeping. Well, I guess you just have to go wake him up now, won't you?
Damn Gimp.
I guess I will, won't I? I guess I will.
You know what? The Gimp has a SAG card. I just want to remind you of that. He's an actor.
Yeah.
Gimp paid actor.
SAG after, dude. Yeah, he was on strike most recently with the SAG after.
Well, there's no doubt he was.
Strike,
yeah, you get to get lines. Yeah. Those are my lines. Oh, good. Oh, you did that well.
Well, that was written in the script. Yeah, he's getting residuals for that. Yeah, he's collecting a check.
A little bit.
An annual check for that. We're gonna catch up with. Yeah, Derek's like, why don't we get out of this, dude? He's like, why don't we take a blanket break? Seriously, he's like waving his hands. Like,
come on, the Gimp.
Wrap up the Gimp stuff. Yeah, he says Harmony's top client. Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. He's going to join us when we come on back. We'll talk to him about what went down yesterday. Also, a week off now for the 49ers. What did I say? 3? Oh, it's not next, dude. That's my bad. 25 minutes he's going to join us. Why don't we give the people some good news about Steph Curry's ankle? I'm kidding. It's not good news. We'll talk about it next.
The good news is
your ankle sprained. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Well, I guess you just have to go wake him up now, won't you?
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
That's the cover. Steph got target again. Steph he's frustrated. He's going to have to go, I believe, into the locker room now, and he will. He needs some attention and some assistance right there. That took the air out of the building. Watch his left ankle again. Yeah, just rolled it again. Same one.
He's doing okay. He said it was, I think he used the word mild or moderate. He's obviously sprained that ankle many times before, so he doesn't think it's too bad, but obviously, it's a concern. He's going to get an MRI tonight.
As Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, of course, he's going to join us today at 5:30. He'll stop by at 5:30 for his weekly conversation. Steph injures his ankle in yesterday's loss, the home opener to the Clippers, right in front of Tom Tolbert there. Shams Charania reported of ESPN that Curry sustained a left I don't need to know all these body parts, do I?
Sprained ankle.
I don't even know what this word is.
Sprained ankle.
When I saw it earlier today, I was like, I double took it. I was like, does it say pectoral? What is this? I was like, that was an ankle injury. Sprained his ankle yesterday, left ankle. He'll be reevaluated on Friday, which, by the way, sooner than I kind of thought they would reevaluate. I thought they'd give us the 2-week reevaluation when I saw he'd been injured. But Friday's going to keep him out of the next 2 games, and that's tomorrow and Wednesday against the Pelicans. We'll be out at Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center tomorrow, getting you ready for the Dubs and the Pelicans on a back-to-back. We know the story with the Steph and his ankle. I'm actually, Steve says he sprained that ankle many times. Early in his career, that was like the fear that this was going to be something that was going to be a lingering issue or it could be problematic to his growth and development. And he's had several injuries, of course. You have a 16-year career. Of course, you're going to go through the stuff that he has, and they play seemingly more games than anybody in that span, and if you include the playoff runs that they've had. But it doesn't sound too serious. The issue you have with ankles, and I had this at one point where you sprain the same ankle like over and over and over again. It's all ligament stuff that gets stretched out. It's got to get healthy enough, is that it can continue to get tweaked and re-aggravated throughout a season. And that's what you fear this early, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how severe it is.
Doesn't sound severe. I just mean like it's like tissue stuff, you know what I mean? Or it's like it's things that linger. If you break a bone, then you're like, all right, well, you're out for X number of days, or you're out for this amount of time. But with something like that, it's just kind of you're monitoring, you reevaluate, but once you have it happen, sometimes you're more susceptible to it happening again.
Well, the thing that I didn't like about it is I don't think he did it. I know he didn't do the first one. I don't think he did the second one on anybody's foot.
No.
I think it was just cutting.
Yeah.
And I always hate those.
The second one was like a screen. He was like coming off of a screen or something.
Yeah.
He like limped off.
When guys get hurt, like a non-contact injury, it's like, oh, that's not good. It means your body just gave out basically at some point. And he's done that cut millions of times and tried to move on it twice. Now, the second one was probably in part due to the first one, where it was already a little weaker and tried to get back out there, and he was moving okay, but the ankle probably still wasn't 100% at that point, and then just tweaked it. So second one was worse. He walked immediately into the tunnel and into the locker room after that one. So, yeah, I don't know what to make of it. Hopefully it's not something that lingers throughout the course of the season. But, again, I never think it's good when something happens. Like, if you step on somebody's foot, okay, well, then that's a given. That's why you did it. But when you didn't step on anybody's foot, then you're like, oh, boy, I hope that's not something that he's having to deal with throughout the course of the year. Now, they're more capable of handling his absence this year because they're deeper, but still, I mean, he's their guy. He is like the main guy, like not just the main guy. He's really the only main guy on this team. And if you lose him, it just puts a lot of stress on everybody else. I mean, they're going to have a lot of guys, and that's great, but they're not going to have the guy. And in the NBA, teams with the guy are the ones that usually win, but not always. Look at Milwaukee. They're awful right now. They're up to a terrible start, so it doesn't mean you're going to win, but it certainly gives you a head start. So we won't know him. It's the next 2 games against Pelicans. Pelicans will be a team at the end of the year they're probably bunched up with. You know, I think I broke last night. We were talking after the game, and I said you got San Antonio, Utah, and Portland on one end. Like, they're not really in contention for the playoffs, in my opinion, right now. And I'd be surprised if they were. And then OKC at the other end, where they're like ahead of everybody else. After that, everyone's just like in a pot, like a soup pot or stew, if you'd like.
Nice.
And they're all there together. And things are, little things are going to be able to separate them. Who can stay healthy throughout the course of the year? Who catches teams at the right time throughout the course of the year? Whose new players gel quicker than others' players? So, Denver right now does not look good at all. Lakers look fantastic so far this year. Clippers look better than I thought they would. They lost to the Suns in overtime, played a solid game, lost them in overtime. They went to Denver and won, and that's impressive. On a back-to-back, played in Denver. It was during the day yesterday, so they got the extra few hours, like 5 hours, 6 hours. But still, you go from Denver to here, that's not easy. And then come here and win this game in the fashion they wanted. They're long. Defensively, they're pretty darn good. They got a closer in James Harden. Zubac's just hammered him. yesterday. They hammered the Warriors in point paints yesterday, and Zubats was the reason for most of that. So, and that guy, I'm curious to ask Steve this.
Zubats has always owned the Dubs, by the way.
He really has.
Since he was the Lakers, I just feel like he's a Warrior killer. I really do. I've always felt, since he was a rookie, he played really well against
What a heist that was.
Yeah.
Zubats for Muscala. Like, I forget the details of that. I know those were the.
It was a weird trade. I remember thinking, like, why are they giving up on him? It was like,
it might have been
solid.
money.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only thing I can remember is that it was money somehow, some way. Maybe it tied in with the Anthony Davis trade or something to get him over here. I can't remember, but I mean, come on. Muscala for Zubats? I mean, Zubats is like a legit center. Like, he's like a good player. And Muscala, I'm not even sure if he's still in the league anymore. So I think it was a money thing. But anyway, he's really good. Powell's good. They get Kawhi back. They might be better than I thought. I thought they'd struggle to be in the playoff picture. But, I mean, 3 games in, again, give me 20. I don't want to make any proclamations after 3. But they do look better than I thought they were going to look. And last night the Warriors couldn't make a 3 and just were sloppy with the ball. I mean, my goodness, some of the turnovers that they had were just, my goodness, awful. Just awful. Just passes. Yeah, it wasn't like defenses forced all those turnovers. They were throwing the ball all over the yard yesterday. So I think at one point Steph had as many turnovers as he had field goals, 5 each, and that's not great. So I expect some turnovers. They had 21 yesterday.
Ooh.
I expect some turnovers early because they're going to try to play faster, and when you play faster, you expect a few more turnovers, but 21's too many. I don't care how fast you play, and some of the turnovers they had were just needless. Just around the back passes and just over the head left-handed passes. They were just... It wasn't good stuff. They didn't play clean enough to win. They had a chance. They closed it within 1 at the end of the game. And then the Clippers came back and I think had 4 straight, got up by 5, and closed it out from there. So the dream of 82-0 is over.
It's over. 2-1.
Damn.
Back after tomorrow. Can I offer you 21 turnovers to 19 assists? That's not a good ratio.
No, that's a horrible
pretty
ratio.
bad ratio for that game.
And a lot of that was Clipper defense. Like, Clippers were good defensively. Like, they really got up in them, and they like to call it force. Like, they felt them. They played with force last night, offensively and defensively, and I think it caused the Warriors caused them some issues last night. No doubt about it. Getting into their offense and all those things. It was they were badly mistaken.
Here's by the way, we got more bad news for the Warriors. You want some more bad news? That's all we do here on Tall Brink Coast.
I think I already know this one, so I'm braced for it.
Give away tickets to Aftershock Festival, and we got bad news about sports teams across the Bay Area. So Steph Curry going to be out for at least the next 2. They'll reevaluate him Friday with a sprained ankle. They're also going to be without their other point guard, DeAnthony Melton, for the next game at least. He's out with a back strain, and Andrew Wiggins with 29 last night. He's questionable for tomorrow with a back strain.
I broke my back.
It's actual audio. From both Melton and Wiggins. They checked in on their injuries.
Spinal.
So who's running the 1 then? I mean, we'll see how everyone's talked for a week about how deep this team is. Guess we'll find out.
Pajemski, probably.
That's my thought.
I would think Pajemski will run the...
Who's your second one?
Run the 1. Well, it could be Kyle Anderson. Could be Draymond, kind of depending on who's in the game. As far as guards go... I'm trying to think. It ain't Wiggins. It ain't Buddy Hield.
It ain't Peyton.
Ain't Moses Moody, and even Moody Moses. Neither of those guys. So Pajemski and Kyle Anderson probably, and then Draymond kind of handling.
Where's Nico Mannion when you
some
need
of those duties? Nico Mannion's over in Italy, I think.
Dude, yeah.
Man's crushing.
Looking like Sammy Eustace, dude. Yeah.
Crushing pasta, playing some basketball over there. Nico Mannion.
Running around with that hair, dude, yeah.
Oh, the hair was beautiful.
Yeah, he had some locks.
Bear down.
Yeah, he had some lettuce, did Nico Mannion. So, I mean, the rotations will certainly look different. I mean, we talked about how many starting lineups they'll have before. What would you say? What were you asking Steve last week before Christmas?
9. That was a little high. I think 4.5 would have been a fair.
You're getting 2 tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. I'm getting number 2 tomorrow.
Will we get 3 on Wednesday is the other question. Will we have the same? Like you're playing a team back-to-back now. You've got injuries. And will you see what works tomorrow? And then maybe you may have to shuffle, because he did say that to us last week. He said sort of jokingly, and he said, yeah, he does like to tinker. You want to give guys an opportunity early to try to settle in, because they felt like they had a starting lineup with all the depth they have. But we talked to John Dickinson last week. He says, I think at some point you'll kind of round into 9 guys being part of the rotation, sort of elevating themselves. But when there's injuries, you just kind of need the bodies you have. And so I think we could see a mix and match, especially since it's the same opponent on a back-to-back.
Spinal.
Depends on how the game goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could. It could, but then again, it could be, it could be different when they, or is Houston the first game of the road trip? I know they'll go to Houston. I don't know if that's the first game, but.
It's Houston, it's Houston on Saturday.
We'll see how it plays. I still, again, the starting lineup's still a little kind of a work in progress because they go from like a big lineup, right? They go Trace Jackson Davis, Draymond, and Kuminga and Wiggins.
Right.
That's a big lineup. Like that's got some length to it, but I'm not sure how well it spaces the court. And then they go ultra small after that. I'm trying to remember who the second unit was. It was like they come in with Buddy Hield,
Melton,
Gary Payton,
Pajemski.
Yeah, Pajemski, and then who was the?
Was it Moody or was it Kyle
Looney?
Anderson? It was Looney.
Looney.
Yeah, that's right. He played 20 last
Looney.
night.
Yeah, I think Anderson only played a couple minutes last night. He didn't hardly play.
Yeah,
but
4
yeah,
minutes.
it's like a tiny lineup. It's like they go from monster lineup to tiny lineup, and it's just wild to see. And the second unit, Pajemski struggled last night. Buddy Hield couldn't get it going from 3 last night.
Well, from Buddy Buckets to Buddy Brickets, dude.
Buddy was.
It was all love for. Yeah, it's gonna be all season.
Well, I kind of figured he wouldn't shoot 75% from 3.
I was hopeful.
Yeah, for the entirety of if he did, the Warriors are going to be in great shape, absolute great shape. But there's going to be more nights like this, and they're going to do this to teams when they go on the road occasionally too. It's going to be a battle royal. It really is amongst all these teams, and 2 of them we're going to watch the next 2 days. They're going to be right there in the thick of things, and I can't even begin to tell you who. I mean, I think last week on the show, I picked out 4 teams that I think are going to be in the top 4 of the West. It was like Dallas, Portland, or Dallas, Phoenix, and obviously OKC, and I forget if it was Minnesota or whoever. But really, all I feel good about is OKC. I feel strongly they are going to win the West. And I feel really strong about that. Other than that, no clue. I really don't have an idea. What? Maybe the Lakers are good this year. I mean, it's only 3 games, but who knows? Maybe they're good this year. There's question marks about every team, right? You got to wonder about Lakers' health again. Guys getting a little bit older. How many games does LeBron play? Can AD do it back-to-back years? Phoenix, it's about their health. How does Clay fit in Dallas over the long haul? He's looked great so far.
God, I hate it. I hate it already. I didn't think I was going to not like. I didn't think
I'm
I would
happy
care.
for him. Come on, get behind Clay.
No, I'm
Come on,
down.
being
I want to
happy
see
for
Clay succeed. Just don't be too good.
You be good, just don't be too good.
How happy? You know what I mean? How happy are you genuinely
Look,
for
I'm not
friends
be that
when
happy
stuff
for
happens?
him.
I'm happy for him. It was like Bumgarner. It was going well, and then he threw that 7-inning no-hitter with the D-backs. I was like, oh, it was only 7. Yeah, it wasn't really. I don't. You didn't win a World Series here. I'm 3 of them, including a Game 7.
Oh my goodness, great.
Yeah.
So you want all their success to happen here?
Yeah. What's about me?
Okay.
It's about me and my feelings.
No, I get that. I know that. I
want Clay to have a It's like somebody. It's like you break up with someone. You're like, yeah, I wish you well, but you're next. I'm gonna still hold myself higher than the next partner you have. I'm still gonna place myself above them in the.
Look, I hope Clay shoots 0 for 12 when he plays the Warriors.
Oh, I can't wait.
I'm
Next
totally
Tuesday.
fine. I'm totally fine with that.
Tuesday the 12th. We'll be there on hand.
But other than that, he can shoot 80% all he wants to.
Get some promos. Come watch Clay go 0 for 12 for the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, God.
Against your Warriors. Gotta hope Steph's back out there for that game, too. Gotta hope the ankle's good by then. And again, they're not saying it's that serious or thinking that it's that serious.
Yeah, he should be back way before that. Way before that.
Yeah, again, they're reevaluating Friday.
That shouldn't be an issue. But if it is, then wow. But I just I didn't even consider that. I'm kind of suspecting. Now, if he's not back to start the road trip, that wouldn't completely shock me.
No.
But I would guess he'll be back at some point during that road trip, whether it's start of the road trip or at some point during the road trip. But who knows? When they say evaluate Friday, that means they're pretty confident that it's not a huge deal. So they're going to give it a few days, and then they'll look at it and then go from there. It's not, hey, we'll talk to you in a couple weeks. Those are the ones you go, oh, man. Because if you're out that long, Then you need the days to practice, and then you got to go 3-on-3. Then you got to go 5-on-5. Like, they have a whole ramp-up process there. I think most teams probably do too now. Back in my day, I was like, you feeling good? All right, you're in. We're good. You're playing. Like, okay.
He was out yesterday. Now he's back. Yeah, now he's in.
No ramping up process. It was like, you're good. You're in there. Go. Let's go. Tape it up. Let's go. Now it's like, you're good. Okay, 3-on-3, 5-on-5. It usually takes like 3 or 4 days for that process. So that could be 1 or 2 games. But when it's only like 5 days, so it'll be what? Yeah, 5 days. He hurt himself Sunday night, twisted the ankle Sunday night, and then Friday the reevaluate. So, yeah.
They have a game Saturday against Houston. By the way, a road trip is no easy trip, but just in terms of distance and number of games, they'll play Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. So you're playing 5.
Yeah.
You're playing like every other day, 5 games: Houston, Washington, Boston, Cleveland, and OKC.
Yeah, that's the what was that? 4 games, 5 nights.
4 games and 5 nights.
That's old school. That's old school road trip. They didn't do that much.
No, it looks like it's 3 games. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think it's 4 games.
It's 3 and 5. It's Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Saturday,
Sunday.
Monday. Oh, so
it's every other day for a week, is what it is.
Oh, okay, so it's not 4 and 5.
It's every other day for a week, but it's after a back-to-back. They get 2 days off before Saturday.
Yeah, ours used to be like Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Like, you'd knock off 4 games in a week. Like, he'd leave on Sunday, he'd be back home on Saturday and knock off 4 games. Those are brutal. The 4th game was a rough one, man. That was a rough one because you're already tired. You played 3 and 4, and then you got to fly because we had to fly as well the day of. You get up, take the first flight out, so you get out at 6, fly to the new city, maybe get there.
You would fly day of game?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh crap! You'd fly at like 6 a.m. and then you'd play that night at like 7.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, you had to because the game didn't end until 10:30.
Yeah, dude, Jordan's the best player.
Yeah,
yeah, Jordan's the best player ever. Yeah.
Yeah, so we went
yeah, Michael Jordan's the best player of all time. Then stop the arguments. Like, there's no treatment. You know what I mean? In PB&J, you got Chuck showering in his uniform to keep it clean. No wonder I buy that, dude. No, now it all makes sense. They were flying day of game.
There you go.
Jordan's the best player ever. There's no question.
Well, probably till 92. When he was winning his championships, they were probably chartering by that point.
Yeah, but he was still going to Atlantic City. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he
had to recover from the night of gambling and cigar smoking.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't team prescribed, but sure. Yeah, he did what he wanted to do. Oh, yeah, because you couldn't fly the night of because there's no flights going out. Nobody had charters back then.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
So you just get up and wake up at and you couldn't get to bed till like 1 or 2 just because you're all wired from the game.
Hopped up on Mountain Dew.
Yeah, so I'd go watch Sports Center, grab a 6-pack of beer or something, and just hang out in the room and have a couple beers.
A gallon of milk and a box of Pop-Tarts, and Tom Tolbert's happy, dude.
Oh, man, I was out. I was so happy.
Makes you think about that line in Airplane where Kareem's probably really pissed then. You know what I mean? He's actually really upset.
Yeah.
He's probably flying himself to a game.
Have to call and set up 2 wake-up calls because we didn't have any phones, so you couldn't set your alarm on the phone. You actually had to rely on the wake-up call. So I was always kind of paranoid, so I got 2 of them. I was like, okay, I need to give me a call at 5 and 5:15 just to make sure. If I'm up at 5, then still call me at 5:15 because what if I fall back asleep? So 5, I had everything packed the night before, so I'd get up. I was like, hop in the shower real quick sometimes not. And then get down to the bus at 5:45, head to the airport, fly in, go to the city, either go shoot around or go to the hotel and go back to sleep for a couple hours.
And then come on, drop 9. Yeah.
Oh, go on, drop 9 on 50% shooting on 4.5 for 9.
Sounds like I'm here for 9 and 4 tonight, dude. And I'm gonna get back on the plane and head home. Tolbert and Cokes with you.
Try and stop me.
The glove.
Tolbert and
the plug.
Yeah, the plug. Monday afternoon, we'll get into more 49er football talk with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. Brent Jones at 4:50, and the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, joins us at 5:30, his usual time for his weekly conversation. Matt Mayoko next on The Sports Leader. Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the 49ers win over the Cowboys. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, I know a lot of people have this issue each and every year, and you're here to help with it. What do people do if they can't pay their taxes?
They call us, and there's so much we want to do for you. When you can't pay your taxes, you feel like you're drowning in 1,000 feet of water. You feel frustrated. You don't know what to do. You're scared, and a lot of people make a mistake. They stick their head in the sand. Don't do that. Don't wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. There's so many good solutions. Whether you qualify for an offer in compromise where you just pay part and they forgive the rest, or we get you monthly installments, monthly payments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or we get the penalties forgiven. Sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or if the problem was caused by your former spouse or former business partner, we shift it over to them where it belongs, away from you, and a lot of other good solutions. The only thing you have to do is call up for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve Moskowitz help. 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Faithful, here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. We do it every Monday with our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, Matt Mayoko, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's going on, Matt? How are you?
I'm doing well. How's everybody there?
Pretty good. We've been talking about, obviously, the game yesterday, and I guess my key takeaway, I guess I said to Tom, was after yesterday's game, and we were talking about it before the game on the pregame show, like, was there anything you could see from the Niners yesterday that would change your perspective about their potential for the future this season relative to how the first half has gone? And I think from what we saw yesterday, I don't feel that different about the defense, but because of the performances of the young players and then some positive potential news for a Christian McCaffrey return, maybe Debo and Juwan after the bye, I feel like their potential is still there to make a run for this division based on what we saw the young guys do yesterday.
Yeah, and I would also put Dre Greenlaw in. Kyle Shanahan said today that basically after the bye week, they'll kind of look at Dre Greenlaw as being week to week. So, at that point, after this coming week, there is a possibility that, almost any time after that Greenlaw can join the party too. And I think a week from today is the day that, as long as nothing significant happens, no big setback, today is the day they're pointing at to open up the practice window, designate McCaffrey for return. So I do think that, there is reason for optimism, even though, there have been a couple of big injuries with Javon Hargrave more than likely out for the year unless they make a deep postseason run. Of course, Brandon Ayuk is out for the season. But, I don't think I just look around the landscape of the NFL and particularly the NFC, and, there aren't a whole lot of great teams. I think Detroit probably right now is quite clearly the best team in the NFC, but the 49ers probably have more room than just about any team in the league to get better over the second half of the season. Not to say that it's going to be easy for them to win the division, because now I think you look at all four of those teams, and they're all basically the same team right now as far as just how they look in the first half. But no, I do think that the possibility is there for the 49ers to make a run.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, nice enough to join us. He does every single Monday throughout the course of the year. Where's your confidence in this defense right now? Because last night they had this game kind of locked away, put in the fridge, and then all of a sudden somebody's sneaking into the fridge, grabbing stuff, and you're like, what the hell's going on here? Thought we had this thing that's salted away. I think that's where it comes down to, like the defense in the second half, but where are you at there? Do they need, I know they're getting Greenlaw back and maybe Hufanga will come back, but do they need help at edge? Do they need help at defensive tackle? Are you hearing anything about what they may go after and to try and shore up that defense? Or do you think they have the pieces to still be a top 10-ish defense, let's say?
I don't know that they have the pieces to be a top 10-ish defense. I think the thing that wins games defensively is you need to get constant, solid, steady pressure on the quarterback. And other than Bosa, I don't know that they have that. And the hope, of course, when they signed Leonard Floyd to a 2-year, $20 million contract was that he would be that guy. And now, I mean, he kind of seems to me to be, third in line behind Sam Okolanu, who's turned out to be, looks like a good player. So I don't know what the price would be for them to get somebody. I mean, I don't think they'd be able to get a top-flight guy. I doubt that they would get a huge name like the big name they got last year at this time, Chase Young. But to me, that's where they could do something. And for all the talk last week about them going out and getting a wide receiver, I would think that that's less of a priority for them than getting somebody to help on the defensive line. So, the defense has been absolute middle of the pack in just about every imaginable way. They're not as good on third downs as they have been, although yesterday's game, they started off really bad on third downs and ended up stopping them on 7 straight third downs. Now, Cowboys did convert a fourth down or two along the way, but that would be the area. Greenlaw certainly helps things. I mean, he would certainly help their third down defense as long as when he comes back, he's the Dre Greenlaw we remember him being. So, is that a big if? I don't know. But defensive line-wise, they're just going to have to patch it together and figure out some rotations, some combinations that work with the constant being Bosa.
Matt Mayoko, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Matt, what's J.P. Mason's status as of right now? I know yesterday AC joint injury. He was down for a while. I mean, you were there. You saw it. And he got up and he ran off the field under his own power, and then he went right to the running back group. He didn't go to a trainer, it looked like, when he came out with the injury, and then was still kind of there. It seemed to me like it was the same situation as the first time he was hurt. What's his status as of now?
Exactly. So it is the same shoulder, same injury, aggravated it. My guess would be that if they didn't, or if they had a game this week, that he would not play. But because they have the 2 weeks, a better chance of him being out there. It seemed to be a pain management thing when he returned to action against Kansas City, and then in this game. And as you can tell, he was in a lot of discomfort. But, that comes at a time where maybe they won't need him 2 weeks from now. Maybe Christian McCaffrey is back, and then they can have McCaffrey and Garendo as the backup and Patrick Keller as the third guy. But I don't think it's a long-term injury, but it very well could be a week or 2 or 3.
Wasn't it fun after the game to not have to talk about the special teams?
Yeah. I wonder what the Cowboys beat reporters were doing that. I mean, would they have like 4 or 5 penalties, including the guy who basically wrote the rule.
Yeah.
Fossil. They didn't have the guys lined up properly on the kickoffs, like twice. I guess I know apparently as much about the rule as he did. So yeah, there was that. They did a good job on Turpin, keeping his yards down. And the 49ers, they were other than the shank kickoff that went out of bounds, it was as good as it gets for the 49ers special teams.
And probably as good. Well, maybe I shouldn't say as good, but they played really well up front. I thought the offensive line was really good. How do you read that? Because the front seven, especially the front four of the Cowboys, is decimated. In fact, a lot of the times last night they went to a 6-man front that made it really hard on the Niners to try to run against that. But I don't know what to make of it, that the running lanes were pretty solid last night. Garendo ran the ball well. Protection for the most part was really good. But I don't really know exactly kind of how to gauge that with this defensive front for the Cowboys lacking so many of their impact players.
Well, I don't think the 49ers offensive line is nearly as bad as I think the fan base believes it is. I just don't think that you can have whatever they are, the third-ranked offense in the league, they're top, whatever they are. Maybe they're 5 in rushing and 3, 4, or 5 in passing. I just don't think you can be that prolific as far as where you're ranking in yards per game and have a bad offensive line. I think the offensive line is good enough to win, no doubt. It's probably a top 10, probably closer to 10 than 1, but I do think that it's probably a top 10 offensive line in the league. So, if the question, and I know fans have asked me, could they make a trade for a starting offensive lineman? I don't know what that trade would look like, how they could get a guy to assimilate into this offense, which is not easy for offensive linemen to learn. I don't know what position they could possibly go out and get a starter. I don't see that happening at all. I think the offensive line is fine. And I thought last night they probably had one of their better games when you look at 36 carries, more than 200 and basically 225 yards rushing. Purdy had time to throw. When he didn't, sometimes he ran, and sometimes when he had time, he ran and picked up some yards. So I thought it was offensively. There was a couple times, obviously in the first half they struggled a little bit stringing some first downs together. Second half started off really well, where that offense looked good first 3 possessions, and after that it kind of slogged down a little bit. But what I asked Kyle Shanahan today, about just kind of taking the temperature of how he feels about this team 8 games in. And he said he felt that they are, that there's the room for improvement. That's encouraging. They expect to get better. He feels like they're improving, and that the second half, has to be a lot better than the first half, which is pretty clear if they're going to make a run. But they haven't totally wrecked the season, even though they had some really bad losses to Arizona and to the Rams. They have a chance. I mean, they're 4-4. 2 other teams in the division are 4-4. The Rams are a half game back. So the story of this season has yet to be written.
Matt, would you? I know people criticize Kyle for play calling and not being aggressive in certain situations. Would you have called the Brock Purdy 2-yard run at the goal line, the keeper, an aggressive call?
Well, you know what? It's funny because I sit next to Tim Kawakami, and
Right.
we were going through what they should do there. And I think we both agreed that 2 straight quarterback sneaks were the way to go.
Yeah.
And
You were
so
right. You were right, Matt. Good on you.
It was third and goal from the 2, and so we both were like, I mean, quarterbacks, it's 4-down territory at that point, and clearly, if you're going to sneak it on 3rd and 2 or 3rd and goal from the 2, you're going to go again for it on 4th down. And so we thought, you know what? I don't think the Cowboys can stop them on 2 straight quarterback sneaks. And it turned out they didn't need 2 straight. All they needed was the 1.
Any problems whatsoever when they got up 27-10? They had the 1 drive, then 2 3-and-outs. I just got through watching them, and I don't know. I didn't have any issues with the play calling. I know some people wanted a run on the 3rd and 1 that Purdy almost got picked after it got tipped. But again, when they have a 6-man front, it's just hard to run against a 6-man front. So I didn't really have a problem with it.
Yeah, they got stuffed on 2nd and 1, right?
Exactly. Yep. Garendo got stuffed.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess that's the nature of the beast. Any play that doesn't work is a bad play call.
True.
That's the way it works.
I mean, my whole point was, like, when you have 470 yards of offense over the course of a game, then the play calling isn't an issue. The offense isn't an issue. Like that's a ton of yards in an NFL game. Again, I haven't really had much of a problem with the offense this year. I mean, you're gonna have plays here or there that you look at and kind of question and wonder, what Kyle is thinking there, like what the thought process was there. Just like I'm sure he goes through every game and thinks, you know what, maybe I could have had that one better. I could have do that one over, blah, blah, blah. But it's really just been about the defense. Like, I don't know if you feel the same way, but the defense is it. If the defense can tighten up, then I think they're going to be fine. At least give themselves a chance, because I think the offense will be fine, whether McCaffrey's here or not. They'll be better with him. Of course they will. But they've been good enough to win games. It's really been the defensive lack of stopping people on 3rd downs and just not being able to get a stop when you need to get a stop that's cost them games.
Yeah, well, I would say for the offense, it's lack of red zone production for most of the season.
Yes. Yeah, I forgot
and then
that.
also the turnovers. I think that I would assume their turnovers are up from a year ago. And those 2 are the areas where Purdy has thrown. My guess is he would have more interceptions at this point than he had last year at this point. So those are 2 areas. I really do think it all kind of ties together. I think that we could come up with 2 areas on offense that need to get better, a couple areas on defense that need to get better, and then I guess probably every area of special teams that needs to get better. But maybe they took some baby steps in that direction too.
So what are your thoughts heading into the second half? Like, when you look at this and you try to see where the Niners are right now, kind of look at their schedule, which is daunting, and then the division, which isn't daunting. It's right there to be had. 10 wins is going to get it done, I would imagine. I don't think anybody's winning 11 in this division. I mean, how you feeling about where the Niners are right now?
Well, they did miss a great opportunity, to have a 2-game lead heading into the bye week. Not only
Two
that,
right now.
yeah, they had that opportunity, to run the table, or at least win every NFC West game up to this point. They should have done that. Now I do think that they do have to at 4-4. If they win their 3 division games, they should be fine, because they'll pick up another couple games here and there.
Yep.
And if the 49ers run the table in the NFC West second half of the year, I don't think another team is going to win 10 games. So therefore, it might just take them to win 9 games and then have the tiebreaker for best division record. So I think they're in good shape. There was a point where I thought, well, Seattle's not running away with it. And, Arizona's not running away with it.
Yeah.
And now I think I put the 49ers in it too. 49ers aren't going to run away with this. So I think every team is probably going to be in the mix into the middle of December. Unless the 49ers are the one team, I think, that has the chance to get hot and pull away. But when you're talking about Tampa, and Tampa doesn't look as scary. That was kind of one of those scary games, I think, on the schedule for a long time. Maybe that's a game that they that they should win. Then Seattle back home, and then you have 2 extraordinarily difficult games. 2 really tough games. So if they can split these next 4 games, they're okay. If they go 3-1 in these next 4 games, I think they're golden.
Yeah.
Matt Mayoko, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Matt, appreciate the time as always. Have a nice week, and we'll talk to you next Monday.
Sounds great. Talk to you later, guys.
Thanks, Matt.
Great stuff there from our 49ers insider, Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area. Read him, watch him, listen to him on the 49ers Talk podcast with Jennifer Lee Chan. They do a great job with that. And you can listen to that hit if you missed any of it up on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Kittle set records yesterday for, joined some legends in the 49ers annals and the record books. We'll talk more about that when we come on back, as well as the question we have to ask. Brent Jones joins us at 4:50. Is George Kittle now the greatest ever 49er tight end? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. The 49ers beat the Cowboys again last night, 30-24, to put them at 4-4 into the bye week. Call now at 415-808-KNBR to give us what you liked, didn't like, and what you were drinking during last night's win.
Listen anywhere, anytime on the KNBR app. Now back to Tolbert and Kurps.
Tolbert, Kurps, how you guys doing, man?
I'm good, dude.
On the Sports Leader.
Play action to Guerrero. Brock at a load up. Brock throws over the middle. George Kittle with another reception. And this one is for history. He has passed the great Dwight Clark for the third most receiving yards in 49ers history behind only Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens.
An honor, just thankful that I got to be a part of an organization, with a very high standard of how they play football. Thankful that, they've kept me around for a long time and every single day striving to be better than I was the day before and continually prove that, I need to be on the San Francisco 49ers roster. So, be on a list with any of those names. I mean, any list that you're on with Jerry Rice is a good thing. But to be with all those other guys is fantastic. And, it's just an honor. And I think I learned in college was you want to leave your jersey in a better place. And that's all I'm striving to do every single day. And I know all those guys did that.
That's a dude to get behind, man. That's a guy you love to play with. Great teammate. Has done great things for the position. National Tight End Day. We talked about J.J. Watt. Tweeted out yesterday saying, has any position in sports history ever promoted themselves in the way the current tight ends have? And the tight end position has evolved. I mean, I think, Kellen Winslow, you go back to a big receiving tight end, then Tony Gonzalez, Antonio Gates, and then the position has evolved. There used to be like 3 of them. In the last 5 or 6 or 7 years, it's exploded. And there's a lot of good tight end play across the NFL. Again, yesterday, 177 catches, 15 touchdowns by tight ends. Incredible number for one afternoon of football. George Kittle, not only did he surpass Dwight Clark to move into third all-time for Niners receiving yards, he's at 67-77, so 6,777 yards. 700. It's 3 sevens, okay? 6-7-7-7.
Jackpot.
27 yards more than Dwight Clark now. And there's a damn good chance he's like 1,800 yards behind Terrell Owens. There's a damn good chance he moves into number 2 all time when it's all said and done. And by the way, he's done it in 105 games at this point. He was drafted back in 2017, so he's done this in 105 games. And his catch percentage is higher than that of Terrell Owens. They didn't keep track of that for Jerry Rice, but his catch rate at 72.7, which is damn good. I mean, you throw a ball in Kittle's direction, I expect him to come down with it. Right? I mean, pretty much anywhere. He's got a huge catch radius. He can go up and get balls, and he'll catch balls into his gut. He'll reach out and do it with his hands. I mean, we talk about what a great blocker he is. He's an awesome receiver.
I'm going to say it wasn't as good as Jerry's.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but it wasn't Jerry's. Well, dude, it's funny. It's so funny saying,
go ahead.
Well, it's funny saying third all time, because then you go, well, Jerry's 1 and T.O.'s 2. You go, man, he might catch T.O. That's potential for that. He ain't catching Jerry.
He ain't catching
Jerry. Has got 11,000 more receiving yards than Terrell Owens. Jerry at 19,247, which is incredible. Terrell Owens at 85.72.
It's silly. It's just silly. But I tell you this, I don't wear jerseys because I'm a man. I don't wear another man's jersey. But if I did, Kittle would be the guy that I would wear. Like, Kittle would be the jersey that I would wear, and Kittle's the guy that I would have a jersey, like a Niner jersey, more so than Rice, Young, Lott, whoever. Like, all-time Niner, that would be my guy. Like, I love that guy so much. He's so different, and he's just so free, and I love the way he goes about his business. I mean, he loves wrestling, and I love that about him. I love that he's a big wrestling guy. I love that he's physical as hell. I love the fact that he blocks and catches. It's almost like a two-way player in basketball. They play defense and offense. Go figure. You play both ends of the court. Like, he does both things. You want to block? You want to run the ball? Don't need to take him out. Passing situation? Don't need to take him out. They talk about 3 down backs and 3 down linebackers. He's a 3 down tight end. He'll do it all for you. And he's so good at it. He's athletic enough. He has enough wiggle to run the routes, get open, shake dudes, and then blast dudes. Like, I just love the way he goes about his business. I've always said it's him and Debo that infuse that toughness, that physicality, that violence into the offense. Defensively, it's probably Fred Warner and Greenlaw, maybe even more Greenlaw. Like, those guys are just violent. And I think that's kind of who the Niners have been. I think they're missing a little of that this year, but that's who they've been when they're at their best. They're just like the most physical team on the football field, and I think he's brought that here from his days at Iowa. where you had to block because they didn't throw much. And he's brought it to the 49ers, and he's just been a guy you could count on every single year. He's like dependable. You plug George in, you know what you're going to get from him. He doesn't complain if he doesn't get the ball thrown to him. He's just as happy to go out there and stuff dudes into the ground than he is catching a ball. Like, that's who he is, and I totally believe him when he says that. I think a lot of guys say that, but probably don't mean it's like, I got to block. I'll do it, but I'd rather catch the ball, of course. Like, he just loves that part of the game. So out of all the guys, like, he's not the greatest. He's not even in the top 10 of 49ers. There's so many great 49ers over the years. But, yeah, if I did, I don't, but if I did wear a jersey, that dude would be the guy that I would wear. George Kittle is the bleeping man.
So let me put this on the list of things that Tom rejects. No umbrellas.
No umbrellas.
No long pants. You got to rock shorts.
No long pants.
Weather be damned. No straws, even for milkshakes. We've confirmed that.
No straws.
Even for milkshakes. And now no jerseys for any athletes.
Straws is going to be tough now with the mustache. I mean, with the milkshake would be a rough one. I might just have to bypass my milkshakes from this point on.
Just get rid of milk. Now, no milkshakes go on the list because
and
of the
no
mustache.
gloves. Use your hands like a man.
No gloves
Don't bring
for
a
what?
glove to the ballpark.
Don't bring a mitt. Yeah, okay.
Don't bring a mitt. Yeah. You catch it with your bare hands.
See, I've always been a proponent of, like, no jerseys of somebody younger than me.
Yeah, I'm just no jerseys, period. Look, I'm 58. Whose jersey am I going to wear that's not younger than me?
Well,
Everybody's younger than me.
You endorse Tim Webb rocking a Logan Webb jersey?
That one I'll accept because it's his name. I'll accept that because it's his name. Look, to be honest, I don't care. If you like wearing jerseys, wear a damn jersey. I don't care. I'm just not wearing a jersey. And part of it's because I wore a pro jersey. I wore an actual authentic pro jersey.
Maybe a Jalen Tolbert then for you? Maybe one of those?
That was an authentic. No.
Number one?
No.
Come on.
I'm not wearing a Jalen Tolbert jersey.
Why not?
Because I'm not wearing a Tom Tolbert jersey. I'm not wearing any Tolbert jersey.
Come on, Tom.
I'm not wearing a Ray Tolbert. I'm not wearing a Tony Tolbert. I'm not wearing a Matt Tolbert. I'm not wearing a Tolbert jersey. So it ain't happening. Nope, and nope. Last jersey I wore was probably when I was in my 20s. Dan Marino jersey. I think I wore. It's a sweet Dolphin jersey too.
That's what I mean. Like, he's older than you. You can still rock that.
Yeah, no, not a chance. No, I'm not. I don't rock jerseys anymore.
Would you rock?
No, I wouldn't. No.
Okay. Well, what about?
No.
What's
if it's a jersey? No.
What about an LA Knights jersey?
LA Knights jersey?
Yeah, like Mike.
No, I wouldn't. The only jersey I would rock, I certainly would not rock a jersey with a name on the back. But if I wore a jersey, just to like wear a jersey without the name, I'd be a hockey sweater. The hockey, I used to wear hockey jerseys all the time. I used to have those back when I was playing for the Clippers.
So you'd wear a Jalen Tolbert hockey jersey?
No, I wouldn't wear Jalen Tolbert hockey
Jalen Tolbert
jersey.
Dallas Stars.
Yeah,
You'd rock one of those. Okay, so by the way, George Kittle, not only did he surpass Dwight Clark for third all-time in Niner receiving yards, he joins Jerry Rice, Terrell Owens, Roger Craig, and Dwight Clark as the only Niner receivers in history with at least 500 receptions, and he's going to move into third all-time there. He's only 7 catches behind Dwight Clark and 8 behind Roger Craig, 92 behind T.O., so he legitimately could put up more numbers. And surprisingly, by the way, Tim Webb made a good point just a minute ago to me from behind the glass. He said, think about all the quarterbacks George Kittle's had to play with, too. I mean, from C.J. Beathard to Jimmy Garoppolo. Hell, he set that single-season tight end receiving record with Nick Mullins as his quarterback at the back part of that season. So it's not like Mahomes and Travis Kelce and the connection that they've had. He said Brock Purdy now as well. Trey Lance was in there for a minute. So he's done all this with so many different quarterbacks. Are you ready to call him the best tight end of all time over Brent Jones as a 49er?
Yes. I mean, I hate to say it. Like, he's not my favorite, of course. I love George Kittle, but come on, Brent's my guy.
Yeah.
Brent's my guy, but I think he's probably the greatest tight end in the history of the 49ers. You know what? I should have asked Brent that. I will ask him next week. But I know what Brent will say. Yes, he is, because that's who Brent is. I don't think Brent's going to say, no, I'm the best. But, you know, Brent does have the rings, and Brent was really, really good. But I don't know that Brent was considered the best tight end in the game when he was playing. Where Kittle is, I mean, it kind of comes and goes, right? It's him, Kelce, has kind of been the guy over the last few years. Ertz was the guy there for a while, so Laporta is kind of the new guy on the block. So, but I think so. I think it's between him and Brent, and I think the blocking probably edges him out, edges Brent out a little bit, but it's tight. I hate saying that for my guy. Yeah, you know what? He is my guy. Screw it. He's better than Kittle. I'll go with Brent. I changed my mind.
You just rambled until you decided to change your mind.
I did. I did. I wanted to go with Kittle because I like Kittle a lot too, but I got to go with my guy. You know what? I just got to go with my guy. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
I don't care who the best is.
I'm going Steve over Joe, dude. I'm going Steve. He's my guy. I'm going Steve over Joe. I have to.
Of course, you have to.
I was anyway because he was my guy. When I was like, I didn't really watch Joe.
Yeah, we'll go. Yeah, absolutely.
I got to pick one.
Absolutely. I mean, how can I even say that? I guess I said it because I think Kittle's really good. I really, really do.
So good you'd wear his jersey if you wore one.
I would. If I wore jerseys, I would wear his jersey. And his attitude has more to do with it than just anything.
So Kittle and Calvin Cambridge, those are the only two jerseys you'd rock.
Excuse me?
Calvin Cambridge, LA Knights. We just went through this. What are we talking about today? Come on.
Oh, I forgot already.
You were on the call. Tolbert and Copes.
I was?
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon.
Isn't he lean?
He's lean. He's mean. He's
13.
Yeah.
I think he was.
He's not anymore now.
Was he number 13?
Hannah Storm was on the call, Copes.
Hannah Storm.
Yes, thank you.
It's incredible like Mike knowledge from Derek Papa. All right. We will by the way, catch up with Brent Jones at 4:50 and talk to, well, you didn't ask him that question, but we'll talk to him. You actually recorded with him earlier because he had he got a charity event today. Always give it back, Brent Jones. And then Steve Kerr.
Big-time giver.
Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, joins us at 5:30. We'll get into a little World Series baseball, by the way, too, at a little bit later, about 5:15, just because the Game 3 is going down tonight at Yankee Stadium. God, it's such a bummer, dude. I just even thinking about it kind of pisses me off. You know what I mean? Having to pick Dodgers, Yankees, I had to pick between one of them. It's like having to pick between Derek and Tim. I don't like either of these options.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? They both stink. When we come on back, if Dak Prescott's worth $60 million.
It's like, what STD do you want? Do you want herpes or gonorrhea?
You know what? That's what we'll do next on the Sports
Leader. Consider me chlamydia.
KNBR, the sports leader.
The big story in the NBA, Calvin Cambridge. The 4'8" Dynamo has now signed a lucrative contract with the Knights. And no wonder after he led them to a come-from-behind win over the Spurs. With 27 points, the kid was unbelievable.
Did I just see the Admiral saluting him at the end of the game? You know, Cambridge's contract makes him the youngest and the shortest person ever to sign a deal with the NBA. He's lean, he's mean, he's 13.
What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. Good segue here, by the way. If you want to play a role in deciding the future of your country and your city, you have a powerful tool to do that. It's your vote. But remember, you can't vote if you're not registered. Now is the time to take action, and it couldn't be any easier. All you have to do is visit sfelections.gov/register. Only takes a few minutes to complete the registration application. That's sfelections.gov/register to participate in the upcoming November 5th election and encourage your family and friends to do the same.
Colbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
They're going to go for it on 4th down on their own 25-yard line. Here's the game. Dak chased out of there by Leonard Floyd. Throws down the right sideline. Incomplete. The Niners take over on downs.
That was the Cowboys' final play of the game last night. 0 for 4 there on that drive. Pick up no yards, and they turn it over on downs. Niners end up winning 30-24. And, I mean, Dak Prescott signed a $60 million contract right at the start of the season. On the eve of the season, right? Or a week before, coming right into the start of this year. And so already there's been questions after Brock Purdy's game last week and people thinking, oh, he fell off and you can't pay him that money and he's not the same quarterback. Again, we've talked about this at length. $60 million is just the price of doing business now with a starting quarterback in the NFL. He may not be the most elite. He may not be the best, but you have to have one. You have to have one who operates your offense, and that's what it costs to have one who's at least a quality player. And again, Dak's not a bad player by any stretch. He got MVP votes last year. But, I mean, at $60 million, I think people look at that, and I think Brock's agent looks at that and goes, well, if he's worth 60, what's my guy worth? And I think it's a fair question.
I would say right around there.
Yep.
Like, that's the neighborhood he's in. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I don't know if it's going to be 60, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was, or more. Who knows what it's going to be, but it's going to be a lot more than we thought it was. A couple years ago, we were going, oh, you better get ready to pay Purdy, 42, 43, 45, maybe even $1 million.
It's chump change, dude.
Not even close anymore. I mean, not even close, way off. Like, I wasn't even close on that one. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of jack that he'll be bringing home next year, and rightfully so. And, yeah, it's supply and demand, right? There's a lot of demand and not a lot of supply, and that's good for the quarterbacks because they're going to get that type of money. Because if you're the Cowboys, even if you didn't think he was worth 60, does it really matter? Where are you going? Well, where are you going to go then?
Or are you going to go?
You're screwed.
Well, where are you going to go?
You're screwed. It's like, okay, now what do you go? Cooper Rush? Like Trey Lance? Like that's what we have? So the drop-off is so severe. Like it just, we saw what happened to the Dolphins. I mean, Tua's not even one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league. He goes out and it's like just, I mean, that was, in my estimation, partly the Dolphins' fault for not kind of looking ahead. And
they couldn't operate without him.
This is a possibility. He has gotten concussions before. Maybe we need to have a competent backup. But the point being, they're not the only team that if the starting quarterback gets hurt and the second string comes in, it's like, oh boy, we're in trouble. Like, so that lets you know how valuable quarterbacks are because there's just not a lot of them. And hell, there's starters that you don't even want running your team at this point. So what are we looking at? Maybe 20 guys, maybe low 20s that like you feel like, okay, we're in pretty good shape with them. Right? We could win with them. Can we win big with them? Depending on how good the rest of our team is, right? Your team doesn't have to be quite as good the better your quarterback is. But there's not a lot of those guys. You miss a receiver, that's a big deal, but you can still function. Miss a running back, still function. Lineman, still function. Like, just about everybody else you can function. And they probably would be able to function in Dallas, even with Parsons being out, if Lawrence and a couple other guys weren't hurt. Like, their edges are just decimated. And when you start getting guys hurt at the same position, multiple guys, then you're really, really in trouble. But one guy doesn't have the impact the quarterback does. That's why they get paid these mega salaries. And you're like, holy cow, you got to be kidding me. They're giving that much money to him? Well, it's not that are they worth it. It's where are you going to go? Who are you going to get? Every other position you can find someone where the drop-off isn't nearly as severe. Purdy's proven he's a legit quarterback. I don't care where you rank him. I said I'd have him like 5 or 6. You could have him 10, you could have him 15, you could have him 18, 20. It would be way too low, but even if you did, you still get a lot of money. You still get a ton of money for those guys. So, yeah, they're going to have to budget for that, and this is kind of like this year and last year, the last two kind of free roll years where the Purdy monster money isn't going to factor into the salary cap.
So what'd you say, 10? You're like, if you have him 10 or whatever? Like
I had him like 5 or 6, but if you had him 10, or even if you had him top 15, you're still paying a ton of money for somebody. But yeah, what are the top 10 guys?
So 10 is Kyler Murray.
Okay.
46-1 this year.
Okay. Wow.
9 is Jalen Hurts. He's at 51.
51.
8 is Lamar, 52.
Okay.
7 is Herbert, 52.5. 6 is Goff, 53. 2 is at 5, and he's making 53.1. Trevor Lawrence is at 4, dude, making $55 million. Jordan Love is at 3, making 55. Burrow's at 2 at 55, and then Dak is the highest at 60. He signed right at the start of the season a 4-year extension worth $240 million, including $231 guaranteed, and they handed him one big fat check at $80 million for a signing bonus.
Yeah, if I had to guess, low end's probably 58. High end's the highest paid quarterback in the game for the time being. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
Because I don't see why the Niners look at him and say he can't do what Dak can do better than Dak can do it, or right around there. And he signed a year later. It's not that Trevor Lawrence and Tua are better than Lamar Jackson, or even you didn't even say Mahomes
because he's number 13. He's at number 13. He's 45.
I mean, it's not about your worth. It's about when you sign.
Josh Allen's at 14. You know what I mean? Because at 43. Yeah. And again, when Dan Jones signed his contract and he's at 15 at $40 million, that's what we were talking about. We were going, oh man, Brock's going to get 40, 45. Dan Jones right now is about to play a Monday Night Football game where he's 0-7 on Monday Night Football. You know what I mean? And he's got no guaranteed money after this year on that contract, and they can get out of this thing. But in terms of like Dak going head-to-head with Brock Purdy, to that point, 4th consecutive game that Dak has lost to the 49ers, including the playoffs. He's been 5 touchdowns, 8 picks in those 4 games. Purdy's 3-0 against the Cowboys, including the postseason, and has outperformed Dak in every game. I mean, if you're an agent, you've got the perfect note to walk up against the number 1 quarterback in the league and say, we never lose to this guy, and my guy performs in these games in spades and in prime time and in the biggest moments. He's been here for everything. So I'm with you. 58.
Here's all I care about tonight. Do the Giants cover in prime time?
That I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. What's the spread on this one?
That's what I need to know. I kind of hope they do.
What's the spread in this game?
Kind of 6. 6.5.
And you took him?
I did. Do I feel good about it? No. I mean, anytime you have Daniel Jones as your quarterback, you're not feeling.
You bet on Daniel Jones
great,
tonight.
But I'm not betting on him.
You are.
I'm betting against the Steelers.
Okay.
I'm betting against the Steelers.
This is your Yankee Dodger quip.
Exactly what it is. Sometimes you bet on a team. Sometimes you bet against the team, and you just happen to have the other team. Like, I feel like I didn't choose the Giants. They were given to me because I chose against the Steelers. And the reasons I went against the Steelers is Steelers are fantastic as underdogs under Mike Tomlin. And they're not good as favorites. They're not good at all as favorites. They looked incredible last week, which I think works out well. Wilson comes in, and he was really, really good. And I think that's bumped the line up a little bit. And the Giants have a really good defensive front, too. I think they lead the league in sacks. Like, they get after you from a defensive line standpoint. So I'm just kind of hoping they can hang in there, muddle it up a little bit, score, 17 maybe, and not do too many stupid things, and just kind of hang in there. But this is a play against Russell Wilson being able to repeat the performance of last game, and the fact that Mike Tomlin's not good as a favorite. So there you go. Am I happy? No. I'm not happy with that.
You bet it. You're saying, am I happy? No, I'm not.
No, I'm not. I'm not happy with the Giants. I'm not.
Rather have Tommy Cutlets out there, to be honest with you.
I love Tommy Cutlets.
Where's Tommy DeVito?
Here we go, Tommy Cutlets. So we'll see how it goes for me. I'll know early on how it's going. If they can hang in there a little bit, then I feel okay. But if they get down a couple scores, in trouble.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Brent Jones, our weekly conversation with Brent Jones is coming up next. He had a charity thing earlier, or I guess this afternoon, so Tom had this convo with him earlier in the day, but he's got to feel happy about beating the Dallas Cowboys yet again, and National Tight End Day. George Kittle goes off. He surpasses Dwight Clark for 3rd all-time in 49er receiving yards. He joins Jerry Rice, T.O., Roger Craig, and Dwight Clark as the only 49ers player with 500 career receptions as a 49er. Brent Jones joins us next, and then Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Warriors, at 5:30. That's all coming up only here on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan told reporters that Deebo Samuel will be reevaluated after the bye week for an oblique and rib injury. He also added if things go well, Christian McCaffrey will have his practice window open next Monday. For all 49ers news, keep it locked on your home of 49er football. For the last 20 seasons, KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Do you know how many devices you have hooked to your Wi-Fi at home that are running at any one time? TVs, laptops, computers, printers, tablets. Did I say phones? I think I did, but I'll say it again. Phones. Why? Because there's multiple phones in your house. Yours, your partner's, kids, your dog probably has a phone. Maybe your rabbit has a phone. Who knows who has a phone? Everybody seems to have a phone these days. And you want to make sure everyone gets the exact same coverage. They're all hooked to the Wi-Fi in the same way. Blazing fast speed and reliability. Gamer doesn't want to be let down. Oh, Call of Duty's out. I can't have glitching there. The streamer, somebody's working, somebody's going to school. It doesn't matter what they're doing. They all want the same Wi-Fi. With Xfinity, no problems whatsoever. Their gateways are engineered to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds. So whatever you have is not going to be a problem for them. Now through December 31st, get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with Peacock Premium, a $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost when you add unlimited mobile, or lock into your internet pricing for 2 years for just $5 more a month with a 1-year contract. Early termination fees apply. Make sure your home Wi-Fi, why am I slowing down? I do not know, can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Call, click, or visit a store today. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay. Stored bank account. Gotta have the stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $96 a month. Actual speeds do vary. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast, reliable Wi-Fi that everyone in the house gets. You will love Xfinity.
This hour is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com and by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Every week, Brent Jones joins us, number 84, former 49ers tight end, to talk 49er football. Nothing he loves more than beating the Dallas Cowboys. Brent is sponsored by the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, seeking highly motivated people to join their diverse and growing law enforcement agency. Apply at joinacso.com. Let's start the Brent Jones Show.
Before there was 85.
Yeah, no fear from Kittle.
There was 84.
Brent Jones, who Jerry Rice says has the best hands on the team.
Now time for 49ers legendary tight end Brent Jones with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's Monday. That means it's time to recap the Niners game as the Niners beat the Cowboys 27-20. We do it with number 84, but number 1 in your hearts. Our favorite tight end. I hope he had a great National Tight Ends Day. I'm going to vomit if I hear that again. One more time, that's it. I'm vomiting. Brent Jones, what's going on? I swear. How many times did you hear that yesterday? Oh, it's National Tight Ends Day. I'm like, I get it. It's National Tight Ends Day. Kittle made it up 6 years ago. We get it. Okay, that's enough.
It's funny. It has permeated the subconscious of America, I think. But it is everywhere, and it was great. I actually I was at the game, brought the family, got to blow the foghorn for the second half to fire us up. In fact, I'm going to take credit because we needed firing up in the second half.
So what'd you make of the game? I mean, it wasn't perfect and it wasn't pretty. There were times it was really good. I kind of made this analogy, Brent, that yesterday was like a game that in baseball, you're up 6-1. You win, but you had to bring your closer in because they scored 4 in the top of the 9th. Or basketball, when you're up 20 in the 4th, you win, but you had to bring your starters back because they were coming back and it was getting too close. That's what that one felt like. Like it was a win, and all wins are good, but it felt a little like unsatisfying may not be the right word, but it wasn't like as tidy as I would have liked.
No, that fourth quarter made me nervous. It looked like half the stadium left. We stayed, and I thought, there's no way the Cowboys are going to get the ball back with a chance to win this thing, and darn if they didn't. And it was a little nerve-wracking for sure. It's not hard. Cover CD Lamb. I don't care if you triple him. Nobody else is going to catch a ball and do anything. But we didn't. But prior to that, we played a pretty good second half offensively and even defensively up until whatever 10 or 11 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and somehow we let them back in the game. And so it didn't feel great, but I will say this. We had to win that game, and especially going into the bye, being 500. I mean, 3-5 at the halfway mark or almost halfway mark would have been brutal. And so I know they're sucking wind in Texas right now, that'll be fun to go back home and throw on the Niner hat. I'm glad I get to wear it for another season, so that'll be great. But yeah, it was not the most clean game. It looked like we finally figured out some stuff in the second half and offensively and started making some plays. I felt like Kittle was going to be instrumental because I was watching him and he was getting open, and maybe he wasn't the primary, but I thought he was open more in the first half when they didn't throw to him. It was great to get Debo involved, and all of a sudden, Pearsall's making a few catches, and so all those things together. Guerrero, I was nervous, but man, he's got some big play capabilities for sure. He just has to make sure he hangs onto the ball, and it's always a little nerve-wracking when you got a rookie in there, but man, he really played a nice game for us. And so coming around, it's not perfect, but heading into the bye, if we can get Christian back, man, that would be great. If he's back and healthy, we're gonna obviously have to see, but I felt pretty good about that part of it.
Well, I had a beer last night. I'm probably gonna have one anyway, but I had one to celebrate the special teams not doing anything boneheaded. Like they were, because I was worried about the special teams going into this game because the Niners have been terrible and the Cowboys are really good. I mean, Aubrey's really good, Anger's not bad, but Turpin's just electric, and they were able to kind of keep him under wraps. So every time they kicked it off, I was kind of holding my breath. But how about that? A game with, I mean, you made your field goals, made your extra points, you covered kicks, you covered punts. I mean, it was like, whoa, that's what special teams are supposed to look like.
We've talked more about special teams this
really
year
have.
than all my 15 years on the radio combined, and that's not a positive thing. So you were right. I was celebrating. I think we should make it National Special Teams Didn't Screw Up Week.
It's kind of like the Blue Angels, but it's not like at all. It'll be fun though. We can have action figures and all kinds of stuff. I thought Brock got kind of got back on track. Not that he had a bunch of gains, but he, the Chiefs game wasn't his best. But he was really good. I mean, he's really starting to use his legs. I thought he used them very judiciously last night, too. It wasn't like he was looking to scramble, but when the opportunity presented itself, picking up first downs, getting 5 or 6 yards, staying out of second and third and long. Like, I thought he was accurate. He made some really good throws last night. I think it was like 10 yards per pass attempt last night. And then his feet, I thought that was one of his better games maybe in the last, 3 or 4.
I think you're right, and it's funny because you nailed the feet side of the equation. Of course, he made some big plays with his arms, his arm, maybe both of his arms, maybe when he was running, yeah. But no, it was nice, and it almost looked like he thought about it and was more reactive when he had an opportunity to gain some yards, because I felt in the last couple weeks that there were times where he could have broke the pocket, and his thing is he likes to give guys a chance to get open, so he moves around, doesn't necessarily break the line of scrimmage. And I thought maybe it's come to his attention, or maybe it's just a fluke, but I thought he was, when the opportunity presented itself to him, he took it right away instead of waiting to the end. And so really, that can crush a team, a quarterback scrambling. He's a lot quicker than people realize, I think, and they find out when he's running down the field. But yeah, it felt good for him to get some good yards and not get hammered while he was doing it. And then of course throwing some big plays. It was great to get Debo back in the mix. He can make so many big plays, and of course, I mean, Kittle's Mr. Consistent. When you need a big play, he's there. It was great. I'm sure National Tight Ends Day was completely celebrated by the Kittle clan through the night, and it should be. He had a big game for us, and it's great. Our leaders really do need to step up in this time of, probably not our best play, but hopefully that'll light a fire under us. But Tom, I just think about the end of that game. There's been a couple times we've been up this year and we've let teams get back into it. We got to figure out how to close the door on some of these guys, because it's too many fluky things happen.
Well, not only have the Niners let teams get back into it, they let them take the lead. The Rams did it. The Cardinals did it. I mean, just those 2 games themselves completely flips, the script from 6-2 to 4-4. And those were games that they were probably 90% win tile to get it done, and they didn't, which has been kind of the thing. And I wanted to ask you moving forward as we get through the bye week. Hopefully they'll get McCaffrey back. Maybe Hufanga at some point, Greenlaw hopefully shortly thereafter, start getting a little healthier. What's the prognosis for this team? Like, if you look into your crystal ball, because to me it's still about the defense. The offense has been good, not great, but the defense is still too leaky for me. And when they need to make plays, they're not making the plays that they need to make. Either it's a penalty, or you can't get off the field on a key third down. Like, that to me is the whole second half of the season. Yes, special teams has to be tighter than it was in the first half. Like, I get it. They got it. But the defense is it for this team. And I never thought I'd say that, because they were always a defense first led team until last year. But what do you see in the second half? Because to me, if the defense tightens it up, they'll be fine. If they don't, then all bets are off.
I think you're right. I think certainly our offense, we have high expectations, and there's been times this year where it's been good, but not great. Hopefully we'll get into that role in the second half of the season. But the defense has consistently, I would say, underperformed, maybe other than week one against the Jets. And so it's been concerning because I think we can isolate some of the problems, and really nothing has really probably impacted those to the level that we'd like to see. And I think there was a time where we weren't getting as good as pressure, and that put our defensive backs in some precarious positions. It feels like that's gotten a little better, but it'll be interesting to me to see if we trade for a player or two. And it's not going to be, somebody that's going to knock your socks off, but we just might need some more stability, interior line, maybe even a linebacker. Obviously, you'd mentioned Dre Greenlaw coming back, but I don't know what that's going to look like. It's just tough after having not played for so long to come in and be, even 95%. Most guys are 85 or 90 at best, and it takes a while. So it'd be great to have him back. But there's a few adjustments, I think, that are going to need to happen to get us back to playoff and championship caliber defense.
No, there's no doubt about it. And by the way, I know I kind of poking fun at National Tight Ends Day, but it really was. Did you see the tight ends around the league yesterday? Holy smokes!
How crazy was that? I mean they've had it, and it hasn't always been the case. But yeah, the stats yesterday were jumping out at you. And then Kittle, of course, the founder, put the icing on the cake. So it was like amusing
15, I think it was like 15 touchdowns tight ends scored yesterday. I know Pitts had a couple, Ingram had one, Laporta had one. I mean, they had a whole bunch of tight ends. And then, like, as far as just look at your fantasy teams, tight ends were just going off. Kate Otten had a monster day down in Tampa. Yeah, I mean, I guess they took it seriously yesterday. Like, they were like thinking, suck that, Tolbert, National Tight End Day. You think it's a joke? It's not a joke. We take it seriously. So,
yeah, man.
Give them their props.
Get into the play caller's head. It's National Tight End Day. You better feed me.
So what are you looking at as far as like what they're going to need? Because I'm thinking 10 wins. Probably will do it. In the West, another tied with Arizona right now. Arizona has the tiebreaker. So that would be 6-3 down the stretch. And you're at Buffalo, at Green Bay, at Tampa, Detroit at home. So it's not an easy schedule in the second half. But I think if they get healthy, they're more than capable of doing it if the defense tightens up. But, I mean, do you think 10 wins will do it in the West?
I do. I think the West is just it's not as strong as it's been in years past is the best way to say it. And so I think 10 wins for sure. I mean, they could even be eerily enough, it could even be a 9-win West victory this year if somebody's got the tiebreakers. But, I don't know that we're in perfect position with that. But all things considered, I think that's the most realistic 6-3 second half, and that will get you in. And so I just think if we're play like we're capable of playing and we're somehow relatively healthy, that we'll be there. I'm still a believer until they convince me that I'm not. But man, there's been a couple games this year where I've been thinking about going to the other side of that equation, but I'm not there yet, and so I'm hopeful. Now, had the Cowboys come back and scored on their last drive, and that was the way last night ended, man, this would not be a happy conversation right now. So no, I feel a lot better. It would not. Yeah, we'd be ready to blow it all up. But no, I think we're cautiously optimistic about this second half.
Okay. That being said, Detroit the team to beat in the NFC?
I really do think so. It's funny because I watched the Vikings early in the season. I didn't see their last loss, but man, I thought defensively they were doing some things technically and with some aggressive play calling defensive wise where they were really messing up some people. And maybe people have figured them out now or they're on film and they've got some keys. But I thought they were every bit as tough. And that was a heck of a, knockdown drag out with Detroit when they played. But I do think the Lions are just mentally tough. And it's just, they definitely resemble their head coach. They're playing well on both sides of the ball. They don't do stupid things. Their special teams doesn't give up, points every week. And so by and large, I think it's weird to say this, and these are words that I never thought I would say in my entire life if I lived to be 100. The Detroit Lions are the team to beat right now in the
NFC. Now tell me if you've ever heard, before I let you go, tell me if you've ever heard of anything quite like this. So the Lions played the Titans yesterday, beaten by 38, 52-14. The Lions were outgained by 190 yards in that game. The Lions had 225 yards of offense and 52 points. Jared Goff threw for 85 yards. 85 yards, and they scored 52. I've never seen such a thing in my life, that a team doesn't even crack 230 yards and scores 52 points. It's like the wildest thing I've ever seen.
I'm sitting here shaking my head. It doesn't even sound real.
It really doesn't.
I usually follow every game, but since I was at the Niner game, I didn't follow any games, and so I knew the final score. But that's remarkable from a statistical standpoint. I mean, that sounds like you were on the wrong end of that score.
I mean, it's almost impossible to think you can score 52 points while having a little over 200 yards. Almost impossible.
Almost impossible.
Yeah.
Unless our special teams was out there somehow imported to Detroit.
Okay, that's enough.
There you go. That's special teams joke. We don't want to. I don't even want to mention the special teams the rest of the year. That means they're playing solid, and we're not going to talk about it.
That's the goal, is to not talk about them. We gave them their props. Nice game last game. Now we don't want to talk about you again. Oh, perfect. Brother. Well, I gotta. Since you were out at the park last night, or at the stadium, what'd you get to eat there? Like, did you have any grub while you were there? I'm curious. When Brent Jones goes to Levi's, what's he grubbing on? Like nice pretzel, maybe some sushi, maybe a lobster roll. I have no idea.
Yeah. You'll laugh. We're in one of the suites, and there's some great Mexican food. Was one of the choices, but I had the grandkids with me, and the chicken strips were staring at me. So I had a few chicken strips. I went back and so I wasn't a high-end diner.
Oh, no.
I was that was it. There all these.
You were like
choices.
One of the kids.
I was like one of the kids. I was eating it up.
You and the grandkids crushing chicken strips.
So they had me blow off the foghorn in the second half, which was cool. It was fun to go up there. But I brought the grandkids up, and they have their jerseys on. They have their Purdy jersey and their McCaffrey jersey, and they're all ready. And I said, we got to get the fans fired up for the second half. They were serious. They got up on stage with me, and they were like raising their hands, doing it, and then they broke into the gritty for like 1 minute. They were going gritty, and there was smoke, and it looked like it was like a concert performance. I saw the video, and I was laughing. I'm like, holy cow, these guys, they are hilarious. So, yeah, we went, we celebrated.
Now, I know you love your grandkids.
Strips.
I know you love your grandkids. What if your grandkids would have said, hey, Grandpa Brent, will you do the gritty with us in front of everybody?
I don't know that I would have had the courage to do it in front of everybody, but it was funny, I have to say, and like I said, celebrated with chicken strips.
Oh man, how good a time is that? You go back, well, not necessarily home. That's not your home, but the home of the Niners. You're blowing the foghorn. You're there with the grandkids. They get to do it with you, and then you're crushing chicken strips. with the kids. I mean, does the night get any better?
That's a plus event right there. Especially we got the win. Yeah, we got the win, and we can go home and fly Niner stuff.
That is awesome. That would have been great. I did hear somebody say that, I don't know if it's true or not, that if the Niners would have ended up losing that game, you had the grandkids all lined up for an Uber to take by themselves. Just get back to the hotel. Leave me alone.
I would have been going CeeDee Lamb jerseys for Christmas.
On that note, we will let you run. Swing them well today, my friend, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, Tommy. Take care.
All right, friend. Take it easy. Oh, that is hilarious. All right, coming up more Copes and Tolbert here on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
The Warriors lost their home opener to the Clippers last night, 112-104. The bigger loss could be Steph Curry as he left the game with an ankle injury and will be evaluated again on Friday. Get the latest from Steve Kerr as he joins us at 5:30 today on The Sports Leader. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Freeman drives one. Deep right field. It is gone. A World Series walk-off grand slam for Freddie Freeman. Wow.
That was weird. That whole thing was weird. Dave Fleming on Skynet Sports, international sports call of the World Series on Friday. Freddie Freeman's walk-off grand slam. That was weird. I didn't like that one bit.
I love LA.
No, stop. Knock it off.
The funny part about that, oh, really, two stops. The funny part about that song is that, like, people at Dodger games, they love that song. They love it. I love LA and everything.
Yeah, that's why I hate it. It sucks.
They don't realize Randy Newman's making fun of them.
Yeah. They don't know it's like a tongue-in-cheek thing about them. Yeah, he's like mocking them.
It's very tongue-in-cheek. Very tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah. Screw it. Screw the whole thing. Damn it all.
Oh, man.
So Freddie Freeman's walk-off grand slam Friday. By the way, World Series Game 3 getting underway. You can hear it over on KNBR 1050. Your home of World Series baseball here on KNBR. And then if you want Monday Night Football, Steelers and the New York Football Giants, that's over on 810 The Bread, if you want to listen to that. Game 3 going down. By the way, Shohei Ohtani is going to play in this game. He's hitting leadoff. And I guess when he got announced, people thought he had a sling on. Like, it looked like he was wearing a sling under his jacket. You could see a strap sort of. Yep. But it looked more like, I saw Jameson Taillon tweeted out about it. He said, it looks to me more like one of those things that pitchers wear in between innings. It's like a heat thing, or sometimes they wear it when they come out. It's a little sleeve, the massager and heat thing. So who knows? They think he's going to be good to go. So anyway, Ohtani will be out there. Game 1 of the World Series was one of the best World Series games I've ever seen. I mean, it was an absolute blast. The way the Yankees put up runs in the top of the ninth, or the run in the top of the ninth, where Jazz Chisholm singles and then steals second and steals third. It's one of those situations where kind of everybody knew he was going to go. They said, you got to be careful about him going to third, and sure enough, he does. You bring in Nestor Cortez, and I tweeted out right as they brought in Nestor when they went to commercial break, because he hadn't pitched in a month, right? You bring him into that moment. And I said, I remember back in 2003, the Yankees did the same thing with Jeff Weaver. He hadn't been on the LCS roster or the Division Series roster, and they bring him in a crucial World Series moment to face Alex Gonzalez, the shortstop for the Marlins. It's a 3-run home run. Hadn't pitched in like a month. And I said, did not go well when that happened. Aaron Boone should know he was there. Like minutes later, dude, a walk-off grand slam. What's interesting, too, and I wonder how they would have played it, because Verdugo to get the out on Shohei Ohtani had to make an incredible play where he goes hurling into the stands to make that catch. Mm-hmm. If he doesn't take the ball out of play there, and he has to record the out, of course, but if he doesn't take the ball out of play there, it stays first and second with 2 outs, right? Hypothetically. Mm-hmm. I wonder if they pitch to Mookie Betts there, if they still walk him. Do you put the winning run on second base? I say probably not. Cortez probably faces Mookie.
I don't know.
I was wondering that situation. I was like, I wonder what they would have done here, because they then end up, after he takes it out of play, you get second and third, and they decide to go lefty-lefty matchup on Freddie Freeman, which I'm fine with that. I mean, whatever. He threw 2 pitches. He got Ohtani on one, and then Freddie Freeman hit the other one out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, the biggest play of the game was Gleyber Torres not being able to handle
that's ball at second base.
Juan Soto's throw from right field.
Oh, the one that skips away.
Yeah, and Ohtani got to go to third.
Yep.
And then Mookie Betts at a sac fly, game's tied. I mean, Mookie Betts would have had to get a hit. Not saying that he wouldn't have, but it's obviously a whole different scenario with 1 out and a guy in second than 1 out and a guy on third. I mean, that was just brutal. It looked very casual by Gleyber Torres. And I know some people were saying, well, where's the backup? I'm like, well, it didn't even bounce toward third base. It bounced toward the mound.
Yeah.
Like it took a weird care of
And
anyway.
the pitcher's
like,
over, and the pitcher's, I forget who was
Yes.
pitching at that point. He's backing up third base.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody would be on the mound expecting a ball to show up there. But, I mean, if you're Gleyber Torres, you got to get in front of that, don't you? Like, at least knock it down. Like, just make sure it doesn't get by you.
Unfortunate bounce, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it was a Lemony Snicket's bounce, to be sure. But it can't happen. Like, those 90 feet, like, that's what I talk about. When I talk about why postseason baseball is, like, incredible, because stuff matters. It doesn't matter in the regular season. Like, regular season, you look at that and go, an extra 90 feet. Unfortunate. Here, it's like, that could be devastating. And it was.
Yep.
Tied the game and then beat him in overtime. There were people that were... Overtime, sorry, extra innings. There were people that were saying Aaron Boone took out Cole too soon after 88 pitches, and he was dominating. I thought maybe they could get one more out of him, but, he was, I don't want to say he wasn't leaking oil, but he wasn't quite as effective, I didn't think. I'd have to go back and watch it again, but maybe you get one more inning out of him, and maybe that does give you, the length in the bullpen, and the guys that are pitching in extras aren't pitching in extras. I don't know, but, I mean, just an incredible game. I mean, the at-bat by Freeman was just an all-timer. Great call by Joe Davis too, paying homage to Vin Scully. That was pretty cool. So I enjoyed that. It was just a really good game, and the next game was really good too. The Yankees lose that, but they had bases loaded in the ninth. I mean, they had a chance to tie the game, to take the lead. I mean, there's been drama in both these games, and the one thing that has really surprised me is the Dodgers starting pitching has been just nails. Absolute nails. And that was the biggest question mark heading into the playoffs.
Such a bummer.
Yeah, I know. 33 innings already, right? Yeah. 33 scoreless innings earlier in the playoffs.
Consecutive, right.
Yep. And in this, what Flaherty, I think, gave up 2? Or was it 1 on the home run to Stanton? Was that a 2-run? I think it was a 2-run. Yeah, I could have put him up 2-1, yeah. So I think he gave up 2 in like 5 or 6 innings. He pitched really well. Yamamoto was incredible. He pitched really well. So, I mean, the offense isn't killing them. I mean, Mookie, after a slow start to the playoffs, has got it going. And we know their lineup is really, really good. But that was they're both kind of low-scoring games. The second game, there was 5 runs scored in extras, so it makes it look like a high-octane game, but there are only 4 runs scored in the first 9 frames. So the pitching has been pretty good in this series. I thought there'd be higher scoring games. And again, the first one was a high scoring game, but only because it went to extras. So, yeah, I don't know what to expect tonight. The weather's going to be colder, so it'll be in the low 50s, probably down near 50, 49, 50 by the last few innings. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know what's happening in the game?
I don't. I'm watching the football game.
Do you want to know?
Well, I mean, I can already tell by your tone of voice.
Freddie Freeman hit a 2-run shot in the first, 2-0 Dodgers.
Did he? Was it Mookie on?
Sure, he walked it to lead off.
There you go.
Good. Oh, good, Yankee Stadium.
There you go. There you go.
This all sucks so bad.
The good news is
you got Freeman catching fired.
Can I crap on Joe Davis for a minute? I'd like to.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, I get it. He's the Fox baseball guy, so he's going to be on the broadcast. People are going, this is ridiculous. He's the Fox guy. He shouldn't be calling the game. Like, just the way it goes. It's just the way it happens. My issue is, like, the sack fly that Mookie Betts hit. I was in the kitchen when it happened. I was, like, listening to it. The way he reacted and the way it was hit and the way he called it, I thought it was a shot. I thought it was, like 15 rows deep into the left field bleachers. And Mookie! A sacrifice fly! I was like, are you blank? I was like running in. And I was like, are you kidding me? Judge is like running up to the ball and catching it. He calls every play like it's a home run. And here's my other gripe with the Freddie Freeman, with the nonsensical Kirk Gibson Freddie Freeman thing.
Yep.
You don't get credit for being Kirk Gibson when you legged out a triple earlier in the game. That's where I come down on that. It's not like Kirk Gibson, not even a little bit. He was facing Nestor Cortez, who hadn't pitched in a month. He wasn't facing Dennis Eckersley, who was in the middle of one of the greatest seasons of all time. It was an incredible moment, but he also iced himself to where he could like be numb enough to try to go up and have an at-bat. And you can see the pain that Kirk Gibson's in throughout that at-bat. He has one bad whiff where he like swings and misses bad. And then even when he hits out, he's kind of leaning a little bit. He's like off kilter. Freddie Freeman hit the snot out of that ball, and it was a super cool moment. If you hate stupid moments or you love stupid moments, like a walk-off grand slam for the Dodgers in the World Series. But I'm not giving him the Kirk Gibson nod. You don't get that, no. I'm not giving it. I'm not giving any credit for anything. Nobody gets anything nice from me. Nobody.
I love the angry Giant fan.
I'm just pissed.
Just the angry Giant fan.
Some people are like, you're salty. Yeah, you're damn right.
I don't like this. And I don't like that.
You're damn right I'm
salty. I don't
salty.
like this.
Like 3 wasn't enough if they get 1. You know what I mean? I used to be like, yeah, we'll die happy. Nope. No, I won't. I'll die pissed off if this goes down. By the way, dude, you know what happened on Friday? I was at a bar after the game. I started turning on the Giants, too. I was like, dude, where the hell? Like, I was like, what are the Giants going to do something? This is pissing me off now. And my buddy goes, dude, it's the off season. I go, can I get a GDGM? Can I get a GM, Buster? What's taking so damn long? The off season's going to start maybe tomorrow if the Dodgers wrap this thing up the way they want to. Off season might start tomorrow night. I don't have a general manager. Buster, where's my GM?
Oh,
all right, let's get to Steve Kirkhope.
No, I'm pissed.
And by the way, for those people that are upset that Joe Davis is calling the games because he's the Dodger announcer, Joe Buck called games for 20-plus years. He was the Cardinals announcer. And Vince Scully also called World Series games. He was the Dodger announcer. I don't think anybody – I'm not confusing Joe Davis with Vince Scully. Vince Scully may be the greatest of all time. Shut up, Tim. But Vince Scully, Nobody says, oh, get Vince Scully off my TV because he's a Dodger announcer. Either you like him or you don't. Obviously, you're a Dodger hater. I get it. So, I take whatever you say in this instance with a grain of salt, a grain of angry salt.
Oh, cool. Tolbert and Cubs. Steve Kerr joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Dr. Junk is back, baby.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and over $2 billion won, Underdog makes it easy and fun to win cash on all of your favorite players and athletes' performances. You can make a play with only $1, or you can go big with their Pick'em game. You can win up to $1,000. Up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on player stats like passing yards, touchdowns, 3-pointers, doubles, double-doubles, etc. Underdog puts the power to cash out in your hands, by the way. Now you can either keep riding with your money or tap win now, and you can cash out whenever you want. With Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and still have your entry be a win. This season, Underdog is going to be running a special promo or bonus every single day, like profit boosts. You can bump up your winnings with just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries, or there's some discounts. You'll get adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at a big W. Free picks, there's basically a sure thing. You'll have a player with like a half a point or a half a rebound. All you have to pick is higher than that for that pick to win, and all users will get a free pick. Download the app and sign up with promo code KNBR and deposit now to get $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. Again, that promo code is KNBR. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
KNBR presents the best hoops hangout in radio.
Stephen Douglas Kerr, or as we like to refer to him around here, Dr. Junk. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Tom.
The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
It is time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr. Hello, Steve. How are you?
Hello, Tom. What's happening?
Not a whole hell of a lot. You enjoying the World Series so far?
I may be. I mean, I don't. We don't have to. We don't have to talk about that.
So Andrew Wiggins' health for this week. I was wondering, like, I was wondering where we are. You know, it's just something completely different.
I feel like a lot of people are just trying to get me in trouble around my fellow Bay Area fans for my Dodger fandom, but you know, you can't help it. You know, when you go to games as a kid with your dad, your brother, and you sit in the bleachers for, 10 straight, 15 straight years every summer, you can't break up with that. It just doesn't happen. It's just in your blood.
Yes.
I just want to apologize to all the Giants fans. It's just, it is what it is.
Screw them. You don't got to apologize to anybody. You're a Dodger.
Okay. I don't accept it, so it's okay.
I'm an Angel fan. Yeah. Nobody liked that.
Nobody cares.
But nobody cares about the Angels.
Actually, they do. They kind of feel sorry for them.
Yeah. Well, that's a good. That is a really, really good point. I'm used to pity. It's just like sad. Oh, I really wish Mike Trout would get to a postseason game. It'd be so much nicer. Oh yeah. Shut up, God! I just
see what I mean. See how you turn. See how it happens.
I totally get it. Well, no, this guy over here is giving me calls when the Dodgers and the Angels play the Freeway Series. Hey, want to bet on the series? I want to bet on the series. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that straight up.
That was probably uncalled for, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, you got a couple things that were uncalled for this year, but that's okay. I expected from people who know I'm an Angel fan, and from you in particular. So anyway, let's get to the team. Give us a little update, injury update. I know Melton and Steph will be reevaluated on Friday and go from there. Like I know Wiggins. It may not play tomorrow, I'm not sure, but just kind of catch us up on what's going on with the team right now.
Yeah, so both Wiggs and DeAnthony have just back strains, and DeAnthony's definitely out the next two. Wiggs, okay. I would say, is more likely to play one of the next two, but my gut would be that he sits tomorrow and then plays the following day. We'll see. It depends how he feels tomorrow. And then Steph definitely out the next two, and we'll reevaluate on Friday.
Got it. And I know Draymond bumped knees last night or got hit in the knee. I think Steph might have got him in the knee. How's his knee feeling?
He's fine. Yeah, he's okay. He practiced today, and so he'll be ready to go tomorrow.
So how you feeling overall? 2-1. You come home and ran into I gotta say, better than expected Clipper team. Like, I knew how they were going to play, but I watched them play in Denver. I was like, wow, I might have to rethink what I thought of the Clippers going into the season. Right? They're long, they're athletic. I just thought yesterday, I don't know if you'd agree, but I thought they played with a little more force. I thought they made you guys feel them defensively and made you guys uncomfortable on offense.
Yeah, they're a great defensive team. A lot of wings, a lot of size. And they're really well coached. Ty does a great job, and I thought they pressured us early, which kind of took us out of our rhythm. And then we sort of had some unforced turnovers that changed the game a little bit. And I think it's to be expected early in the season. We've put in a lot of new stuff offensively. We're trying to do things a little differently. We're playing some lineups that are a little challenged spacing wise, and so we just have to adapt and get better and keep working at it. But it was a good game for us to play because the first two games went a lot easier for us, but the Clippers were a big step up in terms of competition, especially at that defensive end.
Yeah, the pace was great early in the season so far. The one thing I wanted to ask you about was the starting lineup. It's a big starting lineup, right? With TJD, Draymond, Wiggs, and Kuminga at the wings and Steph at the point. But I wondered about the spacing. And early on in the Utah game and the Portland game, you guys didn't shoot particularly well, and the spacing wasn't great. How do you kind of see that working itself out? I mean, it should be, in theory, a really good defensive lineup with the guys you have on the court. But the spacing that you talk about a lot, that seems to me that combination might be a little bit of a challenge. How do you see it?
Yeah, for sure. And we know that, but we're looking at it because we're trying to establish our defense right away this year. We want to be a top 10, hopefully top 5 defense. And I actually think we have the personnel to be really good at that end. And so part of what we're doing is let's just play our biggest, most athletic lineup to start the year, see how it looks spacing-wise. If we can generate stops and turnovers and run, we got a chance to be really good with that group. And I'd rather start with it and go away from it than the other way around, if that makes sense. You know, so we'll give it a look, and hopefully we get better with it. But we're gonna really have a better feel for this team, I would say, a month from now, 6 weeks from now, because you know I've touted our depth throughout camp. We got a ton of guys who can play, but we've got to figure out the best combinations now.
Got it.
Talking to Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on the UMA guest line. If Melton and Steph are going to be out for at least the next couple, how do you manage the point guard spot?
Well, yeah, I mean, Brandon Podziemski will take over a lot of that, the responsibility there. Kyle Anderson is a great point forward, so he'll handle the ball some. Draymond obviously loves handling the ball. So some combination of those guys. We'll need Buddy shooting, Moses is shooting, given all the what we're going to miss with the 3 guards out. So it's, it'll be be interesting, but I'm excited to play these guys because they can play and they've been waiting for their opportunities, and I'm excited to give them those opportunities.
21 turnovers last night, and I kind of expected early in the season that turnovers may be somewhat of an issue just because you guys are playing a lot faster now, and if you're going to play a lot faster, then the turnovers are going to be they're going to be a little more commonplace, I think. Although last night there was some, I don't think pace had anything to do with some of those turnovers. No. I was like, what the hell's going on? What do I a pass that didn't need to be thrown, right? That was thrown. But is that something that you figured coming into the season because of the uptick in pace? There may be a few more turnovers until you guys get used to it.
I mean, this may sound a little counterintuitive, but part of the idea behind playing faster is so that we get into our offense quicker and that we turn it over less. And I think there is some validity to what you're saying in terms if you're fast and you're wild, then you're going to turn it over. But what we're really trying to do is just get the ball up the floor quickly and then quickly get into our offense from there. And it's we did a much better job of it in the first 2 games, but obviously the defense wasn't as good either. So we'll see how it plays out. But the idea this year is to get more organized, have less random possessions. More possessions where we race it up the floor, nothing's there. Now we're really well organized and ready to attack.
That's the key. That's always the toughest part. Because, look, when I played for the Warriors for Nelly, we ran the hell out of it. And it was always, okay, if you don't have anything. But sometimes you think you have something, and you don't have something. The old Jim Mora. You think you have something, but you never will. And then that's what the stuff's going because you know how it is. Guys get running. It's like they're playing at the park again. Like, woo, this is fun. Let's go. Here we go. We're going to jump up in the air, throw lob passes, and out of bounds again. Damn. So that's kind of the key is to be able to do that. And I know you guys want to shoot a lot of threes this year. I've noticed a lot of threes in transition. And with the shooting you guys have on the team, is that kind of a point of emphasis this year where if you get it up and somebody gets the ball in a position where they can make the shot, they go ahead and let it fly?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the league has changed so much over the last decade. and what we were doing 10 years ago with Steph and Clay just launching in transition feels like everybody's doing it now. We're in a place where with the league where the games are fast, people are launching threes, and if you're not keeping up in terms of the three-point volume, the math just doesn't work very well, especially if you're like us and you don't get to the foul line a whole lot. So we definitely want to push the pace and get those early threes, because a lot of times those are the best shots you're going to get against all these switching defenses with so much athleticism.
Got it.
Steve Kerr, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line here. In terms of the schedule, this is sort of a funky one. You guys get a back-to-back against New Orleans. Like early in the season, you're playing two of your what is it, 4 total games you guys will meet them this year, right in the next week. Playing the same team back-to-back days at home, it's got to be unique. But is that done for travel reasons this year? Are they mixing stuff up?
Yeah, they started doing that, I think, during COVID just to cut down travel, and I think it does make some sense. I mean, obviously, it's better for the players not having to get on a plane. It's easier on their bodies. I don't love it for the fans, If I'm a fan, I don't want to see the same team back to back. But it is what it is, and we'll be ready to go.
Talking to Steve Kerr, we do it every single week throughout the course of the season. So you talked about the threes, and I know that was a point of emphasis. You mentioned volume threes, and look, everybody's doing it. It's like 40 threes is nothing anymore. That's getting damn near league average. It's like high 30s, 40s. So what do you go to if things aren't going down from three? I mean, do you just keep firing and hope that at some point the law of averages are going to work themselves out? Because you look at the points in the paint last night, and the Clippers dominated that one, 58-28 or 58-38, I think it was. Zubac's had a fantastic game. He's really good, by the way.
Yeah, he's good. He's really
what a
good.
Steal. I think Muscala for him. Are you kidding me?
I know.
It's like unbelievable. So what's like, how do you deal with that? Because I've always wondered that myself. Like, okay, look, if you're a shooter, you keep shooting. If you're a team that shoots, I guess if you're open, you just keep shooting and figure law of averages will work themselves out. Sometimes they don't over one game, and that's going to be a tough game to win. So how do you go about it when it's not going as well as you would like from three, being that that's kind of who you are now?
Well, we're trying to flow into actions that we can run on the fly and get better with the execution within those actions. So, I think, that for our fans who watched us for a while, we've always been a little random. After the play after transition where you don't get the layup, you don't get the opening. Yeah. You've seen Draymond kind of, running the show from the top of the circle. We just, screen down for Steph and Clay, and that's worked really well for us. But the last couple of years, it hasn't worked as well, frankly. I think our personnel is different. We have to adapt to that. And so, what we're trying to do is get more organized and get into some actions that we can execute after transition's not there, the three's not there. Let's generate a really good shot, whether it's a three or not. I just want to get something good to keep the rhythm of the game going and to get good looks for our guys.
I think 2 out of the first 3 games, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Steph had 20 shots against Utah, I think 10 or 11 against Portland, and 10 or 11 last night. He shot the ball really well last night. He just didn't get a lot of volume of shots. Some of that has been minutes that he's played, of course, but some of it has been the defense and what they've done. Have you noticed anything one way or the other? Because obviously you'd love to get him up around 18, 20 shots in any particular game. I know it's probably too early to read stuff into it. That takes a bigger sample size than that. But anything you've seen as to, why the volume hasn't quite been there early in the season?
Well, he's not playing that much. He played 27 minutes each the first 2 games, I think. I don't think he was much different last night with the injury. So his minutes will go up. But with this starting lineup, the way we're playing, there's not going to be as much spacing, and so he's going to get more attention defensively, and teams are going to try to make other guys score. So I think that's part of it too.
Do you think, I made this analogy, I don't know if I talked to you about this, but in watching football now, that teams are running the ball more. than they have in the past. I think Copes looked this up when I was talking about teams running. And last year, I think the lead team ran the ball like 48% of the time. This year, there's five teams that run the ball over 50% of the time. So it seems like they're saying, okay, you want to play small on defense, we're going to go bigger and try to wear you out with some of our running backs. I wonder in basketball if it's starting to turn a little bit where everyone has those wings you talked about. Everyone wants to shoot threes. Everyone's getting these long defenders that can get out on the perimeter and guard. And we see a guy like Zubats, who isn't a super athlete, but he's really skilled, good footwork, good touch, can get in there and just dominate because he's bigger than everybody else. Right. And he's skilled. Is the league moving that way a little bit? I know Embiid and Joker aren't perfect examples because they can do just about everything, but are you noticing anything in the league to where size is starting to make a comeback? Maybe not in the way that we like in the 80s and 90s, but teams are saying, hey, look, everyone has wings now. If we can dominate down low, that can give us an advantage.
I think the teams who have that type of player are definitely seeing that because, and the football analogy is a really good one. If you can do what the Clippers did last night, throw the ball into the post or even roll a guy in there and hit him, like Harden was doing, it is easier to control the game, just like a ground game in football. Problem is there are just hardly any players these days who have that kind of skill. And just from the way players are being raised, in our country for sure, like nobody's a low post guy. All the big guys who come in are shooting threes and pick and pop. And if they do roll, it's more, catch a lob. So it's just, it's very rare to see an actual low post player anymore.
All right. Before we let you go, I know you want to get back to the team that you love. Do you want to go? Do you want to?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay. Do you want to sing with me? I love LA.
I'm watching the Cavs and the Knicks right now. So, is the Dodger game on?
Oh no, I was talking about the Giants and the Steelers.
Oh, Giants Steelers. Yes, I love the Steelers. Yeah, the Steel Curtain. Those are my guys.
The Steel Curtain. Those are my guys. Yeah. Yeah. Me too.
L.C. Greenwood. I grew up with
L.C. Greenwood. So what was there? L.C. Greenwood, Mean Joe Green, Holmes. Green. Was it Dwight White?
Dwight White. Good call. Who was Holmes?
I thought there was a Holmes. I want to say Larry. I know it wasn't Larry, but I want to say there was a Holmes. Excuse me, Holmes.
Excuse me, Holmes.
I want to say there was a Holmes. Some sort of Holmes on that defensive line.
The fact that you and I know 3 defensive linemen from a team from 50 years ago tells you all you need to know about the balance that we have or don't have in our lives.
I'd say the latter.
We are not the most well-rounded people, Tom, but man, we've had fun.
Ernie Holmes, says Derek.
Ernie Holmes. That's who it was. Yeah, I knew it was a Holmes. We got 3. We got 3.5.
Not to be confused with Ernie Shavers.
No, ball-headed Ernie Shavers. Yeah, absolutely. Tough guy. Right. Tough guy. Would it surprise you to know I could name 3? I could name 3 conductors.
3 conductors?
Because it surprised me. Anyway, I'll let you go.
That's terrible.
That's so bad. It's so bad. Everything was going so well, and I had to ruin it. All right. We'll talk to you next week. Enjoy the Cavs.
See you, Steve.
See you.
Hey, excuse me, Holmes.
It was Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. We'll be at Harmonic Brewing, by the way, tomorrow, getting ready for the Warriors and the New Orleans Pelicans, 2 to 6 tomorrow. Come on out to Harmonic, see what's going on, hang out at Thrive City, and then head on into the game, watch some ball, have some beer. It'll be a good one. Tolbert and Copes, Larry Krueger coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock for Niners Nightly, only here on the Sports Leader. Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the 49ers win over the Cowboys. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Do you know how many devices you have hooked to your Wi-Fi at home that are running at any one time? TVs, laptops, computers. You want to make sure everyone gets the exact same coverage. They're all hooked to the Wi-Fi in the same way. Blazing fast speed and reliability. So whatever you have is not going to be a problem for them. Now through December 31st, get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with Peacock Premium, a $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost when you add unlimited mobile, or lock into your internet pricing for 2 years for just $5 more a month with a 1-year contract. Early termination fees apply. Can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay. Stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $96 a month. Actual speeds do vary. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast, reliable Wi-Fi that everyone in the house gets. You will love Xfinity.